When I crossed over to a parallel world, I discovered that China's history had actually been severed. The whole world mocks us as barbarians with merely a few centuries of history, while even our own citizens self-deprecatingly believe we are unworthy of civilization. Seeing the screen flooded with comments like "China has no history," I was furious. Backhand Awakening System instantly uploaded the "Ancestral Dragon Ascends to Heaven" video. When the man in the black dragon robe holding the Sword of Heavenly Inquiries appeared on the screen and roared at the heavens, "I rule the six kingdoms, the world is unified," the global servers crashed. Foreigners were shocked, while Chinese people were moved to tears. But this is just the beginning. When I unleash the iron cavalry of the Han dynasty and the majestic grandeur of the Tang dynasty upon the world, the entire earth will tremble in fear. Chapter 1, Historical Discontinuity. Chinese Calendar 2025. Haiqing, damn it, finally done. Damn, these foreigners piss me off. I'll show them who's daddy soon. In the stuffy rented room, Suyu, who had been working in front of his computer for over 10 hours, finally stopped his task. On the computer screen lay a quietly awaiting video file. The reason for all this was Suyu's accidental transmigration into this world, which was fundamentally identical to Blue Star. Classic truck ice guy. After arriving here, he learned through his memories that this place was almost exactly the same as the Blue Star he came from. All the countries, ethnic groups, even the celebrities, software, and place names had only undergone some minor changes. However, the features, and even the UI interface remain identical to the original version. As for Suyu's identity, it remained the same as before, a struggling little blogger, specializing in historical videos, yet after 3 years, I've gone from a rented room fresh out of college to a basement now. The only fans are still in double digits. However, Suyu discovered a severe discontinuity in Chinese history. The Chinese people had unexpectedly lost all historical memory before the Qing dynasty, including any traces of it. In the perception of people worldwide, the Chinese appeared to be a nomadic tribe that emerged out of nowhere within the past century. They had no historical heritage whatsoever. This made the people who had experienced that century of humiliation appear with extreme national inferiority. A massive brain drain occurred, and from then on, China never recovered its former strength. As for Suyu, he was completely triggered by a comment section that only introduced China's history during the Qing dynasty. Numerous foreign IPs were howling there like rabid dogs. Meituan Kucha, isn't this title misleading? Does Huaxia even have history? Don't joke around. When our ancestors emerged, Huaxia people were still picking fruits from trees. Li Zaipu, exactly. When our great Goryeo dynasty ruled the Central Plains, it seems even the slaves were Huaxia people. Ha! Jerry, Huaxia's history is a joke. Just look at the people in the videos, so closed off and suffering, all bullied. Friends from Huaxia, our beautiful country welcomes you to join us. Savage, I remember history books even mentioning how the wild monkeys of Huaxia used to pay tribute to our Annam back then. Alexander the 200th, a civilization without history is doomed to decline. These few comments made many Chinese people watching the video hang their heads in shame. The limited history of the Qing dynasty, Cixi, the Eight-Nation Alliance, and the Sino-Japanese naval war deeply instilled a sense of inferiority in them, although there were still some who wanted to vindicate China. But it was quickly inundated with a flood of mocking comments. What infuriated Suyu the most was that these comments mostly came from fellow Chinese people. Little fairy, why do Chinese men love whining so much? What's wrong with admitting they're inferior to Appas? I'm ashamed to be born in this country, Appa at Li Japal. Clear breeze and bright moon, I've already landed in the beautiful country. The air here is fresh, filled with the scent of freedom. Kimono princess, are you really asking us to wear that hideous Gij outfit? Everyone knows kimono is the #1 historical costume. Comments like these kept coming, sending Suyu's blood pressure skyrocketing to 180. I almost smashed my computer. What can a time traveler do then? Back then, armed with the system, I crushed them all. Yes, as a standard for transmigrators, Su Chen naturally had his own system called the National Rejuvenation System, and possessed Suyu's computer. He possesses all the historical materials, archives, and footage of China. Suyu can use this computer to create videos of China's real history and upload them. Moreover, the video quality and sound effects have all been upgraded to an epic level, ensuring that every viewer experiences an immersive feeling. If the videos boost national confidence, Suyu can receive generous rewards and the opportunity to return to Earth. Of course, money is but an external possession, unlike those foreign devils or the sniveling worms who worship the West. Are you ready to be immersed in the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization? Thinking of this, Suyu directly uploaded his first video on Kuaishou, the largest domestic video platform. The cover is very simple, featuring only a black flag. The word Qin was written in red dye. After doing all this, Suyu went straight to catch up on sleep. After all, counting from when he last woke up, he had already pulled an all-nighter. Right now, he just wanted to get some proper rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Han, working in the review department at Kuaishou headquarters, was just an ordinary content reviewer whose daily routine involved watching countless monotonous videos glorifying foreign history, most of which were incredibly dull. Damn it, I really want to quit. These sycophantic remarks make me sick. If they love it so much, why don't they just leave? Just as he was about to review the next video, a peculiar title caught his attention. Episode 1 of My Charming Ancestor. All we needed was a world map. This is exactly the work uploaded by Su Yu. The black flag on the cover piqued his interest. He watched at least 800 to 1,000 videos every day sitting here. Yet he had never come across any foreign historical dynasty called Qin. And it doesn't seem to be foreign history either. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Han also skipped other videos directly. He clicked right into it. As the video played, Zhang Han's face gradually turned red. Blood surged uncontrollably from all over his body to the top of his head. Emotions also became intense. I didn't recover until the video ended. After a brief moment of daze, Zhang Han slammed the table hard and leaped up. Damn, this is the best video I've seen this year, way better than that bullshit Oda Nobunaga or Roosevelt. The surrounding co-workers were baffled as Zhang Han suddenly stood up. Hey, sis, you're not going crazy, are you? No way, he looks like a spirited young man. It can't be that bad. Watching trashy videos every day is really unbearable. Who knows, maybe he broke up with his girlfriend. Zhang Han paid no attention to his colleagues' whispers and ran straight out the door. Before leaving, he even said something to them. If I don't come to work tomorrow, brothers, just share the snacks in my drawer. With that said, he rushed out without looking back. This further convinced their colleagues of their viewpoint. The kids gone mad. Kuaishou headquarters, operations department. In a pitch-black meeting room, two men were panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat. The sound was a roar from the depths of the heart, rising and falling incessantly. Old Wang, are you in or not? Give me a straight answer. If you can't do it, just say so, don't waste my time here. Chapter 2, The Qin Banner Flutters, Eternal Prosperity. The speaker was none other than Zhang Han, who had earlier dashed out of the office. He rushed straight to the operations department, dragged his good buddy Old Wang into the conference room, and immediately played Su Yu's video for him. The two men watched it with flushed faces. Old Wang didn't respond immediately, still hesitating. After all, being fired would be the mildest consequence if the company found out. Zhang Han watched Old Wang still hesitating and, frustrated by his lack of resolve, gave him a hard slap on the back. Damn it, hesitating like this, are you even a man? Didn't you tell me long ago that those videos pissed you off too? Now the opportunity is right in your hands. At worst, you can just job hunt with me. Hearing this, Old Wang clearly couldn't hold it in any longer. He slammed the table and said fiercely, "Who says I'm scared? Even though it's fictional history, it still glorifies our China. Bring it on." Old Wang then directly opened the computer in front of him and logged into the backend of Quaidu, dragged Su Yu's video directly onto the homepage. At the same time, all Quaidu users across the country simultaneously received a pop-up notification about the video update on their phones. Driven by curiosity, most people still clicked into it. As the video played, only black images appeared with no characters shown. Some impatient folks have already started typing out their complaints. This is the new feature from Quaidu, allowing real-time communication with bullet comments. Ha, what's this about my charming ancestor? Another attempt to whitewash the Qing dynasty? Let's see if my lightning-fast typing can make your mom explode. Welcome to Zan's grand stage, if you dare bring your mama here. Another Qing dynasty apologist. Can't we just focus on proper foreign history? How could even the Qing dynasty be turned into content? Where are my blood pressure meds? I need them handy. Fine, let's take a quick look, remember the past to envision the future. Here it comes, the Chinese people's favorite pure instrumental solo moment. Meanwhile, a flood of similar bullet comments appeared, launching a verbal assault on the video. At this very moment, a series of deep drum beats emerged from the screen. Each beat resonated like a heartbeat, accompanied simultaneously by the muffled sound of the ox horn. It gave everyone watching the video a scalp-tingling sensation. What kind of audio quality is this? Did Kuaishou upgrade their system or something? Wow, it's like being there in person. These drum beats sound different from those of the Qing dynasty. I'm a professional, just landed in the US, and even the highest-end audio systems today can't match the sound quality. Was it the government stepping in? Surely not. As the discussion continued, the scene did not pause, but rather like a scroll being slowly unfurled. Before your eyes stand millions of armored soldiers clad in black, densely arrayed in formation stretching endlessly to the horizon. Their dark armor, composed of meticulously interlocking plates, is ingeniously bound together with crimson cords. From a distance, the entire assembly resembles a vast expanse of dragon scales blanketing the battlefield. The bronze halberds and swords clutched in their hands glint ominously under the sunlight, casting chilling reflections. Every soldier's gaze was fixed straight ahead, their eyes steady and sharp, exuding an air of fearlessness. Even just watching this scene through a video, one could clearly sense a surge of intense murderous aura rushing forth, sending chills down the spine. It felt as if everyone's heart was being squeezed. The war drums atop the platform and the buffalo horns continued to sound. They could almost feel the excited snorts of the horses before the chariot. Dude, what kind of resolution is this? Feels like he's standing right in front of me, damn. using a projector, now officially scared to death. Wait, are you all missing the point? This doesn't look like the Qing dynasty. Does anyone know which dynasty this actually is? Wow, this is so cool. From the cover it seems to mention something about the Qing dynasty. Never heard of it before. Is it fictional? You Chinese people always come up with these made-up things. When your history can't compare to our great Yamato Empire, you resort to this kind of psychological victory. Just as the crowd was discussing, the soldiers on screen suddenly raised the weapons in their hands and started shouting loudly. Brave the old Qin, together we face the nation's peril. Brave the old Qin, reclaim our rivers and mountains. Till the last drop of blood is shed, the battle never ends. Wind, wind, great wind. Long live the king. As soon as the words were spoken, all the soldiers knelt down on one knee facing forward. They placed their right hands over their chests and bowed their heads. The camera began moving forward, past the gathered crowd. Ahead stood a high platform, elevated to such a height that it resembled a celestial palace from the video's perspective. A tall figure clad in black robes stood alone atop it. His black robe was embroidered with a majestic five-clawed golden dragon in gold thread. Just the sight of this figure's back exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure. In front of him stood a large bronze cauldron engulfed in flames. Holding a square imperial jade seal in his hands, its surface clearly carved with 8 characters. Mandated by heaven, may the ruler's life be long and prosperous. Suddenly, he raised the jade seal overhead. We, the first emperor, having unified the 6 states and brought all under heaven together, he declared, built the Great Wall to suppress the dragon veins of the 9 provinces, to safeguard our great Qin and protect its ancestral temples. While we live, we shall guard our lands and expand our borders, pacifying the barbarians of the 4 directions and laying the eternal foundation of Great Qin. When we die, our spirit shall transform into a dragon's soul, protecting our Huaxia civilization forever unwaning. At that very moment, he sharply turned around, his eyes fixed on the screen like a falcon's piercing gaze. In a flash, his right hand shot out and firmly grasped the gleaming longsword at his waist. With the crisp, dragon-like chime of steel being drawn, the blade shimmered with an icy gleam. At the same time, his black dragon robe fluttered in the wind, rustling loudly. That single glance sent the video viewers into a frenzy. Oh my god, this is just too handsome, I'm in love. This is way cooler than that short Yoda Nobunaga. Absolutely love this. Those words brought tears to my eyes, seriously. This is so much better than those Manchurians from the Qing dynasty. Wow, we want ancestors like that too. What's the use of being handsome? We don't even know if this video is probably AI generated. If your AI can produce something like this, it's clearly using real actors. No way, that actor is just too handsome. If anyone knows who he is, please tell me, I must watch all his shows. %. Useful? Probably adapted from some novel. Why do I feel this sudden urge to kneel down? Not at all, I think he's quite amiable, really gives off that ancestor vibe. Too many barrage comments. Can we watch this quietly? Meanwhile, in Japan, Meichuan Kucha was also watching this video. He had initially planned to post some mocking comments, but just one glance at it made his knees go weak. It was a feeling of being utterly overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of heritage and lineage. The Qin flag waves, eternal prosperity for all ages. Chapter 3, the deadline approaches. After uttering these words, a brief introduction appeared beside him. First Emperor Xianyang. As the introduction appeared, the screen dimmed once more. Simultaneously, a voiceover began. He inherited the 6 generations of Qin's relentless struggle and swept away the 6 states to establish a foundation for 10,000 generations. Today we explore the founding emperor of China's first unified dynasty, Qin Shi Huang Xianyang. What did I just hear? The Qin dynasty is China's first unified empire? Wasn't it the Qing dynasty? People nowadays spout nonsense without thinking, and some actually believe it. Exactly. Just make up any story, and you'll believe it? I think the story in this video is probably true. Who do you think you are? Who are you? Here comes the know-it-all. If China was so great, why didn't they announce it to the world? Can't even produce evidence, yet you're spouting off here. Exactly. Back up your claims with evidence. Be factual like they do abroad. If it exists, say it exists. If not, admit it. No fabricating. This is the inherent flaw of Huaxia people, isn't it? This comment was instantly drowned out by a flood of trash talk. Meanwhile, China. Historical Research Institute of the capital. An elderly man with a head of silver hair clutched his chest tightly with both hands. His face was flushed crimson with rage. His eyes were wide open, fixed intently on the computer screen before him. You insolent brat! So obsessed with fawning over foreigners. And you dare spout nonsense about inferior traits. If I were 20 years younger, I'd tear you apart with my bare hands. The enraged old man cursed furiously, grabbing a glass cup nearby. Without hesitation, he hurled it with all his might toward the far wall. A sharp crack echoed as the glass shattered instantly, scattering countless razor-sharp shards across the floor. At that very moment, the tightly shut door burst open as 2 young researchers rushed in, panic etched on their faces. Professor Liu, what on earth is wrong with you? Why are you so furious? One of the researchers hurried to Lu Lao's side, asking with genuine concern. But Professor Lu was so overcome with rage he could barely speak, his mouth opening and closing in a series of muffled woo-woo-woo sounds. His trembling right index finger pointed straight at the computer screen. Just then, another quick-thinking researcher, sensing the urgency, hastily pulled a bottle of emergency heart medicine from his pocket. He poured out several pills and swiftly placed them into Lu Lao's mouth. After about half a minute, the hand clutching his chest finally relaxed slightly. The color gradually returned to his face, no longer as frightening as before. "Damn it, you little bastard! You nearly sent this old man to the grave." Only after seeing old Lu recover somewhat did they begin to ask what had happened. But old Lu waved him off, pointing at the computer screen instead. "It's nothing, nothing. That's not the point. Come over here, Lu, and take a look at this video. It depicts a dynasty we've never seen before." The two researchers immediately gathered around, leaning close to the screen to watch. "This must be fiction. How could it be so fantastical? None of our current evidence supports the existence of any dynasty preceding the Qing in China." Old Lu looked at the other Xiao Lu and asked, "You think so too?" Xiao Lu hesitated before nodding, only to receive 2 sharp knocks on the head in return. "What did I teach you? Did you learn it all by heart? Remember that tomb we excavated in Xianyang a month ago? Wasn't that a Qing dynasty tomb?" Before Xiao Lu could finish, his head took another whack. "Qing my ass. I've even dug up Nurhasai's tomb and you're talking about the Qing dynasty? We've long suspected there might have been a dynasty preceding the Qing, but the excavation proved challenging, so we never made it public. But today, based on the artifacts and clothing unearthed, this Xianyang tomb is highly likely to be the Qing dynasty tomb mentioned in that video." Old Lu took a sip from his teacup before continuing. "Go find out who posted this video. And it's a good one, make sure it doesn't get taken down by people with ulterior motives." The two men immediately left to carry out the order. Old Lu, still holding his teacup, continued watching. The video had just reached the segment detailing Ying Zhang's life story. The ancestral melody began to play solemnly. Qin Shi Huang, of the Ying clan and Zhao family, named Zheng, was the first emperor in Chinese history to unify the nation. He established the Qin dynasty, the first autocratic centralized state in Chinese history, and proclaimed himself the first emperor. He inherited the 6 generations of Qin's relentless struggle and conquered the 6 states to lay the foundation for an eternal dynasty. Without my brother, our Huaxia nation would have remained a scattered mess. There would be no unity as we know it today. As the narration unfolded, faces gradually appeared on the screen. Duke Xiao of Qin, King Huiwen of Qin, King Wu of Qin, King Zhaoxiang of Qin, King Xiaowen of Qin, and King Zhuangzhang of Qin. Their ethereal forms hovered above Xianyang Palace, watching with satisfaction as Ying Zheng inherited the mandate of heaven. Bold-faced lies. The Huaxia people grow more shameless by the day, inventing such fabrications to prove their historical legitimacy? Hey up there, give me your address now and I'll send you some warmth. Even if it's fake, I love watching it. What business is it of you foreigners? If you don't want to see it, get lost. Hey up there, I know those black folks in Dongguan eating our food, using our stuff, yet still here cursing us. No offense, but we Chinese are just that brainless. Even when it's clearly made up, they can spin it into some kind of logic. Hey, you up there. Stop trolling us. The polarization in video comments is extremely severe these days. One side insists that fake is fake no matter how much you love it, it won't become real. The other side argues, I'm enjoying this, what's it to you? But the video doesn't pause for everyone's arguments. Ying Zhang was born in Handan, Zhao Kingdom. His father was King Zhuangzhang of Qin and his mother was Lady Zhao. As the narration unfolded, viewers were drawn into the content. For a moment, the flood of comments subsided, with only a few clowns still trying to make a spectacle of themselves. Suyu's video began with the hostage period and progressed to his return to Qin. Conquering the 6 states, unifying the empire. Unifying writing systems and standardizing chariot tracks. He struck north against the Xiongnu and campaigned south against the Baihui tribes. The entire life of an emperor condensed into this 10-minute video. The video neared its conclusion. On screen, Ying Zhang transformed from a spirited young emperor into a frail old man with silver hair and a face etched with deep wrinkles. Lying weakly upon his bed in the palace of sand dunes, his gaze vacant as it fixed upon the starry sky beyond the door. Throughout my reign, I have both achieved and erred. Yet I believe my mistakes are for this generation, while my accomplishments will endure for millennia. No sooner had the words left his lips than Ying Zhang abruptly sat up in bed, his face flushed with an unnatural crimson. He knew his final hour had come. Chapter 4, The Ancestral Dragon Ascends. He rose alone, dressed, washed, and donned the dragon robe one final time, sitting upright upon the bed. Just as he had done when he was a hostage prince in the state of Zhao. Zhao Gao, come in. Upon hearing Ying Zhang's summons, Zhao Gao scrambled in, practically crawling on all fours. He knew that Ying Zhang could pass away at any moment. Each summons could be the last, and he would not let this chance slip away. Your Majesty, your servant is here. The moment he entered, Zhao Gao knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Raise your head. Ying Zhang's command rang out with full resonance. Zhao Gao looked up in confusion. Your Majesty, you are well. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Before Zhao Gao could finish his flattery, Ying Zhang cut him off. What eternal reign? Zhao Gao, I am dying. Enough with the auspicious nonsense. I've spent my entire life searching for immortals, yet I found none. That good-for-nothing Su Fu, has he returned yet? Ying Zhang gave Zhao Gao no chance to speak, pausing only briefly before continuing. I won't waste words either. Ying Zhang pulled Zhao Gao directly to his side and whispered. I now have 2 imperial decrees. The first, summon Fusu back to inherit the throne upon my passing. Ying Zhang could feel his body growing weaker by the moment, the robust vigor he had possessed just moments ago now gone. His voice grew hurried. The second decree, the northern armies must not be moved under any circumstances. Moving them would subject the Qin people along the frontier to suffering once more. Even if chaos erupts within the empire, the Qin state collapses, they must not return. After speaking, Ying Zhang exhaled a long, heavy breath, as if expelling the weight that had long burdened his heart. With this release, he felt his body grow noticeably lighter, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. Ying Zhang slowly turned and shuffled toward the intricately carved bed behind him. Each step seemed laborious, yet he walked with unwavering resolve until he finally settled into a seated position. He slightly opened those once imposing dragon eyes, now tinged with weariness. His gaze fixed directly on Zhao Gao standing nearby. Did you hear that, Zhao Gao? Repeat it for me. Ying Zhang's voice carried a trace of imperial authority and resonance at first, but grew fainter with each word. By the end, it was barely audible, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yes, Your Majesty. I obey. Zhao Gao hastily responded with reverence, then took a deep breath and began repeating Ying Zhang's 2 decrees word for word, without the slightest deviation. Yet Ying Zhang now lacked the strength to listen to Zhao Gao's repetition. His eyes, once clouded and murky, suddenly regained their clarity as if by some miracle. Father? Mother? They smiled as they reached out to him, as if welcoming him to another world. Immediately after, Lu Bui's figure materialized, his face still bearing that familiar smile. The rulers of the 6 states were there too, and... Very well, very well. Let us depart together. With his last ounce of strength, Ying Zhang murmured softly. May the great Qin endure 10,000 years. May Huaxia endure 10,000 years. Though faint, almost inaudible, the words carried a power that shook the soul. After uttering these words, Ying Zhang slowly closed his eyes. Departing from this world he cherished, yet one that had never truly been kind to him. Farewell, brother Zhang. May the great Qin endure for 10,000 years, and the Chinese nation endure for 10,000 years. Farewell, brother Zhang. May the great Qin reign for 10,000 years, may China reign for 10,000 years. Farewell, brother Zhang. May the great Qin endure for 10,000 years, may Huaxia endure for 10,000 years. Wave after wave of comments flooded the screen, completely drowning the video beneath them. I'm 6 feet 6 inches tall and crying like a baby right now. Same here. I know it's fake, but I just wanna cry. Brother Zhang has had such a tough life. His final words were just, those Western-obsessed dogs really need to see this. All the comments were now mourning the passing of Ying Zhang. Even those who had mocked him earlier dared not touch the subject. The video kept playing, but what followed was even more blood-boiling. After the first emperor's death, Zhao Gao persuaded Li Si to forge the imperial will. Fusu and Ming Tian were ordered to commit suicide. He installed the first emperor's 18th son, Huai, as emperor known to history as Qin heir. Huai possessed a stubborn and cruel nature, failing to inherit his father's vision for the late Qin dynasty. Instead, he spent his days indulging in the harem. He took pleasure in brutally killing officials and palace maids. By this point, all military and political power of the Qin dynasty had fallen into the hands of Zhao Gao. Even when Li Si later came to his senses and attempted to counsel Huai, he was ultimately framed by Zhao Gao, suffering the gruesome punishment of being torn apart by horses and having his entire family executed. Thus, the newly established Qin Empire, still in its infancy, slowly withered away under the rule of Huai and Zhao Gao. Public resentment boiled over across the land, and remnants of the 6 states seized the opportunity to rebel. Finally, with Chen Shang and Wu Guang's cry, "Are kings, marquises, generals, and ministers born of a special breed?" The rebellion and fragmentation of the Qin Empire finally began. Until the final moment when Xianyang stormed Xianyang and set the Afang Palace ablaze. The Qin dynasty drew its final curtain in history. The character complete appeared on the black screen at the end of the video. The comment stream erupted in fury upon seeing Qin Shi Huang's empire reduced to this by these 2 bastards. Zhengge shouldn't have been so greedy. Even a donkey would have ruled better than Huai. Zhao Gao, Li Si, give your lives. Honestly, Li Si is a real tragedy. He served Qin with pure devotion, but power blinded him. If he hadn't died, the Qin Empire wouldn't have fallen so fast. Am I the only one who thinks Prince Fusu was devastatingly handsome? Same here, I'm almost convinced. There's a line that fits Fusu perfectly, his face like jade, peerless on the road. Amidst the heated discussions, some annoying comments would pop up. No way, seriously, does anyone actually believe this is China's history? Face reality, China is a nation with zero historical depth. Bunch of fantasists taking this seriously, Countless similar comments flooded the screen. But no one bothered arguing with them. After all, there was a more pressing matter, demanding updates. A flood of comments demanding updates poured into the comment section. Author, update now. It's been hours already. Even the donkeys on the production team wouldn't dare take such a long break. Hey, author, you're not dead, get up and update already. Even if it's fake, it's still great entertainment. Most people didn't take this video seriously anyway. After all, the government hadn't made any official statement. What could one video possibly mean? But it was undeniably captivating. As those who'd seen it spread the word relentlessly, more and more people began paying attention to the video. This led to Zhu Yu, still fast asleep, being jolted awake by the flood of comments demanding updates. Chapter 5, No Such Person Found. What the hell? Is there an earthquake? Even in his sleep, Zhu Yu could feel the constant tremors around him. Knowing he couldn't take it anymore, he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. But when he opened his phone, he was startled by a screen full of comment notifications. He hurriedly opened his phone to check the video data. This, how many? Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million. 120 million views? As Zhu Yu stared at the staggering numbers, they felt almost unreal. And the numbers kept climbing at a terrifying rate. Zhu Yu frantically glanced at the system interface, noticing it was vibrating violently. He quickly opened the system panel. National Confidence System Panel. Host, Zhu Yu. Age, 23. Occupation, video blogger. Video count, 1. Video views, 123 million. Fame, unknown. Task settlement in progress will update automatically upon completion. Balance, 250 Chinese yuan and 41 cents. Chinese nation awakening level, 0.001%. Chinese history correction rate, 0%. Zhu Yu scratched his head, suddenly understanding. Seems his video went viral. But the historical correction added by this video was really quite low. Still, he understood that without historical evidence, people would just treat it like a drama. Seems like he had a long road ahead. But just as Zhu Yu was pondering how to make his second video, a pop-up suddenly appeared on the system. Ding! Congratulations, host! You successfully published a video with over 100 million views. Would you like to claim your completion reward? Zhu Yu clicked to claim it without hesitation. Wouldn't that be silly not to claim a reward? Ding! Congratulations, host, on claiming the completion reward. Task rewards are now being distributed. 1 million Chinese yuan, historical correction, Qin dynasty 100%, space-time travel, first emperor 1. So I'm a millionaire now? Just as Zhu Yu was still in shock, a notification from his mobile banking app popped up. 1 million yuan deposited. With this money, it seemed the second video would have to be postponed. Glancing at his filthy, dilapidated basement, Zhu Yu decided to improve his living conditions first. But first, he needed to ask the system. What exactly is this historical correction of the Qin dynasty? Does it mean implanting memories of the Qin dynasty into everyone's minds? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Ding! Host, do not worry. The system will ensure this historical period reappears in the world in a reasonable manner. Receiving the system's reassurance, Zhu Yu let go of his doubts. His immediate priority remained finding a better place to live and rushing to complete the second phase. Compared to Zhu Yu's situation, Zhang Han was having a rough time. After the video went viral, both he and Old Wang were summoned to their supervisors' offices. They were subjected to a barrage of harsh criticism. They were currently signing their resignation agreements in the HR department. But just as they were halfway through signing, the secretary from the boardroom rushed in. Wang, Zhang, stop signing. Someone in the chairman's office wants to see you immediately. Sister Zhang, who could possibly want us in the chairman's office? They're not going to pursue legal action against us, are they? After all, once he calmed down, Zhang Han still felt a lingering sense of dread. His original intention had only been to keep that video online for an hour. Then take it down. But for some reason, once it went live, no matter how he tried, he couldn't take it down. It felt like some kind of bug. That's how the two of them got caught red-handed by the company. Going up now would definitely spell trouble. Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to read their minds and hurriedly reassured them. Hey, Sister Zhang said she won't hold it against you guys. Going up now is actually a good thing. With lingering doubts and unease, the two finally reached the office door. The moment they pushed the door open, they saw the once arrogant chairman bowing and scraping before a young man in a lab coat. Dr. Liu, how is academician Liu feeling? I'm truly ashamed to trouble you to come personally. The young man, however, appeared somewhat cold. My mentor is doing well. No need for Chairman Yin to worry. But have your people come up yet? And have you found what I asked you to look into? Yan Guochang wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead and caught sight of Zhang Han, who had been brought in by Zhang Xiaoyu. He hurriedly addressed Lu Jia. Dr. Lu, it was these two who posted the video on the homepage. Lu Jia turned to look and saw the two standing awkwardly by the door. He immediately put on a warm, friendly expression. Come, don't be nervous. Sit down. Zhang Han and the other moved stiffly toward the sofa but refused to sit down. What could possibly be the reason for the chairman himself to send someone like this to find them? They had already braced themselves for the worst. Did you two do this? After hearing Lu Jia's question, the two exchanged a glance before speaking. Yes, Dr. Lu. We admit to all the charges. But we saw that this video could genuinely promote our nation's confidence, so we just couldn't resist. Could you please give us a lighter sentence? And ideally, arrest us tomorrow so we can go home and say our goodbyes. The pair delivered their entire confession in perfect harmony. Lu Jia couldn't help but laugh. No, you've misunderstood. I'm not here for you. I saw that video on my way here, it's excellent. Videos like this deserve more exposure, not theories about foreign historical superiority. You two did a great job. I'm here to commend you. Without your courageous act, this video wouldn't have had such a powerful impact. Only after hearing Lu Jia's words did the weight lift completely from their shoulders. Just as they were about to say something else, the head of the data group knocked on the door. His expression, however, was grim. Chairman, we haven't completed the task you assigned us earlier? At those words, Yan Guochang's expression darkened instantly. You can't even handle such a minor task? What are you even doing here? Before Yan Guochang could finish, Lu Jia cut him off. He gestured for the other to continue. We discovered something very peculiar. This account has no IP address and no identity information. And all investigations show no such person exists. It's as if this account appeared out of thin air. Chapter 6, Negotiations and the Livestream. Are you kidding me? Yan Guochang thought he'd misheard and even cleared his ears. Then how did it pass verification to create an account? Accounts without real name authentication can't exist in our database. Yan Guochang hurriedly explained. This was a major information security issue. Any lapse would be no small matter. The chairman is genuine, and we conducted an account deletion test. We found that not only can the Mr. Asu account not be queried, but it can't even be deleted. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia knew there would be no resolution today. He stood up. My apologies, Chairman Yan, for disturbing you today. Since this account can't be traced anytime soon, I'll take my leave. Should any suspicious issues arise later, feel free to contact me anytime. Then what about the subsequent recommendations and... Yan Guochang voiced the lingering doubt in his mind. With such an odd account, it was impossible to even confirm whether the person behind it was acting in the nation's best interests. When the next video is released, don't approve it right away. Send them a private message asking them to submit their real name verification. After some small talk, Lu Jia finally boarded the return bus. Shortly after boarding, he reported the situation to Old Lu in Beijing. Old Master Lu's response was straightforward. It largely aligned with Lu Jia's proposed plan. If everything is verified, it's straightforward: find the person and ask them. If it's not verified, no matter how good your video is, we can't release it. Meanwhile, after several days of hustle and bustle, Zhu had moved into a suburban villa in Shanghai City. This would spare him from further disturbances. Meanwhile, after days of research, he discovered a reward he had overlooked last time. Time-space travel first emperor. After thoroughly questioning the system, he finally understood. After each video session, he could travel back to the era of the current video's protagonist. He could converse with them face-to-face for 1 hour. Moreover, he needn't worry about his safety. Whatever the other person did during their conversation, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. This revelation sparked a new idea in him. After each video session, he could launch a live stream. After all, the system handles all the camera work. It costs him absolutely nothing. Why not? He wasted no time, immediately getting to work on his computer. He posted his live stream preview. But strangely, not long after posting the preview, he received a direct message from Kuaishou. It instructed him to complete real name verification first. Hey, did you do this? Zhu pointed at the computer and demanded. The silence didn't last long before a window suddenly popped up on the computer screen, displaying the system's response. This action was taken to protect the host's physical and mental safety. Therefore, the system has deleted all information pertaining to the host within this app. The account itself will never be deleted. If the host insists on completing real name verification, this system will automatically assist in completing the process. However, this system bears no responsibility for any subsequent events that may occur. After reading this message, Zhu fell deep in thought. If he kept posting videos like this, it would inevitably draw the attention of the authorities. That might be manageable, but what if he ended up harming certain people's interests? Then when they came for him, whether he'd even survive was another matter entirely. After a full minute of deliberation, Zhu decided to keep things confidential for now. But the issues that needed resolving still had to be addressed. After communicating with Kuaishou, he successfully scheduled a video call with Lu Jia. The system thoughtfully delivered a traditional Chinese jacket and a pure white mask. No sooner had he put them on than Lu Jia's video call came through. Seated beside him were old Lu and Lu Bo. What met their eyes was a pure white mask and attire they had never seen before. The overall appearance was refined and elegant, exuding an otherworldly aura. "Seems Mr. Su isn't ready to meet us yet." "Ha, Dr. Lu, your bluntness is refreshing. But I'm also curious, what exactly are you investigating about me?" Lu Jia ignored Su Yu's question and countered instead. "Would you let someone you know nothing about go live on our country's largest platform? Especially when that person knows things even we don't know? In that case, there's really nothing more to discuss. If you gentlemen are concerned, I won't post it. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. I thought you wanted to know more about the dynasty." With that, Su Chen made a move to feign shutting down the stream. But old Lu beside him couldn't sit still. "Young man, you claim to know about other dynasties? So you're saying China's history is far richer than what we see today?" His eyes now gleamed with anticipation. Ever since he began studying history, the most common refrain he'd heard was that Chinese history was as thin as a sheet of paper, utterly devoid of scholarly value. World history and the histories of other nations were the true models we should study. But Lu Chang had never accepted this as truth. How could a nation that once occupied such vast territories across the world possess only such a meager history? His sole life's ambition was to uncover every last detail of the history preceding the Qing dynasty, so that the Chinese people could proudly recount our history in every corner of the world. "Who are you?" "I am Lu Jia's teacher, the dean of the Chinese History Research Institute." Upon learning Lu Chang's identity, Su Chen's tone grew noticeably more respectful. How could one not respect an elder who carried such a pure heart? "Yes, old Lu, I can tell you with certainty today that the history of China is far more ancient than you imagine." But before Lu Chang could speak, Su Chen interrupted him. "I cannot reveal the truth to you at this moment, but trust me, as long as I continue making videos, this truth will eventually come to light." Lu Chang fell deep in thought upon hearing this. At that moment, Lu Jia and the others held their breath. They remained utterly still, lest they disturb Lu Chang's contemplation. After about 15 minutes, Lu Chang finally spoke slowly. "Young man, I've seen my share of people in my lifetime, and I've rarely misjudged anyone. For now, I'll trust you. But if you ever betray the country, I'll track you down to the ends of the earth." His words rang out with conviction as Lu Chang's gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. Su Chen wasted no words, rising to his feet and offering a slight bow. After exchanging pleasantries, he ended the video call. Su Yu plopped down onto the bed. Conversing with a big shot of this caliber was exhausting. The slightest misstep could expose a flaw. Thankfully, everything was settled. At the very least, he had time to put out a video. Soon after, Su Yu sent out another live stream preview notification. Unlike last time, this application was approved almost instantly. Simultaneously, all Kuaishou users received the notification on their phones. "My charming ancestor, special extra dialogue with Zulong. Chapter 7, the live stream begins." The announcement sent shockwaves through the community. The scheduled livestream was set for 3 days later, also on a Friday night. The heat surrounding Su Yu's previous video had already reached an extremely terrifying level. With the platform's ongoing promotion, it had become a household name among every Chinese user on Kuaishou. But opinions were sharply divided. Some believed Su Yu's videos fabricated stories and desecrated history. Some streamers and bloggers had even begun releasing videos and livestreams criticizing Su Yu. Yet another group argued, if it's entertaining, who cares about the details? If it truly involved false historical propaganda, the state would intervene. "The government hasn't said anything yet, what business is it of yours?" Representatives from both sides are locked in a fierce battle in the comments section. "Finally, you're here. Thank goodness I didn't give up. It's still Brother Zhang. Thought they were switching to someone else. Wonder which era's Zhenga this is. Hurry up and stream, I need another dose of his performance. You self-indulgent fools make me sick. If there's no history, you invent it? Spit on you lowlifes. You Taiwanese chicken above, your chicken feet are showing. Don't come barking here. Not a problem, bro. I just want to ask, what's wrong with what the guy above said? What's wrong with admitting our history isn't as great as the Foot Basin nations? Yeah, I think our Huaxia history just isn't as great as the world's. When they drop some earth-shattering revelation next, you guys will get even more hyped. What a pathetic loser, disgusting. Guanan always gets so carried away with his own delusions. Attention all units, the above floor is infested with Bo Gang. Su Yu stared coldly at his comments section. The truth was clear. Whether it's the China before his transmigration or this blue star, traitors who sell out their own country are everywhere. Their very existence seemed designed to disgust normal people. But this also gave him the perfect subject for his next video. Only someone who could spout off without restraint and start cursing outright would do. China. Southern Guangdong. In a cramped rental room, a man weighing roughly 200 pounds peeled off a piece of dead skin from his foot. Then stuffed it into his mouth. Rubbing his head, he stared at his phone and muttered, "This money is way too easy to make. Just post a video, curse a few times, and hundreds of bucks land in my pocket. Patriotism? My ass." Before long, a piece of trash marketing content titled "On the Level of Self-Deception in China" was uploaded to the platform. The entire piece criticized the authenticity of Zhu Yu's video and his inexplicable sense of national pride. It garnered hundreds of thousands of likes in no time. Meanwhile, a woman nestled in the arms of a black man was doing the same thing. "Mike, divorcing that loser husband and being with you was the smartest decision ever. If I'd stayed with him, who knows when I'd have found freedom. When are you coming back to marry me? I'm carrying your child." Mike, standing behind her, flashed a look of utter contempt. But he quickly composed himself and said, "Darling, you know I'm the chief's eldest son in our tribe. Once I return and inform my family, I'll come back to China to fetch you. Wait for me, my love." Hearing this, the woman seemed to envision a life of privilege and power, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. "I love you, dear. The baby and I will wait for your return. Once I finish posting this video, I'll have a few thousand yuan. I'll give it all to you to buy nice gifts for your parents-in-law. Of course, dear. I'll definitely buy them." Such conversations unfolded incessantly across the nation these past few days. The prevailing sentiment across the internet felt like it was determined to hang Zhu Yu on the pillar of historical shame. Capital City. Institute of History. Damn it, these bastards. They're already making such a fuss over just one video? Lu Chang was in his office, red-faced and neck-strained, cursing just like he had the past few days. Lu Jia beside him didn't dare utter a word of advice. He was terrified the flames might spread to him. "Xiao Lu, go warn those useless deadbeats in their positions to rein it in. Don't let me catch them with their hands in the cookie jar. Whoever I catch, don't blame me for making them taste what peanuts are like." Just as Lu Jia was about to leave, Lu Chang called him back. "Also, what's the situation in Xianyang? We've summoned every expert in the country. We should have results soon. I'll keep a close eye on it. I'll head over then too, see if I can truly witness history." No matter how chaotic the outside world became, it seemed utterly irrelevant to Zhu Yu. He continued eating and drinking as usual, awaiting the start of the livestream. In Zhu Yu's livestream room, even though it wouldn't start for another 2 hours, over 5 million viewers were already online waiting. This number was still climbing at a breakneck pace. The screen was already flooded with comments. The last time such a lively scene occurred was during the Spring Festival. "Can't wait. Will we get to see the streamer's face? Wonder how handsome he is. He should be pretty handsome, but I'm more excited to see which era of Zhengge we'll get to see. If it's Zhengge right after his ascension, I can't even imagine. Aren't you guys always this slow? I've got my tissues ready, and the right general is already gearing up. Dude, don't get too carried away. Here it comes, here it comes. Let's see how this fantasy-free climaxes this time? Come on, let me show your mom." Chinese people just love to scream so uncouth sanmao. Tonight feels like the peak of Zhuan madness. "Quiet down, guys, it looks like it's about to start." This comment instantly drowned out all other voices. The video grew noticeably quieter as everyone's eyes fixed on the screen. They didn't have to wait long. The black screen unfolded like a scroll of paper, slowly revealing its contents. Simultaneously, the ethereal sound of a guzheng filled the air. Like flowing water amidst towering mountains, it heralded Zhu Yu's entrance. Su Chen appeared clad in black robes, his head adorned with a mountain-crowned hat, a silk leather belt cinched at his waist, from which hung a piece of Khitan jade. At first glance, he embodied the very image of an elegant young nobleman. A pure white mask fit perfectly over his face. His posture was straight and tall, like a sturdy pine tree. Wow, this youngster is dressed so stylishly. Quick, don't just stand there, jot this down. If I'm not mistaken, this must be traditional Qin dynasty attire. Lu Chang stared wide-eyed at Zhu Yu's attire before him, urgently motioning for Lu Jia beside him to take notes. The live chat was also stunned by this entrance. Whoa, did I just get it right? Isn't it the outfit and styling that looks so cool? What the hell is so cool about this? How can this outfit compare to a kimono? It's not even as good as a suit from the US. And they dare call this ancient costume? You're just lying through your teeth, aren't you? You should get your eyes checked. Your sense of style is beyond saving. Chinese people, even if this looks good, does that make it yours? Barking like dogs here? Our kimonos have been passed down for millennia. Just accept your fate and stick to your zombie outfits. Just as the crowd was still arguing fiercely, Zhu Yu, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Chinese history flows like an ancient river, its origins deep and enduring. Among its currents shine brilliant stars. Today, we trace the origin of all these stars to Yingzhang, the first emperor, the man who unified all of China for the first time. Welcome to the first special episode of My Charming Ancestor, brought to you by young Master Su, a dialogue with the ancestral dragon. Chapter 8, Confronting the Ancestral Dragon. After finishing his introduction, Zhu Yu bowed slowly toward the audience beyond the screen before turning and walking deliberately toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Now, let us traverse the river of time and return to that day to witness firsthand what it means to be Zulong, what it means to be the first emperor. As the words fell, Zhu Yu pushed open the window. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. But soon, the stars outside began to retreat. The sun and moon rotated, seasons changed, and the crowd watched helplessly as the view outside transformed from towering skyscrapers to rolling fields, then to a vast river. As time accelerated backward, the scene grew increasingly blurred. Everything twisted together, forming a vast golden curtain. This spectacle delivered a stunning surprise to all viewers. Combined with the system's top-tier visuals and sound effects, it felt as though the very river of time had descended before them. Holy crap, even the latest 4D movies don't have visuals like this. And that sound design, how much did they blow to pull this off? For a split second, I genuinely thought time was reversing. Could it be the national broadcaster behind this? Even this year's Avengers Endgame couldn't match this level of quality. I agree, must be the government's doing. This trash dares to rip off our American Avengers? Doubt you even watched it. Wasn't that IP from Fuzhou before? How did it become the US? Currently crossing the Pacific. With Mazu's blessings, we'll reach the States in a couple days. Bro, you're awesome. While everyone was still discussing, Zhu Yu had already stepped into the space-time curtain. The instant he entered, the curtain shattered like a mirror, and the surrounding scenery gradually transformed into a palace. The image grew clearer and clearer until it stabilized completely. Before Zhu Yu lay a simple bedstead, covered with soft cushions. Several bronze incense burners stood nearby, continuously emitting wisps of mist. The scene alone was almost suffocating. Upon the bed lay a man clad in a black dragon robe, lying quietly on his side. Time had etched deep and shallow lines across his face. His breath was faint, giving the impression he was barely clinging to life. Lu, quickly write this down for me. If you miss a single detail, see if I don't skin you alive. Inside the research institute, Lu Chang stared intently at the scene before him. He was practically glued to the screen. The craftsmanship of this palace, the fabric of this dragon robe, this. He couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't computer-generated imagery, this was the true historical reality of the Qin dynasty. The comment stream began buzzing with discussion. Holy crap, is this Xianyang in his later years? Don't be so brutal, are we really going to see him ascend to heaven again? My heart can't take this. Go ahead and fantasize, I'm watching. Appa, the king Nan up there seems so fragile. Getting messed up by fake stuff doesn't feel like our Appa. Hey, you fanboy upstairs, go back to Korea and retake your Appa exam. Stop trying to exist here. Quiet. Brother Zhang seems to be waking up. In the scene, Zhang slowly opened his eyes, calmly meeting Zhu Yu's gaze. He seemed utterly indifferent to this stranger who had suddenly appeared in the palace. Remnants of the Six Kingdoms? Or the MO school? Apologies, but this sovereign has many enemies. Could you identify yourself? I am rather weary. Zhang showed no emotion, no coldness, fear, surprise, or anger. Instead, his face was utterly serene, devoid of any emotion. Yet with that single glance, cold sweat began to trickle down Zhu Yu's back. He knew this was the expression one gives to a dead man. Before Zhu Yu could respond, a swarm of black armored guards burst in, surrounding him. Several bronze swords, gleaming with a cold light, were pressed directly against his throat. I am near death, yet you still dare to come for my life? Do you think my blade has lost its edge? Zhang spoke slowly and deliberately, slowly rising from the bed with Zhao Gao's support. He gazed silently at Zhu Yu before him. Holy crap, they're serious? Must be special effects, those swords look sharpened. But these don't seem to be made of iron. They look more like bronze. Looks like the streamer's about to crash. When's dinner? Heh, he's putting on quite the show, but fake is fake, can't make it real. Brother Zhang is terrifying. That look he gave just now, completely expressionless, had me ready to kneel before him. Where did they find these actors? They're so convincing they can't be nobodies, right? Just as everyone was discussing, Zhu Yu spoke up. He raised both hands in a slight bow. Unify the 6 realms, subdue the 8 desolate lands, forge the Great Wall, seize supreme power over the world, and establish an imperial legacy for all ages. I am Zhu Yu, a youth from over 2,000 years hence. I pay my respects to Emperor Zhang, the first emperor. After Zhu Yu spoke these words, Zhang's expression remained utterly unchanged. Truly broadening my horizons. I thought I'd heard every excuse under the sun, but yours is novel indeed. 2,000 years hence. Then you must be an immortal? Seeing Zhang's reaction, Zhu Yu wasted no words. With a light flick of his right hand, time and space itself seemed to freeze except for Zhang. Even the wispy incense smoke hovered suspended in midair. Zhu Yu stepped forward. The moment his neck touched the blade, he became as suspended as the smoke above. He passed right through it, without causing the slightest harm. This scene caused Zhang's expression to shift for the first time. Just as Zhu Yu reached before Zhang, the latter suddenly drew the long sword beside the bed. He swung it directly at Zhu Yu. The outcome was predictable. The blade sliced clean through him, cleaving the incense burner beside the bed in two. After another swing, Xianyang collapsed onto the soft cushions, gasping for breath. I cannot kill you. Are you an immortal? Did Su Fu truly bring an immortal back for me? Seeing Xianyang in such a state, Zhu Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He bowed slightly and helped him back onto the bed. Only then did he speak. Young man, I explained to you before. I come from over 2,000 years in the future, specifically to meet the ancestral dragon. Hearing this explanation again, Xianyang's expression betrayed a hint of resignation. So then, is my immortality truly beyond hope? Tell me in 2,000 years, which of my descendants will be ruling? By now, Xianyang believed about a third of what Zhu Yu had said, prompting him to ask. Zhu Yu's response skipped Xianyang's first question entirely and addressed the second. First Emperor, the Qin dynasty has fallen. It was buried long ago in the river of history. Zhu Yu stared intently at Xianyang's aged face. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. This time, however, Zhu Yu could not hold back. Emperor, do you not wish to know why Qin fell? And by whose hand? Chapter 9, Shattering the Deafening Silence. Upon hearing Zhu Yu's question, Xianyang lifted his head slightly, casting a glance at the young man before him. Had you come 2 years earlier, perhaps this old man might have been inclined to listen to you for a while? But now, my time is nearly up. Why should I trouble myself with such matters? After a pause, Xianyang added as if remembering something. If you have time, you might visit the young me. Tell him everything. Perhaps he would be interested in hearing it. With that, Xianyang closed his eyes and fell silent. I'm already crying. How about you guys? Brother Zhang's later years were just too bitter. That look on his face when he realized immortality was impossible, unbelievable. Oof. Even if it was fake, having such a deluded emperor speaks volumes about what this dynasty was like. Exactly. Even the pharaohs of the desert kingdoms, though obsessed with immortality, built the pyramids, one of history's greatest miracles. Look at this old man, he left nothing behind. Shut up, you dogs up there. Keep barking and I'll bury you as mummies. How could you possibly understand Brother Zhang's noble cause? But honestly, it's a waste for the streamer to do this. He could have just made up a whole history and acted it out so convincingly. Writing novels would have made him famous. While the crowd was still debating, Zhu Yu spoke up. Young man, I've come today to ask the first emperor 2 questions. Might the first emperor enlighten me? After speaking, Zhu Yu stood silently, awaiting Xianyang's reply. After all, he had a full hour to spare, no need to rush. Young man, before I answer your questions, you must first answer one of mine. Of course, your majesty. I shall speak plainly and answer truthfully. In the world of your descendants that whirled over 2,000 years hence, how do they judge me? As a tyrant? A despot? Or what do they call me? After speaking, Xianyang stared intently at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu, in turn, looked at Xianyang earnestly and spoke slowly. Truthfully, many have judged your life. Some indeed called you a tyrant, a despot, burning books, burying scholars alive, overtaxing the people. Yet ultimately, history's verdict remains, crimes against the present, yet merits for the ages. Your grand vision and hegemonic ambitions earned you the title, the one and only emperor of all time. Upon hearing the first part, Xianyang showed little reaction. But when the latter half concluded, Xianyang abruptly lifted his head, his previously half-closed eyes blazing with intensity. His complexion seemed to flush with renewed vigor. Excellent. Excellent. His crimes are felt in his own time, his achievements endure for all eternity, truly the peerless emperor of all ages. Young man, though I cannot tell if you deceive me, your words please me greatly. Quickly, have them all prepare. I shall drink a jar with you. With that, Zhu Yu restored Zhao Gao and the others to normal. Under Xianyang's direction, various grilled lamb and poultry were served directly in bronze vessels. After Xianyang dismissed everyone from the chamber, the two sat upon the bed and began drinking together. Young man, you answered one of my questions. Now tell me yours, and I shall answer it. Emperor, that boy. Before Zhu Yu could finish, Xianyang cut him off. And you needn't call me the first emperor either. By lineage, you're my junior. I found your earlier brother Zhang quite pleasant to the ear. From now on, call me Brother Zhang. I'll call you Su Kid, how does that sound? Zhu Yu promptly agreed. Then, Brother Zhang, this kid will ask. Zhu Yu paused briefly before speaking. Brother Zhang, what happens to a nation when it loses its history? The moment the words left his mouth, Xianyang's wine goblet froze mid-air. Flames seemed to burst forth from his dragon-like eyes. Su, you brat, has my future China truly fallen so low? Zhu Yu remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly before taking a sip of wine. If a nation loses its history, it's like losing its backbone. Without the foundation of history to support it, the wisdom and integrity accumulated by its forebears, that nation becomes like a body without bones, ready to collapse at any moment. The topic grew heavy. Xianyang glanced at Zhu Yu, who remained silent with his cup, then shifted his tone. But Su, let me tell you this, no nation sails smoothly. Like our own lives, it rises and falls, rises and falls. Just as the Qin rose from a humiliated minor state to a dynasty that unified the six kingdoms. Whether intentionally or not, Zhang fixed his gaze directly at the camera as he spoke. It was never about history. It was the 6 generations of struggle by Qin's forebears, the selfless sacrifice of generals like Bai Qi and Wang Jian who led from the front, the unwavering resolve of Xianyang's reforms, and the tireless dedication of countless Qin people. History exists for us to learn from its lessons, not to repeat its mistakes. Our purpose is always to create history. The path to national rejuvenation is never achieved overnight. It is a gradual process, forged through the relentless efforts and sacrifices of countless generations, culminating in the final outcome. I hope you have not forgotten the fiery patriotism of the ancient Qin people. Inside the research institute, Lu Chang's face flushed crimson as he watched Zhang speak, his excitement prompting him to slam his fist on the table. The first emperor speaks so well. A nation should never be obsessed with history, nor forget history, it must create history. That Su Kid's show is truly excellent. If only he weren't reluctant to appear on camera, I'd definitely raise a glass with him. Similar comments flooded the live chat. Enough, brother Zhang. I'm off to hit the books, no more watching you. Enough talk, I'm grabbing 2 more cigarettes to contribute to our nation's aircraft carrier program. That was a wake-up call, brother Zhang. After what brother Zhang said, I'm embarrassed to admit I'll be an old Qin person starting tomorrow. But among these comments, some discordant voices still lingered. I kinda get why the Chinese government made this to brainwash them. Watching it daily isn't enough, now they've made this show too. What's so great about this old Qin people virtual nonsense? Just face up to your Qing dynasty already. But no matter how loud the clamor grew, it couldn't interrupt Zhang's monologue. He kept talking to himself, so overcome with emotion that he began coughing. When he lifted his handkerchief, a streak of crimson blood stained it. Su Chen hurried forward to help the first emperor lie down. Brother Zhang, you're too worked up. I promise to deliver your words. Zhang felt only a slight dizziness. He opened his eyes slightly and fixed a deep gaze upon Su Yu before him. His thoughts remained unknown. Is my time truly drawing near, young Su? I am glad to have met you in my final days. Truly, I would rather return to that small courtyard where I was imprisoned than endure the betrayal, prejudice, and insults I face now. Though life there was austere, it was also peaceful. An unmistakable sorrow emanated from Zhang's eyes. He's crying. Zhang has spent his entire life fighting for Qin, how utterly lonely. Now I finally understand why emperors always referred to themselves as this humble one. Brother Zhang, please don't leave. After a moment of silence, Zhang, lying on his bed, spoke. Su, show me how the people of Huaxia will fare in the future. Are they being bullied? Chapter 10, Everyone like dragons? Everyone like worms. Zhang's voice was soft, yet carried an air of command that brooked no refusal. Su Yu sighed softly as he gently lifted Zhang's head and propped it against the bed. With a wave of his hand, a golden light screen unfolded before Zhang's eyes. Su Kid, if you truly are an immortal, just tell me. I won't eat you. Zhang chuckled softly at the sight, feeling today's events were too fantastical. It felt like a dream. Su Yu offered no reply to Zhang, merely adjusting his head to a more comfortable position. This allowed him to watch more easily. Then he spoke. Brother Zhang, it's starting. As Su Yu finished speaking, the golden screen began to display images. It was the present-day capital city, where towering skyscrapers rose skyward. Countless cars and crowds of people bustled between the buildings. In the distance, planes continuously took off and landed, soaring between heaven and earth. These scenes now unfolded vividly before Zhang's eyes. He felt as though he himself had been transported into the scene. Is this the realm of immortals? I never imagined that in my later generations, China would develop so splendidly. Truly, every person is like a dragon. Su Yu bowed slightly with clasped hands. Brother Zhang, you flatter me. Zhang gazed at the scene above, his eyes nearly glazing over as he lingered, unwilling to look away. Su lad, tell me, could my Qin Empire forge these iron birds that soar through the skies and these moving iron contraptions? Seeing Su Yu shake his head, he sighed. Very well, very well. I admit I was being greedy. Zhang gazed at the scene before him with a benevolent look, his expression more one of contentment. He had sensed from Su Yu's earlier words that the China of the future might have suffered a catastrophe. Even the loss of history itself. Yet witnessing the prosperous development of the future now brought him considerable peace of mind. Yet no one noticed the sly, triumphant smile playing at the corners of Su Yu's lips beside Zhang. Heh, I'm gonna brag big time back home. Zhang Ji praised me. Bull, he clearly praised me. Mom, I made it big. Brother Zhang praised me. Haha, let's show Brother Zhang something truly mind-blowing. How could this possibly show him the splendor of the future? At the very least, we gotta show Brother Zhang our weapons. Can't wait to see his jaw drop. I can already picture Brother Zhang holding an AK on top of a tank. Maybe not. I feel like Brother Zhang might not survive any more shocks. Seeing you guys so hyped is genuinely awkward. It's just a script, what's there to talk about? And you call him the Emperor of the Ages? You Chinese are hilarious. I really hope the admins shut down this boring account soon. I'm on the 8 a.m. shift. If you don't want to watch, get lost. Just as everyone was arguing and discussing, the screen suddenly froze, and another scene played out behind a golden curtain. How did this movie even get released? If it gives my baby nightmares, who's gonna take responsibility? In the scene, a woman sat in the theater, covering a child's eyes while staring intently at the screen. She was yelling and screaming over there. On screen, soldiers lay motionless, frozen in place on a snowy slope. A closer look revealed they had long since lost their lives. The scenes kept switching, with lines of dialogue floating out. Hey, old Tang, today's the day we remember the earthquake victims. Take off your hat. Take off my hat? What the hell do I care if they're dead? And you want me to take off my hat? Get lost. Hey, this is a martyr's cemetery. You kids should show some respect. These guys aren't nearly as handsome as our American soldiers. Why should we respect them? How much are you planning to donate today? Donate? You got to be kidding. I'm saving up for the new Air J's. With each scene that played, Zhang's face darkened further, blood surging relentlessly to his head. His already frail body now clenched into fists, blood seeping from his knuckles. Hey, Sushin, why are you showing this to Brother Zhang? This is killing us. Damn it, I wish I could crawl into a hole and never come out. We're done for. Look how black Brother Zhang's face is, it's like charcoal. Sushin's gone rogue. Doesn't he know Brother Zhang is unwell? What's there to fear from a virtual character? Can he jump out and slash me? I refuse to donate. What's he gonna do about it? It's not like we asked them to sacrifice themselves. How can they blame us? Guanan is just like that. The dads from the beautiful country are the coolest. Do the people above even have a conscience? What makes you spout such inhuman nonsense? This is just how I am. What business is it of yours? Meanwhile, inside the Beijing Research Institute, Lu Chang stared at the live stream comments with a grim expression. Not a word escaped him, while Lu Chang and the others beside him were red with rage. Damn it! These vermin, these ungrateful scum! Teacher, let me round them all up. Ignoring Lu Jia's furious outburst, Lu Chang spoke with surprising calm. Arrest them? What, to execute them all? Lu Jia was momentarily speechless at Lu Chang's words. Indeed, even if he could round them all up, what good would it do? It would only cause widespread panic and serve no purpose. Could they really be executed? Even if they were executed, new ones would take their place. It would never end. That's precisely why I agreed to let Su broadcast the live footage. Mindless violence and killing will never change people's minds. They need to awaken on their own. Before Lu Chang could finish speaking, a knock sounded at the office door. An elderly man in military uniform entered. His body was gaunt and emaciated, one eye socket sunken deep into its socket. Upon seeing him enter, Lu Jia and Wang Hai immediately stood up. Old Ma, what brings you here? Old Ma waved them back to their seats before approaching Lu Chang from behind. Damn it, old Lu, you're watching this too? This little bastard speaks his mind, and this emperor here? He's a hell of a lot better than that damn Qing dynasty bull. It's just these comments that piss me off. Back in the day, bayonet fights with the Japanese bastards never hurt this much. At least these comrades know where to stab to really make it hurt. You're not a spring chicken anymore. Why are you watching this? By the time I returned from Xianyang, things might have improved. Lu Chang remained far more composed than old Ma. Though his face darkened, he managed to keep his cool. Any progress? Yes. But in the footage, Zhang wasn't having such an easy time. Being confronted with such a scene head-on, who could withstand that? He forced himself to sit up, ignoring the searing heat as he grabbed the incense burner beside him and hurled it straight at the light screen. But the incense burner passed right through the light screen, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. Disgraceful. Shameful. A disgrace to our nation. In all my years, I've never seen such a person. He's unworthy of being called a son, a worthless piece of trash. How can this be? Everyone like a dragon? I was wrong. It's everyone like a worm. Chapter 11, The Most Admirable People. After speaking, Zhang sat down on the couch, panting heavily as his chest rose and fell. His face flushed crimson, and the crescent-shaped wounds on his palms continued to bleed freely. Su, is this what the future holds? Zhang suddenly lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Suyu. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, Brother Zhang just lost it. He was so furious he nearly knocked my phone right out of my hand. I swear, for a second there, I genuinely thought the Emperor of all time was yelling at me. My mom just asked if I saw a ghost. When that incense burner flew at me, I thought I was gonna get my head smashed open. What's he so cocky about? It's just an act. Don't let me find out who the actor is, I'll break his legs. Yeah, like he really thinks he's the Emperor? Calm down, Brother Zhang, calm down. Suyu bowed slightly with neither humility nor arrogance, gently patting Zhang's back to soothe his anger. After summoning Zhao Gao and others to tend to his wounds, he finally spoke. Brother Zhang, this is just a small part. What I'm about to show you is the bulk of it. Zhang shot Suyu a disapproving look. Are you mocking this sovereign? Do you think I have days to live? If you show me any more of this nonsense, I'll have you thrown out. Brother Zhang, behold the true every man a dragon. With that, Zhu Yu bowed slightly and withdrew. The golden curtain reappeared before Xianyang, accompanied by the melody of Melancholy Land. But this time, the images. Brothers! Hang on a little longer, there are still a few more ahead. The scene showed several figures clad in greenish-gray military uniforms, surrounded by murky river water. The water level had risen high, already reaching their chests. Torrential mountain floods poured down all around them. Shards of rock lashed at their faces and bodies, carving deep gashes. Yet they pressed forward without hesitation. Sergeant, we can't go on. It's too cold. Xiao, he can barely walk anymore. The soldier bringing up the rear had turned pale from prolonged exposure to the cold. Though still standing, his entire body shook uncontrollably like a sieve. Though his face was caked with grime, one could still see the raw youth in his features. Yet he still spoke up. Sergeant, I'm fine. Don't listen to Brother Dawei. I can still walk 3 miles. Seeing him like this, the squad leader's eyes were already moist, but he forced back his tears and ordered. Dawei, carry Xiao He on your back. The rest of you drag him along behind. Keep rescuing the wounded. Xiao He tried to resist, but the others held him down and forced him onto Dawei's back. Damn it, kid. When you first joined up, I promised your mother I'd bring you back in one piece. If you pull any more stunts, watch out, I'll whip you. Alright, everyone, follow orders. Keep moving forward. If you feel cold, sing for me, singing will warm you up. I'll start it up. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. This strength is iron, this strength is steel. Zhang stared blankly at the scene before him, perhaps recalling the countless Qin people who had sacrificed their lives. His eyes were already brimming with tears. He reached out to touch the grime-covered faces of these people. But just as his fingers were about to make contact, the suffocating flood transformed into several long tongues of flame. They burst directly from the screen. Amid thick smoke, several figures clad in blue fireproof suits suddenly burst forth. Some carried the victims on stretchers, others cradled them in their arms as they rescued the stricken residents one by one. When they lifted their heads, their faces were blackened by the smoke. As several firefighters stripped off their gear and tossed it to the ground, thick clouds of dust billowed up. They looked as if they had just taken a bath, their inner garments completely soaked through with sweat. Countless blisters of varying sizes covered their skin. Just as everyone thought they had rescued everyone, a figure burst out of the smoke. He collapsed onto the ground, dragging an unconscious man in his arms. Captain, up there. There are 2 children up there. I heard their cries. Hurry, hurry. Before he could finish, the weight of his heavy gear proved too much, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. As several firefighters moved to check on him, a figure darted past them. Damn it, Captain, don't run. This is my job. Captain, what are you doing? Get back here. The upper floors are fully engulfed, going up there is suicide. Following the group's gaze, the building stood at least 20 stories tall. Due to the wind, floors 10 and above were already engulfed in flames. According to the latest intel, the 2 children were at least on the 7th floor. Going up now meant a 99% chance of death. But just as the others moved to advance, the captain, already at the stairwell entrance, shouted them back. You little brats think you're rebelling? Stay right where you are. If I find out any casualty suffers harm, you're all dead when I get back. With that, he said no more and charged straight up the stairs. 2 others tried to rush up to assist the captain but were pulled back by others. They knew that going up now would only become a liability. All they could do now was wait. But waiting always feels like an eternity. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 40 minutes. Damn it, please let everything be okay. I'm crying my eyes out. This is the true spirit of our nation. What were those earlier ones even about? Crying. My husband is a firefighter. I can't watch this. Every time he leaves, I'm terrified. It'll be okay, it has to be okay. Under these circumstances, not a single person dared to speak out of turn. The screen was flooded with messages of hope. But no sound came from the stairwell entrance. Even upstairs, only the crackling of flames could be heard. The scene was utterly silent. Damn it, get out of the way. The squad leader's still in there. Are you just going to stand by and watch? Calm down. What good would it do to go up now? Just as the group was arguing heatedly, a voice cut through the commotion. Look, the captain's coming out. Following his gaze, a charred figure emerged from the smoke, arms slightly outstretched. 2 infants, still swaddled in blankets, came into view. Apart from their slightly soiled swaddling clothes, the exposed faces of both infants were clean and rosy. For large, jet-black eyes darted around curiously, taking in their surroundings. Held in his arms, they didn't cry at all. Several team members rushed forward, handing the children over to the medical personnel present. They then ran over to the squad leader and joked. Damn, I thought you weren't coming out. I'd have become the real squad leader then, haha. You're buying me drinks when we get back, or else you'll regret it. Yeah, the captain invited us for drinks. He nearly scared the crap out of us. "Ah, Captain, you have no idea how close the deputy captain was to tears." "Damn it, you meddler." Seeing no response, the deputy captain slapped him. "You bastard, can't you hear me? Did you lose your ears up there saving someone?" Chapter 12, Heart-Stopping. In that instant, with just a light push, the captain's entire body toppled forward like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He plummeted straight down, crashing hard onto the hard ground without even the slightest hint of cushioning or struggle. But even under such a violent impact, the captain's movements remained frozen in the very posture he had held the infant moments before. As if time itself had frozen in that instant. When the others finally snapped out of their utter shock, they rushed forward in a fluster and swiftly removed the captain's mask. Yet the sight that met their eyes sent a collective gasp of horror through the crowd. Beneath the mask, the captain's face, which should have been clearly visible, was now completely obscured by a thick layer of black grime. It was nearly impossible to discern his true features. His eyes were tightly shut, like two gates that would never open. His face was contorted in extreme agony, every wrinkle and muscle seeming to scream of torment and suffering. The others hurriedly began stripping the heavy gear from the captain's body. As each piece was peeled away, the muscles had fused completely with the fabric, forcing them to be torn off. The captain's skin had completely inverted, as if brutally peeled away, exposing the flesh beneath. But this flesh no longer bore the normal hue of blood. Instead, it had taken on a ghastly pallor. Moreover, a pungent white smoke continuously rose from the exposed flesh, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Not only that, but the captain's hands were abnormally stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lower them. They remained frozen in the position of cradling the infant. Upon further examination, it was discovered that the captain's heart had ceased beating and his pupils had dilated to their maximum extent. There was absolutely no point in attempting resuscitation. Witnessing this, the deputy captain's tears burst forth. He knelt down, his fists pounding the ground relentlessly. "Damn it, you just left like that? How am I supposed to lead this team now? Why did you have to go up? If anyone should have gone, it should have been me." The scene gradually faded, replaced by an endless succession of images. Together, they formed a heart-rending tableau. "Charge for the people of China. Dr. Xia, you should rest first. You haven't eaten or slept in 48 hours. Bring me glucose. I can keep going. If I sleep now, how many people won't be able to find me? Oomph. Kill me if you must. Enough of this nonsense. You drug-dealing vermin will meet your end at the barrel of our nation's guns sooner or later. Keep digging. Dig just a little more, and we can save one more person." I have no words left. I can only offer a silent tribute to these heroes. I remember this was a real incident, right in the city next to ours. The scenes back then were utterly heartbreaking. I was still practicing medicine back then. Let me clarify, before the captain descended, the victim was already thoroughly cooked. In fact, his descent was merely a mechanical movement driven by muscle reflexes. In all my years as a doctor, I've never encountered such a case. These narcotics officers risk their lives daily to protect us. One misstep could mean eternal damnation. It's precisely because of these people that our nation and people keep getting better. Anyone who dares speak ill now, I'll track you down through the internet and slaughter your mother. Su Hang. Mayor's office. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Liao Dihai frowned slightly, paused his work, and called out toward the door. "Come in." After receiving permission, a male secretary dressed in a suit entered. "Mayor, it's bad. Something's happened." Seeing the man drenched in sweat, Liao Dihai's expression darkened further. "Didn't I tell you? Stay calm even when a mountain collapses before you. That's the basics. How come you still haven't learned it after all this time?" The secretary felt awkward at the rebuke and quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve before speaking. "My apologies, Mayor. I lost my composure." He straightened his slightly wrinkled suit before continuing. "Mayor, the situation is this: the hotline has been overwhelmed, all lines are down, and headquarters has called asking for an update." No sooner had he finished speaking than Liao Dihai, who was sipping his tea, sputtered the liquid he'd just taken into his mouth. The liquid splashed onto his secretary, but he stood up without a care. He stared at the secretary in utter disbelief. "What did you say? Say that again?" The hotline being flooded was commonplace, but for every single line to be completely overwhelmed meant something serious had happened. A problem had arisen in the city that affected millions of citizens and could not be resolved. If this issue isn't resolved, then this mayor's tenure is over. "Mayor, they all have just one demand: a pay raise for grassroots civil servants." "What? That's it?" Such scenes unfolded repeatedly across the nation. Even as the crowd was still reminiscing, tears welled up in Ing Zhang's eyes. Good. 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 This is precisely the vision of every citizen rising to greatness that I aspire to see. These are the backbone of our nation. Only with such people can a nation stand at the pinnacle of the world. Ing Zhang gently wiped the lingering tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, then slowly raised his head to look at Suyu. The future generations are promising. Though there are some flaws, they do not obscure the brilliance. This one can rest assured. When he met Suyu's gaze, he seemed to understand something. Leaving already? Won't you stay a while longer? I haven't finished drinking to my heart's content yet. With that, Zhang forced himself to sit up from the bed. Brother Zhang, it's time to go. There's not enough time. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Suyu felt a pang of reluctance, but time flowed like water a blink and it had already slipped away. Nothing else. Meeting you, a man from the future, before my time is up is quite something. Go now, don't delay your affairs. I have much to attend to. Go. Watching Zhang turn away, he pulled out some bamboo slips he'd already read and pretended to be busy. A heavy feeling settled in everyone's hearts. After Sushan leaves, Brother Zhang will be alone again. Nothing has changed. In the end, Brother Zhang will still die in solitude. Seeing Brother Zhang like this is truly heartbreaking. Why not let Sushan stay a little longer? Sending a rocket to keep him for a few more minutes wouldn't be too much to ask. I'm in for crowdfunding. You guys are seriously delusional. Crowdfunding for a fictional historical figure? You've got too much money to burn. Mind your own business. I've got money to burn, what's it to you if I spend it? Just as Suyu was about to leave, Zhang called out to him from behind. Su, young man, would you grant this old man one favor? Chapter 13, Conspiracy. When Suyu turned back, he saw that Zhang had risen to his feet at some point. He reached up and took down a bronze sword hanging directly above the bed. The moment he saw the sword, Suyu recognized its origin. The Lulu sword, the imperial sword of the Son of Heaven. Legend had it that it was forged from celestial meteorite iron, capable of slicing through iron like mud and killing without spilling blood. He walked slowly towards Suyu and said, Young Su, if you come again next time, do not come to see this old man. I am weary. You promised to meet the Qin king who just unified the 6 states still in his prime. He should be willing to drink and recite poetry with you, downing 300 jars of wine. Take this with you, and he will trust you. With that, he shuffled back to his bed, picked up a bamboo slip, and paid Suyu no further attention. Suyu said nothing more. He fastened the pulley sword to his waist, bowed deeply, and took a step forward. This humble subject, Suyu, takes his leave of the first emperor. In the scene, Suyu's slender figure slowly vanished into the dazzling golden light screen. Bit by bit, his entire form was swallowed by the golden radiance until he vanished completely beneath the dazzling golden curtain. Gradually, the once somewhat lively hall grew utterly empty, leaving only the first emperor standing alone. A deathly silence descended upon the hall, broken only by the faint rustle of curtains stirred by a gentle breeze. Were it not for the lingering warmth of the wine cup, Zhang might have suspected this was merely a fleeting dream before his final hour. Thus, Zhang sat motionless upon the couch, his gaze fixed silently in that direction, remaining utterly silent for a very long time. Time ticked by second, until finally, after a long while, Zhang snapped out of his reverie. He gently raised his hand, lifting the still warm wine vessel to his lips. Tilting his head back slightly, he drank it all in one gulp. After finishing, he set the cup down and turned his gaze once more toward the direction Suyu had departed. In a soft voice, he spoke. Go, young Su. I shall watch over you from beyond. Let me see who dares to bully my descendants. May the nation's fortune flourish. He then summoned Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, go fetch Fusu back. After Suyu vanished, the live stream went offline immediately. But the flood of comments didn't stop. If anything, it felt like they were only increasing. Come on, guys, is this it? So short? Is Suyu just being stingy and not showing us more? Now I'm dying to know whose video he'll feature next. Update now. Update now. Does anyone know the streamer's home address? I'll go deliver some warmth in person. Bro Zhang is all alone. If anyone knows where this actor is, I'm going to find him and buy him 300 drinks. Wah, Zhenga is so lonely, I really want to go keep him company. You guys actually got excited watching this crap? Seriously, you're going to ruin China with your brainless behavior. So what if it's fake? It promotes the hard work of our firefighters, police, and doctors. The concept is great. Guys, you really need to open your eyes to the world. This is how things are everywhere else. Only we're stuck in the past, oblivious, and getting all emotional for no reason. Yeah, right. Watching a cold cost tens of thousands? Go ahead if you've got the money. Chinese monkeys, even if I called you again, you wouldn't be worthy to tie my shoelaces. As the verbal battle escalated, Kuaishou officials stepped in and shut down the livestream. But no one could have predicted that this battle would immediately relocate from the livestream to the comments section of Suyu's video. That night alone saw tens of thousands of pages of insults exchanged, later dubbed the Mommy Defense War. It would go down in the annals of China's online flame wars. In stark contrast to the fiery chaos in the comments, Suyu's world remained serene. After returning from the Qin dynasty, he first hung the pulley sword on the wall. Then he opened the system panel to examine it. National Confidence System Panel. Host, Suyu. Age, 23. Occupation, video blogger. Video count, 1. Live streams, 1. Video views, 123 million. Fame, rising star. Followers, 30,005,789. Balance, 721,892 Chinese yuan. Chinese national awakening level, 1%. Chinese history correction rate, 0%. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your first live stream. The system will distribute the first-time live stream reward. Please collect it. As Suyu opened it, 2 beams of light shot directly into the computer. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the immersive experience 2-piece set. 1. Premium visual quality, optimizes video resolution to its peak within reasonable limits, delivering imagery more vivid than 4D cinema. 2. Voice of China, within reasonable parameters, elevates audio quality to its peak. All viewers hearing the voice of China will feel as if transported to the scene, fully immersed in the video's allure. However, among all these data and rewards, what astonished Suyu most was the national awakening rate. Last time, a single video of his had only added 0.01%, yet this single livestream had added a full 1%. Suyu understood the reason. Public acceptance of unverified historical events remains limited. But when it came to events that had genuinely occurred, like the rescue soldiers and firefighters featured this time, it could still ignite a flame within people's hearts. With this realization, he hurriedly grabbed paper and pen to begin taking notes. Through this livestream, Suyu also realized his limited ability to communicate with his ancestors. Therefore, he must prepare scripts in advance, addressing questions and responses to the elders in a structured manner. He absolutely could not repeat this time's approach of relying solely on improvisation without any preparation. This time, the pace was entirely dictated by the first emperor, so the outcome wasn't entirely satisfactory. However, Suyu still didn't feel completely confident about the next guest. After all, this individual possessed a temper as fiery as blazing flames. What Suyu didn't know was that a meeting convened because of him was currently underway. Capital City. Within an estate. Damn it, we absolutely cannot let this kid's video continue. In just this short time, our profits are visibly evaporating. If we let him keep this up, who the hell are we supposed to sell our foreign goods to? A portly middle-aged man strode in, his belly protruding prominently. His round belly strained the buttons of his suit jacket, threatening to burst open at any moment. Before him stood a standard round table. The other 4 had been seated waiting all along. Only after he arrived did they speak up. Hey, old he, do you really value money that much? You should know this handsome guy is doing a good deed. As his older sister, how could I possibly put him down like that? A woman in her 30s or 40s, her delicate hands like white jade gently covering her face, spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Her figure was incredibly voluptuous, with curves so alluring they drew involuntary glances. Especially her pair of long, beautiful legs, tightly wrapped in sheer black stockings, were as tempting as ripe peaches. At that moment, those beautiful legs were rubbing against each other under the table, emitting a faint rustling sound. Old he shot her a disdainful glance and snapped. Damn it, Black Widow, don't get carried away. You know exactly how many sugar daddies you're keeping, but remember, a portion of our money still goes to those bigwigs. Chapter 14, Nationwide Boycott. The moment old he uttered the name of that particular big shot, an eerie silence descended upon the room. Even the Black Widow fell silent. After a moment, the man seated at the head of the table, who had remained silent throughout, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses before speaking. Hold your horses. He's just a minor video blogger. Any one of us here could crush him with a flick of the wrist. With a nod from him, 2 black-clad bodyguards behind him opened all 4 boxes on the floor. They placed them on the table, spilling the contents, 4 boxes brimming with cash, onto the surface, forming a small mountain. He casually picked up a stack, ran his fingers lightly over it, and declared, "The most important thing is always this, Daolu money. With this, we can appease those above and support those below. That guy can be made to disappear tomorrow. Consider this compensation for everyone's losses during this period." Big Boss Wang is right. We were being shallow. How about tonight? Black Widow feigned agreement, her jade-like foot beneath the table casually brushing against his pant leg. But she also retreated slightly without showing it, continuing to speak. Since we've decided to act, crush him completely in one go. Leave no loose ends. Meanwhile, keep promoting foot basin culture and pretty country culture. Keep an eye on this year's graduates from all the universities, ship them all overseas. It's no less profitable than selling these goods yourselves. Boss Wang, once I get back, I'll have some influencers ramp up the pressure. You'll see I'll take him down tomorrow. Lao he spoke up immediately after he finished, casually grabbing a box of cash from the table and striding out the door. Overnight, countless platforms across China, not just Kuaishou, were flooded with tens of thousands of videos, all sharing remarkably similar content. When will the government crack down on these trash marketing accounts? The Qin dynasty? Just fabricated history. Experts speak out. Feasting on the blood-soaked buns of the people by stoking ethnic sentiment? Ranking the top trash marketing account, Prince Su. Shocking. Over 100 million people watched this fictional dynasty? Tired of Chinese history? Let's explore real-world history. Why Japanese history leads China by a millennium. How to wear a kimono beautifully. Comparison is cruel. With Dowley's help, these videos quickly top the homepages of major domestic video apps. The comments below were equally appalling. I've always hated that Su guy. He wears some random outfit he found and starts spouting off about history. Does he even know what he's talking about? Exactly. Doesn't he realize where most of China's modern culture comes from? Yet here he is bragging? You Chinese people are something else. Can't you just admit your own cultural shortcomings? Why resort to this self-deception? There's an old saying in Korea, the wise man knows when to bow. Hope you guys aren't so clueless. Hope the authorities shut down this harmful account soon. Otherwise, who knows how many kids will be misled by these videos and never learn China's true history. Meanwhile, at Kuaishou headquarters, Yan Guochang sat in his office, overwhelmed by the sea of data before him. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhang Han walked in together. Chairman, should we block all those videos? This is nothing short of national disgrace. Zhang Han was still the same Zhang Han, getting straight to the point the moment he walked in. However, Yan Guochang didn't look at him, instead fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiaoyu. There's been no word from headquarters, but several competitors have been pressuring us relentlessly. They've threatened to go down with us if we delete the content. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaoyu pulled several stacks of documents from his coat and placed them before Yan Guochang. After reviewing them, Yan Guochang finally exhaled in relief. Damn it, thank goodness the higher-ups haven't spoken up yet. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. Xiang, you need to stay calm when things get tough. This must have come down from above, otherwise, they would have sent us to handle it long ago. But we can't let them keep this up. We finally got a program celebrating national heroes, and now it's being slandered like this. After placing the documents on the desk, Yan Guochang yanked the phone cord right out of the jack. As for Xiaoyu, tell anyone who asks for me these next couple days that I'm sick and resting at home. He then turned to Zhang Han and said, Young man, don't let your temper get the best of you. All they crave is status. Everything else is just smoke and mirrors. If someone stands in their way of getting that, this is what happens. Yan Guochang gestured toward the computer screen, where countless marketing videos sprouted like mushrooms after rain, continuously streaming. Block this one, and another pops up. You can never completely shut them down. And who knows what old Lu and Dr. Lu have been up to lately? They won't even answer their phones. Otherwise, this issue would have been resolved long ago. Would they have been allowed to run wild for so long? Zhang Han felt deflated upon hearing Yan Guochang's words. In his view, any video promoting national spirit was a good video. If one appeared that disparaged it, it was automatically deemed bad. He couldn't wrap his head around why good videos were being labeled as bad ones under this system. Meanwhile, the bad videos emerged like heroes descending from the heavens, launching attacks to expose the good ones. Beyond these videos, numerous streamers simultaneously launched their live broadcasts. Lord Xiaochuan, a gaming streamer with millions of followers across all platforms. This morning, he received $1 million offer from a media company with one sole purpose: to host a live stream attacking Suyu's account. And to promote the Basin culture along the way. Of course, why pass up such easy money? So he went live first thing, tearing apart Suyu's videos from top to bottom, from start to finish. The live stream's viewership quickly surged to 2 million. Guys, no offense, but this kind of video is trash. It just preys on national sentiment. It should have been banned ages ago. I just couldn't stand by and watch, so I had to speak up. The comments below echoed his sentiments. Yeah, I've had it with that so-called Su god for ages. He made one pseudo-history video and one livestream, and he calls himself a god? Yeah, he's not as badass as our Emperor Trump. At least he tells it like it is. Wait till he gets banned, see how he'll brag then? And that Ying Zhang guy, what gives him the right to call himself the first emperor? Is he even as great as Huang Taiji? I don't like the Qing dynasty either, but the guy above is right. Are you guys really this brainless? Can't you see who's exploiting nationalist sentiment? User XXX banned for 100 years by streamer. Hey guys, ignore these apologists, just mute them. No need to argue. Oh, and speaking of which, I brought some goodies back from the footbath for you all. Ready? Here we go, link up. Chapter 15, Terracotta Warriors Unearthed. At Emperor Chuan's shout, the product link instantly appeared in the red shopping cart below the stream. Premium imported mooncakes, pure foot basin high-tech RD. Contains omega 300 vitamins AZ. Beneath the detailed product page sat the price tag, 100 renminbi each. Even at this price, the inventory was plummeting rapidly. Xiao Chuan's face, creased with layers of fat, relaxed into a broad smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. Guys, hurry up. Only 100,000 left in stock. Free shipping on all orders placed today. This is the biggest discount I can offer you, my family. These are imported foot basin goods, nothing like those low-quality domestic mooncakes. Place your orders now. Imported goods from Taiwan are just better. My family uses mostly Taiwanese products, and everything feels so much fresher. Yeah, I bought some domestic mooncakes last time and nearly died from how awful they tasted. Plus, the ingredient list was pure science fiction, guys. Chuanuan's imported goods are reliable. Last time my grandma took that supplement, she climbed 5 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Food safety issues should have been prioritized ages ago. If this keeps up, China's in trouble. Exactly. I'd rather eat American beef than domestic stuff. Under the influence of these comments, the entire inventory was quickly sold out. Emperor Chuan's huge face plastered against the screen, grinning so wide his mouth wouldn't close, yet he feigned anger as he declared. What? Some of my family members still haven't bought it? How are you running things? Hurry up and repost the link with the price increase. We'll cover the extra cost ourselves, we can't let our family members lose out. A host behind him waved him over. Emperor Chuan then muted his mic and briefly stepped away. What's the problem? Can't you see I'm streaming? Sorry, Emperor Chuan, if the imported foot basins really did lose money, and it's not enough. Before he could finish, Emperor Chuan slapped him to the ground. You new here? Who let them handle the foot basin goods? CC imports them, then we find a factory to repackage them. They don't even pay 2 yuan per piece? Get out of here. If this happens again, you're fired. After that, Emperor Chuan composed himself, returned to his computer, and put on a smile. Guys, we just negotiated the last 200,000 orders with those Thai merchants. I'm losing 80 yuan on each one. 3, 2, 1 go to the link. Scenes like this played out constantly across major live streaming platforms. This time, they weren't just aiming to thoroughly discredit Zhu Yu, they also planned to ride his popularity to make a killing. That's why they were using both videos and live streams simultaneously. They could already picture Zhu Yu in his room, overwhelmed and flustered. But Zhu Yu didn't seem to be reacting the way they expected. Instead, he was leisurely practicing Tai Chi in his room. His computer on the desk was already set to mute. Yet he could still see the private messages flooding in under his Kuaishou account. Without even looking, Zhu Yu knew what they were sending, nothing but well wishes. As he practiced Tai Chi, he addressed the system. System, when exactly will that reward take effect? Host, please be patient. The system's power does not directly alter everyone's memories. History must be unearthed and discovered, only then does it hold meaning. Zhu Yu ignored the system's nonsense. His video was already finished, quietly sitting in the corner of his desktop. Oh, and system, you'd better protect me well when I visit the next emperor. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll get hacked to death the moment I step foot there. Ding. Host, rest assured. The system's protection is absolutely flawless. If you question it again, your protection privileges will be revoked next time. See, you're getting worked up again. Just wait a bit longer. This farce has gone on long enough. 3 days later. In Xiao Chuan's livestream. Over these 3 days, fueled by the backlash against Zhu Yu and the promotional sales, his livestream viewership had surged past 10 million. This also made his pockets overflow with cash. Damn, I'm impressed. Someone actually dared to argue with me about the video content? Seeing the live chat still filled with people defending Zhu Yu, Emperor Chuan's expression darkened instantly. Damn it all, I'm in the middle of a hot sales streak, why are people bringing this up now? If he kept explaining, how could he make any money? What's worse, the task assigned by the higher-ups still wouldn't be considered complete unless resolved. But since he'd taken their money, he steeled himself to explain. Come on in guys, could that video content possibly be real? You really should get your heads checked. Who in their right mind would believe that? A dynasty not even recognized by the state? Still arguing? Did you take money from that Su guy to whitewash him here? I'm dead right, foot washing. The pretty country, Rome, elephant country, they all do things better than China. I'm just looking at things from a neutral perspective. If it's real, I'll start eating burgers like old 8 right now. Stop yelling. Why are you screaming so loud? If you have a problem, go find the police. If you're so brave, arrest me. Though some tried to counter, they were quickly drowned out by a tidal wave of comments from countless bots and brainless fan armies. But just as Emperor Trump thought everything was settled, a single comment triggered a chain reaction. Hurry! 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 Guys, check the trending topics is blowing up. The government's stepping in. Check it out. With that cry, the majority of the live stream audience rushed to check today's trending topics. The trending topic about a certain celebrity's infidelity scandal had vanished. Instead, a video released by the National Academy of History took its place. The title was equally striking. Looking back at history, looking forward to the future, a new chapter in Chinese history will begin. As people clicked to watch the video, the footage was captured by a drone from high above. Below it, a massive crater came into view. Rectangular in shape, it stretched approximately 1 kilometer long and half a kilometer wide, its edges enclosed by a fence. From the drone's distant perspective, the pit was astonishingly filled with countless human figures. The video's comment stream was also frantically refreshing non-stop. Holy crap, what is this? Did they dig up another Qing dynasty tomb? Doubt it's a Qing dynasty tomb, they dig those up every year. Guess who's trending number 1? What the heck are those things in the pit? Looks creepy as hell. No clue, but they look vaguely familiar. As the drone zoomed in, the figures in the pit revealed their true forms. These densely packed figures were all bronze human figurines. The crowd soon realized these figures bore an uncanny resemblance to the Qin dynasty soldiers in Su Yu's video. Long-term historical erosion had rendered some faces indistinguishable. Yet the palpable aura of killing intent emanating from their collective presence sent a chill through the hearts of those watching the footage. The war horses at the very front of the reenactment troupe were crafted with such lifelike precision that they seemed poised to break free from their reins and charge at the crowd at any moment. It felt as though they could already see the ancient dragon emperor, clad in his black dragon robe, gazing down upon them from above this army. Unbidden, Ying Zhang's words echoed in their minds. I now unite the 6 kingdoms, bringing the world under one rule. I build the Great Wall to anchor the dragon veins of the 9 provinces, guarding our great Qin and protecting our state. While I live, I shall defend our lands, expand our borders, subdue the barbarian tribes, and establish the eternal foundation of our great Qin. When I die, I shall transform into the soul of a dragon, blessing our Huaxia people with eternal prosperity. Is Su Shen's video real? Is Brother Zhang really our ancestor? Chapter 16, Water Meter Inspection. All rise. Whoever said Su Shen faked this, step forward. Holy crap, is that really Brother Zhang? This is too surreal. Going straight from Nurhasai to Brother Zhang feels like pure bliss. Su Shen, how did you know this in advance? Could you be an insider with the government? Seems like the only explanation. I'll believe anything Su Shen says now. Even if he claimed China has 5,000 years of history, I'd buy it. Same here. Anyone who says Jiangshan is wrong gets an argument from me. It hasn't been confirmed yet, so let's not get too excited. As this trending topic exploded, Lu Chang promptly issued a statement. He confirmed the authenticity of Su Yu's video content and went all out to support Zhu Yuanzhang Hongbo. This caused Su Yu's video to go viral once again. On Kuaishou, fan-made content about the first emperor began sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, instantly pushing those videos promoting foreign history into the shadows. Shortly after the incident gained traction, Su Yu received an internal call on Kuaishou. Caught off guard, Su Yu hastily donned the white mask from last time before answering. Hey, Su, long time no see. You've been keeping a low profile lately, huh? The screen showed Lu Chang at the scene in Xianyang, with Lu Jia beside him, both nodding at Su Yu. Their current appearance and attire were truly pitiful. Covered in dust, Lu Chang's once white hair had turned almost yellow. Compared to their last video call, they looked at least 8 shades darker. They looked every bit the part of 2 beggars. Kid, didn't you trust old Lu? Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten off so lightly this time. Though old Lu and Dr. Lu sure have a unique look going on. Lu Chang ignored Su Yu's lighthearted banter and cut straight to the chase. We unearthed so many Terracotta Warriors this time, and most are remarkably well preserved. What's more, we discovered not just this one pit. These alone will keep us studying for years. Where's the next site? Lu Jia chimed in urgently from the side. You've been enjoying a cushy life at home, kid. Me and old Lu have been roughing it out here for days, sometimes we even slept right in the pits. If you've got any conscience left, spill the beans on the next site. We can move in ahead of time and avoid this kind of rush. Watching the two banter back and forth, so you saw no point in keeping it a secret. After all, no one could find him now. He decided to just come out and say it. Head to Nanjing. Watch my video and you'll know exactly where to dig. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang immediately took charge on the spot. He left a portion of the team to continue digging while the rest headed straight for Nanjing. After finalizing arrangements, Lu Chang had a massive glass frame brought before the camera. Inside the frame lay a piece of black cloth, densely covered in bright red ink with a string of Qin small seal script characters. Eroded by time, the cloth had become extremely fragile, yet the characters remained strikingly clear. And this Su lad, we won't be able to enter the first emperor's tomb itself, but most of the written records we've collected so far are on stone steels or bronze artifacts. This cloth, however, was placed right at the most prominent spot by the main entrance and preserved remarkably well. Do you recognize Qin dynasty script? Help us decipher it. If we can crack this, our understanding of the Qin dynasty will take a giant leap forward. Su Yu stared intently for a moment before mentally querying the system. Damn system, can you decipher the text left by Lord Zhen? And it better not be something related to me, right? Ding. Historical artifact detected. Decryption requires system upgrade. Rest assured, post all traces of your historical presence will be erased by the system. However, minor alterations may persist. Changes? Don't pull any shenanigans. But you can upgrade? Never heard you mention that before. What are the requirements? System upgrade requires national awakening level. As long as the host continues posting videos and live streaming, the system will upgrade automatically. Seeing Su Yu still spacing out, Lu Chang nudged him. Hey, stop spacing out, Su kid. Can you handle this or not? I'm busy here. Su Yu snapped back to reality at the words, shaking his head. Old Lu, you're overestimating this kid. This one's called Qin Shoujuan. You guys can study it first. If you can't handle it, I'll come back to help later. Seeing Suyu's final role rendered useless, Lu Chang prepared to withdraw, but offered Suyu a few words of reassurance before leaving. "Su kid, keep at it. Those guys from last time won't get off easy. Should have results today." With that, he hung up the video call. Suyu stared at the screen, smiling helplessly. Truthfully, he didn't care much about this. After all, no matter how much they stirred up trouble, they wouldn't be able to find him. Still, getting to witness the drama unfold was rather satisfying. So he set his next video to auto-upload at 5 p.m., then logged on to Kuaishou to start picking out today's first victim. Suzhou Hangzhou. In a certain upscale residential complex. Xiao Chuan opened his livestream as usual, but this time he had indeed changed his usual sloppy attire. He wore a Qin Dynasty-style outfit identical to Su Xin's, though it was unclear whether he'd snagged it from Sisi or some other source. It gave off a vibe like a wild boar eating fine bran. The moment he started, he awkwardly performed a Qin-style bow toward the camera before sitting down to speak. Folks, I told you Su Xin is the real deal, we should trust him. Today I'm showing you all this authentic Qin Dynasty outfit I'm wearing. When the Chinese people put this on, their aura instantly rises 8 levels. But no matter how silver-tongued or smooth-talking he got today, not a single person bought it. The floodgates of criticism opened in the comment stream. 3 meals a day without worry today, grab Lao Ba's secret recipe mini burgers. Affordable and filling. Chuan dog actually looks like a human today. Why not keep barking? Didn't you bark at Su Xin like crazy the other day? Where's that cocky attitude you had when you were ranting the other day? Kissing ass? And that mooncake you bought the other day? My grandma ate it and ended up in the hospital that night. She nearly didn't make it. That's rough upstairs. I bought some too and ate it, but it was me who ended up in the hospital. Still recovering now. That's awful. My brother ate one. He's still in ICU fighting for his life. My mom got tricked into buying it. He didn't plan to eat it, but she forced it on him. Less than 20 minutes later, the ambulance took him away. Damn it. Give me my money back. As the comments flashed by, Xiao Chuan seemed oblivious, continuing to promote the clothes she was wearing. You gotta hand it to influencers who've made it big, they've got nerves of steel. But this calm was soon shattered by a knock on the door. Who is it? Xiao Chuan called out impatiently toward the door. Check the water meter. Chapter 17, start with a bull, end with a nation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan reluctantly went to open the door. But the moment his hand touched the doorknob, a phrase suddenly popped into his head for no apparent reason. FBI, open the door. His hand froze instantly, and cold sweat began soaking his back. But the person outside didn't give him much time to think. Seeing no response from inside, they began to force the door open. Before long, the entire door along with the stunned Xiao Chuan standing behind it was kicked flying outward. Several officers in armed police uniforms burst in. They flipped Xiao Chuan over and pinned him to the floor. Simultaneously, they fastened a cold, silver handcuff around his wrist. After helping him up, they produced a document and began reading it aloud. Son, you are now suspected of poisoning. You sold over 1 million expired mooncakes, profiting tens of millions, causing hundreds of people to suffer food poisoning. Furthermore, you are suspected of colluding with overseas organizations and repeatedly posting inappropriate comments online. You are hereby summoned for questioning. Please cooperate. With that, they led Xiao Chuan out. Xiao Chuan was still in a state of utter bewilderment. How did eating hot pot, singing songs, and promoting products land him in this situation? And in such a violent manner. This entire scene was captured by a camera that hadn't been turned off. The live stream's viewership instantly surged past 10 million. Is this real? The streamer didn't go online, he went to jail. Selling counterfeit goods? Serves him right. This guy should have been busted ages ago. He should have been busted ages ago. Just yesterday my mom ate his mooncakes and now she's bedridden. Damn it, I've been demanding a refund since this morning and still haven't heard back. Guess I'm not getting my money back. Don't jinx it. My grandma bought 8 boxes yesterday, tens of thousands of yuan worth. If they're all this shoddy, we're screwed. I yelled so loud yesterday, that dog should have died ages ago. Just trying to grab attention. The emperor of Sichuan is dead. A new emperor must be crowned. Is this the consequence of slandering Su Xin? Is Su Xin really on state TV? That's the only plausible explanation. If it weren't state-run, how could they broadcast Gen Go Live? By mid-morning, numerous streamers and live stream rooms had been raided and banned. But the top 2 trending topics remained Suyu and Xiao Chuan. For Xiao Chuan, a million-follower streamer, trending for selling counterfeit goods and colluding with overseas organizations was unsurprising. But with Suyu, people were more curious about his identity. I told you so. Su got S background ISNT simple. He is definitely part of the national team. Bull. I remember your account, you were the loudest cheerleader just a couple days ago. I can't hold back anymore, I'll ask Godsu during his next livestream. Wait, why wait for the stream? Just go ask him in the comments right now. More people flooded Suyu's comments section in DMs, bombarding him with questions. But none of this concerned Suyu, he ate and drank as usual. But another group wasn't so happy. At the estate in the capital. Is this how you handle things? Hiring a bunch of useless trash? Did you even do the job you were paid for? The speaker was none other than Wang Lauda, the man who had orchestrated the attack on Su Yu just days prior. Gone was the refined, easygoing demeanor he'd displayed over the past 2 days. The eyes hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses had grown dark and ominous. Xianyang, we shelled out at least tens of millions for this one job, and we got nothing to show for it. How do you expect me to explain this to the higher-ups? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Xianyang's brow as he spoke. Mr. Wang, hear me out. If it weren't for that old bastard Lu Chang, we'd have taken care of that little long ago. Nobody expected we'd actually uncover that Qing dynasty relic. Now I suspect that Su Kid is a double agent sent by the higher-ups. But before he could finish, he was cut off. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Tell me how you plan to resolve this. The higher-ups are watching closely lately. We can't act openly. We can't act openly, but we still have ways to make his life miserable. Actually, I've already leaked his videos to overseas platforms. His next video and livestream won't go smoothly at all. After hearing this, Mr. Wang looked up and gave Xianyang a long, meaningful stare before dismissing him. This, too, was tacit approval of everything. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was time for Su Yu to release his video. Having released a teaser earlier, both curious onlookers and his fans had already gathered on the Kuaishou homepage. They kept refreshing the page. Until the exact moment at 5 o'clock. The video titled, My Charming Ancestor, Part 2, starting with a bull, ending with a nation, instantly appeared in the most prominent spot on the homepage. The cover featured a golden dragon banner. A large character Ming was engraved in bright red dye upon it. Su Yu clicked in, intending to watch the spectacle. But by the time he joined, the crowd had already started chatting. Guys, Su God finally posted a video. I've been dying to see this for days, still haven't recovered from Zhang Ji's stuff. Who can say it isn't? But guys, do you think this one's legit? I think it's highly likely. I bet old Lu is already digging into it and will announce it once the video ends. Before the discussion could even begin, a flood of foreign IP accounts poured in. Thanks bro, just here to see how the Chinese fantasize. They wouldn't actually invent history for themselves, would they? There's an old Japanese saying, you can't create something out of nothing. The Chinese government is definitely faking this. They couldn't find it all these years, but suddenly now they can? Didn't they just plant it there? What first emperor? What emperor could possibly be as legendary as my Alexander the Great? Shut up, you guys upstairs. Go back where you came from. Is this how China treats its guests? Exactly. When my Oda army arrives, let's see if your Chinese ancestors can stop us. Su Yu, holding his Red Bull, watched these clowns making a racket with a smirk. He found it all rather laughable. Today, he hoped they could withstand this one, an emperor even more over the top than the protagonists of those feel-good novels. The scene gradually began, but unlike Ying Zhang's story, it didn't jump straight to the climax. The story began with a few children and an ox in an open field. A torrential downpour was pouring down relentlessly. The children hurriedly drove the ox into a small cave beneath a cliff to seek shelter. But as time passed, the rain showed no sign of stopping. If anything, it seemed to intensify. The children's clothing could scarcely be called such, merely rags wrapped around their bodies. Between the 5 of them, they couldn't even muster a single pair of complete shoes. Huddled around a fire in the damp, cold cave, they clung to the last vestiges of warmth. One child suddenly looked up at the boy sitting higher up, holding a cow whip. Brother Changba, we're hungry. When can we go home? The boy's skin was dark and sunken from prolonged hunger, his frame so frail it seemed a gust of wind could knock him over. His eyes darted around before slowly settling on the ox. Why don't we just slaughter this damn calf and roast it for dinner? Chapter 18, The Han Wu Emperor. The moment Changba finished speaking, a hungry gleam flashed in the eyes of the other 4. But in the blink of an eye, fear washed over their faces. One of them even shrank his neck, his complexion looking rather unnatural. Brother Changba, that's not a good idea. If we kill the calf, Master Lu will beat us when he returns. Haven't you forgotten how he hung you from a tree for a whole day last time just because the calf got hurt? Su Di, don't bring up that pathetic story, or I'll beat you up. He flexed his fist at Su Di before continuing. We'll just eat this cow today. It's pouring anyway, we'll smear some blood on the cliff nearby and say it fell off. No one can argue with us. Hearing this, the others finally relaxed. Their earlier hesitation vanished as they pounced on the ox. Soon, the entire carcass was carved into chunks by the children and hung over the fire to roast. Today, I, Zhu Changba, treat you to beef. You must acknowledge me as your elder brother. With that, Zhu Changba leapt down from above and stood before the fire, speaking. Su Di and the others stared longingly at the ox legs sizzling over the flames until it glistened with fat, swallowing hard. Then they all began calling him Big Brother. Su Di, once your brother Changba makes it big, I'll make you a general in Tanyu too. Not a single one of you will escape. Watching the children's absurd, make-believe scene, the comments section erupted in discussion. Wait, I was expecting the second young brother. What's with these kids? Don't tell me this cowherd kid is gonna become emperor? Chinese people, how does your brain even work? Nobles are forever nobles, how could a little beggar become an emperor? Exactly. Without family backing, he can't even feed himself now, how'd he become emperor? Thanks bro, but how does this kid's spirit compare to our nation's? Could he become president? I'll write my name backwards if he does. But if you think Sushin's videos are just this shallow, you're underestimating him. Stop fantasizing a cowherd becoming emperor? Are you writing fiction? But the scene didn't pause for everyone's discussion. The story continued, and amidst the children's laughter, the scene gradually darkened. When the scene resumed, soldiers clad in armor roared with fury. Listen up! If you haven't delivered all the grain seeds the court demands today, you'll be resisting the imperial authority and we'll chop off every last one of your heads. With that, several officers stormed in, kicking over the old farmer still kneeling on the ground before beginning to ransack his home. Even the gravely ill peasant woman lying in bed was dragged out by them. They showed no regard for their lives. Soon, a soldier discovered a small sack of grain hidden in a dusty beam, a meager amount of rice. He thrust it before the old farmer and demanded, "Old man, you dare try to trick us? Look at this." Witnessing this, the old farmer collapsed onto the floor and began weeping. His hands reached helplessly toward the sack of grain held by the soldier. But fear paralyzed him, he dared not touch the soldier. He could only stammer, "Sir, have mercy. This is seed grain, not food. If you take it all, my entire family will starve next year." Before the old man could finish, the soldier impatiently kicked him aside with a stomp. "Damn it! You're hoarding grain. I'm not even cutting you down, and you talk back to me? Get lost. If you come near again, I'll slaughter your entire family." With that, the squad of soldiers strode out the door, carrying the seed grain with them. They paid no heed to the elderly farmer and his wife, who lay on the ground coughing up blood and pleading desperately. The live chat couldn't hold back at this scene. Holy crap, with this video quality and sound effects, it feels like their spit is flying right at my face. How can they bully people like this? Damn, this is making my blood pressure spike. They kinda look like those Qing dynasty folks. Not the Qing dynasty, just a slight resemblance. Everything else is different. Pfft, big deal. Back in our village, old farmers would have surrendered their grain ages ago. The strong should dominate the weak. That soldier showing mercy by not killing the farmer is actually pretty samurai-like. The guy above is pure. Quiet. Suyu's voice is coming through. Just as the crowd was still hurling abuse, Suyu's voice suddenly filled the video feed. On this very day, Zhu Changba set the gears of fate in motion. On screen, Suda was sprinting down a stone path, his face deathly pale, completely unaware his feet had been lacerated by sharp rocks. Only when he spotted Zhu Changba still watching the cattle from a stone stump did he finally shout at the top of his lungs. "Brother Changba! Brother Changba! Your parents are dead!" Before Zhu Changba could react, he glared angrily at Su De, who was sprinting toward him. "Bull! Your parents are dead!" But when he saw Su Da's blood-soaked feet and eyes filled with terror, he finally understood. He sprinted toward home. What awaited him, however, were two bodies already hanging from the rafters. At this very moment, Zhu Changba's resentment toward the imperial court reached its peak, setting the stage for the events that would follow. In the scene, Zhu Changba glared fiercely at the soldiers still watching the spectacle nearby, as if he wanted to devour them alive. The incident concluded only after the wealthy landowner Lu provided 2 tattered straw mats. After hastily burying his parents, Zhu Changba embarked on a journey of wandering. Along the way, he became a monk, lived as a beggar, and later joined Su De and Tang He as a soldier. As Suyu narrated, Zhu Changba's early life unfolded before the audience. From a wandering monk at Huangshui Temple, he was later falsely accused, killed his accuser in anger, and fled the temple. Then came his life as a helpless beggar. His misfortune was beyond description. It was only later that he finally encountered Su De and Tang He within Guizixing's Red Turban army. Only then did he find a relatively stable place to call home. This flashback sequence silenced the comment section entirely, even foreign trolls were momentarily speechless. No way, this is too tragic. He can't really become emperor, right? No way. Even if he joined the army, he'd be at the very bottom and there's still Guizixing above him. Yeah, this isn't some feel-good story. If anything like that happened, it wouldn't be him. The scene abruptly shifted as a dignified and graceful woman entered view. Though not conventionally beautiful, her bearing radiated virtue and wisdom. Suyu's voice drifted slowly through the air. It was here that Zhu Changba met the woman who would shape his entire life. Chapter 19, The Complex Emperor. After Suyu finished speaking, the scene began to accelerate. Zhu Changba began to distinguish himself in the military. He always led his troops into battle, fearless and relentless, quickly earning the admiration of Guizixing. From then on, Guizixing took him as his adopted son. He was bestowed the name Zhu Yuanzhang. Thus began an era destined to belong to Zhu Yuanzhang. Later, he fell into disfavor with Guizixing's son and was imprisoned. While imprisoned, he was rescued by Guizixing's adopted daughter, Ma Xianyang, with whom he formed a bond. He eventually escaped and established his own power. After seizing control of Chuzhou, numerous talented individuals and extraordinary figures rushed to join his cause. Among them, Li Shanchang, Chang Yechen, Lan Yu, and Lu Bowen paved the way for Zhu Yuanzhang's ascension to the imperial throne. Until he expelled all non-Han ethnic groups from the Central Plains. He established the first dynasty in history to successfully conquer the north. The Great Ming. The accelerated scenes gradually slowed to a crawl. Yingtian Prefecture. Summit of the Purple Forbidden Mountain. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang, his gaze was unlike any seen before. He calmly gazed at the newly risen sun in the distance, holding a golden bowl aloft. Though his eyes betrayed no emotion, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from his upright posture. Below at the mountain's base, Empress Ma sat upon the imperial phoenix carriage. Her face radiated love as she gazed upward at the figure above. Surrounding him were 100,000 elite soldiers of the Great Ming and officials of both civil and military ranks. The Great Ming is mighty. As Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed from the mountaintop, 100,000 soldiers below echoed in unison. The general is mighty. The battle cry pierced the heavens, seeming to disperse the clouds above. In the scene, Zhu Yuanzhang listened to the roar of his army behind him, then slowly raised his dragon-headed crown and spoke. I, Zhu Yuanzhang, kneel before the heavens, sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and the ancestral shrines of past emperors. Since the Song dynasty's demise, the mandate of heaven descended upon the desert and returned to the Central Plains. Over a century has passed, and now this era too comes to an end. I alone, inheriting heaven's mandate above and obeying my subjects below, have driven away a century of calamity and subdued the warlords of the north and south. On the 4th day of the first lunar month, I shall offer sacrifices atop Purple Mountain, proclaiming to heaven and earth and the imperial ancestors the founding of the Great Ming dynasty, establishing the era named Hangwu. His words rang out with authority, an imperial presence emanating from him the moment he spoke. This was the moment when the people of China could truly stand tall. Centuries of humiliation have finally culminated in this moment. The moment to stand tall as human beings. Given the quality of Su Shen's video, it feels like they're about to burst through and tear me apart. Su Shen. Reimburse my phone. You yelled so hard it smashed right into my face. This is how our ancestors should have stood. Screw the Qing dynasty's territorial concessions and indemnities, I spit on them. Hey, fellow Chinese folks, don't get your hopes up thinking this is real. Is this real? Did this kid actually pull it off? From beggar to marrying a rich beauty and reaching the pinnacle of life? You Chinese sure know how to spin a yarn. Stuff like this happens in novels, but how could it be real? I agree. Purely sensational plot, but damn satisfying to watch. Drive off the invaders, restore our China. As the video continued. Establishing ancestral systems, garrison systems, and travel permit systems. Rapidly stabilizing the Ming dynasty. While securing the borders, launching 8 northern campaigns against the remnants of foreign tribes. Defeating them until they were utterly incapable of invading the Ming again. Internally, influenced by Zhu Yuanzhang's childhood experiences, he drastically reduced official salaries while vigorously purging corrupt officials. He pioneered the brutal punishment of skinning and stuffing with daylilies. During the Hangwu reign, any official found with more than 10 taels of silver was beheaded. This led to the grim reality that officials during the Hangwu era had to prepare their own coffins. Simultaneously, he devoted himself to cultivating Zhu Biao, the second heir apparent of the Ming dynasty and the most stable crown prince in history. He truly placed the people at the center of his heart. He truly took the welfare of the realm as his personal responsibility. Throughout the entire Hangwu era, there were 3 major cases stemming from corruption and graft. The Guihan case, the Blank Seal case, and the Huaiyang case. Involving hundreds of thousands of people. All met their end at the hands of the Hangwu emperor's executioners. Among them were numerous founding nobles and meritorious officials, including Zhu Yuanzhang's own son-in-law, who perished in these calamities. In the scene, Zhu Yuanzhang sat upon the lofty dragon throne, his face dark and impenetrable, revealing no emotion whatsoever. The murderous intent radiating from him pierces through the screen, striking straight into the hearts of all who witness it. The sheer terror of Emperor Hongwu's killing intent is utterly terrifying. I feel like I've already been targeted for my greed. Truly, he is an emperor who rose from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Is this an emperor? He looks more like a butcher. I still prefer Zhang Ji. At least he wasn't so terrifying and didn't slaughter meritorious officials on a whim. Hey up there, don't forget he's killing corrupt officials. They deserve to die. But not everyone was corrupt. Exterminating entire clans for minor offenses? Holy crap, decapitation for 10 taels? How are corrupt officials supposed to survive? Holy crap, this is the real deal, a good emperor who actually understands the people's suffering. Are you guys in China writing fiction? Could officials really be dealt with like this back then? Whether it was fate exacting retribution for the blood debt of the Hangwu emperor remains unknown. In the 15th year of Hongwu's reign, the eldest imperial grandson Zhu Xianyang succumbed to smallpox. That same year, his beloved wife, Empress Ma Zhu Yuanzhang's lifelong companion, passed away due to illness and the shock of losing her grandson. In the 25th year of Hangu, nearly a decade later, the most stable and capable Crown Prince Xu Biao succumbed to a cold after prolonged stress and psychological strain. He passed away shortly after being sent back for treatment. Before the shock of these losses had fully subsided, the second and third sons, Prince Qin Zhuchang and Prince Jin Zhuzhan, passed away in succession. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang truly experienced the agony of losing his parents in his youth, his wife and grandson in middle age, and his son in his twilight years. In the scene, Zhu Yuanzhang stood alone in the snow. Eunuchs and palace maids huddled in corners, heads bowed, utterly afraid to look up. A profound sense of desolation permeates the screen. A fitting song accompanies the scene, deepening the sorrow. Flowers bloom and fade, filling the sky, you appear and vanish, day after day, night after night, yet I cannot sketch your face. Our beloved grandson, our sister, our treasure. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed blankly at the sky, letting snowflakes drift onto his shoulders. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he wiped away the tears that had begun to well in the corners of his eyes. He turned and vanished into the blizzard. Once again, he became the iron-willed Emperor Hangu. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could scarcely imagine the agony endured by this emperor who had driven out the Tartars and restored China. For a moment, only a few scattered comments drifted across the screen. I can only feel endless loneliness. From this day forward, the sharp sword has lost its scabbard and its stand. Was the late Emperor Hongwu's life truly this wretched? Just one or two of these torments would be unbearable for ordinary people. It's hard to fathom he endured them all. He couldn't collapse, the Ming dynasty depended on him. I'd really love to see Sushin create a spin-off. I want to truly understand Emperor Hangu, Zhu Yuanzhang. Added to my playlist, this feels kinda catchy. I almost cried when he mentioned my girl, it reminded me of my ex who dumped me. Now everyone's hearts are filled with immense anticipation, eager for Suyu to meet this Emperor Hangu. Yet even the greatest of emperors must face the twilight of their days. And Zhu Yuanzhang's final hour has arrived. Chapter 20, Ses, Biaoer, let's go home. It was an ordinary winter, as ordinary as they come, with biting winds sweeping across every inch of land. The sky was shrouded in heavy, dark clouds. The fading glow of the setting sun bathed this fledgling empire, as tender as a newborn infant. The land seemed draped in a golden veil, radiant and resplendent. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang lay motionless in the open courtyard of the imperial palace. Numerous eunuchs and palace maids stood at his side, heads bowed, not daring to breathe a word. He lay curled up, nestled quietly on the spacious dragon bed, his eyes tightly closed as if savoring the last warmth. Yet time slipped away unnoticed, and evening had fallen. As night descended, gusts of cold wind began to howl, mercilessly penetrating every corner of the palace. He instinctively clutched the yellow quilt wrapped around him, as if it could ward off the cold wind's assault. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was blind, his face deeply lined, his hair entirely silver, no different from an ordinary old farmer. In his hand, he clutched the tickler Empress Ma had bought for him before her passing. Several eunuchs who witnessed Zhu Yuanzhang's actions instantly broke out in cold sweat. Several of them hurried forward, hoisting the imperial bed and moving it toward the last patch of sunlight. It felt like a race. But no matter how hard one tried, how could one ever outrun time? As the sun continued its descent, the eunuchs' frantic pursuit proved futile. They could only halt at the eastern edge of the square. Zhu Yuanzhang slowly opened his long clouded eyes and gazed toward the setting sun, asking, "Where is the sun?" The chief eunuch Huanggo, standing beside him, hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, the sun has set." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang roared angrily toward the heavens. "Who dared let the sun set? Tell it to stand still for us." These words were directed at the sun, yet they seemed equally aimed at himself. He could already feel life rapidly draining from his body. Huanggo wanted to say something, but seeing Zhu Yuanzhang in this state, he sighed softly instead. He raised his voice and bellowed toward the distance. "The Emperor commands the sun to halt. The Emperor commands the sun to stand still. His Majesty commands the sun to stop." With the yellow dog shouts, the command was relayed down the line by one eunuch after another. Until the palace attendant at the imperial city gate finished his final call, the setting sun seemed to have truly heard it. It paused atop the mountain peak and never moved again. Upon witnessing this scene, the yellow dog hurriedly addressed Zhu Yuanzhang. "Your Majesty, the sun has stopped." At that moment, he was reclining on the dragon bed, his pale eyes gazing aimlessly toward the horizon. "Where has it stopped?" "Your Majesty, the sun has stopped over Mount Qixia and refuses to move." Upon hearing Huangdo's report, Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze toward the direction of Qixia Mountain. "Good, very good. The sun rises over purple gold, sets amidst purple clouds, excellent indeed." Yet Zhu Yuanzhang's voice grew increasingly faint and in a daze. He seemed to see it. He saw clearly. He heard it clearly. On the horizon, a woman dressed in simple clothes appeared, holding a child's hand as she walked toward him. Only when she reached his side did she speak. "Zhengba, what are you doing standing here like this? Biao and I have been looking everywhere for you." "That's right, father and grandma prepared a meal at home, waiting for you to come home and eat." Her voice carried a hint of reproach. Hearing this, he hurriedly looked toward the distance, where a kind-faced couple waved at him. He turned back to the girl and child standing just a few steps away and murmured, "All right, little sister, Biao, let's go home for dinner." With that, Zhu Yuanzhang loosened his grip on the tickler, letting it fall straight to the ground. His eyes slowly closed, his face serene, still holding a faint smile. The yellow dog beside him, witnessing this scene, could no longer hold back its tears. It knelt on the ground and howled mournfully toward the heavens. The emperor has passed away. The video came to an end at that moment. Only the drifting comments remained. Honorably sending off the Hangwu Emperor of the Great Ming. Farewell to the Hangwu Emperor of the Great Ming. The bullet comments formed a neat queue, knowing discussions would begin in a few minutes. Holy crap, I can't wait to see the special episode livestream at Mr. Su. Even the donkeys in Sushin's production team wouldn't dare slack off like this. It's been half an hour already. Seeing Emperor Hangwu call his sister little sister and his son Biao almost made me cry. His life was truly tragic. And his parents are still waiting for him to come home for dinner. Su God, if you don't update soon, I'm sending you razor blades. Online bounty for Sushin's home address. While everyone was still discussing in the comments, Lu Chang's place was bustling with activity. Teacher, are you sure this is the spot? Watching Lu Chang leading the digging in the field, Lu Jia felt a bit helpless. At his age, he still had such boundless energy. Lu Chang shot an impatient glance at Lu Jia, who stood above him wearing a spotless white construction helmet. You little brat. You act like doing a little work is going to kill you. I already asked Su Kid about this ages ago. If I'd waited for you to ask, who knows when we'd ever get started. Hearing this, Lu Jia hurriedly explained. Aren't we supposed to wait until he goes live before digging? That way we can better rally public support. Lu Chang didn't even bother to look up. At your pace, the people's enthusiasm will have cooled before we even break ground. The research value of this emperor who rebuilt China is no less than that of the first emperor who founded it. Plus, we know nothing about his previous non-Han dynasty. We hope to uncover something here for research. Lu Jia seemed to suddenly recall something and asked. Oh, right, Professor. The research on the silk textiles from the first emperor's tomb seems to have stalled. Several researchers have pulled all-nighters and still haven't deciphered them. Lu Chang lifted his head at the mention. Keep researching for now. If it stalls, we'll offer a reward later and launch a public program to involve everyone. With that, he ignored Lu Jia and resumed digging. Meanwhile, Su Yu began examining the system. National Confidence System Panel. Host, Su Yu. Age, 23. Occupation, video blogger. Video count, 2. Live streams, 1. Video views, 342 million. System level, level 1. Reputation, rising star. Followers, 41,205,789. Balance, 1,721,892 Chinese yuan. Chinese nation awakening rate, 1.25%. Chinese history correction rate, 3%. Seeing this, Su Yu began studying the system panel. The increases in historical correction and national awakening were likely due to the Terracotta Army excavation and the Ming Dynasty video. However, the system level remained stuck at level 1. Su Yu still didn't know how to level it up. But he'd let things take their natural course. With that, he picked up the manuscript from the desk and began reviewing it. This was the QA outline he'd prepared over the past week, along with his research on Ming Dynasty history. This time, he planned to dedicate a special session to Zhu Yuanzhang. And the live stream was scheduled for tomorrow. Chapter 21, The Battle Stage. Hai Cheng. Hey, why are you up so early today? An ordinary family of 3 watched their son get up early for work. The mother, busy cooking in the kitchen, asked with a hint of confusion. Usually, this little rascal wouldn't get up early unless it was absolutely necessary. What's gotten into him today? He's actually leaving an hour early. I'm getting off work an hour early today to watch a livestream, so I had no choice. Saying this, Xiao Hai grabbed a steamed bun from the table, popped it into his mouth, and headed out. But he was interrupted by his father, who was eating breakfast and reading the newspaper at the table. Cut back on those trashy livestreams, they're bad for your brain. Follow my example and read something. Newspapers, even the news broadcasts are fine. Oh, and I'll send you a couple of WeChat articles to read later. With that, he deftly pulled his phone from his pocket and began tapping away. Soon after, 2 articles appeared on the boy's phone. The top 10 dangers of smartphone use. Please forward this to your family. After eating for 10 years, I finally realized having buns for breakfast might be slow suicide. Xiao Hai glanced at the content on his phone, gave a helpless chuckle, and then said, Dad, don't look at these. I'm watching historical live streams, conversations with ancient emperors, not that nonsense. Hearing this, his father snorted coldly in displeasure. Watching history? You might as well not watch anything at all. Your grandfather fought 3 times on the 38th parallel, marching into monkey country to avenge our people. Your father spent decades in the military so you brats could escape the shackles of the old era and walk tall in the sunlight. And what do? Go watch the Qing dynasty? Should I kneel down right now and call you your majesty? As soon as he finished, he slammed the newspaper down on the table, glaring at Xiao Hai still standing in the doorway. Oh dad, you're so behind the times. Who reads about the Qing dynasty nowadays? Nowadays, someone doing a live stream video discovered an even older dynasty that's our real ancestral roots. Plus, the whole fuss about raising salaries for grassroots civil servants started from that live stream too. I'll watch it with you guys tonight. Alright, gotta go now, I'll be late for work. Xiao Hai pushed open the door and walked out without giving his dad a chance to respond. Only after the boy left did Mom Hai emerge from the kitchen. Hey, you and the kid are butting heads again? Kids have their own minds these days. Remember when we were young? Everyone kept saying, study hard, study hard. Did you actually study? You skipped class all the time and ended up joining the army to support the family. Now your kid's doing the same thing. After hearing this, Dad Hai said nothing. He finished his soy milk and walked back into the house alone. He glanced around to make sure his wife wasn't coming in, then pulled out his phone and started searching for Chinese history. This kind of situation had been happening frequently since Zhu Yu posted his live stream preview last night. After all, 2 videos racking up hundreds of millions of views weren't just hype. But where there's joy, there's also sorrow. Beijing, China's central television headquarters. A short, middle-aged man was escorted into the station building. Mr. Yamamoto Kakujiro, it's truly an honor to have you here in Huaxia. Is everything set for the live broadcast? We've reserved a 2-hour prime time slot for you immediately following the news broadcast. Director Duan Hua, you should have some faith in me. I am Japan's most renowned historical expert. I can certainly recount our great and long-standing Japanese history to your poor Chinese people. Mid-sentence, Duan Hua seemed to recall something and leaned close to Yamamoto's ear. Mr. Yamamoto, recently we in China have had a young man live streaming history with quite high viewership. His broadcast conflicts with ours. He starts at 8 p.m. I wonder if you have any countermeasures? Hearing this, Yamamoto froze in his tracks, his face twisted with disdain as he glared at Duan Tian. Director Duan, I just told you to have confidence in me. I watched your history livestream too, but fake is fake. Today I'm talking about our foot basin nation's most famous warlord, Oda Nobunaga. Even if you tied all your Chinese emperors together, they couldn't hold a candle to him. Yes, yes, yes. How could our China possibly compare to the history of your little country? Seeing Yamamoto's confident demeanor, Duan Tian hastily agreed. But the surrounding staff frowned. They looked at the station chief, who was groveling before this Japanese man, with a hint of contempt. But Duan Tian didn't care about any of that. His sole focus was boosting ratings. Inviting Yamamoto had already subjected him to considerable pressure as station chief. If ratings didn't climb this time, he'd likely be fired. But if this succeeded, he would gain wealth beyond his wildest dreams. Not long ago, Xianyang had approached him, insisting he suppress Zhu Yu's traffic today at all costs. As someone who watched Zhu Yu's videos and live streams himself, he understood the immense qualities Zhu Yu brought to the table. In the end, he had no choice but to withstand the public backlash and bring in this big-name star. The hope was that he could counteract Zhu Yu's appeal. With only a few hours left until kickoff, once makeup, lighting, and camera setups were finalized, it was time to prepare for the opening segment. Just then, the evening news concluded. As the screen transitioned, this program simultaneously aired across all televisions nationwide. Honey, wasn't today's legal education supposed to be on next? Why did this come on instead? Xiao Hai's parents were settling in to watch their usual legal education segment. Instead, they saw this. Maybe it's some new show. Let's watch and see. Faces of historical figures flashed across the screen one after another, finally settling on a short, middle-aged man clad in armor. The image gradually zoomed in, transforming into a large gate. Yamamoto, dressed in traditional Japanese attire, swung it open. Hello, viewers of China. I'm Yamamoto Kakujiro, a history professor from Japan. I've been invited by China Television to share Japan's rich history with the historically underdeveloped nation of China. He paused briefly before stepping forward to continue. Today, let us delve into the life of a legendary figure, Oda Nobunaga, and witness how this great military leader rose to prominence. Oda Nobunaga, originally a daimyo of Owari province, gained nationwide fame by defeating the great army of Imagawa Yoshimoto at the Battle of Okahazama. Though Yamamoto was boastful, he had reason to be arrogant, especially with his fluent Huaxia language and powerful, resonant delivery. He quickly drew in the middle-aged and elderly viewers watching at home. Director, it's 4 o'clock and still climbing. Duan Tianjin and several deputy directors stared intently at the data before them. As the ratings climbed steadily, the corners of their mouths began to turn upward. But online, a full-blown flame war erupted. Is this it? Is this it? The visuals, the narration, the story, it's nowhere near Su Shen's caliber. Chapter 22, Crushing Superiority. Exactly. And what's this nonsense about? Leading a few thousand men makes you a general? How could you Chinese possibly understand the true value of General Oda Nobunaga? Exactly. As a Chinese person speaking honestly, Oda Nobunaga is truly legendary. We should humbly acknowledge that. Accept my ass. Is our Zhang brother not awesome enough? With your pitiful history, how could you possibly grasp what a general truly means? Are you guys fighting village wars? A few thousand? Not even enough for General Bai Qi to test his strength once. Bai Qi, don't bother me unless it's at least 300,000. But as the discussion heated up, the livestream's viewership kept climbing. The livestream audience's eyes lit up. Douyin TV, it's going crazy. The ratings are almost catching up to the Spring Festival Gala. Douyin Tai, you're making history today. No program has ever surpassed the Spring Festival Gala in viewership. Looks like we need to congratulate you on your promotion early. Douyin Tian's face flushed crimson as he listened to the flattering congratulations. If this worked out, he'd be set for life. Stay humble, stay humble. I believe our Chinese nation lacks historical education, which is why I persevered against pressure to invite Dr. Shan Ben, a history scholar from the Footbasin Nation, to teach our people. Though the surrounding crowd wore expressions of contempt at his words, their voices echoed with constant agreement. But none of this mattered to Su Yu. He stood before the mirror, adjusting his attire. Today, he wore a Zhongshan suit. Paired with his upright posture, it gave off an air of vitality. Meanwhile, the computer screen beside him displayed the live broadcast of Yamamoto Kikujiro's program. Oda Nobunaga? Compared to today's guest, he's not even fit to be served as a side dish. After finishing his preparations, Su Yu took the sword hanging on the wall and fastened it at his waist. He then closed the video and launched his live stream. The moment Su Yu went live, the central television network platform erupted. Guys, let's bail, Su God is live. You guys keep watching the football general. I'm off to see the Han Emperor. Fine, go ahead. But you'll miss the General Oda's most spectacular battle. Watching them fight like this? How come I never noticed before that Footbasin fights look like village brawls? Yeah, back in Qin Shi Huang's time they already had hundreds of thousands of troops, armed with crossbows, bronze swords, and bronze armor. Meanwhile, the Footbasin side was still using wooden sticks and rags. You Chinese people just don't understand the greatness of Oda Nobunaga's strategy. I'm just here to watch you noobs squabble. Alexander the Great could crush you all with one hand. As the online buzz grew, many young people rushed home after work to recommend Su Yu's livestream to their parents. Hi Chang. I'm home, Mom and Dad. What are you watching? Xiao Hai had just returned home when he saw his parents sitting in front of the TV watching an unfamiliar program. The style seemed quite similar to Su Yu's. After glancing back at Xiao Hai, Dad turned his attention back to the TV, his expression tinged with displeasure. I don't know why they cancelled the legal education show today and started airing this instead. What were they thinking? How could they openly promote foot washing culture on CCTV? I'm reporting this first thing tomorrow morning. Seeing his father still seething, he hurried over to try and calm him down. Come on, Dad, why get so worked up? Let me show you some real Chinese culture. With that, he mirrored Su Yu's livestream from his phone onto the TV screen. Though still displeased, Dad didn't stop him since he'd heard about it earlier that morning. The livestream had just begun. Su Yu stood tall in a light blue Zhongshan suit before that familiar floor-to-ceiling window, his face still concealed by that recognizable white mask. The live view count had already reached nearly 30 million. Su Yu then bowed slightly toward the camera, clasping his hands together as he spoke. A century of humiliation began with the Song dynasty and ended with the Ming. For hundreds of years, the people of China lived without a shred of dignity. Yet one man, born into the lowest of origins, reforged the backbone of China. Today, let us delve into the life of the Han Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. Welcome to My Charming Ancestor, Special Episode 2 Emperor Han. I'm hooked. How is it that Sushin feels like he's right beside me? This sound design is absolutely mind-blowing. You're telling me. Just a moment ago I thought that Guy and Yamamoto were holding their own, but now that I compare them, they're absolute trash. Chinese people, you're still whining about a century of humiliation? Does your history even span 100 years? I said it before, whatever Sushin says, I believe it. Even if he claimed China has 5,000 years of history, I'd buy it. Don't exaggerate up there, it's all lies. I've long since left. Now on American soil, I feel so free. Hope you're on this year's shooting victim list. Best wishes. I've been waiting all day. If Sushin makes me wait another day next time, I'm reporting you. Watching the young man speaking eloquently before the screen, Haiba's expression grew calm. Glancing at the comments above, he felt a touch of satisfaction. This kid's got potential. You should learn from him instead of slacking off all day. He's the kind of role model we need to promote our Chinese heritage. What's CCTV even doing? Listening to his father's constant nagging beside him, Xiao Hai gave a helpless smile before returning his attention to the screen. But while some rejoiced, others grieved. As Su Yu's livestream gained more and more viewers, CCTV's ratings began a precipitous decline. Director Douyin, the ratings are spiraling out of control. TV viewership has plummeted to 3%, and online viewers are down to mere tens of thousands. If this keeps up, no one will be watching. Staring at the sea of green numbers before him, Duan Tian felt a chill run through his limbs as cold sweat trickled down his temples.
Could the data be wrong? Impossible. Middle-aged and elderly viewers have always been our core audience. Why are even TV viewership numbers plummeting?
As he spoke, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed backward into the chair behind him.
The numbers are correct. The data team has double-checked them multiple times.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a staff member appeared at the door, holding a red phone.
Director Duan, come out quickly. The higher-ups are looking for you.
The moment the words left his mouth, the deputy directors and office chief who had been gathered around Duan Tian all took a half step back without a flicker of emotion. Even little Cutie could see the situation now.
The higher-ups were already deeply dissatisfied with Duan Tian's performance.
Anyone staying by his side now would be courting trouble while also having to guard against him shifting the blame onto them.
Duan Tian tremblingly picked up the phone and walked to the corner of the hallway to answer it.
Cold sweat drenched his back completely. He felt as if the sky had fallen, yet he forced himself to sound composed.
Hello, China's Central Television. This is Duan Tian. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Response.
The moment Duan Tian finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the other end before a calm male voice came through.
Duan Tian, did a bullet hit your brain? Is it full of? You're stirring up trouble at this critical moment? Are you targeting me? Hearing that voice, Duan Tian couldn't help but tremble.
It was all too familiar, the top brass at Huadian, his direct superior.
Mr. Huang, this time it's because... But before Duan Tian could finish, old Huang cut him off. Don't try to explain. That old codger Lu Chang just unearthed a historical relic of Huaxia.
This should be a time for promoting Huaxia culture, yet you come and cause trouble. Lu Chang has already reported this to higher-ups. They're taking it very seriously.
Mr. Huang. Huang my ass. Stop everything you're doing right now and go home. Don't go out anywhere recently. No one can protect you now. Cut your program immediately. Fill it with legal education today. I won't say more. Talking to you too much might lower my IQ.
No sooner had he finished speaking than old Huang hung up the phone. Duan Tian felt his legs go weak and he collapsed onto the floor. Only now did it sink in he'd been set up.
Yes, at this critical juncture, anyone would know what to do.
But he'd been blinded by greed, completely used as a pawn by others.
But it was too late to figure it out now.
Meanwhile, Zhu Yu remained unaware of the situation at the TV station. He was preparing to begin his journey. But this opening was set to be even more spectacular than the last. The floor-to-ceiling windows shattered once more, their fragments floating in midair. The view outside gradually transformed into a golden passageway. As time passed, the floating shards gradually formed transparent steps before Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu stepped directly onto these shards, walking step by step into the passageway. Holy crap! This visuals feel even better than last time. I can practically feel those glass shards flying into my face. Seriously, this feels more real than a 4D movie.
Who still says Su Shan isn't part of the national team? Who else but the national team could pull off something like this? If Su God is part of the national team, then what was that guy on CCTV doing just now? Who knows? But now it looks like it's turned into a legal education show. Who cares? I wonder what era this Hangwu emperor is from. I want to see his middle-aged self. You guys think it's his old age, right? No way, I can't even imagine how miserable Zhu Yuanzhang must have looked then. As the crowd chatted, the passageways around Zhu Yu gradually stabilized. The surrounding scenery began to materialize. This was the courtyard of a palace, and the season had already turned to late autumn. A desolate autumn wind swept fallen leaves across the ground, drifting right past Zhu Yu. A figure clad in a bright yellow dragon robe lay in a rocking chair at the courtyard's center. A blanket draped over his body. The crowd recognized the figure as none other than the Hangwu emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet now, his eyes were vacant as he stared at the sky, his gaze a dull, grayish hue. Hearing the sound coming from Zhu Yu's direction, he turned his head, his fierce eyes locking directly onto Zhu Yu. Didn't I say no one was to approach? Have you lost your mind? Do you think I can't see clearly?
Facing the figure before him, Zhu Yu bowed slightly, his voice respectful. Young man Zhu Yu, from 600 years hence, greets the great Emperor Hangwu. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhu Yuanzhang sprang to his feet, drew the sword at his side, and swung it like a scythe.
Off, you stinking toad. 600 years? Why not claim you're an immortal? Think I'm blind?
With that, Zhu Yuanzhang strode forward, sword raised, closing in on Zhu Yu. The moment he reached Zhu Yu, he swung his sword down in a single, swift stroke. Though Zhu Yu remained unscathed, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Why did he have to get slashed every single time he came here?
Come at me if you're a real man?
From Zhu Yuanzhang's perspective, though most of his vision was gone, he could still vaguely see the blade pass cleanly through the other man's body. He froze for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He rose slowly, his eyes fixed intently on Zhu Yu. You brat, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Are you truly from 600 years in the future? Though Zhu Yu had prepared himself thoroughly, when Zhu Yuanzhang fixed him with that intense stare, a cold sweat broke out on his back despite his outward composure.
This Han emperor, forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, radiated a palpable aura of murderous intent even in silence. Refund my phone. It flew out of my hand. That stare is terrifying.
Compared to Brother Zhang, this Han emperor is pure butchery. You literally can't meet his gaze.
How could he not be terrifying?
At his age, his grandchildren, wife, and son are probably all gone.
Anyone would turn out like this.
Sigh, I was hoping to see a slightly younger Emperor Han. This must be shortly before his death.
Such a pity.
You truly have come from 600 years in the future.
After speaking, Zhu Yu gently waved his hands over Zhu Yuanzhang's head. The next moment, the sword clutched tightly in Zhu Yuanzhang's hand fell to the ground.
He stared at Zhu Yu before him in utter disbelief. In that instant of Zhu Yu's gesture, he saw clearly it was the first time since losing his sight that he'd witnessed the world with such sharpness. He immediately bowed deeply to Zhu Yu, his voice still trembling. Not knowing I was in the presence of an immortal, I'm just a lowly peasant.
Please don't take offense. Might an immortal perhaps?
Before Zhu Yuanzhang could finish, Zhu Yu hurriedly interrupted him, quickly helping him to his feet. He couldn't bear such a deep bow, it might even shorten his lifespan. Zhu Yu explained the situation to Zhu Yuanzhang, and only then did he understand. The two then sat down at a stone table and began their conversation.
So you're saying my sight is only temporary? After you leave, I'll go blind again? And the history you've told me, I'll forget it all?
Zhu Yuanzhang finished speaking, glaring at Zhu Yu with obvious displeasure.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Before Zhu Yu could finish, Zhu Yuanzhang waved him off.
Then what's the point of you being here? You're completely useless. I don't want to talk to you, get out of here.
Zhu Yu froze in place upon hearing this.
Oh, this?
I prepared so many drafts and never imagined Zhu Yuanzhang would say this.
Ha, this is hilarious.
Who would have thought he'd be this kind of Zhu Yuanzhang?
Check out Sushin's expression, he looks like he's about to lose his mind.
Sushin rehearsed countless responses but never imagined this one. Wonder how Sushin will convince him to finish the livestream.
Chapter 24, The Rebel King Enters the Capital.
Zhu Yu stared helplessly at the stubborn old man before him, 1,000 curses racing through his mind.
Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing Zhu Yu still staring blankly, couldn't help but laugh. Haha, young man, look how scared you are. Just tell me one question, and I'll let you ask me anything. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's response, Zhu Yu visibly relaxed.
At least there was a condition. He'd feared old Zhu might actually kick him out, which would have made this livestream a complete joke.
Speak, I'm listening. Zhu Yuanzhang paused in surprise.
He'd expected some haggling, but the other party agreed so readily. He quickly adjusted his tone and said, Alright then, let me ask you something. Do you know my grandson, my sister? Before old Zhu could finish, Zhu Yu leaned close to his ear and whispered a single syllable, Lu.
Zhu Yu knew full well this matter couldn't be discussed openly yet.
Given old Zhu's temper, he might actually cut someone down, and that would have no small impact on future generations.
If it were spoken aloud, future generations would be thrown into chaos. Upon hearing that single syllable, Zhu Yuanzhang's face instantly flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot. Zhu Yu quickly placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered an explanation. It took a long while before Zhu Yuanzhang finally calmed down. Holy crap, what did Zhu Yu tell him? That look makes me feel like my entire clan is trembling. No clue. Probably the truth about Empress Ma and Zhu Xianyang's deaths? Weren't they natural deaths? One from tuberculosis, the other from smallpox. Not necessarily. Just look at the Qing dynasty. Haven't you seen Empress Shen Huan? Those abacus beads are practically hitting me in the face. Yeah, who wouldn't want to fight for that? It's the highest position imaginable. I say whoever stands to gain the most is the killer. Truly the bloodthirsty old Zhu, that killing intent is off the charts. By now, Zhu Yuanzhang had regained his composure, but he still harbored no goodwill towards Zhu Yu. Ask whatever you need to ask quickly. I've got urgent matters to attend to. Then, Your Majesty, would you care to hear tales of the Ming dynasty's future? Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's indifferent expression, Zhu Yu decided to stir up a little trouble. Upon hearing Zhu Yu's words, Zhu Yuanzhang took the bait without hesitation, though he quickly regained his composure. Oomph. You're still too green to try goading me, lad. Go on by your time, how many generations removed will I be? As Zhu Yu spoke, he noticed Zhu Yuanzhang lift his head slightly with pride, ready to hear the answer. But seeing Zhu Yuanzhang like this, Zhu Yu visibly hesitated, feeling a bit awkward to speak. Ha ha ha, look at how the Han Emperor's demeanor has even made the divine Su feel awkward. Su God, I was just being polite, and you took it seriously? First time seeing God Su embarrassed. This Emperor Han Wu is so entertaining, way more fun than Brother Zhang. Zhanggu, that's not what you said last time. As Zhu Yu fell silent, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to sense something, his expression darkening instantly. Hey, Su kid, don't tell me your dynasty wiped out our great Ming. Hearing this, Zhu Yu hurriedly explained. We're over 600 years removed from your era, how could that be possible? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression eased slightly. Well, at least 500 years, right? But silence was all he got in return, causing his expression to darken further. 400 years? Surely not less than that? 300? Are the descendants of the great leader truly so incompetent?
Zhu Yu didn't seem to be listening to these inquiries, which sounded like a price quote.
He spoke directly. Your Majesty, no need to list them all.
The great Ming dynasty had 16 emperors, spanning a total of 276 years. The moment Zhu Yu finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind swept past him. The stone table that had stood firmly in place moments before now lay overturned on the ground, its fresh melons and fruits scattered everywhere. Zhu Yuanzhang, whose once sturdy frame had now become stooped. He stood panting heavily in place. The Jinui commander, who had just appeared outside, was roared at by Zhu Yuanzhang and sent tumbling away. Then he strode directly to Zhu Yu, his eyes fixed intently on him as he declared, "Boy, deceiving the army is a capital offense. Even if you truly are from the future, I'll have your entire clan executed. I'll slaughter every last member of the Su family." By now, Zhu Yuanzhang had lost all reason. His eyes were bloodshot and he continued to pant heavily. Zhu Yu knew that no words would sway him now. Better to let him see for himself. The thought barely formed before Zhu Yu raised his right hand without hesitation and swept it lightly toward his right side. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, forming a brilliant, shimmering barrier. It materialized beside him without warning. With the light's emergence, distant mountain ranges seemed to collapse and reassemble in an instant. Yet this extraordinary transformation didn't last long. As the landscape gradually settled and finally stabilized. Holy crap, this scene! Truly worthy of Su Shen. Every time I see this kind of transformation, I'm genuinely blown away. As a visual effects artist, I can tell you this, no studio in the world possesses this level of special effects technology yet. If it did exist, the cost would be 10 times that of any Hollywood blockbuster. This must be state-funded. Otherwise, Su Shen would go bankrupt after just 2 episodes. Meanwhile, in distant Yingtian, Lu Chang, Lu Jia, and their group were also watching this episode. Old Lu, maybe we should show our support and allocate some funds? At this rate, who knows how many episodes they can keep making. Lu Jia stared at the screen, his jaw dropping at the visual effects. Though not a professional, he knew how insanely expensive such effects were. Lu Chang didn't even glance at Lu Jia, his eyes fixed intently on Zhu Yuanzhang on the screen. His pen and paper flew across the page as he took notes. I've already reported this to higher-ups. While they support it, don't even think about getting full reimbursement. But tens of millions are still possible. Once this episode wraps up, contact Su and transfer it to him. With that, he fell silent, returning to meticulously documenting the on-screen details. On screen, a large force emerged from the center, each clad in tattered cloth robes, their eyes blazing with vengeful fury. At the center of the formation, a middle-aged man clad in armor charged forth on horseback, bellowing, "Eat to your heart's content. Drink to your heart's content. The king of rebellion comes to the city gates. The king of rebellion comes, no more taxes. Brothers, the Zhu family emperor lurks within. He starves the people, let's kill him. Charge, brothers. Glory and riches await." At Li Zicheng's rallying cry, the soldiers charged like starved wolves toward the city walls. Zhu Yuanzhang, witnessing this scene, did not retreat an inch. He rushed into the inner hall, grabbed a sharp sword hanging on the wall, and stood before the golden curtain, swinging it wildly. His face flushed crimson with fury. "Traitorous scum! I'll wipe out your entire clan. Soldiers of the great Ming. Follow me." Chapter 25, Qing forces enter the pass. But the scene did not pause with Zhu Yuanzhang's slashing. As expected, the capital fell. Zhu Yuanzhang collapsed like a deflated balloon, plopping down onto the floor. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, fixed intently on the screen. The scene shifted abruptly to a crooked tree on the back hills of the capital. A solitary figure stood desolately beside the tree, accompanied by an aged eunuch. Both watched silently as flames leapt across the capital city. "He is the last emperor of the Ming dynasty, Chongzhen," Su Yu explained from the side. Zhu Yuanzhang offered no reply, instead staring blankly at Chongzhen beside the tree. His face appeared gaunt and emaciated, though his features were not particularly large. Yet his half-gray hair and the clothes covered in patches stood out starkly. "How old is he?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked, his gaze fixed on the screen. Chongzhen was 34 at this time. Upon hearing Su Yu's voice, Zhu Yuanzhang visibly startled. His right hand reached out to gently stroke Chongzhen's face, now covered in bloodstains, a hint of heartache flickering in his eyes. But his hand passed right through. Suddenly, the Chongzhen emperor in the scene cried out in a loud voice. "My ministers have betrayed me. A sovereign dies for his realm. The Ming dynasty's 277 years of rule abandoned in an instant, all because of treacherous ministers who led us to this ruin." The roar seemed to drain all strength from Chongzhen's body. The emperor staggered unsteadily toward the eunuch. "Chang'an, bring me the silk." Wang Chang'an had barely produced a bolt of golden silk when Chongzhen snatched it away. Before Wang Chang'an could protest, Chongzhen bit his finger and began writing on the silk. Soon, a line of blood-red characters appeared before the assembled crowd. Having reigned for 17 years, though I possess little virtue and have incurred heaven's wrath, it is all due to my minister's betrayal that rebels now threaten the capital. Upon my death, I shall have no face to meet my ancestors in the underworld. I hereby remove my crown and cover my face with my hair. Let the rebels dismember my corpse, but harm not a single commoner." Upon finishing, Chongjin removed his crown and placed it beside the blood-stained letter. He then untied his sash and hung it on a nearby crooked tree.
"Xianyang, I am departing."
Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been lying on the ground, seemed to sense something. He leapt to his feet and pointed at Chongjin within the golden curtain, cursing.
"Coward! A son of the Zhu family should never die so pitifully. If death must come, let it be on the battlefield. How could we have such a disgraceful descendant as you?"
But no matter how Zhu Yuanzhang cursed or screamed, it could not alter the outcome within the golden curtain. As Chongjin ceased struggling, Wang Chang'an knelt down, weeping, and cried out loudly.
"Farewell to the emperor of the great Ming." The piercing voice echoed relentlessly across the desolate mountain peak, lingering long after it faded. "Farewell to the emperor of the great Ming. Farewell to the emperor of the great Ming. Farewell to the emperor of the great Ming."
Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd in the comment stream began forming ranks with their messages, bidding farewell to the last emperor of the great Ming. The emperor guards the nation's gates, the sovereign dies for his people. This phrase perfectly captured the scene before them. This is just too cruel to old Zhu, making the founding emperor witness the fall of his dynasty. Thank goodness Xiang was smart enough not to fall for Su Shen's trap last time. Otherwise, I feel like he might have been sent off early. Old Zhu is truly on the verge of collapse. If this is another foreign invasion, I think he'd be sent off immediately. Thankfully it wasn't. That comment above was terrifying. This eunuch is the true loyal subject. Just as everyone was speaking, Wang Chang'an had already risen to his feet, still muttering to himself.
"Your Majesty, please calm down. This old servant will go down immediately to attend to you. Don't worry, Your Majesty, it won't take long. Let me clear the way for you first, please walk slowly." Wang Chang'an's mutterings continued unceasingly, yet his hands never stopped moving. He pulled a 3-foot-long white silk ribbon from his robe and found a tree nearby, one head shorter than the one Chongjin had used. He hung the ribbon directly from its branches. As his feet left the ground, his breath grew faint. Yet even in this state, he showed not a trace of struggle. Moments later, the scene plunged back into chaos. Not a single court official showed the loyalty of this eunuch. In my opinion, they should all have been beheaded long ago. Zhu Yuanzhang finally calmed himself and spat on the ground. Before he could continue, the once still sky began to stir once more. War horses galloped out, charging directly through the chaos. Each steppe warrior's hair was styled into a shape resembling a scorpion's tail. "Through the pass! Through the pass! Through the pass! My brothers! The lands, silver, daughters, and status of the great Ming await us. Charge!" Zhu Yuanzhang froze in place as if struck by thunder, his eyes instantly filling with bloodshot veins. He stared at Suyu beside him in disbelief. Suyu's face darkened as well, his voice tight with clenched teeth. April 22, 1644. The rebel Wu Sangui defected to the Qing, opened Shanhai Pass, and allowed the Qing army to enter the pass. After entering the pass, the Qing forces. By this point, Suyu felt his molars grinding to dust, yet he forced himself to remain composed. "You can see for yourself." After Suyu finished, the sky screen shifted once more. Shrieks of terror echoed from the sky screen. The scene depicted heavily armed Qing soldiers slaughtering defenseless civilians. Rape and pillage were carried out with utter inhumanity. The Qing soldiers' reckless laughter mingled with the screams of the people. It sounded especially jarring. Though most of the footage was pixelated, the sheer impact of such atrocities sent the livestream viewers into a frenzy. The poor video quality made the blood seem to spatter onto the viewers' faces. Holy, this is the Qing army? Why isn't this recorded in their historical accounts? Overthrow the Qing, restore the Ming. The higher-ups are too naive. How could we possibly include this in the historical records? Let's burn the Qing tombs tomorrow. Hit one if you're in. They really don't treat Han people like human beings. Even foreign trolls were silenced by this scene. Only those from the Footbasin nation remained the most vocal. It hasn't been proven yet. What are you Chinese people even talking about over there? I think they did the right thing. This is the slaughter the strong should inflict on the weak. You Korean bastards. I'm burning down your Thai toilet tomorrow. Count me in my flights tomorrow morning. Mine's the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Yingtian, Lu Chang gripped the pencil in his hand so tightly until it snapped with a crack. The pencil snapped clean in two in his hand. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, until he finally began muttering incessantly. The Qing army entered the pass. The Qing army entered the pass. That's how the Qing army entered the pass. And we overlooked so much historical evidence. Beside him, Lu Jia's face was equally grim, yet he held Lu Chang's nitroglycerin pills in his hand, fearing the teacher might suffer any mishap. Just as everyone was immersed in this emotional turmoil, they were startled by a thunderous shout erupting from the livestream. Chapter 26, The Soul of the Nation Lost. Get the hell out of the Ming dynasty. If you want to kill us, come and kill us. We'll fight you to the death. The Ming dynasty may be overthrown, but it shall never be invaded by foreign tribes. Wu Sangue, you filthy bastard, you worthless toad. We swear to kill you. Zhu Yuanzhang's thunderous roar snapped everyone back to reality. As he finished speaking, the sharp sword in his hand shot forward, slicing straight through the golden curtain and plunging into the ground. After speaking, old Zhu felt the world spin violently, collapsing straight onto the stone bench behind him. Su Yu had no doubt that without the system's power bolstering him, old Zhu would have already kicked the bucket from hypertension. This is the true Emperor Hanwu. Seeing those Qing troops enter the pass makes me want to run, yet old Zhu stood alone before them. For context, old Zhu was the first emperor to expel foreign tribes from China's lands. No wonder he's seething at the Qing troops. This is seriously smearing the Qing dynasty. Reported. What's your last name, upstairs? Love it. I'm just observing from the sidelines. Whoa, the imperial yellow banner, guess we should kowtow to them. Yeah, when descendants fail to live up to expectations, it's the ancestors who get angry. Just as Su Yu watched old Zhu struggle with this dilemma, the system delivered a divine assist. Ding. Detected Emperor Hongwu's blood pressure spiking due to host stress. Presently altering temporal sequence of this spacetime. Fission initiated. Staring at this cryptic message, Su Yu was utterly speechless. He immediately transmitted a mental message to the host. Speak plainly. Due to the host's limited cultural literacy, the system will translate into plain language. The current timeline of Zhu Yuanzhang has been split into a parallel universe. The system will not erase his memories upon termination, and all his actions within this timeline will not affect the present world. A completely new timeline will be independently established. Su Yu watched the system's message conclude, then glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang, who was dazed on the stone chair. For some reason, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Hunting time has begun. Su Yu then leaned close to old Zhu's ear and explained the situation. Upon hearing this, old Zhu felt as if his meridians had suddenly opened. He sprang up from the chair. Su, you're something else. Yellow dog, hurry up and get the food ready, we're having a drink with this kid. Hearing the call from outside, Huang Go promptly responded and dashed off to make preparations. Meanwhile, the courtyard had been rearranged by the palace maids and eunuchs who had been ushered in. Zhu Yuanzhang casually picked up the fruit from the ground, wiped it on his clothes, and started eating. He tossed some over to Su Yu. What's gotten into old Zhu? Why does he always calm down whenever Su God says something to him? Is he treating us like outsiders behind our backs? He's not just not angry, he practically has a grin plastered on his face. But this Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang really eats fruit off the ground. You haven't seen Su Shen's video introduction, have you? Old Zhu rose from herding cattle and begging to become emperor. How could he possibly be as extravagant and dissolute as those Qing dynasty folks? As they chatted, a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup was served. Zhu Yuanzhang began explaining to Su Yu. This is our favorite pearl jade soup, stir-fried lamb, braised goose in sweet and sour sauce, braised pork, and 2 bowls of millet rice. Don't be shy, kid. If you hadn't come, we'd just have soup for dinner. With that, he dug right in without waiting for Su Yu's response, clearly enjoying a hearty appetite. Hey kid, don't just stand there. Dig in. At your age, I could easily polish off 5 or 6 bowls. This looks just like what we eat at home. It's not just similar vegetable and tofu soup, stir-fried mutton, braised goose, donkey meat buns, millet rice. Has Su God switched careers to become a food vlogger? Just finished dinner and I'm already hungry again. It's the middle of the night and I just ate. Not bad at all. My family doesn't eat this well unless we have guests. Who do you think you are, the emperor? If I were emperor, I'd have at least 100 dishes a day to learn the spirit of Cishi. While everyone was still chatting idly, Zhu Yuanzhang had already polished off most of the dishes on the table. Only then did he pour all the soup into a bowl and down it in one gulp. A little over half the time had passed. Only then did Su Yu steer the conversation back on track. Your Majesty, I've told you what you wish to know. Might I ask you a question in return? Old Zhu took a piece of hempcloth from the eunuch, roughly rubbed it across his face several times, and then spoke. Su lad, you answered my question. I won't make things hard for you. Ask whatever you wish. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Su Yu bowed slightly before speaking. This junior wishes to ask, how does one reshape the soul of Huaxia? Zhu Yuanzhang paused slightly at the question, as if he wanted to ask something in return but held back. After a moment of thought, he narrowed his eyes and began. Su, do you know why I rebelled back then? Because we couldn't get enough to eat. Exactly. That was the reason. Had they fed us back then, spared us hunger and cold, this world would only have known Zhu Changba, an honest farmer, not the present Emperor Hanwu, Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang downed the tea on the table in one gulp before continuing. Back then, starting with that damn Lixiang dynasty, the Mongols launched massive invasions into the Central Plains. They plundered the 9 provinces' treasures and, to tighten their control, even divided the people into 4 damned classes. As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to recall something, slamming his hand down on the table.
We Han Chinese were only slightly better off than the Southerners. For the Yuan Mongols and Xenia people above, even if they slaughtered Han Chinese, they only needed to compensate with some silver.
Back then, Su, do you think the soul of the Chinese nation still existed?
As Zhu Yuanzhang posed the question, the sky backdrop beside him began to shift.
Hey, don't doubt me.
This treasure was given to me by the Yuan grandfather himself. I just helped him kill a Han Chinese, and he rewarded me with this coat. A middle-aged man clad in rags stood in the tea house, waving a brown coat in his hand as he boasted incessantly. Those around him stared at the coat with envious expressions.
Damn it, why didn't I get such good luck? What gives Wang the pockmarked? If Yuan Laoi gave me a cloth coat, I'd dare kill a Han Chinese too. Just as the commotion continued, a well-dressed Yuan Mongol entered. The entire tea house fell instantly silent.
The Han man who had been flaunting his coat rushed to the Yuan Mongol's feet, prostrating himself respectfully.
Your Excellency.
I'm Wang Maizi, the one who handled your affairs a couple days ago.
It's truly an honor to welcome you to this tea house. But the Mongolian didn't even glance at Wang Maizi.
He simply placed his foot on Wang Maizi's head and stepped over him.
After being trampled, Wang Maizi hurriedly cried out. Thank you, grandfather, for your foot. Thank you, grandfather, for your foot. Chapter 27, Dignity lies only upon the edge of the sword.
Watching the scene unfold beside him, Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists tightly. As if recalling something, he remembered how he himself had been bullied by these corrupt officials back in the day. He understood Wang Maizi's actions all too well. Yet the scene did not end there. Amidst the bustling, crowded street, a sudden, urgent clatter of hooves echoed loudly. Startled, the crowd turned to look. There, riding a tall, powerful steed, was a burly Mongolian man with a face full of fleshy features. He galloped freely down the center of the street like a whirlwind. At the same time, a young man in his 20s was busily helping his elderly mother pack up their street stall. The incident happened so suddenly that the young man had no time to react, not even managing to utter a cry of alarm. He was mercilessly trampled under the galloping hooves. In an instant, blood gushed from beneath the young man, splattering everywhere. After suffering such a severe blow, the young man collapsed instantly, unable to move a muscle. Yet the Mongolian merely pulled back on the reins, halting his horse briefly. He glanced coldly down at the youth lying in a pool of blood. Then, expressionless, he pulled a tail of silver from his robe and tossed it carelessly to the ground. He swung himself back into the saddle, ready to ride away. But one of his legs was seized tightly by an old woman nearby. The old woman, seeing the Mongol dismount, immediately prostrated herself, banging her head until it bled before she could speak. My lord, this humble woman bows to you. My wicked son has offended you and deserves death. But please, my lord, consider that I have a widow and orphan at home. I beg you, my lord, to give us more. The Mongolian man said nothing. Instead, he lifted his foot and stomped down on the old woman kneeling beneath him. Lowly Han! How dare you waste my precious time? You are truly the dregs of humanity. With each crushing step, the boots beneath his fur-lined coat ran red with blood. Below, the old woman's face was crushed beyond recognition as she lay motionless on the ground. Only then did a Han man dressed as a constable approach. Kneeling before the Mongol, he said. Grandfather, well done. This sinful woman deserved her death for wasting your time. You are as majestic as an eagle soaring over the steppes. However, according to the laws of the eternal sky, you must pay compensation. The Mongol ignored the minor official, tossed down 20 taels of silver, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt their hearts bleed. Born in an era of peace, they could never have imagined what oppression by foreign tribes would truly entail. This makes my fists clench. Ah! Mongol bastards, come and get it. Inner Mongolia, oh no, this time it's coming for me. But this scene feels so realistically portrayed. Foreigners receive all sorts of preferential treatment in China, and the locals even side with them. What the hell is the guy above even talking about? I can totally picture old Zhu losing his temper later and why he'd rebel. This servility is ingrained to the bone. If no one stands up, there probably won't be any resistance. It's not just the common folk. Han officials are the same. If it weren't for old Zhu, I wouldn't even dare imagine what would become of the Han people's status. Yet old Zhu, within the courtyard, watched it all unfold with surprising calm, completely contrary to everyone's expectations. Noticing Su Yu's curious gaze beside him, he spoke up. Wondering why I didn't flip the table? Because I'm a witness to this. I lived through it. No historical grudges here, just instant retribution. Try having a Mongol dance before me now, and I'll string up his entire clan on the city walls to light sky lanterns. Su Yu nodded thoughtfully, then heard Zhu Yuanzhang continue. Do you know why we shouldn't harbor hatred toward history? Because historical knowledge compels us to remember this moment of humiliation, while the future is the true enemy we must confront. Those who spend their days seeking redress for historical grievances, what difference is there between them and those sour, musty Confucian scholars? We must grow strong, making those who harmed us in the past pay the price they deserve. That is the true purpose of history. Having spoken, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly picked up the sword from the ground and thrust it forcefully into the tabletop.
Su, you asked how we can reshape the soul of China? This is the answer. Zhu Yuanzhang drew the sword and cleaved a nearby withered tree in two. Only when the sword is sharp will the soul of the nation rise. Only when the sword is sharp will the nation stand tall. Only when the sword is sharp can we speak as equals with others. And only a sharp sword can reshape the soul of China. Ying Tian. Lu Chang witnessed the scene before him, clutching his chest as his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Jia, standing beside him, acted swiftly, shoving a rescue pill into his mouth. This eased his distress somewhat, though he kept muttering. Good. Good words from the Han emperor. Dignity lies only upon the blade's edge, dignity exists only within the cannon's range. Remember history, look toward the future. These words ignited not only Lu Chang's emotions but also exploded across millions upon millions of online livestream viewers. I feel like I could punch a Taiwanese chicken to death with two fists. Truly fit to be an emperor, this charisma is off the charts. Is it too late for me to enlist now? Yeah, all these angry netizens flexing online would probably defect the moment they hit the battlefield. Old Zhu is just too cool. Tell Zheng Guo I can't go back. Meanwhile in Haicheng, old Ha sat glued to the TV, his hands clenched tightly as he stared intently at Zhu Yuanzhang on the screen. This is what a great program should be, promoting Chinese history. If we'd had shows like this a few years back, we wouldn't have ended up in that mess. Beside him, Xiao Hai and the others turned somber upon hearing that incident. This was a heinous incident worthy of being recorded in China's history of humiliation. In the courtyard, Su Yu felt a thunderous shock reverberate through him. He bowed deeply before the image of Zhu Yuanzhang before him. Your Majesty's words have enlightened this humble descendant. I shall carry your message forward. Zhu Yuanzhang then pulled Su Yu over and seated him beside him. Su lad, I'm asking you a serious question. You'd better answer me honestly and earnestly. If I find you deceiving me, I'll charge you with treason. Looking at the stern old man beside him, Su Yu replied. Your Majesty, ask away. I shall speak without reservation. Very well. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his hand on the table, his piercing gaze fixed on Su Yu. I know the Han people later reclaimed the empire, but tell me, did your descendants live well afterward? Were they ever bullied? You must answer me honestly. Chapter 28, A Century of Humiliation, Madness Beyond Belief. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Su Yu visibly froze. The words "not bullied" and "well" felt like fishbones lodged in his throat, impossible to utter. Noticing Su Yu's expression, Zhu Yuanzhang patted his shoulder and said, Su lad, no matter what, you and those kids in the future are still our descendants. How can descendants be bullied? Are we ancestors not allowed to know anything at all? Su Yu felt like he was choking up just now. Old Zhu really made me cry to death. Being an ancestor's descendant is so tough. Never met him, yet he feels so familiar. I swear he must be my ancestor. This is exactly what an ancestor should say. Those bastards in the Qing dynasty only cared about their own pleasures, completely abandoning the common folk. This is heartbreaking. He truly embodies an elder inquiring about his juniors. Guess what clip Su Shin will show? Not that one, right? Wouldn't it be too much for old Zhu? This is way more intense than all the previous scenes combined. Meanwhile, Su Yu could see the comments in real time. At this moment, he couldn't care less about breaking any rules. Anyway, his stream was untouchable, no one could delete it. Who's afraid of who? Today, he was determined to ignite this fire. At this thought, Su Yu's expression grew solemn as he turned to look at old Zhu. He bowed his head slightly and said, Ancestor, the later generations suffer. The younger ones are being bullied. Hearing this, old Zhu froze for a moment, his tiger-like eyes blazing with a terrifying killing intent. But he quickly composed himself and addressed Su Yu. Tell your elder, how are things in the future? Who dares to bully my descendants? Su Yu's expression remained as calm as still water. He first took a few subtle steps back, giving Jin Mu ample space. Then, under the gaze of thousands, he raised his right hand and gently bit the tip of his index finger with his teeth. A crimson trickle slowly seeped from the wound. He forcefully flicked the blood outward. The crimson spray shot forth, landing precisely within the golden curtain beside him. The moment the blood touched the golden curtain, it shattered as if stimulated by some force. A golden light burst forth from within a colossal, majestic golden dragon. Following the dragon's wake was a trail of blood. The crimson streak seemed to merge with the golden dragon. The golden dragon rolled and spiraled through the air, intertwining with the streak of blood. The instant they touched, a piercing, agonized scream erupted from the dragon's mouth, shattering the heavens. The blood gradually spread from the point of contact, slowly covering the entire golden dragon. Golden scales flaked off one by one until the golden dragon was transformed into a black blood dragon. It let out one final, thunderous roar in the air before exploding violently. A hollow black void formed in the sky, the scene flickering into view. Below, Zhu Yuanzhang watched the scene above and stood up abruptly. Both arms trembled involuntarily as a surge of blood rushed to his head. The golden dragon spills blood, the calamity of a fallen clan. Having spoken, Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Su Yu beside him with an expression of utter disbelief. 5,000 years of Chinese history, only to face such a catastrophic calamity in later generations. This thought weighed heavily on Zhu Yuanzhang.
It felt as though something heavy was lodged in his chest.
Meanwhile, in another timeline. Year 210 of the era.
Year 36 of the first emperor. Ying Zhang lay calmly upon his dragon bed, awaiting the final hour of his life.
Suddenly, as if sensing something, a jet of black blood spurted forth. Annihilation of the clan. Extinction of the lineage.
His consciousness grew hazy, and in a daze, he murmured,
"Young Su, take good care of what I've left for you."
Meanwhile, Su Yu, still within the Ming dynasty, stared grimly at Zhu Yuanzhang before him. Ancestor, witness China's century of humiliation, blood-soaked vengeance. As Su Yu's words fell, the black screen began to flicker. Then, a massive cannonball exploded directly before the screen. A massive wave of fire seemed to burst through the screen. On screen, ship after ship of formidable vessels pounded the shore with relentless fire, their decks crowded with blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners roaring with laughter. On the shore, Qing soldiers were disoriented and scattered by the cannon fire. Innocent civilians caught in the crossfire suffered as collateral damage.
This was the beginning of it all, the First Opium War, and,
as Su Yu explained, a yellowed piece of paper slowly appeared in the scene.
The Treaty of Nanking.
The terms of the treaty, territorial cessions, indemnities, and humiliating concessions were laid bare before the audience in stark, bloody detail. The black screen then resumed its projection.
The Second Opium War, the Sino-French War, and finally the First Sino-Japanese War.
As the Beiyang fleet's soldier roared out that line,
"Our cannons can't reach them," Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer hold himself together. He collapsed onto the stone bench behind him,
his fierce eyes brimming with tears.
"Damn this humiliation. This utter failure. I'll tear you apart, you old witch. Scum. Bastard."
Beside him, Su Yu stood with a dark expression, his teeth grinding audibly. The scene above gradually shifted to the Eight-Nation Alliance entering the capital and signing the Boxer Protocol. Zhu Yuanzhang had grown numb, his once upright posture now stooped and hunched. But as the video played on, Zhu suddenly sprang to his feet. Without a word, his eyes bloodshot, he stared fixedly at the black screen above. As if he were about to devour it whole, blood slowly trickled from the corners of his mouth from the sheer force of his concentration. In 1931, the Japanese Imperial Army launched the September 18 incident in northeast China, initiating their invasion of China and seizing control of the three northeastern provinces. Thus commenced 14 years of brutal invasion. On the screen, innocent civilians met gruesome deaths at the hands of the Japanese invaders' blades. Their piercing screams met only with merciless mockery and laughter. How piercing that sound was. The severed heads of patriots were hung high in the open fields, left exposed to the elements. Countless loyal souls were buried beneath this land. Atrocities and inhumane experiments ran rampant across this land. Unit 731 conducted live experiments, watching as living souls were strapped to tables like lab rats, only to die horribly on the spot. The bacteria and viruses bred in these labs were unleashed upon the battlefield, claiming the lives of countless loyal Chinese heroes under the fumes of this insane poison gas. 2 officers from the Japanese Imperial Army even raised their slaughtering blades within the corpse-strewn city of Khitan, staging a competition. This massacre, disguised as a competition, claimed at least 300,000 lives. Afterward, the 2 demons stood there and happily took a photo together. These scenes, each as horrific as the last, filled Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes with bloodshot fury. He charged out of the courtyard, snatched a bow from an imperial guard, and rushed back. He drew the bowstring and fired. "You bastard! I swear anew I shall devour your flesh and sleep upon your skin. The foremost ancestral decree for every generation of our Ming descendants is to annihilate your nation and exterminate your race. You son of a..." Chapter 29, We Must Strengthen Ourselves. As Zhu's arrow flew forth, the black screen footage abruptly ended. Old Zhu was nearly blown up with rage. Of course anyone watching this would be furious. "I can't take it anymore. This is too brutal. Why aren't these photos included in textbooks today? Because they fear children can't handle the reality. Why hasn't this kind of bloody footage been censored? Could he be part of the national team? And why ban it?" Remembering history and looking toward the future, that's what Su Shen taught us. Today's children haven't experienced war or bloodshed. This piece was bought with the lives of countless predecessors. No way, I've already recorded this episode. As soon as it ends, I'm editing it. Just recently I saw someone wearing a kimono in Khitan. What were they thinking? So what if I wear it? That's how it is in Khitan, freedom of dress, you know? Women's safety. You must have been shot in the head. What the hell is Khitan? And freedom of dress? You're f***ing delusional. Amidst the heated discussion, Zhu Yuanzhang finally coughed up a mouthful of blood and exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Su, is this what the future looks like?" Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't fully recovered from his earlier emotional turmoil, his mind still dazed. Su Yu sat back down beside old Zhu. "No, elder, this isn't the future. This is it." As Su Yu waved his right hand, the black veil that had shrouded the sky vanished instantly. The long absent golden curtain reappeared above. This time, the scene was no longer painted in black and white, gray, or despair. Instead, it blazed with the fiery red of a rising sun.
A piercing bugle call sounded from the heavens.
Defend our land with honor, gaze northward with fierce resolve, never cross southward, even if it means spilling our blood and brains, we shall not hesitate. At this critical moment of national peril, an individual's life pales in comparison to the collective interests of the nation. Rather stand and die than live on bended knee, rather leap into the ravine and shatter our bodies than surrender and yield.
For the cause of national liberation, I am willing to shed my last drop of blood. My death brings the nation life, my death is an honor.
Though my body perishes, my spirit lives on.
Success is virtue, we shall achieve a world of harmony.
Each cry of resolve transformed into a pair of powerful hands, slowly lifting the scene upward. The scene revealed figures rushing forward, their backs to the camera, armed with spears, swords, and rifles. Before them, rows of black machine guns relentlessly fired upon them. Martyrs charging at the forefront fell like wheat stalks.
Yet the comrades behind them were not deterred by this sight.
They pressed onward, treading the path forged by those who came before, swimming against the current, falling relentlessly on the stairway to victory. Yet their sacrifice ignited the masses behind them like a flame. As long as blood still flowed, the bugle call of charge would never cease.
Even as bombers swept overhead and explosions ripped through the air, their advance remained unstoppable.
From the shelled ruins, countless figures, engulfed in flames, rose to their feet.
Brothers, follow me. Slaughter the bandits and restore our China.
Those with bullets used their guns, those without bullets used their rifle butts, those without guns used knives, those without knives used their teeth. They used every weapon at their disposal to crush the invaders' ambitions before them. Even as they burned beyond recognition, their pain unbearable, nothing could extinguish their resolve to restore their nation.
Not even God could stop them. God? How many divisions does he have, for God's sake?
The scene shifts to a vast expanse of snow. From above, the slopes were blanketed in snow, not a soul in sight. Below the slope, soldiers from the beautiful country were drinking heavily and feasting on meat, preparing to celebrate their annual Christmas. Not a single guard is on duty throughout the entire camp. They never imagined anyone could lie in ambush so close without giving themselves away.
Just as the American soldiers were sated and ready to sleep,
a sudden, urgent, and familiar bugle call echoed across the vast snowy mountains. In the very next instant, black figures slowly emerged from the snow in the once pristine valley.
Squad 1, 13 men remaining. Charge! Squad 2, 4 men remaining, charge! Squad 9, 8 men remaining, charge!
With each resounding command, soldiers emerged one by one from the snow-covered slopes. They launched their final charge toward the enemy forces below the mountain. Yet more remained frozen in place, their bodies turned to ice sculptures by the merciless cold wind. Even in death, they uttered not a single sound. They caused not the slightest inconvenience to the troops. Accompanying them only the biting cold wind and comrades forced to remain by their sides. Far away in their homeland, their families, friends, and loved ones waited endlessly for their return. Zhu Yuanzhang stared blankly at the sky, his tiger-like eyes already moist. These are the true heroes of our nation, the pillars upon whom the revival of China rests. This scene was beyond Zhu's wildest imagination.
Could such an army truly exist in this world?
They defied death, ignored pain, and braved the cold, executing every command with machine-like precision. The only thing sustaining them was their conviction.
For the nation, for the people.
Though late autumn had settled over the great Ming, the desolate autumn wind still bitingly cold. But at this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. He yearned to join the men within the golden curtain and fight alongside them. At that moment, Su Yu also stepped before old Zhu. Bowing respectfully toward the golden curtain, he spoke. Honored ancestors, fellow countrymen, I wish to declare, the legacy of Huaxia, the faith of Huaxia, has never faded.
We had merely forgotten.
The torch-like figures of our martyrs have been passed down through generations. We shall carry forward the fiery spirit, resilience, and conviction of Huaxia's sons and daughters, continuing this legacy for generations to come.
In the name of Huaxia's descendants, we vow to shoulder the great burden of national rejuvenation. We shall keep this ancient vessel of Huaxia sailing at the forefront of our era. We must strive to be strong.
With those words spoken, Su Yu stood tall and imposing in his Zhongshan suit.
Zhu Yuanzhang watched the figure ahead, wiped the tear from the corner of his eye, and straightened his posture once more.
Step by step, he walked to stand behind Su Yu. What a powerful declaration! We must strive to strengthen ourselves.
If future generations were all like you, how could we ever fear their decline? Meanwhile, in the present day,
veterans watching alongside their children were already weeping uncontrollably. One by one, they picked up their phones and began dialing familiar numbers.
Hey, old Chen, I miss the company commander and the others. That explosive charge should have been mine to throw. Hang in there, old Wei. Damn it, maybe we're the only two left from that unit. If you go, I won't even have anyone to talk to.
I'm so sorry, sis, if I'd been up front back then, he'd be the one coming home. Chapter 30, Fourth Brother, what are you doing wearing our clothes? As the incident escalated, before Su Yu even finished his livestream, all major state media outlets reposted his broadcast.
The top trending headline read, "Carry the torch of legacy, we must strive to excel." Issued directly by CCTV, it instantly ignited the masses. Su God is insane. He's claimed another top trending topic in just days. We really underestimated Su Yu. His script is so powerful, I feel like I could go take a stroll along the DMZ. You guys have no idea how my grandpa was crying while watching this. He grabbed his phone and just broke down. Yeah, heard the government's even planning a veterans banquet in Beijing. Anyone who says anything bad about Su now is gonna have me on their case. This is the kind of show young people should be watching. I don't know what CCTV was thinking inviting that kid disciple to speak earlier. What the hell could he possibly say? Meanwhile, at CCTV headquarters, Yamamoto, who'd just been kicked out, happened to scroll past this Weibo post. He nearly blew a fuse. Damn those Chinese. They're utterly uncultured. How dare they think the glorious history of the Foot Basin Empire is less significant than some trivial historical event? As soon as Yamamoto finished speaking, a plan began to take shape in his mind. He immediately grabbed his phone and began composing a message. Chinese people, let's see if you can handle this shock. While Yamamoto was still plotting mischief, Zhu Yuanzhang had already approached Su Yu and said, "We've witnessed the splendor of your future generations. Why not let us see the spirit of our great Ming dynasty? Let us admire the fine sons of our Ming." The Zhu Yuanzhang of the present seemed to have transformed back into the Han emperor of old. Though the traces of time were still visible on his face, the aura of a man who looked down upon the world had returned to his expression. Su Yu, not wishing to dampen the old man's enthusiasm, waved his hand. The golden scroll in the room flew directly into his grasp as if obeying a command. Under everyone's gaze, Su Yu tossed the scroll into the sky, where it slowly unfurled like a painting. Su Yu then took Zhu Yuanzhang's hand and slowly, step by step, ascended to the highest point of the courtyard. Now, let us witness the noble spirit of our Ming ancestors. Holy crap, Su God is practically ascending to immortality. Who says otherwise? If this were ancient times, Su God would have a temple. I'm getting excited. Seeing the Qing army earlier pissed me off. Wonder how the Ming army compares? Don't compare the Ming army to those useless fools. Just look at the backbone of old Zhu and Chongzhen earlier. The troops they led couldn't be weak. If you must compare him to the old Qin. As the crowd debated, the scroll fully unfolded, revealing a boundless expanse of grassland. Across it stretched an endless sea of soldiers clad in elite armor. The banner of the great Ming fluttered above, rustling in the fierce wind. At the very front of the long column, a figure clad in heavy black armor sat firmly astride a sturdy steed. He gazed calmly upon the vast army before him, as if taking in every soldier and horse within sight. As the camera slowly zoomed in, the figure became clearer. Hey, isn't that Zhu Di, our fourth brother? Looks like he's on the grasslands now, carrying some of that youthful vigor we had back in the day. Just as I thought. Yunwen handles the court affairs while he commands the field. That Su lad must be the court's general of the northern campaign now, right? Su Yu said nothing, but instead let out a strange chuckle. Why does this smile give me such a bad feeling? Every time Su God flashed that grin before, it meant old Zhu was about to explode. Something's definitely off with this fourth prince, otherwise, why would Su Shen be smiling? I can practically see old Zhu roaring again. On screen, Zhu Di slowly drew the sword at his waist. Mounted on his horse, he paced before his troops and spoke. Today, I bowed my head to calculate. I am already 65. At my age, to mount my horse and slay enemies, to dismount and govern the nation, which emperor throughout history could compare to me? Zhu Di slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky. They all say the Yangla emperor craved glory and waged endless wars, but what they don't understand is this: if we don't fight this battle now, our descendants will have to fight it later. This battle must secure at least 50 years of peace and prosperity for us and annihilate Mahamu. They've never seen us fight fiercely on the battlefield, crawling through ice and lying in snow. As he finished speaking, Zhu Di thrust his sword forcefully toward the heavens. The might of the Ming army. The vast army before him roared in response, gazing upon their commander. Glory to our general. The might of the Ming army. The general is mighty. Watching this tidal wave of cheers, the crowd before the screen was already boiling with excitement. Holy crap, this is way too cool. I think they're more combat ready than the Qin army. But have you seen how outdated their gear is? Makes me want to go fight those grassland barbarians. Inner Mongolia, is that polite? But did you notice Zhu's face? He looks like he just ate something he shouldn't have. The commenters weren't wrong. Zhu Di's face had already darkened the moment he uttered his first words. Even Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't anticipated this. He'd ordered the lad to showcase the might of the Ming army, yet he'd managed to pull off such a stunt. Su, you tell me straight, why is Zhu IV wearing our uniforms? If he seized power through rebellion, wouldn't old Zhu's temperament demand he be executed? This is nothing. I think he's doing a great job. Super badass. Fighting for 50 years of peace for his descendants. He's practically a martial emperor. Su really knows how to stir things up. Looks like we'll get 2 emperors in this episode. Did you guys see the trending topics? The foot washing basin side just dropped a bombshell. Who cares if the sky falls? I gotta finish watching this episode first. Su Yu also gave old Zhu the answer directly. The Yanla emperor seized power through rebellion, claiming divine mandate to quell the crisis. Before Su Yu could finish, Zhu Yuanzhang roared in fury. Damn it! He dares to seize what wasn't given to him? Song Zhong, go to Beiping now and bring back the fourth prince. If he refuses to return, break all three of his legs. Just as Song Zhong was about to receive the imperial order, Su Yu stopped him. Your Majesty, please calm down. Though, before Su Yu could finish, old Zhu cut him off again. Su, you're my junior, so I won't say much. But keep your nose out of my family affairs. Old Zhu fixed Su Yu with a stern gaze. He was a man of his word. Had Su Yu not been who he was, he would have had him dragged away long ago. Your Majesty, please hear me out before making a decision. You might be surprised by what I have to say. Old Zhu's mood softened slightly at Su Yu's words. I'll see just how this fourth prince dared to rebel and who gave him the audacity. Chapter 31, Jiang Wen's feudal reduction. The scene gradually shifted, revealing a peaceful atmosphere throughout Yingtian city. Large white cloths hung before every shop and dwelling. Within the palace walls sat the newly enthroned Emperor Jiang Wen. Below, the assembled ministers all wore faint smiles on their lips for some reason. As if something joyful had occurred. Suddenly, Huang Zicheng stepped forward, knelt on the palace floor, and began his memorial. Your Majesty, now that the founding emperor has passed away, the feudal princes hold vast armies in the provinces. If left unchecked, they may become a grave threat. We beg to deliberate further. Zhu Yunwen looked down at Huang Zicheng, who was speaking eloquently, and at Fang Xiaoru and Qi Tai beside him, feeling troubled. My loyal ministers, these feudal princes are my own uncles. Moreover, before His Majesty the Emperor's grandfather passed away, I promised him I would not take action against the feudal princes. Before Zhu Yunwen could finish his sentence, Qi Tai interjected from the side. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the rebellion of the 8 princes? If you persist in this course, I shall plead with you to the death. After Qi Tai spoke, the entire group of civil officials behind him knelt down. We humbly offer our final counsel. Meanwhile, the military generals stood with eyes fixed on their noses and noses on their hearts, adopting an attitude of indifference as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Having barely survived the great purge of the old Zhu regime, they had no desire to get entangled in such affairs. My loyal ministers, please rise. You are the pillars of this nation, you must not act thus. What course of action do you propose? Zhu Yunwen felt a headache coming on at the sight before him. Of course, it wasn't about the matter of reducing the fiefdoms that was something he had long since decided. It was merely that today was the first time it had been brought to the table. What truly troubled him was the stance of the noble generals. At that moment, Fang Xiaoru stepped forward. Your Majesty, this humble servant believes we should proceed with the reduction of feudal domains. First, issue an edict forbidding all feudal princes from entering the capital. They may pay homage to the founding emperor within their own fiefdoms. My minister speaks wisely. Draft the edict at once. Seems like a bunch of loyal ministers. How did he lose with such loyal ministers? Did the person above even graduate? Yeah, this clearly shows the civil officials bullying the new emperor to seize power. Zhu Yuanzhang's reaction at this moment was much as the commenters imagined. He pointed directly at the sky and began cursing. You old bastards. My bones aren't even cold yet and you're already plotting against my son? Dying to plead? Where were you pleading when I was in court? You're all a bunch of cowardly bastards who fear death more than anything. After venting, Zhu Yuanzhang continued watching. If the subsequent events unfolded as she anticipated, he would understand what was happening. What he couldn't fathom, however, was how the fourth prince managed to win with such meager forces. True to Zhu Yuanzhang's expectations, the imperial court's campaign to strip the feudal lords of their power commenced 3 months later. But the ferocity of the campaign exceeded everyone's expectations. First, upon the advice of Fang Xiaoru and others, the imperial examination system was restored to a recommendation-based system. Then came the restoration of the ancient well-field system, the revival of Zhou dynasty rituals, and the renaming of imperial halls. It could be said that everything left behind by old Zhu underwent a major overhaul. The status of civil officials soared dramatically overnight. Regarding the reduction of feudal powers, Zhu Yunwen decided to adopt the principle of weakening first and then strengthening, as advocated by Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng. The Prince of Zhou, the Prince of Dai, the Prince of Qi, and the Prince of Xianyang were successively either stripped of their titles and reduced to commoners or executed. The most tragic fate befell Prince Xiang Zhubo, framed for counterfeiting currency and plotting rebellion. He sought to clear his name. Within the Prince of Xiang's residence, he first killed his wives, concubines, and children, then set fire to the palace. Mounting a white horse, he rode into the flames and burned himself to death. Simultaneously, under the pretext of border defense, Emperor Taizong transferred the elite troops of Prince Yan, preparing to eliminate him. Zhu Di, driven to desperation, began feigning madness. Hiding in a pigsty and eating pig dung, he temporarily lulled Zhu Yunwen into complacency. Watching his sons die one by one before his eyes, deposed, feigning madness. In the scene, Zhu Di, clad in tattered robes, burst out of the Prince of Yan's residence and began eating filth from the ground.
Beside him stood an imperial officer, observing him with stern eyes. Suddenly, he lunged forward, snatched the sword from the officer's hand with his filthy hands, gripped the blade, and shouted loudly.
I am the Prince of Yin. I am the Emperor Taizu's own son. Who dares to kill me?
With that, he casually tossed the sharp blade to the ground. Then he plunged headfirst into the pigsty, beginning to eat alongside the pigs. All the while, he kept murmuring, so delicious.
Watching this scene, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes reddened once more.
The veins on his forehead bulged violently. He recalled how, not long ago, he had repeatedly tested and questioned Zhu Yuanzhang about his opinions on his own uncles.
The answer was always the same. With my uncles guarding the borders, I feel secure.
Your Majesty may rest assured as long as I remain in power, I will never attempt to strip my uncles of their fiefdoms. At the time, he had praised Zhu Yuanzhang's response repeatedly.
But now, recalling those words, an indescribable fury welled up within old Zhu.
Though he knew the reduction of fiefdoms would inevitably occur, he never imagined this little bastard would employ such tactics against his own people.
Damn it!
Our Shu family has produced a bastard. To humiliate his own uncle like this. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang had made up his mind, once this affair concluded, he would settle every single score with both the Lu family and his own son. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was rendered speechless by Prince Yan's utterly convincing performance. Holy, is this real or fake? This is truly the ancestor of the 8th prince. He actually ate it. Now I see his rebellion makes perfect sense. If someone forced me to eat pig, I'd rebel even faster than him. Zhu Yuanzhang sure is ruthless. Forcing his uncle into confinement, exile, suicide, feigning madness. Young Zhu Yuanzhang, pray for your own salvation. I feel like old Zhu is about to explode. He looks like he's really enjoying it, makes me hungry. Amidst the public debate, the imperial court showed no sign of easing its grip on Zhu Di. First, they stripped him of his military authority. Then, they escorted Zhu Di's 3 sons back to the capital. But his eldest son, Zhu Gaoqi, used his cunning to help the 3 escape back to Beiping. With the help of his consort Su Miaojin and the Mengqiao Guanxiao, Zhu Di swiftly stabilized Beiping. With 800 soldiers, he formally declared his heaven-mandated campaign to quell the disturbance. Standing atop the walls of Beiping, Zhu Di no longer bore the appearance of the simpleton he once was. He had combed his hair neatly. Dressed in black armor, he paced atop the ramparts, addressing his troops below. The current emperor, blinded by treacherous ministers like Qi Tai, Feng Xiaoru, and Huang Zicheng, seeks to execute his own uncle. Most feudal princes have been deposed, executed, or confined. Even I, the Prince of Yin, was forced to eat pig dung in a pigsty for years. He paused, halting his stride as he drew his sword from its scabbard at his waist. But as loyal subjects, how can we stand by while the emperor is deceived by villains? Therefore, in accordance with the ancestral edict of the founding emperor, when treacherous ministers threaten the court, the princes shall rise to quell the calamity. As Zhu Yuanzhang listened to Zhu Di's justification for rebellion within the frame, his face darkened considerably. Fourth son, did you only read half of our ancestral edict? Chapter 32, the first-generation war god of the Great Ming. Yet to everyone's astonishment, though perilous, the course of this campaign defied all expectations. Upon hearing of the Prince of Yan's rebellion, Zhu Yuanzhang, far away in Yingtian, instantly panicked. My loyal ministers, Prince Yan has indeed harbored treasonous intentions and now raises his banner in rebellion. What shall I do? In stark contrast to the panic tone of Zhu Yuanzhang's words, the civil officials below remained composed. Your Majesty, the Prince of Yin harbors treacherous ambitions. He feigns ignorance and invokes the ancestral edicts of the founding emperor to justify his rebellion, but he is but an ant shaking a tree. All that is needed is for the court to dispatch a supreme commander with the imperial army to resolve this crisis. The rebels will surely surrender at the sight of your Majesty's divine might. Upon hearing Huang Zicheng's counsel, Zhu Yuanzhang swiftly descended from the dragon throne. He grabbed Feng Xiaoru, who was bowing, and pulled him close. My teacher speaks wisely. The day the imperial army arrives will surely be the day the Yin forces surrender. He paused, then turned his gaze toward the line of military officers. Which of my loyal ministers is willing to shoulder this burden for me? The moment Zhu Yuanzhang finished speaking, Su Huizhu stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with hands clasped in salute. Your Majesty, this servant volunteers to lead the troops. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate the Yin King's rebellion. Seeing Su Huizhu suddenly step forward, Feng Xiaoru and the other 2 simultaneously shook their heads imperceptibly at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang, catching their signal, looked slightly displeased but addressed Su Huizhu nonetheless. Your Excellency, the Duke of Wei, has rendered immense service to the state. Suppressing the Yin rebels would be but a minor task for you, a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Therefore, I have decided to send my cousin, the Prince of Xianyang. It would be best for you, Duke of Wei, to rest at home for a while. Upon hearing this, Su Huizhu's expression darkened. He knew full well that given his connection to the Prince of Yin, Zhu Yuanzhang would never allow him to leave. Li Jinglong immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee as he spoke. Your servant is willing to share your Majesty's burdens.
As he watched the content on the celestial screen, old Zhu's expression had eased slightly compared to moments before, though a trace of anger still lingered in his eyes. That youngster Hui Zhu is a pity. That little bastard truly can't tell loyalty from treachery. Still, Zhou Zhang isn't a bad choice. The lad grew up immersed in military classics under Wen Zhong's tutelage. He could become the pillar of our new generation of commanders. I'm genuinely curious how fourth brother managed to defeat Zhou Zhang's 500,000-strong army with just 800 soldiers. Su Yu chimed in immediately from the side. Your Majesty, you must take a good look. This Li Jinglong is a man hailed as the war god of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang was genuinely surprised to hear Su Yu speak so highly of Li Jinglong. Oh? Jiangzhou possesses such prowess? I've clearly underestimated him. What earth-shaking, soul-stirring feat did this Li Jinglong accomplish to earn such high praise from Su Yu? See? People actually believe it now. Don't you think about it? If the real war god were here, what would he be laughing at? Yeah, how could Li Jinglong have successfully rebelled if he were truly the war god Zhu Di? Wait, how could he lose? 500,000 against 800,000? Even if Zhu Di rallied tens of thousands later, it wouldn't hold up. Even if 500,000 pigs stood still with their necks stretched out for Zhu Di to see, he'd still wear himself out. This time, however, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't doubt Su Yu's words. He was still observing Li Jinglong's maneuvers in the footage. This time, Zhu Yunwen clearly intended to settle the matter with a single decisive battle. He mustered 100,000 elite troops, 200,000 new recruits, and some logistics support, publicly declaring a 500,000-strong army ready to march at any moment. Zhu Yunwen even personally led Li Jinglong's horse. Zhou Zhang, I entrust this great army to you. Do not disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Li Jinglong dismounted and addressed Zhu Yunwen solemnly. Your Majesty may rest assured. From childhood, I have studied military classics and inherited my father's lifetime of wisdom. I shall succeed in bringing the Prince of Yin back to the capital. Thus, Li Jinglong led his 500,000-strong army in a grand procession out of Yingtian City, setting off for Beiping. According to the original plan, the campaign was to begin in July, reach Beiping by October, and commence the siege by late October. However, under Li Jinglong's command, the timeline was deliberately dragged out until the year's end. By the time they finally reached the gates of Beiping, had Zhu Yunwen not pressed so urgently, their previous pace would have meant they'd have to spend the new year right there on the spot. After merely half a year apart, Li Jinglong had grown white hair and bloodshot eyes. Staring intently at the Yin army before him numbering less than 100,000, he yanked several strands from his own crown. Oh, the worry. General Li is utterly tormented. He's racked his brain the entire journey and still can't figure out how to lose this fight? Li Jinglong, minus. With all that time, this is all the troops you could muster? How am I supposed to defend against them? I'd love to see how he pulled this off. Since Zhu Di later became emperor, this battle was bound to be lost 80,000 against 500,000? Holy cow. This is a true war god. Without any military strategy, he could drown the Yin army before him just by spitting. But if he knew nothing, the city would have fallen the next day. He understands warfare. Look, old Zhu's face is darkening again. Zhu Yuanzhang understood the situation the moment he saw Li Jinglong's marching speed as they exited the city. Bauer, you've given us a fine great-grandson. His knuckles cracked loudly as he clenched his fists, itching to run out and beat Li Jinglong senseless right then and there. Li Jinglong's army now lacked any semblance of fighting spirit. 6 months of grueling marches had driven the troops into a state of utter exhaustion. But that was no excuse for failure. Even with such low morale, he commanded 500,000 troops, far more than the piecemeal force the Prince of Yin could muster, which barely reached 80,000. Even old Zhu himself couldn't fathom how this battle could possibly be lost. While the others were still debating, Li Jinglong's army, which had been resting in place for 5 days, finally received the imperial court's final ultimatum. Ordered to attack immediately, the desperate Li Jinglong finally began his advance. The 500,000-strong force surged forward, charging directly toward Beiping City. Within half a day, the northern gate was on the verge of collapse. Father! It's dire. The northern gate cannot hold. The enemy is overwhelmingly fierce, with well-equipped siege engines hurled at us as if they cost nothing. Xu Gaosui, the second son of the Prince of Yin, rushed through the northern gate covered in blood. But before Zhu Di could return, the sound of retreat gong suddenly rang out from Li Jinglong's command post. The attacking soldiers froze in their tracks. The city was about to fall, and now they were retreating? Inside the command tent, the deputy commander and the military inspector knelt on the ground, glaring furiously at Li Jinglong. Commander! The city of Beiping has fallen. Why halt the assault now? Why not press the attack to capture the Prince of Yin alive? Li Jinglong, however, appeared remarkably composed. The Prince of Yin has always been cunning in warfare. I am certain there are ambush troops within the city walls. That is precisely why I ordered the retreat. Do you two truly believe I am ignorant of military matters? With the Prince of Yan's meager forces, I have decided to rest and regroup overnight. Tomorrow, we will assault the city with full force and capture him without difficulty. Tonight, provide the soldiers with ample wine and meat. Tomorrow, we attack the city with all our might.
Under Li Jinglong's stern command, the two finally rose and departed to make preparations.
Chapter 33, the foremost hero of the Jingnan campaign.
That very night, as the order was issued, the Prince of Yen led just 3,000 cavalry straight for Li Jinglong's central command camp.
With most officers and soldiers thoroughly intoxicated, the central camp lacked any proper defenses.
It took several waves of Yen cavalry charges before the defenders finally snapped to attention. By the time they reacted, Zhu Di had already withdrawn back into the city. The imperial court lost 20,000 elite troops in this battle, and both the military inspector and the deputy commander were beheaded and displayed publicly. Strangely, Li Jinglong, who had been resting in the main command tent, suffered not a single scratch.
It seemed as though the entire Yen army had simply bypassed that location.
The next day, Li Jinglong immediately issued an order. The Yen king is cunning. His forces likely exceed 80,000, perhaps as many as 200,000. Therefore, the entire army withdrew 20 li to establish new encampments. When this news reached the capital, Zhu Yuanzhang completely lost his composure. During the court assembly, he overturned the golden desk before him. He roared furiously in the courtroom. The generals who had intended to speak in Li Jinglong's defense immediately fell silent upon hearing his glorious achievements. A 500,000-strong army was routed by 200,000 troops, suffering 20,000 casualties in the central command. All high-ranking officers except Li Jinglong were slaughtered, forcing the army to retreat 20 li. Each of these points alone was utterly devastating, yet Li Jinglong had managed to combine them all. To lead troops to such a state, one would be hard-pressed to find a second example in 5,000 years of history. Zhu Yuanzhang and the others immediately issued an edict stripping Li Jinglong of his command and dispatched another general to take charge of the army. But the moment the general arrived at Li Jinglong's command tent, he was immediately overpowered by a swarm of soldiers. They swiftly bound him and sent him back to Zhu Yuanzhang. They also gave him a message to deliver to the emperor. Your Majesty, this guilty subject knows his crimes are grave and unforgivable. But now, the Prince of Yan's power is formidable. If I surrender my command, the army may face the peril of being overturned. As the ancients said, when a general is far from the capital, he need not obey every order. Once I capture Beiping, that very day shall be the day I return to the capital, bearing a bundle of thorns to beg forgiveness. The crowd watching Li Jinglong's actions and words froze in place. What? Is this even how wars are fought? So you're the real war god. Old Zhu probably never imagined this battle could be fought this way. Can't blame old Zhu, he only knows how to fight 500,000 with 80,000. He'd never dream of fighting 80,000 with 500,000. Right now, I feel like old Zhu is even more shocked than I am. His jaw must be hitting the floor. Academic geniuses control scores, war gods control outcomes. Zhu Yuanzhang never imagined he'd replace the most treacherous-looking loyal subject with the most loyal-looking traitor. He's going to cry himself to death. At this moment, old Zhu truly stood frozen in place. Since raising his army, his mind had been consumed solely with winning battles. Never did he expect his Zhu family would produce a general who studied defeat. If you say he understood warfare, he truly kept losing battles. If you say he didn't understand warfare, his command over the army surpassed even that of his father, Li Yuanzhang. While old Zhu was still reeling from shock, Li Jinglong once again launched his flanking maneuvers. The only target of these maneuvers was himself. Thus, as strength waned and weakness grew, the army's combat effectiveness steadily declined. Meanwhile, the Prince of Yen wasn't even in the city. He'd gone to the Prince of Ning's fiefdom to borrow troops. He vanished as easily as water from beneath the noses of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. During this very period, Zhu Gaoqi, the eldest son of the Prince of Yen, poured water over the city walls. Overnight, Beiping transformed into a frozen fortress. Li Jinglong could only gaze upon it in despair, his garrison seemingly waiting for someone's return. Not long after, the Prince of Yen returned with the Douyin 3 guards from the Prince of Ning. He immediately routed Li Jinglong's army, scattering them into disarray. Li Jinglong fled alone to Dazhou, abandoning his entire army behind him. Without their commander, the army's fighting spirit collapsed instantly, leaving them utterly incapable of battle. Upon receiving this news, the imperial court immediately dispatched the Marquis of Wuding, Guiying, and the Marquis of Anlu, Wu Jie, along with the vanguard commander General Pingan. With these commanders joining the effort, the army was reorganized within a short time. In this battle, Li Jinglong seemed to have his talents suppressed, as he decisively crushed the pursuing Yen forces in one fell swoop. However, just as Zhu Di was about to be killed, Li Jinglong intervened once more, withdrawing the army on the pretext that the Yen forces had set an ambush. The most outrageous incident occurred later at the Battle of Dazhou. Just as the army had seized complete advantage at the outset, the Great Dam suddenly fractured. A violent storm erupted, instantly plunging the entire force into utter chaos. Yet Li Jinglong, observing the scene before him, showed not a trace of panic. Only tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Barely a year had passed, yet Li Jinglong now seemed drained of all vitality. His hair had turned completely white, and his eyes were bloodshot, clear signs of relentless toil day and night. What do you think future generations will write about me?
These were all fine sons of the Ming dynasty, yet they perished by the blades of their own people. Upon hearing these words, the adjutant beside him immediately knelt down. Commander, no matter how history judges you, in our eyes you are the true commander. Following this battle, the imperial army lost all capacity for further combat. Xianyang died honorably in battle, while Li Jinglong fled to Jinan Prefecture. Meanwhile, Dezhou, abandoned by Li Jinglong, presented a starkly different scene. The entire city's military supplies and over 1 million shur of grain remained intact, left behind for the Yan army. After completing these acts, Li Jinglong voluntarily returned to the capital, where he was imprisoned. By this point, however, the imperial court's cause was already lost. Nevertheless, subsequent decisive actions by figures like Tai Xian and Su Huizhu successfully halted the Yan army's advance. Finally, after a prolonged stalemate where Jinan Prefecture remained unconquered, Zhu Di personally led thousands of elite cavalry to march directly on Yingtian. With the cooperation of Li Jinglong and others, the city gates were opened. With the walls crumbling, Zhu Yuanzhang was abandoned by all. After the palace burned, his whereabouts became unknown, leaving only a charred corpse. Thus, the 4-year Jingnan campaign finally concluded at this moment. As the sky above faded to black, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. This war god truly lives up to his name, though he's not the empire's war god, but Zhu Di's. Zhu Yuanzhang was utterly ruthless. Had he replaced his commanders earlier, Prince Yan Zhu Di wouldn't have stood a chance. Did you catch that moment when the flagstaff snapped? I paused and zoomed in. That clean break was definitely cut. What a waste that Ping'an was so formidable, only to be burned alive by Zhu Di in the end. You Chinese sure know how to play the game. So many inside collaborators for a rebellion. Li Jinglong is the true mastermind behind this rebellion. Wonder what his father thinks watching from below. By this point, old Zhu was utterly drained of the energy to curse. Not that he wasn't furious. But with Zhu Yuanzhang dismantling the feudal lords, the fourth prince rebelling, Li Jinglong leading the troops, and Tai Xian seizing the spirit tablet. With all these events unfolding, he simply didn't know where to begin his tirade. Chapter 34, The Great Yongle Emperor. After mulling it over, old Zhu could only sink wearily into the stone chair behind him, seeming to age visibly in the process. Children have their own destinies, and we cannot interfere. I had hoped you younger generations might witness the splendor of our Ming dynasty, but now we've brought utter shame upon ourselves. Su Shen was a bit of a tease. Old Zhu just wanted to glimpse the splendor of later generations, yet even that wish couldn't be granted. I doubt the Chinese people can be satisfied. Even if your Ming dynasty is real, it's probably just another dynasty like the Qing. Bull. Could old Zhu and Changzhen's personalities possibly match the Qing? I'm just saying, if it exists, why not show it? Su Shen loves to slap down people like you who talk in riddles. Old Zhu really got screwed over this time. Last time, luckily Zheng didn't ask otherwise. I bet he'd be even angrier than old Zhu. If I were Zhu Yuanzhang, I'd have had a stroke by now. Ying Tian. Lu Chang watched Zhu Yuanzhang, who'd worn himself out worrying over the younger generation, and felt an unexpected sense of mutual understanding. If the younger generation doesn't strive, all the worry in the world from us old bones won't make a difference. That Su kid is really putting us through the ringer, isn't he? Spit it out already, time's running out. Meanwhile, on the screen, Su Yu sat behind old Zhu and patted his back gently. Don't rush, your majesty. The art of building suspense. The true splendor of the great Ming has only just begun. As Su Yu's words faded, the suspended golden screen in the sky resumed its broadcast. From within a military tent on the grasslands, a frail, aged voice echoed out. Life is truly short. Such a realm, how could one not feel reluctant to leave it behind? At that moment, Zhu Di gazed out the window with clouded eyes, his voice tinged with profound reluctance. Is this Zhu Di? How did he change so drastically in the blink of an eye? This must be his moment of glory, right? Ha, you guys are hilarious. I knew it'd be similar to the Qing dynasty. Are the folks above me surnamed Love? Don't you guys hear the background music? Indeed, the background sounds in the livestream gradually grew louder as Zhu Di's gaze drifted into the distance. At that very moment, a dark figure streaked toward them like lightning. A figure clad in pitch-black heavy armor, wielding a gleaming sword, swung it with such force that it literally tore through the scene before him. Without hesitation, he leapt onto his horse. With a swift squeeze of his legs, the steed let out a piercing neigh and shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring straight toward the endless horde of Tartars stretching as far as the eye could see. Glory to the great Ming. This roar ignited the fuse, instantly stirring the blood of the countless Ming soldiers behind him, who had been holding their positions in strict formation. One by one, fearless of death, they followed in his wake, shouting battle cries and brandishing their weapons as they swept toward the enemy. The most captivating figure was Zhu Di, single-handedly commanding a massive war chariot. Seated firmly at the heart of his army, his expression stern and gaze-piercing, he fixed his eyes on the enemy lines ahead. Under his command, the chariot charged forward like a ferocious beast, unstoppable as it crushed through the enemy lines. Bolstered by the overwhelming combat prowess of the Ming dynasty's three great armies and their advanced firearms, the once menacing barbarian cavalry now appeared utterly defenseless. Like fragile paper, they offered no resistance against the overwhelming charge of the Ming forces, instantly scattered and routed into disarray.
After the charge concluded, Zhu Di stood atop a lofty peak, raised his wine cup, and drank it dry. Gazing down at the newly minted imperial crown below, he spoke slowly. Throughout history, I suppose I'm the only emperor who's ever fought his way to this place. Old Zhu gazed at the unfamiliar mountain range before him and asked Suyu beside him. Where is this place? Why haven't I seen it before? Lake Baikal, Fat. It is what you call the Drinking Horse Sea and the Fenglangjiaksu Mountains. As Suyu's words drifted lightly through the air, they struck Zhu Yuanzhang's mind like thunder. Not just emperors? How many generals throughout history had ever been granted the honor of Fenglangjiaksu? Though he knew the fourth brother was formidable, he never imagined he could fight his way this far. The place names mentioned by Suyu also sparked a massive uproar in the comments section. Holy crap, Lake Baikal? Did Su God really say that? That's deep into Russian territory. You Chinese really know how to spin tales. If the Ming dynasty could have conquered this far, I'd eat my own upside down. Hold on, the guy above Sushin's claims usually pan out in the end. Zheng Gu is proof. The last guy who said he'd eat hasn't done it yet. If that's the case, it'd still depend on Zhu Di. If that useless Zhu Yunwan had come, they'd never have made it this far. I think you've got it wrong, OP. It's not that he couldn't reach here. Based on his performance in the videos, I think he'd genuinely eliminate all the feudal princes. If he could just hold the frontier, that'd be impressive enough. Don't blame him, he's been completely misled by those court scholars. I think we should tag the national team soon to get them to release evidence quickly, so those clowns stop whining and barking. Meanwhile, Lu Chang, who had been brooding moments ago, suddenly stood up, his face flushed. Lu Jia, startled, reached for the emergency heart medicine in his hand, ready to pop it into Lu Chang's mouth. But Lu Chang cut him off. Get lost, get lost. You little brat, you'd love to see me get hurt, wouldn't you? I think the tomb of the young Emperor Zhu Di has far greater research value. Wait, Su's livestream is ending, hurry up and ask where the next one is. We won't sleep tonight, finish digging quickly and get ready to move to the next site. Paying no heed to the expressions of the researchers behind him, he picked up his pickaxe and began digging. The scene continued to unfold through Zhu Di's recollections. Compiling the Yongle Encyclopedia, 5 campaigns against the northern steppes, relocating the capital to Beiping, the son of heaven guarding the nation's gates, the sovereign dying for his realm, establishing the eastern factory, reinstating the imperial guard, consolidating imperial power, commissioning Zhang He's 7 voyages to the western seas, nations from all corners paying homage. In the images, the city of Beiping radiated prosperity and harmony, every citizen wearing a proud smile. In the marketplace, multitudes of foreigners came to pay homage and make their lives. Yet in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind at that moment, only one word lingered. The scene of a golden age. Each and every one of these deeds left Zhu Yuanzhang and the live audience reeling. After recalling all this, Zhu Di's thoughts returned to the military tent before him. Familiar figures gradually materialized before his eyes. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, Empress Ma, Su De, Su Miaojin. He murmured as if speaking to himself. Father, I've feared you my entire life, and even now I fear you. I fear you'll scold me for usurping my eldest nephew's throne. I also want to ask you, Father, can my lifetime of achievements outweigh this single disgrace? And I'm sorry, eldest brother. When I go down, I'll serve as your general again. Please tell Mother not to blame me. And Miao Jin. Chapter 35, Goryo, Overlord of the Central Plains? Watching Zhu Di gradually fade away in the scene, Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer hold back. Tears slid down his cheeks. Fourth son, we do not blame you. You truly live up to being Zhu Yuanzhang's son. Well done. The comment stream was also stunned by the achievements of this emperor's lifetime. Sorry old Zhu, I've defected again. From now on, I'm Team Yangla. The 3 stars above are furious. His achievements truly far surpass those of Zhu Yunwan. Just look at the mess Zhu Yunwan created. Do you think old Zhu might appoint a new crown prince? Doubt it. If Zhu Di had been crowned heir directly, there'd be no Yangla emperor. He forged himself through blood and fire. Old Zhu's mood today really plummeted to rock bottom, only to be lifted back up again by Zhu Di. Yeah, I thought today would just end like that, but then this big twist happened. Personally, I think if Zhu Yunwan hadn't stripped the feudal lords of their power, Zhu Di might not have rebelled at all. As the discussion continued, Suyu received the system's departure notification. He rose to his feet and bowed slightly to Zhu Yuanzhang. This junior must take his leave. No elaborate farewells, just the simplest words. Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been lost in his emotions moments before, visibly stiffened upon hearing Suyu's words. His once sturdy posture slumped noticeably. But his tongue remained as sharp as ever. Su, you're finally leaving. If you hadn't, I'd have been driven to my grave by your nonsense. Now get out, get out. Without waiting for Suyu's response, he dashed into the palace hall and began rummaging through its contents. Before long, he unearthed a pale yellow jade pendant. He tossed it casually to Suyu standing nearby before slumping down onto a stone bench beside him. Kid, if you come back next time, bring this to find me. It belonged to my sister. No one will dare stop you. Go see our future emperors and show them this. And if you get bullied in the future, come tell me.
As your ancestor, I'll vent my anger for my descendants. Watching Zhu Yuanzhang before him, chattering like an elder, Su Yu bowed deeply. He then fastened the jade pendant to his waist. Very well, I have returned. But next time I bring news to His Majesty, it will be good tidings. Take care of yourself. In the struggles of future generations, we must strive ceaselessly. As the words faded, Su Yu's form grew increasingly faint until he vanished into thin air. The once bustling courtyard fell silent. The live stream disconnected at that moment.
Zhu Yuanzhang stared blankly at the empty courtyard for a moment. Moments later, his gaze sharpened and a fierce, piercing killing intent erupted from his eyes. Huanggo, summon Gung Bingguan, Pingan, the fourth prince, Xianyang, Su Huizu, and Tai Xian to the imperial study at once. Inform them that urgent matters demand their presence. With that, he retrieved a map and a brush from the room, slowly marking the small island where the basin lay with a bright red cross. Then he muttered to himself. I've grown senile, heh. A nation that doesn't fight? Wrong. Now it's a blood feud. Let's collect some interest on future debts. You like games, huh? This time, I'll let you play your fill. If Boren were still here, it'd be even more fun. Hurry up with the next episode. I feel restless if I don't check it soon, like ants crawling all over me. It's been 10 minutes already. Sushin's video should be done by now. If it's not ready, I'm going to go nag him. Hey, you guys, stop watching. Did you see the trending topics? Ha? Didn't notice. Been glued to Sushin's video. What happened? Just as everyone rushed to check the trending topics, a tweet posted during Su Yu's livestream caught their attention. China's history might originate from Korea? Japanese scholar posts late-night list of 10 major similarities. Upon checking the author, they recognized it as Yamamoto Kakujiro, the Japanese scholar who previously hosted programs on China's central television. The comments section below had already exploded. Koreans, look. This has been internationally certified. Arapa is the hottest, so he must be right. China just copies everything. Shut your mouth, you Brazilian steak. You sound like a chatterbox. Your pickled radish dish is just a side dish here, but back home it's served at state banquets. Who's copying whom? To the poster above, we do learn a lot from Korea these days. We shouldn't forget our roots. See? There are still reasonable Chinese folks out there. Our ancestors ruled the Great Goryeo Kingdom. The Central Plains were our territory back then. Our history books clearly state it. Don't you dare brag about some Qin Shi Huang or that unproven Zhu Yuanzhang. Our Great Goryeo was nearly recognized as the cradle of humanity. Upon hearing this, a large number of opposing netizens fell silent. Indeed, their claims were documented in history books, while our side had only just produced a Xianyang. Hey Huaxia folks, why aren't you saying anything? Gone mute? Hey, if I go to Korea, can I treat you to a meal? You still have a lot to learn from us historically. As the crowd retreated step by step, beaten back relentlessly, Su Yu sat at his computer observing the battle. Since his return, he'd been researching which emperor to feature in the next episode's video. But seeing this, he already had his answer. But as he was conceptualizing, a sudden video pop-up startled him so badly he nearly dropped old Zhu's jade pendant. He hastily put on his mask and answered the call. Old Lu, weren't you guys excavating? Why are you contacting me? Did you get the address wrong? Su kid, you think I want to call you? This one's about to surface. We need to grab the top trending spot. Hurry up and tell me where Zhu tomb is. We'll head over tonight. Seeing Lu Chang covered in dust and dirt, with Lu Jia looking dejected beside him, he couldn't help but find it amusing for some reason. It's in the capital. I'll send you the exact location shortly. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Just as Su Yu was about to hang up, Lu Chang cut him off. Oh, and about that Qin dynasty script, we haven't made any progress studying it. Do you actually know how to decipher it? If you can, we'll send it over. You can explain it to us and send it back afterward. Su Yu had intended to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he agreed. After all, the system upgrade would allow him to decipher it. Besides, he was curious about what Zheng Gu had written before leaving. One more thing, do you know how to write poetry? Poetry? Su Yu was momentarily bewildered by Lu Chang's abrupt shift in topic. They'd just been discussing the first emperor, and now suddenly poetry? Yes, poetry. In recent years, a global wave of historical and cultural enthusiasm has swept across the world. Comparing it to the verses of ancient poets, you know that apart from modern poetry, which is quite good, our Chinese literature has little to show for itself from earlier times. Lu Jia chimed in. China's been at the bottom of the rankings these past few years, while Europe's been raking in awards left and right. When do they broadcast the awards ceremony? Next Monday. Chapter 36, Mid-Autumn Poetry Competition. Can I compete online? Attending in person seems risky for me, and besides, I'm not the one competing. Lu Chang nodded in understanding upon hearing Su Yu's words. You're famous now, kid. Everyone's looking for you. How did you pull this off? Even the internal surveillance can't find a single trace of you.
Hearing Lu Chang's question, Zhu could only wave his hand helplessly. Everyone has their secrets, right?
But rest assured, everything is for the rise of China.
Lu Chang didn't press the matter further. Fine, if you won't say, the old man won't pry.
We'll submit the request to higher-ups.
You're not planning to start a live stream, are you? Seeing Zhu nod noncommittally, Lu Chang sighed in resignation. Fine, I won't bother you about it. I'll pass on your message.
Since it's the Mid-Autumn Festival that day, make sure you prepare early and don't mess up.
Otherwise, everything you've worked so hard for will go down the drain. After a few more casual remarks, Zhu hung up and turned his attention back to the system interface. National Confidence System Panel. Host, Zhu. Age, 23. Occupation, video blogger. System level, 1. Number of videos, 2. Live streams, 2. Video views, 410 million. Fame, rising to prominence. Followers, 51,005,789. Balance, 1,721,892 Chinese yuan. Chinese nation awakening level, 3%. Chinese history correction rate, 5%. Following this livestream, both awakening level and historical correction have increased significantly. However, the level hasn't advanced at all, it's still stuck at level 1.
The rewards this time were merely cash and historical correction points. He was still waiting for the translation of Zheng Ji's work.
Hey, dog system, what the hell are your upgrade requirements?
As Zhu's words fell, the computer screen suddenly turned black, revealing an AI emoticon face.
Host, please be patient.
Historical correction has already reached level 2 standards, but awakening level remains insufficient.
Thus, the system has not upgraded.
Zhu didn't say anything further, instead contemplating whether he needed to bring out some heavy artillery this time.
Looks like I'll have to call the younger version over. The older one just gets confused.
With that thought, Zhu walked over to the side and resumed his Tai Chi practice.
Meanwhile, the outside world was set ablaze by a tweet from the official account of the History Research Institute. This Mid-Autumn Festival, young Master Zhu will represent China remotely at the Global Poetry Competition.
The Academy wishes young Master Zhu a triumphant victory.
Is Zhu really on the national team? Being sent to compete in this kind of event? No need to ask. Just curious why he's participating remotely. Is Zhu God not planning to show his face? Who knows? Maybe he's too ugly.
Shut up, upstairs.
Zhu is my husband. Do you think Zhu really knows classical poetry? I recall this contest focuses on ancient verses unless they're using modern poetry instead? We'll see when Zhu makes his move. He's probably got some secret historical knowledge up his sleeve. Exactly.
Years ago, our Huaxia team fell behind because we used modern poetry against others' ancient verses.
Hope Zhu can redeem us. Of course, besides fans, there are also haters. What does a video-making beggar know about poetry?
If anyone should compete, it should be someone from the Poetry Association. Sending a beggar just makes us Chinese look bad. We lost all face years ago, it was already gone by the time he started this nonsense. If he loses this time, just wait till I tear him apart. I've had it with him for ages, some random guy fabricating history and daring to broadcast it.
The government really needs to get over it. Why not just admit we're not as good as other countries?
Why subject ourselves to this annual humiliation? But the person most devastated by this news was in the capital.
Dad, why did they take my spot? What gives that clown the right to compete in the poetry contest?
A woman in her 20s was throwing a fit in the president's office of the Poetry Society. President Zhu Yuanzhang stood beside her, his face plastered with an apologetic smile.
Xianyang, this isn't something Dad can influence. It's a direct order from above.
Besides, your performance in the previous rounds was indeed subpar. They've had concerns for quite some time. But Zhao Xianyang ignored his pleas and swept all the documents off the desk.
I don't care. I am the true hope of China's literary world. They just don't know how to appreciate my work, they're the trash. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his daughter helplessly, shook his head, and said, here's what we'll do. Since that kid is participating online anyway, we'll just refuse to accept his signal. You can take his place.
Hearing her father's suggestion, Zhao Xianyang immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly.
Daddy's the best. I'll hire the top online trolls to completely ruin that loser's reputation.
Let him come compete with me for this spot. As the incident gained traction, Zhao Xianyang's paid commenters did play a role, though not a significant one.
But both those supporting Zhu and those attacking him overlooked one crucial fact. Zhu hadn't been online at all during this period, instead focusing on researching content for his next video and livestream. It wasn't until Lu Jia called him that he finally understood. Should we step in and suppress this for you? This is really bad for you. If you don't handle yourself well during the Mid-Autumn Festival, your reputation will be ruined in no time. Hearing Lu Jia's anxious voice on the other end of the line, Zhu felt a touch of warmth. No need, buddy. Let them talk if they want.
As long as I perform well when I step out, they'll see who the real clown is.
All right. I doubt they'd dare interfere during the competition.
Anyway, old Lu just called me. You really know how to stir things up, kid. We barely finished digging up Zhu Yuanzhang, and now you're coming after his son.
No time to rest.
Oh, and the documents on the first emperor have been sent.
They should arrive in a couple of days. After a few more casual words, Su Yu hung up and resumed his preparations.
Time flew by, and before he knew it, the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived.
Lights shone in every household as everyone savored the reunion atmosphere.
Su Yu, however, had dressed in traditional Tang attire early on and sat before his computer, preparing.
A gourd hung from his waist, its contents unknown.
Meanwhile, the live stream for the poetry contest was already packed to the rafters. Holy crap, I skipped eating hairy crabs just to wait for Su God to appear.
Heard he's one of the first few.
I'm here to watch him embarrass himself.
If he really had the skills, he should have proven himself ages ago. Go ahead and mock him. Su God thrives on proving you wrong.
Bull.
I'd love for him to prove me wrong. This time I'm just here to see him make a fool of himself. Chinese poetry is just ugly. Chapter 37 stunned the crowd.
While the crowd debated, the top foreign contestants had already finished their performances.
Representing China in the top spot was Matsuo Ranjiao from the Football Poetry Society.
Naturally, he recited a classic poem from the Menyoshu. Longing for someone I cannot see, not seeing them yet constantly thinking of them, the most unbearable part is when my heart tosses and turns.
As Matsuo recited, the entire audience was swept into the emotions of the verse.
Such profound loneliness, such deep melancholy.
Some even felt their eyes welling up. This poem is so beautiful. Is this the power of culture? The Manyoshu from Japan wins awards every year. I really envy them. Why doesn't our China have such a book?
Don't even think about it, we're bound to embarrass ourselves again this year.
Don't be pessimistic, folks. Sushin hasn't made his move yet.
Everyone knows he only brings surprises.
Forget Sushin, this is the literary world, not his playground. Meanwhile, Matsue's poem was being broadcast repeatedly across all major TV networks. Don't underestimate those Japanese, their culture is truly sophisticated.
I told you should study abroad in Japan.
Better yet, settle down and become one of them. Such remarks kept surfacing at Mid-Autumn Festival dinners.
It immediately trended alongside the poem.
As he left the stage, Matsuo flipped the bird directly at the Chinese delegation's seats.
Seated nearby, Jia Xinshan remained unfazed. Instead, she turned to Jia Guangming, who was frowning beside her, and said, "Watch closely, Dad. When I go up there, my original verses will blow everyone's minds." As soon as he finished speaking, the host on stage began announcing the next contestant.
What exquisite verses! Truly worthy of representing the Footbasin nation. Now, let us welcome the representative from Huaxia.
At that moment, Suyu was just about to open the video feed before the transmission, only to find he couldn't connect to the live screen no matter what he tried. Just as the crowd waited for Su God to connect, the stage announced a name that took everyone by surprise.
Jia Xinshan.
Upon hearing her name, Jia Xinshan immediately sprinted onto the stage from the audience. She stood at the center of the stage and bowed deeply to the audience in front of her.
Isn't it Sushin? The national broadcaster already announced it, how could they change it? Who is this? We came to see Sushin. Have any of you even seen this woman before?
I know her, Jia Xinshan, daughter of the China Poetry Association chairman. She represented China in the last two competitions, but her performance was beyond embarrassing.
Where's Sushin? Did they bully him away? Still calling him Sushin? Looks like he didn't dare show up. Bull. Would Sushin really be scared to show up? There's definitely something fishy about this show.
Jia Xinshan's appearance instantly set the internet ablaze. Back at the research institute, Lu Chang was so enraged upon seeing Jia Xinshan that he immediately hurled his water cup to the floor.
How dare she? This is utterly outrageous. To pull such stunts during a national crisis.
He then turned to Lu Jia, who stood beside him with an equally grim expression. Tell our people on site to handle this immediately.
Doesn't he know what his daughter is like? Wasn't the embarrassment from 2 years ago enough?
Upon hearing this, Lu Jia immediately walked out to begin his practice. Meanwhile, at the venue, Jia Xinshan remained oblivious to the external uproar. He took the host's microphone and began his address. It is an honor to represent China once more at this grand gathering of the global literary world. After my previous two failures, I reflected deeply and dedicated myself to intensive study. Today, I present two original poems of my own composition. Please enjoy. After Jia Xinshan finished speaking, sparse applause trickled from the audience below the stage.
See? Jia Xinshan took a whole year to get back on stage. You believe that? Have you read her poems from previous years? I still want Sushin to come. Her poetry is embarrassing enough. To protect my family's taste, I'm switching channels. As if Sushin coming would make any difference, she'd still be dead last.
But before the discussion could conclude, Jia Xinshan spoke up. Please enjoy my original poem, Snowy Day.
Let's all go pee together. You peed a line. I peed a whole hole. After Jia Xinshan's brief recitation, the entire venue fell silent. Dead quiet. Ha? Is this over? What did he say? Poetry? What on earth is this? Is this what she came up with after a year of secluded research? I think my ears are going deaf. If I were there, I'd be mortified. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, this is what we get to listen to? I can't even bother arguing with those foreign dogs anymore. Meanwhile, Zhu Guangming's face had turned bright red in the Chinese delegation seats. He knew his daughter's level was only so-so, but he never imagined it would be this exaggerated. Jia Xinshan on stage, however, seemed unfazed. Finding the silence odd, she assumed the audience hadn't had enough and continued speaking. It seems my verses have stunned you all. Well then, I shall begin reciting the second poem. Without pausing, she launched into the next piece. Cucumbers, not just for eating. When you're lonely. Cucumber. Without a doubt. The tastiest. After finishing her speech, she immediately bowed deeply toward the audience and judges' seats. Then she lifted her head, ready to receive a wave of applause. But to her dismay, the venue remained dead silent. If it's not him, why did he say there's a second one? Feels like China's Poetry Association is now just as trashy as the Football Association. Ha ha ha, is this what you call Chinese poetry? Absolutely ridiculous. Thanks for giving me such a laugh on your holiday. You deserve to be at the bottom. What history? What innovation? I could recite one my father, the association president, would definitely score high on. While the crowd was still debating, two burly men in black suits burst onto the stage from backstage. They grabbed Jia Xinshan by the collar and dragged him backstage. But Jia Xinshan hadn't grasped what was happening yet, still shouting defiantly. What are you doing? I haven't even won the championship yet. This is kidnapping. Bandits. My dad is Jia Guangming. But no matter what she yelled, the two burly men behind her seemed to hear nothing. They only quieted down once they had dragged her off the stage. Of course, if Jia Xinshan had looked closely, she would have noticed that Jia Guangming had been dragged away long before her. By then, the host finally made a belated appearance. Apologies, everyone. There was a minor incident. We've just received the latest news from Huaxia. That individual was merely an escapee from a mental hospital. He has been dealt with. Now, let us welcome China's original contestant, Li Bai. Chapter 38, The Immortal Poet Li Bai. The host's words sent shockwaves through the live broadcast once more. Who is this Li Bai? Isn't it supposed to be Su Shun? Seriously, the government needs to rein these people in. They'll impersonate anyone for any role. Get him out of here. Just as the pianists prepared to showcase their talents, the entire venue suddenly brightened. The previously pitch-black backstage screen instantly illuminated. Su Yu wore a pure white mask dressed in traditional Tang attire, with a flask hanging from his waist. Behind him hung Zheng Ji's sword. He appeared on the screen. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Yu from China. Today, I'll introduce you to the charm of the poetic immortal. Holy crap, it's Su Shin. But why did the registrant use the name Li Bai? Could it be that Su Shin's real name is Li Bai? Poetic immortal? What an arrogant nickname. What gives him the right to call himself that? You guys in China have a poet immortal too? That's hilarious. After that guy's performance, he's a poet immortal? Stop barking like dogs. With Su Shin here, this is a sure thing. Where do you get this confidence? Is it so hard to admit our culture isn't as advanced? In the footage, Su Yu first bowed respectfully. But to the surprise of longtime viewers, this time he didn't activate the light screen. Instead, he pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window. As everyone's gaze shifted outside, they discovered the desolate mountains had vanished. Instead, a river as clear as a mirror stretched out before them. Moonlight like water spread over the rippling river surface like a soft silver veil, silently enveloping it. Looking up, a full, luminous moon hung high in the night sky. Like a brilliant pearl set against the black canopy of the sky. It cast a cool, luminous glow, illuminating the surrounding clouds and reflecting the distant, undulating mountain ranges. Shrouded in darkness, the peaks appeared and disappeared, sometimes clearly visible, other times hidden in the shadows. The river was eerily still at that moment, with only a solitary thatched boat moored quietly by the shore. Though somewhat weathered, the vessel exuded an ancient charm. Within the cabin, a solitary figure clad in a white robe sat at ease. In his hand, he held a flask of clear, crisp wine, savoring its flavor in solitary contemplation. A gentle breeze swept by, causing his sleeves to flutter, as if he had become one with the surroundings. This scene left everyone present utterly amazed. Holy crap, Su Shin's special effects never disappoint. This scene is absolutely top tier. I feel like I'm actually there. That figure on the bed looks like a celestial being. Could this be Li Bai? Enough chatter, Su Shin is here. In the scene, Su Shin slowly paces along the riverbank, murmuring to himself. Li Bai wrote 100 poems after drinking a cask of wine, sleeping in Chang'an's taverns. When summoned by the emperor, he refused to board the boat, declaring himself an immortal of wine. Inside the cabin, Li Bai, hearing Su Yu's murmured verses, immediately poked his head out. Spotting Su Yu, he scrambled out of the cabin, sat on the bow, and waved frantically at him. Junior disciple Suyu greets the poetic immortal. Suyu had already reached the grass-covered boat and stood before Li Bai, bowing deeply to him. But Li Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped and said to Suyu, "You're quite the character, lad. I saw you reciting Zime's verses on the shore, so I invited you aboard to meet me. Yet the moment you step on deck, you call me the immortal poet." With that, he produced a fresh wine cup and poured Suyu a measure. "I was just lamenting drinking alone. Your arrival is perfect timing, come, drink with me." Suyu took the cup, sipped lightly, and then spoke. "I come from 1,000 years in the future, specifically to meet the poetic immortal of China, Li Bai." Hearing Suyu's words, he laughed again. 1,000 years hence? Have you young whippersnappers been drinking yourselves into a stupor? The white jade capital in the heavens. 12 towers, 5 cities. Immortals stroke my crown. Tying my hair to receive eternal life. You youngster, could you have truly journeyed to the jade capital? Spouting such nonsense here? Li Bai's offhand recitation of these verses instantly sent the venue into an uproar. Several judges leapt to their feet, staring fixedly at the screen. These verses were unlike anything they'd ever heard, infinitely more exquisite than the Manyoshu. And he just recited it off the top of his head. Originally, they'd been deeply dissatisfied with Suyu's remote participation and his dawdling behavior. But now, they couldn't wait for him to keep dragging it out. Did I really just casually recite verses like that? Just a little booze and you get this kind of literary flair? I'll give it a shot too. Forget it, man. He drinks and writes poetry. You drink and end up hugging the toilet. This competition is getting interesting. Su God is about to make history again. Just as Suyu was about to explain, Li Bai cut him off from across the screen. Kid, just call me Brother Tai Bai. No need for explanations, I believe you're from 1,000 years hence. Come, drink the 3 whites. With that, he tilted the wine flask straight to his lips and drank. Suyu, meanwhile, pulled the gourd from his waist and handed it over. Here, Brother Tai Bai, try this. Li Bai accepted without hesitation, uncorking the gourd and taking several gulps. His eyes lit up instantly. Fine wine, fine wine. The fragrant wine of Lanling, like a tulip, poured into a jade bowl, its amber glow. If only the host could make the guest drunk, then where is home? Truly splendid wine. Now, young man, what brings you to seek me out? By now, Li Bai's cheeks had flushed red, and his tongue began to stumble slightly. Brother Tai Bai, this junior wishes to let future generations appreciate the beauty of poetry. Suyu then recounted the profound poetry and current state of Jia Shun from the future directly to Li Bai. Li Bai burst into such hearty laughter that he rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach until his face turned crimson. He laughed for a full half cup of tea before finally stopping. Wiping away tears, he looked at Suyu and said, "Did they perhaps have a 3-year-old child compete? Otherwise, no child who's ever studied could compose such poetry." Exactly. Verses that even a 3-year-old couldn't compose were paraded on stage as if they were a dish on a platter. This is truly embarrassing. You're absolutely right. Even my kindergarten-aged son couldn't compose poetry like this. Every word out of his mouth is a timeless masterpiece. Jia Shinshan isn't even worthy of untying Li Bai's boots. Li Bai saw the stern look on Suyu's face and immediately dropped his smile. Young man, may I borrow your sword? Suyu immediately handed the deer-horned sword to Li Bai. He drew the blade from its sheath and began to dance with it on the bow of the boat. His swordplay blossomed like flowers across the still river surface. A piercing sword aura seemed to pierce through the screen toward the watching crowd. Fine sword, lad. Now I'll show you what the soul of Chinese poetry truly is. Chapter 39, Crushing the Competition. No sooner had Li Bai finished speaking than he untied Suyu's gourd and began tilting his head back to drink. Crystal clear liquor streamed from his mouth as Li Bai's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson than before. Fine wine, truly fine wine. Such nectar exists only in heaven, how rare it is to taste it here on earth. With that, Li Bai began swaying and dancing, fueled by the alcohol. Guys, is this guy a poet or a swordsman? Even watching from outside the screen, he seems incredibly fierce. No wonder Sushin called him the immortal poet, even his off-the-cuff verses feel championship worthy. I love every character Sushin creates. This is way better than that Jia Shinshan nonsense. As Chinese people, how could these off-the-cuff verses possibly match our millennia of literary heritage? If you lack appreciation, go see a doctor. Stop barking like a dog here. Watching Li Bai's sword dance, Suyu even felt the urge to pull out his phone and take pictures. A scene like the poet immortal wielding a sword is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years spectacle. Have you not seen the yellow river's waters descending from the heavens? Do you not see, before the bright mirror in the hall, sorrow at white hair? Morning like black silk, evening like snow. When fortune smiles, revel in joy, never let golden cups face the moon in vain. Heaven has endowed me with talents that must be useful, though I spend all my gold, it will return again. Ode to wine. These lines flowed one by one from Li Bai's lips. The sword in his hand whirled faster and faster. The judges present all flushed crimson upon hearing Li Bai's verses. As if gazing upon a peerless beauty, they stared intently, unwilling to look away.
His hand never stopped from the start, meticulously recording every line from the opening to the present. Meanwhile, Jia Xinshen, pinned beneath the stage, continued to struggle.
Her once meticulous makeup was now
continued to rant and rave upon hearing Li Bai's verses.
What utter nonsense! This doesn't even scratch the surface of my poetry. Do any of you even know how to appreciate it?
The two staff members nearby rolled their eyes in exasperation at her outburst.
She had absolutely no self-awareness whatsoever.
If they hadn't stopped her, who knows what other outrageous nonsense she might have spouted.
This is poetry? It's pure artistry, and he's composing while sword dancing. As a humanities major, I feel like we should worship him.
His drunken, spontaneous creations are heights we mere mortals could never reach in a lifetime.
Couldn't agree more. I've already printed it out and am preparing to burn incense and bathe.
No comparison, no hurt.
What's the Manhwa show? And that nonsense Jia Xinshen spouted earlier?
Compared to Li Bai, it's all utter rubbish.
Why isn't the foot basin guy saying anything? Is he just naturally quiet? The crowd's discussion hadn't concluded when Li Bai finished reciting his poem.
Before the judges could speak, Li Bai downed another gulp of wine and began moving again.
How could I ever bow and scrape before the powerful, making me lose my joyful countenance? I laugh aloud and stride out the door. Are we common folk, born of weeds?
When the great bird soars with the wind, it rises straight up 9,000 miles. These lines of exquisite poetry flowed from Li Bai's lips without pause, his swordplay growing ever more ethereal under the influence of alcohol. As each line fell, the scene fell silent, every face wearing an expression of pure delight. These verses could be summed up in one word.
Madness. Utter madness. This. I'm speechless. I can only offer my knees in submission. 2 poems aren't enough. How many more can he possibly recite?
I'm already exhausted from copying with my pen. Why hasn't he stopped? Li Bai hasn't changed a bit. He's still wildly audacious.
Won't someone kill him for saying this? I finally understand what it means to be a poetic immortal. Look at Su Yu, he's completely dumbfounded. These verses deserve to be in our Chinese textbooks.
Su Yu, sitting nearby, was genuinely stunned. They'd only intended to hear Li Bai say a few words before leaving, never expecting the guy to be so thrilled.
He'd turned the competition into his own personal showtime.
Now even Su Yu couldn't get him to pause if he wanted to, though this wasn't so bad either. Li Bai's poems alone could propel the literary world of present-day China forward by at least 200 years. Meanwhile, Lu Chang in the distant capital was just as entranced as everyone present, listening to Li Bai's unrestrained, arrogant spirit. His spirit seemed transported back decades to the days he spent on the battlefield. Old Lu, that Su kid hasn't failed to deliver on a single task I've assigned him. Lu Chang shot Lu Jia a disapproving glance for his tone-deaf remark. This time it's our fault for not keeping a close eye on those 2 idiots.
We owe Su a proper explanation. No matter who pleads for leniency, it won't matter, they're going in.
I've already communicated with headquarters, but they still insist on meeting him first.
The resistance this time is quite strong. Many people have already started pleading for leniency.
After speaking, Lu Jia pulled out his phone and handed it to Lu Chang. Upon seeing the message, Lu Chang slammed his palm down on the table.
Damn it, these people have no shame whatsoever. Don't they have any idea how much they've stolen over the years? Trying to bail someone out at this critical juncture? Has all those years of education from above gone to the dogs? With that, he grabbed the red landline phone on the desk and dialed. Hey, old brigade commander, are you going to handle this? They've gone too far this time.
On the other end, a white-haired old man clad in a green military overcoat slowly sat up in bed.
Hearing Lu Chang's voice, he immediately cursed. You little brat. I finally get some decent sleep and you have to disturb me. If you weren't so old, I'd tear you apart right now. I transferred you to a desk job because of your health, and now you're causing me all this trouble. Lu Chang's voice dropped 9/10 of its volume at the old commander's words. Oh, Commander, this is infuriating.
That's why I came to you for justice. The old brigade commander slowly rose, poured himself a cup of tea from the pot, took a sip, and then spoke.
Lu Chang, you son of a. I'll deal with that kid once I get to the bottom of this. Some people forget their roots the moment they get a little peace. And about that meeting, get it arranged immediately. Commander. Your leadership is spot on.
I shan't disturb your rest any longer. After Lu Chang hung up, the old brigade commander immediately summoned his guard.
Take your men and surround that bastard's office right now.
And when you bring those 2 idiots back, don't send them to the detention center.
Our military district will handle them directly.
Arrange for a vehicle to deliver them to the old man tomorrow morning. After making all the arrangements, he sat quietly staring out the window.
Damn it, how many years has it been? Already betraying us from within. Back in my day, I'd have given each of you a peanut to chew on. Chapter 40, 1000 Tang Poems.
At the scene, the crowd hadn't yet recovered from the shock of what had just happened. On the screen, Li Bai collapsed at the bow of the boat, whether from exhaustion or drunkenness, no one could tell. He just lay there, laughing uncontrollably.
Kid, did I become an official later on? Upon hearing Li Bai's question, Su Yu finally approached and asked. Not yet. Is that so? Well, that's a pity. Upon hearing Su Yu's reply, Li Bai's laughter ceased. He simply stared silently at the sky. It was as if he had already envisioned his own later years. What's up with this emperor? Can't even a literary genius like this poet immortal serve under him? Being good at poetry doesn't mean he's good at governing. Maybe he's terrible at politics. Do you think Su Shen's next video will cover this dynasty? Highly likely. Su Shen always loves planting foreshadowing. Starting today, I'm studying Li Bai's poetry. I feel like I've already claimed the title of China's second poetic immortal. Forget it, man. Go wash up and go to bed. Someone of Li Bai's caliber won't appear again for 1,000 years. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of both the judges and the audience. Composing this many poems was likely the limit of this person's ability. Just as they were calming their excitement to offer a few words, they realized the video still wasn't over. Seeing this, Su Yu sat down beside Li Bai. Brother Tai Bai, don't be too pessimistic. If you'd pursued a career in government, your fame in later generations might not have been as resounding as it is now. Li Bai shot Su Yu a sidelong glance. You sure know how to comfort people, kid. But didn't you say future generations have already forgotten us? How can we talk about posthumous fame? Su Yu didn't directly address the question. Instead, he lay down beside Li Bai and gazed up at the sky. True, they've forgotten. But you shine like brilliant stars in the literary firmament of history. How could they possibly forget you all? The moment Su Yu finished speaking, his hands swept across the sky, conjuring a series of luminous portals upon the river's surface. Soon, figures began emerging from the light screens. The scene also revealed a colossal ark lying horizontally upon the river's surface. Su Yu rose to his feet, grabbed Li Bai's hand, and leapt onto the ark. Li Bai stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Could it be that Emotion is truly an immortal descendant from the heavens? Su Yu paid no further attention to Li Bai, instead bowing deeply to the figures within the light screens before him. This junior, Su Yu, greets all the venerable sages. As soon as Su Yu finished speaking, one figure after another settled gracefully onto the deck. I am Chu Yuan, minister of Chu. Descendant of Emperor Gaoyang, my father was known as Boyong. In the first month of the year, on the day of Gengyin, I descended. I am Chao Ji. In the third year of Huangshu, I journeyed to the capital and returned across the Luo River. As the ancients said, the spirit of this water is named Mi Fei. Young friend, no need for formalities. I am Du Fu, Du Zime. The wind howls, the sky stretches high, apes wail in sorrow, the islets clear, the sand is white, birds fly back. Endless falling leaves rustle down, the boundless Yangtze rolls on without end. Why are you prostrating yourself, brother Li Bai? I shall cease petitioning the northern palace gates, and return to my humble cottage in the southern mountains. My unworthy self has been cast aside by the wise ruler, and my many illnesses have distanced me from old friends. I am Lu Yu of the great Song dynasty. Do not mock the rustic's cloudy winter wine and bountiful years, he keeps guests with ample chicken and pork. Mountains and rivers seem to block the way, yet beyond the willows and flowers lies another village. The repeated calls gradually pulled Li Bai's thoughts back to reality. He forced himself to rise, fighting the alcohol-induced dizziness. Zime, Haoren, Wang Luan, you've all come? Li Bai pays his respects to these venerable sages. Brother Tai Bai, it was this young friend who told us that the literary world of China would fall into obscurity in later generations. So we old bones had to come out and lend a helping hand. Indeed. How dare those barbarian upstarts show their faces here? This scene instantly caused the comments section to explode, while the foreigners who had been boasting earlier vanished without a trace. All the Chinese accounts that had spoken earlier became the target of a barrage of criticism. Just now, Su Shen said all Chinese should come out. My combat power is off the charts, now let's see if you can defend your own mother. Holy crap, Su Got unleashed his ultimate, not leaving a single opening for other countries. Who dares speak up after these poems? Didn't those from the Foot Basin nation act so arrogant before? Where are they now? Come out. I'll take on 10 of them. Who dares claim Chinese literature is in decline now? This proves our literary scene is poised for a second renaissance. Not just a resurgence, feels like we've leaped 200 years forward. Meanwhile, outside the venue, literary heavyweights from various nations, including the judges present and Lu Chang back in the capital, were practically grinding their pens to dust. That night, the poets on screen spoke non-stop, and the live stream stubbornly ran all night long. At dawn the next day, after the final poet finished, Su Yu finally ended the broadcast. The judges present had bloodshot eyes and dark circles, looking as though they'd pulled all-nighters for days. For a moment, none could regain their composure. Yet each trembled with excitement. These old scholars, steeped in classical poetry for years. They had never heard these verses before. Each line was a timeless masterpiece. After waiting for over half an hour, they finally began to come to their senses. Holy crap, I slept through the whole thing and the livestream's still going? What the hell did Su God do last night? You have no idea. Su Shen churned out over 1,000 poems last night, spitting them out like they were free candy. And every single one was a masterpiece. You guys have no idea they've already carried out so many old professors from the venue. Word is they all had heart attacks from the sheer excitement. Yesterday I recall Chaoji reciting his ode to the goddess of the Luo River, and he swept away 3 people in one go. And Wang Bo's preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang took out 2 more. Honestly, even I can barely stand listening to their poetry. I can already foresee how grueling exams will be for students. In a few years these poems will undoubtedly all be included in the school curriculum. Meanwhile, Suyu at home was already exhausted beyond belief. This night had vividly brought back the dread he felt during the Chinese section of the college entrance exam. Just thinking about it now sent a shiver down his spine. Damn system. Didn't you say only a few people would come? Yesterday, I didn't even need to count, there were easily over 100. The moment Suyu finished speaking, an anthropomorphic face appeared on the computer screen. Host, please refrain from complaining. Special system notice, if you publish one more video, you can upgrade the system to level 2. Hearing this, Suyu raised an eyebrow. He retrieved the black cloth from the first emperor's tomb from his system space. To acquire it discreetly, Suyu had deliberately instructed Lu Chang and the others to deliver the cloth to an abandoned, half-finished building in the capital. He then used his system abilities to stow it away. They were probably still puzzling over it now. But just as Suyu was deep in thought, a series of urgent ringtones abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Chapter 41, The Invisible Man. Seeing Lu Chang's relentless call barrage, Suyu reluctantly answered while wearing his mask. Old Lu, what do you need me for so early? I haven't slept a wink all night. But just as Suyu finished complaining, he noticed the old man on the screen was someone he didn't recognize at all. The man had snow-white hair and wore a worn-out green military overcoat. His weathered face bore deep, crisscrossing wrinkles like gullies carved by the blade of time. Yet the most striking feature was his eyes. One had vanished entirely, leaving only a deep, hollowed-out void. The area around the wound was covered in scorched marks. You must be that Su kid Lu Chang mentioned? Why are you still wearing a mask? Even an old man like me never thought to wear one after what happened. His voice was hoarse yet resonant, carrying an intimidating presence. Elder, I'm not sure how to address you. The mask is just to protect a bit of personal privacy. Suyu dared not be careless. Anyone who could call using Lu Chang's phone was clearly no ordinary person. Relax. My name is Chen Nan. I'm from Qianzi's superior unit. I'm here to meet you as part of an organizational assignment. Mr. Chen, hello. What brings you here to see this youngster? Didn't Mr. Lu already handle everything? Suyu was startled upon hearing Chen Nan's name. It carried immense weight. A veteran who had walked the great grasslands. A general of the founding era. Chen Nan didn't respond, instead fixing his soul remaining eye intently on Suyu before him. The intensity was enough to make Suyu's breath catch. Only after a full minute did Chen Nan finally break the silence. Su kid, do you have any idea how many people are looking for you lately? Old Lu told me both the underworld and the authorities are hunting me down. Apparently, my head's worth a pretty penny. Chen Nan scoffed dismissively upon hearing this. Underworld? Law enforcement? None of that matters when the state is involved. The real issue is you've been making too much noise lately. The higher-ups sent me to see what help you need. Of course, Xiangzi also requested a substantial sum from us. After our discussions, we can approve it for you. Just send me your bank account number when the time comes. Nothing for now. They won't find me anytime soon. As for the funds, forget it. I can handle things on my end. I'll keep producing videos and live streaming. No need to worry about my finances. Suyu didn't seem particularly concerned. After all, he had this system to defend him. He wasn't intimidated by them, let alone any professional team that might come after him. Besides, the system was sending him money daily now. And those video effects? Aside from his own labor costs, they were practically free. Alright. Young talent is truly formidable. Keep creating your content. You did a great job this time. Those old phobies will have their hands full. When's the next episode coming out? I'll be there to cheer you on, kid. Probably in 2 or 3 days. After that, Chen Nan chatted with Suyu for a while longer before hanging up. Immediately after hanging up, he turned to the soldier frantically typing away at the computer behind him and asked, "Guys, anything yet?" But his question fell on deaf ears, receiving no response whatsoever. Behind him, the soldiers' expressions had grown grim. Their eyes were fixed intently on the constantly shifting data flashing across the massive screen before them. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to slowly seep from their foreheads, trickling down their cheeks. Damn it, are you all deaf? Chen Nan's thunderous roar sent a chill through everyone present, even the soldiers busy at work. One soldier walked nervously, raising his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. His hair at the temples was already soaked through before he managed to speak. "Sir, we can't beat them. They're using some kind of countermeasure that makes it impossible for us to pinpoint their location. Several times now, our main system's nearly fried." Chen Nan remained silent this time. After all, he had tried to pinpoint the kid's location before. But none had succeeded. The most bizarre incident involved the first emperor's relics. Left in a parking lot, no one had approached or entered. By the time they went to check, it had vanished. This time, he'd brought in the nation's most elite squad just to give it another shot. Yet they still couldn't pinpoint him. Frowning, Chen Nan sat in his seat, deep in thought. Could it be that this kid really came from the heavens? Not a trace left behind, as if he never existed at all. But they could never have guessed that the moment Su Yu arrived in this world, the system had already wiped away every trace of his predecessor's existence in this world. Even birth certificates had been disposed of. It would be a miracle if Chen Nan and his team could find anything. Moreover, whenever Su Yu stepped outside, all surveillance cameras would malfunction, automatically concealing his figure. Everything else remained unaffected. It could be said that Su Yu was the only truly invisible man in this world. Of course, Su Yu remained completely unaware of all this, still focused on crafting his next video. Meanwhile, due to Su Yu's prolonged absence from private messages and comments sections, the public had turned their attention to the headquarters of Kuaishou. Since the mid-autumn poetry gathering, the complaint hotline hadn't stopped ringing. Yan Guochang sat in his office, constantly rubbing his temples, his face etched with exhaustion. He hadn't left the company since yesterday, and the ringing of the phone downstairs could be heard even in his office. Just as he was deep in thought, Zhang Xiaoyu walked in. Yan Guochang immediately stood up. "My dear, I asked you to check on the situation. Did you get to it? If you hadn't come, this constant ringing would have shaken my entire company to its foundations." Zhang Xiaoyu nearly laughed out loud at the sight of Yan Guochang's dark circles. He looked exactly like a giant panda. "Our tech department just got in touch with Su Shen. He said it'll take at least 3 days. Hearing her reply, Yan Guochang visibly relaxed and slumped back into his chair. As long as it's doable, as long as it's doable. Hurry and tell operations and tech to put the announcement on the homepage. Tell them to stop calling. If this keeps up, our customer service team will quit." Zhang Xiaoyu promptly relayed the instructions. Within 15 minutes, Su Gongxi's video preview was prominently displayed on Kuaishou's homepage. Only then did the commotion gradually subside. 3 more days? Fine if Su Shen ignores us, but the official trailer takes 3 days? I think bombarding Kuaishou is totally fine. Feels like the more we spam, the faster it goes. I've already talked to my parents. We're watching this as a family. Did you hear? Old Zhu's grave got dug up. Chapter 42, Governor of Asia. Huh? Seriously? Where is it? I gotta go check it out. It's trending. Go see, they dug the whole thing up. I knew Su Shen was the real deal. If anyone questions him again, I'll crawl through the internet cables to defend him. Seems to be in Yingtian, but it looks like only old Zhu is there, along with Zhu Biao and Empress Ma. That's weird. Aren't all emperors supposed to be buried in the same tomb? Wild guess. This must be connected to Zhu Laosi. The trending topics are now completely dominated by the emergence of the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum, with photos and videos flooding everywhere. Lu Chang rushed back to Yingtian from the capital because of this, and Lu Jia brought along 2 whole bottles of heart medicine. Given Lu Chang's current workload, Lu Jia genuinely feared his heart might give out. Hurry and make arrangements. Once Su Xiuji's video goes live in 3 days, start asking, where's the next one? Even on the plane, Lu Chang didn't rest for a moment, constantly preparing various materials. Teacher, why don't you take a break? You can't keep this up without wearing yourself out. Lu Chang didn't even turn his head, instead giving Lu Jia a sharp slap on the back of the head. Damn it, I don't even know how many years I have left. Why should I care about that? My only wish before I die is to restore the true history of China. Otherwise, I won't rest in peace. Seeing Lu Chang speak like this, Lu Jia could only sigh helplessly. I already asked for you. It's in Xianyang again. Lu Chang heard this and gave him another sharp tap. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Once this is done, we'll rush to Xianyang at top speed. Why always Xianyang? Forget it, never mind. We'll wait until Su releases his video. 3 days passed neither quickly nor slowly. Amidst everyone's bustle, Su Yu quietly uploaded his video. This is exhausting. Making his videos is no easy task, there's just too much content. But I still want to meet him soon. A ruler like him is a massive catalyst for China's rise. While Su Yu was still lost in thought, the video had already been pushed to the top of Kuaishou's homepage. My Charming Ancestor, Episode 3, Governor of Asia. I waited 3 whole days, Su God. Do you have any idea how I spent those 3 days? I was so impatient I just called Kuaishou's hotline, finally got through. From now on, if God Su ignores us, we'll just start bombarding him with calls. Kuaishou, are you being polite? Wonder who it is this time. Not that founding emperor again, right? Don't you guys look at the names? This one's way too badass. Honestly, I kinda wanna see Zhu Di's. For an emperor to achieve the highest military honor is seriously badass. Didn't we see it last time? What's so great about it? Hope this emperor doesn't get too badly humiliated by Su Shen. Just look at what happened to old Zhu last time. Any emperor who isn't already on his last legs gets driven to his grave. As the crowd debated, the video began playing. Waves of classical zither melodies washed over the audience.
Enhanced by the system upgrade, the sound quality felt as though they were right there in the moment. The melodious strains, accompanied by rhythmic drum beats, slowly drew the scene into view. Within a magnificent, resplendent hall, sunlight streamed through intricately carved lattice windows, casting dappled patterns that illuminated every corner. Outside the palace, squads of disciplined, well-trained imperial guards stood solemnly at every corner, guarding the place with utmost vigilance. Each guard wore heavy armor gleaming with golden light, encasing their bodies like an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. Their feet were shod in silver bright combat boots. Their right hands remained firmly gripped around the sharp greatswords at their waists, blades gleaming with a cold light that radiated a chilling intent to kill. The civil and military officials within the hall stood on either side, arranged in orderly formations. Their expressions were solemn, their stances rigidly upright, standing as still as statues. Yet, whether it was a collective illusion or not, an almost suffocating aura of murderous intent permeated the entire hall. This transformed the originally solemn and dignified atmosphere into one that grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Particularly striking was the fact that the killing intent emanating from the civil officials' side was even more intense than that from the military general's side. As the camera slowly panned upward, a middle-aged man clad in an ornate dragon robe gradually came into view. Seated high upon the dragon throne, one hand casually propped up his head while the other rested lightly on the armrest. Even before uttering a word, this posture alone exuded an unparalleled aura of imperial authority. His face bore sword-like eyebrows sweeping to his temples, narrow phoenix-like eyes, and a gaze so piercing it seemed capable of penetrating one's very soul. When his gaze fixed directly beyond the screen, it felt as though he was locking eyes with every viewer, sending a bone-chilling coldness coursing through their bodies. "Tell Zhengge, old Zhu, I can't go back now, this is way too cool. Damn those phoenix eyes, I want them too. Why does he feel so commanding? Zhengge is more imposing but less relatable. Old Zhu is a down-to-earth country boy just too genuine. I feel like I'm falling in love even as a guy, I can't handle it. But aren't you curious why these civil officials look so fierce? Look at scholars from other dynasties, they're just bookish intellectuals. Now look at these guys. You can tell every one of them has 8-pack abs under their robes. I bet any one of them could take on 10 of me. Is this the Asian governor? Come bow down in awe. Let's see who dares call this fake now." Just as everyone was discussing this, IPs from the Footbasin Nation flooded the livestream. Oh, are the Huaxia people indulging in their fantasies again? Seriously, I can't take it. And look, their clothes look just like kimonos. Did they steal them from us? Chinese people are always so good at stealing. What the hell are you barking about? What the hell are you barking about? When has Sushin's video ever been fake? Still barking here? Just as the crowd was still arguing, a line of golden text appeared on the screen. Emperor Taizong of Tang. Li Shimen. Moments later, Su Yu's voice cut in. Today, I'd like to introduce to everyone. Here, Su Yu paused briefly, took a deep breath, and then continued. The most formidable carbon-based lifeform of the 7th century, governor of Asia, the dominant figure of the Eastern Hemisphere, possessing the majestic bearing of a dragon and phoenix, the face of heaven and earth, Grand Marshal of the Tang Dynasty, Minister of State, Chancellor of the Secretariat, Chancellor of the Imperial Secretariat, Grand Secretary of the Shandong Circuit, Acting Grand Secretary of the Izhou Circuit, Governor of Yangzhou, Commander of Liangzhou, Commander of the Right. Feathered Guard, Commander of the Left and Right Martial Guards commanding the 12 Guards, Highest Commander, Prince of Qin, Supreme General of Heavenly Strategy, Heavenly Khan Emperor Taizong of Tang, Emperor 1 of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimen. Chapter 43, The Struggle for the Throne. Hearing Su Yu deliver this lengthy introduction in one breath left everyone's brains on the verge of overload. Who on earth is this guy with such a long title? Su God can actually rattle it off in one breath. Introducing Zhang Guo and old Zhu only took a few sentences. Why does this take so many lines? No matter how handsome he is, whatever he says must be right. What level of official is an Asian governor? What exactly did he accomplish? But God, Su is genuinely honest about the looks descriptions. Only you Chinese call him Asian governor? Did you ask us Koreans? Not just you Koreans, they can't even get past us Koreans. While the crowd continued debating, the video feed kept rolling. Li Shimen strode confidently toward the throne. Military might subdues chaos, civil governance preserves order. The ways of war and peace each suit their time. To say that civil governance falls short of military might is an overstatement. As Li Shimen's words faded, the entire scene began to dissolve. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen. His name signifies saving the world and securing the people. Born in Qingji, Longxi, he was the second son of Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan, and his principal consort, Lady Dou. He became the second emperor of the Tang dynasty. Accompanying Su Yu's narration unfolded the legendary life of Li Shimen. From his childhood, he displayed sharp wit and a thirst for learning, coupled with a resolute and decisive nature. In his youth, he resolved to follow his father in raising an army at Xianyang. They captured cities and conquered territories along the way, defeating numerous hostile forces. Throughout these campaigns, Li Shimin led his troops from the front lines with fearless bravery, earning the profound respect and trust of his soldiers. After the fall of the Sui dynasty, Li Yuan founded the Tang dynasty and bestowed upon Li Shimin the title of Prince of Qin at the age of 20. In the scene, Li Shimin charged single-handedly through the enemy ranks. Clad in gleaming silver armor, it now bore splatters of enemy blood, stained a deep crimson, like winter plum blossoms. With a fierce roar, Li Shimin spurred his warhorse, causing the steed to leap high into the air. Simultaneously, the steel blade gripped tightly in Li Shimin's hands swept through the air with a fluid, seamless motion. With a sharp swish, a head still dripping warm blood fell to the ground like a ripe fruit, rolling to the side. Li Shimin reached out, seized the head, and raised it high above his head. The battlefield fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes involuntarily fixated on Li Shimin and the severed head in his grasp. Li Shimin stood there, bellowing. "The traitor is dead. Surrender immediately. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." Holy crap, this is what it means to pluck an enemy commander's head from the midst of 10,000 troops. This is way more badass than old Zhu Yuanzhang. The other two just commanded troops. This guy charged straight into the fray. I love it. Young Li Shimin is even more handsome and charismatic than his middle-aged self. At 20, he rose in arms with his father. At 20, I was moaning in bed. This is still the martial emperor. If the Qing dynasty had produced such a fierce warrior, things wouldn't have ended up like this. This video hits us with such intensity right from the start? Just imagine how thrilling the rest will be. Damn it, that Su kid's practically seducing this old man. Lu, tell the driver to step on it. I need to get to Xianyang immediately and study his tune properly. Lu Chang sighed helplessly at the sight of the red-eyed, flared-nosed man before him. Sir, we're in the air now. The pilot can't accelerate. Before the discussion had concluded, Su Yu's voice rang out once more. After the Tang dynasty was established, Li Shimin was in theft as Prince of Qin, marking the beginning of his military career. He led his forces to subdue the factions of Shuarengao, Song Jinggang, and Wang Shichong. He also personally negotiated with the Turks when they invaded the border, successfully defusing the crisis. But, with that word but, the scene and situation took a sharp turn for the worse. As Li Shimin's prestige grew within the court and the military, he gradually built his own political faction. This caused his elder brother, Crown Prince Li Jianchang, to harbor resentment toward him. The once harmonious brothers, depicted as respectful and affectionate toward each other, gradually grew hostile through repeated confrontations. Compounded by the meddling of Li Yuanzhi, the brothers' relationship teetered on the brink of collapse. Aware that his military achievements and prestige fell short of Li Shimin's, Li Jianchang grew fearful. He therefore allied with his younger brother Li Yuanzhi to marginalize and frame Li Shimin. Furthermore, Li Jianchang orchestrated the Kunming Pond assassination plot, intending to kill Li Shimin during a military campaign. This scheme was exposed by Wang Zhi, the chief of the palace guard in the Eastern Palace whom Li Shimin had bribed. The revelation left Li Shimin stunned and enraged, as Li Jianchang's actions had utterly shattered the last line of brotherly decency. However, the true catalyst was the death of Lu Wenjing. As Li Shimin's most crucial strategist, Lu Wenjing's demise finally sounded the alarm for Li Shimin. Coupled with his father Li Yuan's relentless favoritism, it ultimately pushed Li Shimin to cease all further tolerance. In a dimly lit chamber within the Prince of Qin's residence, Li Shimin sat upon the main seat, his face flushed crimson with bulging veins, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Beside him sat his advisors and generals, Chang Sun Wuji, Du Ruhui, Fang Xinling, Yu Qigong, and others. Each wearing a grim expression. Prince of Qin, make your decision swiftly. Zhao Ren is dead. If we delay further, will anyone in the prince's residence escape unscathed once the crown prince reacts? Du Ruhui said to Li Shimin with a grim expression. Fang Chao chimed in from the side. Indeed, Shimin. If you do not act now, the emperor will not spare you. Your influence has grown too great. The crown prince cannot command the armies effectively in your presence. That is the most critical issue. Hearing their words, Li Shimin finally spoke. Kemming, Xinling, you speak wisely. This vast court has no place left for me. But they forget that every inch of this Tang dynasty's land was conquered by this prince, inch by inch. Having said this, Li Shimin turned to look at Du Ruhui. Kemming, advise us on what course we should take. After a moment of deep thought, Du Ruhui immediately replied. By now, Fu Yi's secret memorial has reached the emperor's hands. Given his majesty's temperament, he will surely summon your highness to explain. You could employ the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Submit a memorial accusing the crown prince, Prince Qi, and the imperial concubines of debauchery. Wei Qigong, listening nearby, was utterly bewildered. Would those two truly dare? Fang Xinling chuckled beside him. General Yuqi, whether they have or not isn't the crucial point. The key is to gather the crown prince and Prince Qi together. Then strike them all at once. Shimin, tomorrow you must mention to His Majesty the rebels Wang Shichong and Dojianda, along with your own grievances. Barring any mishaps, the crown prince and Prince of Qi will be summoned to the palace. That night, there will be only one route into the palace. Li Shimin's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance as he heard Chang Sun Wuji's words. Xuanwu Gate.
Chapter 44, Turning the Tables. Precisely the Xuanwu Gate. Your Highness need only instruct Fuji and General Yuqi to lie in ambush on either side as the Crown Prince and Prince of Qi enter. With a single command from you, they will be captured outright. Du Ruhui laid out the plan's core strategy. Li Shimin frowned deeply, lost in thought. Seeing Li Shimin still hesitating, Changsun Wuji quickly interjected. Your Highness, this matter cannot be delayed. If we wait any longer and the Crown Prince reacts, we will be the ones to suffer. Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's words, Li Shimin resolved himself. He drew a sharp sword hanging on the wall and gripped it tightly in his hand. His gaze slowly shifted toward the direction of the imperial palace. Since matters have come to this, I shall no longer hold back. Within the palace, treacherous ministers and the Crown Prince conspire to harm His Majesty. As the Prince of Qin of the Tang dynasty, it is my duty to assist His Majesty in purging the court of these traitors. Having spoken, he turned directly to Changsun Wuji and Yuqi Gong. Fuji, Jingda, tomorrow at dawn, take the Prince of Qin's edict and my personal guards to ambush at the Xuanwu Gate. The moment the Crown Prince and Prince Qi appear, strike them down. Kemming, Xianyang, you two will stand guard outside, ready to act. Before everything is settled, ensure no one enters or leaves the palace. I entrust this matter to you all. Should this endeavor succeed, I, Shimin, shall reward you as national heroes. I shall never forget your contributions. With that, Li Shimin bowed deeply with clasped hands toward Changsun Wuji and the others. Seeing this, the others hurriedly helped him up. Your Highness, you must not do this. This action is meant to save you and to save the realm. Only a mighty ruler like you can hold the 9 tripods of the Tang dynasty. Please, Your Highness, do not bow. After all arrangements were finalized, Li Shimin indeed received Emperor Li Yuan's edict. Upon receiving the decree, he hastened toward the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Changsun Wuji and the others also began their own actions. Poor Li Shimin. If I were Li Yuan, I'd have passed the throne directly to him. How could Li Jianqing possibly compare? To the above commenter, if Li Yuan had directly passed the throne to Li Shimin, wouldn't that have replaced the system of succession by the legitimate son with one of meritocracy? Setting such a precedent immediately after founding the dynasty would have left no rules for future generations to follow. True. Without rules, chaos would reign. But Li Shimin's plight is unbearable. He conquered most of the empire yet holds no crown prince title, while facing threats to his life from the crown prince and Prince Qi. Who could endure that? I'd make the same choice. But history proves Li Shimin truly succeeded. What an immense honor to be governor of Asia. It feels even more powerful than the young La Emperor's conquest of Langjuxu. I disagree on this point. Zhu Di earned his achievements through his own battles. The subsequent governor of Asia wasn't something Li Shimin personally conquered. Shallow-minded. All of you are shallow-minded. Haven't you seen where Li Shimin earned all those titles? He fought for every single one, blade by blade. You all witnessed him single-handedly decapitating enemy generals amidst 10,000 troops. While the discussion raged on, Li Shimin had already entered the Tai Palace. Emperor Li Yuan, seated above, handed Fu Yi's memorial directly to Li Shimin. Erlang, what is your view on this matter? How do you advise the emperor to handle it? They claim the appearance of Venus in the celestial region corresponding to Qin signifies that the Prince of Qin is destined to rule the realm. Upon receiving the memorial, Li Shimin did not read its contents. Instead, he knelt immediately, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Your humble son has done nothing to betray either my elder brother or my younger brother. Yet now they seek to kill me. It is as if they wish to avenge Wang Shichong and Dojianda. Now I am about to die unjustly, forever parted from my father, my spirit descending to the underworld. Should I ever meet Wang Shichong and his band of rebels, I shall feel nothing but shame. Li Shimin spoke these words with every syllable drenched in blood, his voice piercing the air with heart-wrenching anguish. Having spoken, he immediately knelt on the ground and began to sob. Li Yuan froze in place at the sight, then stepped down from the dragon throne to help his son up. Erlang, why do you think so little of me and your elder and younger brothers? Even a tiger does not devour its own cubs. Could it be that in your eyes, I am no better than a raging flood or a savage beast? Hearing this, Li Shimin did not rise from the ground after being helped up by Li Yuan, but continued to prostrate himself. Father, I dare not think such things. But I am terrified. Petitions accusing me pile up daily on your desk like mountains. With my brothers pressing me from both sides, I am truly afraid. Please, Father, strip me of all military authority and revoke my title as Prince of Qin. Grant me a few acres of poor land where I may till mulberry fields and live out my days in obscurity. Having spoken, Li Shimin prostrated himself once more, refusing to raise his head. Upon hearing his son's words, Li Yuan, standing nearby, could not hold back his tears. His tiger-like eyes turned bloodshot as he pulled Li Shimin up from the ground. Erlang, why must it come to this? I promised your mother I would care for you well. Are you forcing me to break my word? With that, Li Yuan snatched the memorial from Li Shimin's hands and tore it to shreds before his eyes. He flung the fragments into the air, where they scattered across the Tai Hall, then declared sternly. As long as I am here, let no one dare submit petitions to impeach you. Rest assured, I am your strongest backing. Whoever dares defy this, let them come find me. Though tears streamed down Li Shimon's face, his heart burst with joy. Seeing the moment was ripe, Li Shimon addressed Emperor Gaozu directly. I thank you, father, for your trust. But there is one matter weighing heavily on my heart that I must speak of. Erlang, rise first. Speak plainly, do you think I would harm you? Seeing Emperor Gaozu relent, Li Shimon slowly rose to his feet. Father, I have recently heard rumors that my eldest brother and third brother have been engaging in illicit affairs with the concubines of the harem. I implore you to investigate this matter thoroughly. As the words left his lips, Emperor Gaozu's face instantly flushed crimson, his forehead bulging with veins like a raging lion ready to devour its prey. Erlang, do not speak such nonsense here. Do you truly believe I would not punish you? Of course, Li Yuan's reaction was entirely within Feng Xuanling's expectations. Li Shimon knelt once more. Father, I too cannot believe my eldest and third brothers would commit such acts. Yet the evidence lies within the Prince of Qin's residence. If you doubt it, bring them before me tomorrow. Let us confront them directly, and the truth shall be revealed. I do not wish to see them repeat their mistakes. As he spoke, Li Shimon's tears flowed freely once more. Those two bastards. Rest assured, second son, if they truly committed such vile acts as you describe, I shall not let them off lightly. Li Yuan had completely lost his ability to think clearly, his mind consumed solely by the words debauched harem. Of course, this was hardly Li Yuan's fault, no man could bear such a burden. Erlang, remain at your residence tomorrow to await my summons. When I call for you, bring the evidence directly to the Taiji Palace. Chapter 45, The Xuanwu Gate Incident. What a vicious scheme. Li Yuan's face must be boiling with rage. What emperor throughout history has endured such humiliation? Don't even mention evidence, there was none to begin with. If Li Yuan had a shred of clarity, he might have seen through it. But this cuckold's hat was placed upon him by his own son. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? Do you think Li Shimon will really kill them all? Aren't they his own flesh and blood? The poster above is still too young. No one in the world could resist the allure of that throne, the seat above all others. Before supreme power, family ties mean jack. If I were Li Shimon, I wouldn't stop at killing Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanzhi. Once Li Yuan abdicated, I'd kill him too. Alright, stop arguing. It's about to start over there. Watch carefully. After returning home, Li Shimon went straight to his bedroom, closed the door, and hasn't seen any visitors since. A woman of regal elegance approached Li Shimon. Erlang, are you truly resolved to take action? This means severing ties with father and the crown prince. Li Shimon gently stroked the jade-like hand reaching around from behind him, his tone soft. Guanyin knew, this course of action isn't my choice either. But if we delay any longer, our entire family will face certain death. Rest assured, Guanyin knew, as long as I live, I won't let them harm you. Changsun Wobo embraced Li Shimon from behind. Erlang, go forth tomorrow with confidence. I shall personally don armor within the Prince of Qin's residence. Should the situation turn dire, I will send Gao Ming away immediately before taking my own life to follow you into the afterlife. That night passed without incident. Yet the entire Qin Wang lineage felt as though a mountain of pressure weighed upon them, crushing their very breath. By the hour of Mao, Changsun Woji and Yuqi Jingde had already led their private troops into the Xuanwu Gate. Before the court assembly, Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanzhi had received Emperor Li Yuan's summons to the palace. Soon after, each mounted a horse and rode toward Xuanwu Gate. Meanwhile, Li Shimon's entourage for this court session was exceptionally grand. Officials loyal to the Prince of Qin Feng Xianling, Duruhui, Yuan Shiji, Gao Shilian, Ojunji, Zhang Jijia, and others had long been waiting beside the Xuanwu Gate. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Pei Ji, Xiaoyu, Qinshuda, Bongde, and Pei Ju were already waiting for both parties to arrive. Brother, what do you think Father Emperor summoned us for this time? I heard from some young eunuchs that he also sent second brother yesterday. Could these two matters be part of some scheme? Compared to Li Yuanzhi's paranoia, Li Jiancheng remained far more composed. Don't worry. Second brother doesn't have the clout to make father turn against us. But this summons is surely connected to him. Let's go see what he wants. No way. Big brother, I still feel something's off. Why don't we skip going today? What if it really is that bastard Li Shimon's scheme? What then? Hearing Li Yuanzhi's worries, Li Jiancheng waved them off dismissively. Third brother, you're being overly cautious. This is the capital of the Tang dynasty, the imperial palace. Even if Li Er had 10,000 times the audacity, would he truly dare to kill us before Father Emperor? Come now, it's getting late. We must hurry or Father Emperor and the others will be waiting impatiently. With that, Li Jiancheng dug his heels into his horse's flanks and shot forward like an arrow. Seeing this, Li Yuanzhi could only follow reluctantly. But when they reached the Xuanwu Gate, Li Jiancheng's steed suddenly reared up on its front legs, refusing to take another step forward. Damn it, this is weird. Could there really be trouble ahead? But unlike Li Yuanzhi's complaints, Li Jiancheng remained composed. He calmed his warhorse and urged it forward. I refuse to believe that Lier would dare to play tricks in front of our father. This confidence did not last long. Upon reaching the lakeside hall, they sensed something amiss.
Under normal circumstances, a squad of Jinwu guards should have been patrolling this area at this hour.
Yet now, they were nowhere to be seen.
The vast palace grounds were eerily silent, shrouded in a terrifying stillness. A bone-chilling, murderous aura hung heavy in the air. Along the broad avenue, the faint clang of clashing metal seemed to echo faintly. This is bad.
The situation has changed. We must return to the Eastern Palace immediately.
Li Jianqing's mind snapped into clarity as he sensed the encroaching danger. Without hesitation, he turned his horse around. Tightening the reins, he spurred the steed into a gallop toward the east, straight for the Eastern Palace. Li Yuanzhang watched, his heart pounding with terror, yet he clung tightly to his horse's flank, following close behind his brother. Perhaps overcome by panic, he squeezed his legs so hard against his horse's sides that the startled beast bolted forward, suddenly surging ahead of Li Jianqing. At that critical moment, a deep, stern voice suddenly echoed from behind the lakeside hall.
Your Imperial Highnesses, where are you headed? Our father the Emperor is growing impatient with waiting and has specifically ordered me to escort you swiftly to his presence.
Hearing the voice, both men spun around to see Li Shimin riding a jet-black stallion as tall as a tower. Like a bolt of dark lightning, he burst forth from behind the palace hall. He held an exquisitely carved longbow slung behind his back, radiating an imposing and formidable presence.
Li Yuanzhang turned ashen pale at Li Shimin's shout, cold sweat pouring from his forehead.
Without a moment's hesitation, he frantically grabbed the recurved bow slung beside his horse's flank, drew the string, aimed at Li Shimin, and fired an arrow.
Yet, perhaps overcome by sheer terror and tension, his hands shook violently.
Not one of the 3 arrows he fired in quick succession found its mark.
Ha 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 ha. My brother, have you not touched bow and horse in too long? How is it that even a high-ranking archer could shoot better than you?
Meanwhile, Li Shimin's expression remained cold and stern as his gaze locked onto Li Yuanzhang, who was fleeing frantically in the distance. He drew a deep breath, pulled the bowstring taut with both hands until it arched like a full moon, every muscle in his body taut as a coiled spring. With a furious shout, the arrow left the bowstring. Like a bolt of lightning, it streaked straight toward the direction Li Yuanzhang was fleeing. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Li Jianqing, who had been running headlong behind Li Yuanzhang, suddenly veered off course for reasons unknown. In that critical instant, he suddenly charged behind Li Yuanzhang. At that very moment, Li Shimin's deadly arrow whistled through the air, piercing Li Jianqing's chest with lightning speed. A dull thud echoed as the arrowhead, driven by immense force, pierced through Li Jianqing's back, trailing a trail of crimson blood. Li Jianqing let out an agonized scream as his body crashed onto the cold, hard ground like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Chapter 46, Forcing the Crown Prince Out. Is that it? The Crown Prince dies so abruptly?
Li Jianqing trusted his brother wouldn't harm him.
He never imagined Li Shimin would act so decisively. Believe my ass. After everything these two brothers did to each other, what brotherly bond could possibly remain?
I'm already curious how Li Shimin will explain this to his father.
This act is utterly treasonous. How could he turn on his own brother?
You Chinese are truly barbaric.
Stop barking like dogs upstairs.
Go flip through your own history books.
Do we really need to bring up all the Thai stuff your brothers did to each other? Honestly, the Tang Dynasty outfits up there kinda resemble our Bigfoot Basin style. Could this story be based on us? Stop spouting nonsense upstairs. You didn't complain when Zhengde came out either.
But before either side could continue their debate, the scene was interrupted. Before Li Shimin could breathe a sigh of relief, his warhorse reared up suddenly, as if struck by terror. It let out a piercing whinny before bolting like a wild horse, charging straight into the dense thicket beside them. Li Shimin desperately tried to rein in his mount, but the horse seemed utterly mad, utterly beyond control.
It charged wildly through the woods, snapping branches and sending leaves flying everywhere in its wake.
Yet the frenzied steed could not escape fate's cruel twist. Before long, it was struck viciously by a thick, overhead branch. A thunderous crash echoed as both horse and Li Shimin crashed heavily to the ground.
Li Yuanzhang, watching from afar, felt a surge of malice welling up inside him.
Gritting his teeth, he abruptly turned his horse and charged straight toward Li Shimin. The thunderous clatter of hooves echoed through the mountains and forests, as if the earth itself trembled beneath them. Before long, Li Yuanzhang swept in like a whirlwind behind Li Shimin. His face twisted into a savage grimace as he swiftly drew the longbow from his back. Without hesitation, he pressed it against Li Shimin's throat, gripping the bowstring tightly with both hands. He began pulling back with all his might.
Holy crap, this is terrifying. He didn't give him a single chance. Give him a chance? Did Li Shimin give Li Jianqing any when he shot him dead?
Anyway, Li Shimin survived in the end.
But watching this was so uncomfortable my eyes rolled back.
If Li Yuanzhang had actually strangled Li Shimin this time, he could have ascended the throne directly, no rivals left. The Huaxia people are truly a barbaric nation. Unlike us in the Foot Basin, where brothers are friendly and respectful.
Shockwave, haven't we studied Korean history?
Besides, every dynasty featured in Sushin's videos has come true. I said it before, anyone doubting Sushin shows can crawl through my internet cable. While everyone was still locked in heated debate, a flashing light began to appear before Li Shimon's eyes. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Li Shimon shuddered violently, his breathing instantly becoming labored. The bowstring tightened around his throat, choking off his breath. His eyes rolled upward involuntarily. His once clear, black and white pupils were now filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, as if they might burst at any moment. Wave after wave of suffocating pressure surged through him like a tidal flood. Li Shimon struggled desperately to break free. But the bowstring tightened relentlessly, like a deadly serpent coiling around its prey. Yet, just as Li Yuanzhang resolved to finish off his second elder brother in one decisive blow, a sharp, piercing whistle of an arrow cutting through the air suddenly echoed from behind him. The sound, like lightning streaking across the night sky, instantly captured everyone's attention. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Li Yuanzhang felt a powerful impact strike him, followed by an indescribable wave of weakness spreading through his entire body. He instinctively looked down to see a jet-black arrow had pierced his chest. Crimson blood swiftly stained his chest red, trickling slowly down the shaft and dripping onto the cold ground, forming startling crimson blossoms. Li Yuanzhi's eyes widened, his face frozen in utter disbelief. As his life force rapidly drained away, Li Yuanzhi's body gradually lost its support and crashed heavily to the ground. Eyes remained wide open, as if even in death he could not accept what had just unfolded before him. Neither he nor Li Jiancheng could have imagined that on an ordinary day of attending court, his second elder brother would dare to ambush him within the palace grounds. Your Highness, Li Jiancheng and his followers have all been executed. What shall we do now? Yuqi Jingda's voice suddenly came from behind Li Shimon. He knelt on one knee, waiting for his brother's reply. Yet Li Shimon offered no reply, merely gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. The harrowing scenes from moments before kept flashing through his mind, leaving him trembling with fear. Had Yuqi Jingda not arrived in time, he would likely have met his end, his soul scattered to the winds. The thought sent a shiver down Li Shimon's spine, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. After a long while, Li Shimon finally caught his breath, his body gradually regaining some strength. He drew a deep breath and slowly drew the cold, gleaming sword from his waist. The sharp blade traced a cold arc through the air before landing with unerring precision on Li Yuanzhi's neck. With a dull thud, Li Yuanzhi's hideous head was severed from his body and rolled to the side. Li Shimon walked forward expressionless, bent down to pick up Li Yuanzhi's severed head, and gripped it tightly by the hair, clutching the still dripping, blood-soaked head in his hand. After completing this act, he turned to look at Yuqi Jingda beside him. The two exchanged a glance, then silently turned and walked toward the Xuanwu gate. Upon reaching the gate's threshold, they saw Li Jiancheng still lying motionless in a pool of blood. Without hesitation, Li Shimon raised his sword once more and severed Li Jiancheng's head in the same manner, lifting it in his hand. Then, Li Shimon led his men in a grand procession toward the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was discussing Li Shimon's petition from the previous day with ministers such as Pei Ji and Xiao Yu. He remained completely unaware of the unfolding events outside. Only when Li Shimon slowly approached did he look up and ask. At that moment, Li Shimon's black armor dripped with blood. His eyes were bloodshot, his face pale. Erlang, what has happened to you? As he looked at Li Shimon before him, a sense of foreboding slowly rose in Li Yuan's heart for reasons unknown. But Li Shimon paid no heed to Li Yuan's question. Instead, he led Cheng Yaojin and the others behind him into the Tai Hall. Prince of Qin, are you plotting rebellion? Dismiss them at once. How dare you allow such insolence in the sacred halls of the imperial court? Pei Ji, witnessing the scene, immediately stepped in front of Li Yuan and barked the order. Li Shimon did indeed halt his advance, kneeling on one knee where he stood, clasping his fists above his head. Father Emperor, your son was sent by imperial decree to escort the crown prince and Prince of Qi into the palace today. Yet I discovered the two plotting rebellion. In the urgency of the moment, driven by my desire to save you, I took it upon myself to lead troops in quelling the rebellion and executing the ringleaders. I beg your punishment. With that, Cheng Yaojin, standing behind him, hurled two blood-stained severed heads onto the palace floor. Chapter 47, The Jingwan Era of Good Governance. Killing to strike fear into the heart. If I were Li Yuan, I'd go mad. 3 sons turned into one in the blink of an eye. But this coup was remarkably successful. Few lives were lost, and the impact on the nation was minimal. Poor Li Yuan, this situation clearly amounts to a forced abdication. So what? This throne should go to the capable. If Li Jiancheng had taken it, who knows what chaos he'd have unleashed. It's practically a done deal now. Once Li Yuan abdicates or formally names Li Shimon as crown prince, it'll be official. Meanwhile, in Xianyang, Lu Chang had arrived at the location designated by Su Yu and commenced excavation. His gaze grew increasingly intense as he watched the screen above. The research value of this emperor is simply too high. Hurry up and excavate them all. Lu Jie turned to leave upon hearing this, but Lu Chang called him back. Once this video ends, contact that kid Su. Hurry up and decipher the first emperor's inscription, they're already pressing us. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Tai Chi Hall was thick and oppressive. Li Yuan's once imposing gaze now seemed frozen in place.
His gaze was fixed on the two heads below the steps, eyes wide open even in death. He seemed plunged into profound shock and bewilderment. He remained unable to recover for a long time. A deathly silence hung over the vast palace. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Yet this silence could not endure forever. Suddenly, Li Yuan, seated upon the dragon throne above, saw his expression change abruptly. In an instant, his face seemed to be ignited by an unnamed fire, rapidly swelling to a liver-like hue. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, he snatched the imperial seal from his hand and hurled it with all his might at Li Shimen, who stood not far away. "You bastard! You're nothing but a traitorous scum, Li Heir. How could you do this? You killed your elder brother and third brother. What did they ever do to deserve this? Guards, drag this rebel son out and behead him at once." Below, Li Shimen stood utterly still, like a statue, making not the slightest attempt to dodge. A dull thud echoed as the jade seal slammed into Li Shimen's body, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a spring, staining the ground beneath him crimson. Yet even after such a devastating blow, Li Shimen clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain without uttering a word. With immense effort, he pushed himself up with both hands, slowly rising from the ground. Then, in a stance of unwavering resolve, he knelt on one knee. At that moment, Li Yuan's furious shouts echoed throughout the grand hall. The guards outside the hall seemed oblivious to the commotion, not a single one stepping inside. It was as if the fierce conflict unfolding here had nothing to do with them. Even more astonishing was that Ho Junji and the others standing nearby did not even perform the most basic gesture of respect, kneeling in the face of this scene. Their expressions were cold and stern, their gazes sharp as blades, staring unflinchingly at the enraged Emperor Li Yuan above. With the Crown Prince's rebellion now crushed, this incident threatens to destabilize the court. Prince Qin has distinguished himself through glorious military achievements, having conquered the greater part of the Tang Empire's territory. Now, having resolved this rebellion for your majesty, the position of Crown Prince rightfully belongs to him. We beseech the Emperor to issue an edict appointing Prince Qin as Crown Prince, thereby restoring order to the court. Changsun Wuji stepped forward from behind Li Shimen, clasped his hands before his chest, and bowed slightly as he addressed Li Yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Ruhui and the others knelt on one knee in unison, declaring in concert. We beseech your majesty to issue an edict appointing Prince Qin as Crown Prince to uphold the imperial authority. Ha 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 ha. What utter nonsense. You bastard, Li Heir, you dare ask me to name you Crown Prince? You're delusional. You want the Crown Prince title? Then come kill me. Kill me, and the entire Tang dynasty is yours. With that, Li Yuan seized a sharp sword and charged toward Li Shimen. But before he could draw near, Xianyang Jin and Yuqi Jingda seized him. Father, you are advanced in years. Please retire to the Taiyi Palace to rest. Leave the affairs of state to your son. Li Shimen slowly rose from the ground and interrupted before Li Yuan could speak. What are you all standing around for? Father has lost his mind over the loss of his son. Hurry and escort him to rest. Just as Li Yuan was being led away, he roared in Li Shimen's direction. Ha 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 ha. Li Heir, you have slain my sons and grandsons. One day, your own descendants shall meet the same fate. Thus concluded the most successful coup in Chinese history. That very day, Li Yuan issued an edict proclaiming the Prince of Qin as Crown Prince. Within days, Li Yuan abdicated, and Li Shimen truly became the second emperor of the Tang dynasty. Damn, that was decisive, but better safe than sorry. If he hadn't acted swiftly, Li Shimen would have been the one laid to rest in the coffin. Li Yuan truly deserved it. I wonder if he'd feel this heartbroken if Li Jiancheng had brought Li Shimen's head instead. I doubt it. If it had been the Crown Prince, he'd probably have gotten off with just a scolding. All this was ultimately caused by Li Yuan's own indulgence. Without the conflicts among his sons, things wouldn't have escalated this far. But his final curse was truly vicious. If Li Shimen had suffered the same treatment in his old age, who knows how he'd feel. The footage didn't pause for the audience's chatter but instead began showcasing Li Shimen's achievements. Setting aside the blood pressure-raising Wei River Oath, Li Heir's life was nothing short of spectacular. He had achieved what could be called the pinnacle of feudal imperial rule. He conquered the Turks in the north, established his authority beyond the frontier, reformed domestic governance, and mastered the art of winning hearts. He even uttered the timeless maxim, take bronze as a mirror to adjust your attire, take history as a mirror to understand the rise and fall of dynasties, take others as a mirror to discern your own gains and losses. Such words reveal the breadth of his vision. He ushered in one of the few golden ages in feudal history. The Jingguan era of good governance. In the scene, every Tang citizen in Chang'an wore a genuine smile. Doors remained unlocked at night, and every household had surplus grain. Foreigners within Xianyang gazed upon this scene with envy and admiration. Old Li was awesome. This was a true golden age. Being a subject of the Tang back then was pure pride. We didn't give those foreigners the time of day. My ancestors were the true pinnacle. Now I feel so damn proud. The Huaxia folks are at it again. Is this for real? Already indulging in fantasies. Ha, when has Su ever lied? Ever since Brother Zhang started speaking, every word has been true. You guys haven't been bashing him lately, and now you're getting cocky. Exactly. Didn't Zhenga and old Zhu prove it earlier? And you're still barking here? You guys live in an information bubble and actually believe this. Chapter 48, The Curse. As the footage continued to play, Emperor Taizong's features gradually aged. The Golden Age did not wane with the emperor's decline. And Li Yuan's curse inevitably fell upon him. Crown Prince Li Chengxian, the eldest son of Emperor Taizong, was born in Chengxian Hall, hence his name.
From childhood, Chengxian displayed remarkable intelligence and a keen sense of propriety, earning the affection of Li Shimen. After reaching adulthood, he developed a foot ailment which led to his character becoming increasingly unruly and defiant. Compounded by Emperor Taizong's excessive favor toward Prince Wei, Li Chengxian developed rebellious tendencies. Initially, his misdeeds were confined to self-indulgence within the Eastern Palace, including the brutal murder of eunuchs and palace maids. Later, he began wearing the clothing of the Hu and Xiang New peoples, eating raw meat, and ordering soldiers to engage in combat. This caused widespread discontent within the imperial court. Yet Emperor Taizong paid no heed, his love for the late Empress Changsun having extended to Li Chengxian. Thus, his position as crown prince remained unshaken, though he did receive a stern reprimand. Damn, Li Shimen really has patience. If that were my son, I'd break his legs. If this guy ascends the throne, he'll be a tyrant too. Old Zhu would have dealt with this ages ago. He seems just like Hu Hai, both scum. Was Li Shimen blameless? He promised the crown prince status while simultaneously giving Li Tai equal favor. The rivalry between brothers never ceased. His father's curse seems to have come true. Both of these men are bound to cause major trouble later. The period when Li Chengxian was confined to the Eastern Palace was the true spark that ignited his confrontation with Li Shimen. During his confinement, Li Chengxian inexplicably fell for a court musician named Qingxin from the Ministry of Rites. She possessed a beautiful appearance and was skilled in song and dance, yet was a man. The two were inseparable, even sharing the same bed. In the scene, Qingxin dances gracefully within the Eastern Palace. His already handsome features, combined with an androgynous appearance, even drew envy from women. Holy, a sissy? Forget Li Chengxian, even I can barely handle this. He's breathtakingly beautiful. Forget men, even I can't handle this. What gives? If you're a real bro, me both. Only man on top of man is what we love. I'm starting to envy Li Chengxian now. Upon hearing this, Li Shimen flew into a rage. He had Qingxin, Xianyang, Wei Lingfu, and others all executed. Several others were beheaded by association. Li Shimen severely reprimanded the crown prince. The crown prince suspected his younger brother Li Tai had informed on him, deepening his resentment. Consumed by longing for Qingxin, he built a small shrine in the Eastern Palace, erected her statue, and performed morning and evening rites. He would pace the room, weeping bitterly. Later, he piled earth into a small mound within the palace grounds, erected a stone stele, and privately bestowed official titles upon Qingxin. With this incident as the catalyst, Li Chengxian sought counsel from Hou Junji, who advised him to raise an army in rebellion. Prince Han Yuanzhang also urged him to rebel, and Li Chengxian's resolve to revolt was thus solidified. He then lavishly rewarded Hou Junji and other officials with whom he had cultivated close ties, conspiring together to plot rebellion. However, before he could act, Li Yu rebelled in Shu Commandery, and his plot was ultimately exposed. The investigation into his accomplices implicated Li Chengxian, who had not yet acted. He was immediately imprisoned, awaiting punishment. In the scene, Li Chengxian no longer bore his former composure. His robes were disheveled, his hair wildly scattered, as he knelt in disarray within the Tai Hall. Above him, on the lofty dragon throne, Li Shimen sat upright, his brows deeply furrowed, his face etched with worry. Emperor Taizong's furious voice boomed. You unfilial son! Time and again I have shown you mercy and restraint. Do you truly believe I dare not take your life? Li Chengxian responded with a maniacal laugh that echoed through the hall, sounding particularly jarring. After laughing, he raised his head, staring fearlessly at Li Shimen, and declared loudly. Ha 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 ha! Father Emperor, matters have come to this. Your son has already been defeated. There is no need for further words. Kill me or flay me, it is entirely up to you. With that, he lowered his head, pressed his lips tightly together, and refused to utter another word. You bastard! Do you truly wish to kill me? Upon hearing Li Shimen's words, Li Jianqing slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze firmly on Li Shimen's eyes. What a colossal joke! Have you truly forgotten how you ascended to this throne? The only difference between us is that you succeeded, while I failed. That is all. I shall kill you today and send you to reunite with your mother. Hearing Li Chengxian's treasonous words, Li Shimen felt his blood boil. The rage within him ignited instantly. He cared not for anything else. Eyes blazing, veins bulging on his forehead, he seized the sword in his hand without hesitation and charged toward Li Chengxian. However, ministers like Changsun Wuji and others cried out in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, they threw themselves to the ground, kneeling in unison before Li Chengxian to form a human barrier, desperately trying to block Li Shimen. Li Changqian, seemingly driven mad, abruptly rose from the ground, utterly disregarding the excruciating pain from his earlier punishment. His once clear eyes were now bloodshot, revealing madness and utter resolve. He raised his hands, heavy with shackles, pointing them straight at Li Shimen. Ha ha ha. You dare mention mother? This is all your fault. If you hadn't allowed Li Tai to oppress me, how could I have ended up like this? Even if I die today, I'll go to the underworld and report you to mother. You'll never know peace for the rest of your life. The annals of history will record every single one of your crimes, condemning you to eternal scorn. At these words, Li Shimen's eyes instantly bloodshot red. His body stiffened, then collapsed to the ground. Of course, Li Shimen ultimately could not bring himself to execute Li Changqian. Instead, he issued an edict deposing the crown prince as a commoner and exiling him to Qianzhou, ordered Prince Han Yuanzhang to commit suicide at home, executed Hou Junji, Lianyan, Jia Jia, and Du He, and stripped all ministers of the crown prince's court, including left assistant Zhang Xuansu, right assistant Zhao Hongji, and Ling Hu, deafing of their titles for failing to intercede, demoting them all to commoners. All others implicated by the law of collective liability were granted amnesty. He Gan Chengjing, having merited credit for his denunciation, was appointed commander of the Yuchuan Commandery and in theft as the Marquis of Pingji. Thus, the crown prince's rebellion ended abruptly, fizzling out before it could gain momentum. Li Yuan's curse seemed like an inescapable fate. Neither the Tang dynasty nor subsequent dynasties could escape this fate. As the scene faded, this pillar of white jade that had supported the entire early Tang dynasty ultimately departed this world with such regret. He roared that the Tang dynasty would usher in a new pinnacle. Thus concluded the segment on Li Shimen, yet the video did not pause. Amidst the pitch-black screen, Suyu, clad in a black Qin dynasty robe, strolled leisurely to the front of the screen. Welcome, everyone, to the conclusion of Emperor Taizong's introduction video. I now wish to announce that a special program, Words Bequeathed to Posterity, will commence tomorrow at 8 p.m. I humbly request your presence to watch. Chapter 49, a special live stream. Oh? A new show? And it's tomorrow? I already planned what to eat when I get back. As expected, a mature Su god doesn't need reminders, he updates on his own. Whose words are these? Not another emperor, I hope? Strongly request Li Shimen's updates be completed first. I bet it's Zheng or old Zhu, those are the only two they've unearthed so far. Tomorrow's Sushin livestream is gonna break records, my feed is already flooded with this. Forget WeChat moments, it's trending on hot searches. And with Lu Lao personally endorsing it, it's bound to be a hit. There are way fewer foreign IPs in China now. Finally some peace. Who says there are fewer? Those Koreans and Japanese are causing trouble everywhere, claiming our Tang-style clothing is plagiarized from theirs. They're even filing complaints with the UN now. Let them talk nonsense wherever they want. Sushin said it's ours, so it's ours. The person above should have some shame. Their kimono has been around for ages. Are we claiming we invented it just because of one video? There's always some lapdog defending those Japanese jerks. Suyu's video ended, but the bullet chat arguments raged on this kind of thing never stopped since he started posting videos. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Lu Chang's persistent digging over a long period, the tomb had now been excavated more than halfway. He plopped down onto the muddy ground. He and Lu Bo were munching on steamed white buns. Who'd have thought little Su would crack it so fast? I haven't even called him yet, and he's already decoded it. Wonder what that stele actually says? Lu Chang shot Lu Bo a disapproving look, growing increasingly annoyed. Can't you learn from him? If you had his skills, how could our nation's history have been buried for so long? Tomorrow, bring me an extra-large screen player here. I need to study this properly. Lu Jia reluctantly agreed. Don't talk about me like that. I'm starting to wonder if that kid isn't human. Ever since he showed up, these relics and artifacts seem to have grown legs and crawled out on their own. Back in our day, no matter how hard we dug, we couldn't find a thing. If he performs well this time, he has a chance to participate in the Spring Festival Gala. The higher-ups have already notified us. Make sure you communicate with him to ensure he delivers a stellar performance. Lu Chang gazed at the distant hills, sipping his tea leisurely. Also, those foot-washing basins and drum-beating fools have been getting pretty lively lately. You should go talk to them too. We absolutely must stamp out this perverse trend. Alright, take your time eating. I'll go talk to them shortly. While the two were still communicating, Suyu had already begun examining his system interface. National Confidence System Panel. Host, Suyu. Age, 23. Occupation, video blogger. System level, 2. Video count, 3. Live streams, 2. Video views, 893 million. Fame, rising star. Followers, 81,005,789. Balance, 2,721,892 Chinese yuan. Chinese national awakening level, 5%. Chinese history correction rate, 9.2%. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the system to level 2. The mission reward mastery of all scripts has been added to your system inventory. Please check it yourself.
Additionally, the host's visual and audio quality will be upgraded. Please wait, upgrading in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful upgrade. The epic visual quality now extends beyond mere sight. This display can subtly stimulate all 5 senses of viewers, delivering a truly immersive experience. Audio quality has now been upgraded to epic. At this level, sounds in videos and live streams can subtly influence viewers' emotions. Ding! Announcing the next phase mission. Historical Revival Phase 2, raise the nation's awakening level to 15% and historical correction level to 20%. Task reward, Huaxia Technology Bundle. 2. Annual event, host must successfully participate in this year's Spring Festival Gala and conduct a live stream on stage. Mission reward, Ancient Modern Portal Plus, capable of transporting historical figures from dynasties equal to or fewer than the number of videos into the modern era. Staring at the system prompt on his computer, Suyu began to ponder. The rewards for this upgrade were undeniably generous. The video and audio quality had now reached the pinnacle of this world, and it could even influence the outside world. This was nothing short of adding wings to a tiger for his national rejuvenation plan. The next stage reward was even more outrageous. Just imagining old Zhu, brother Zhang, and old Li appearing in the modern era. The scene was too beautiful to even imagine. However, there were several ancient sages he truly wished to bring to the modern era. They had suffered far too much. Just as Suyu was deep in thought, Lu Jie's ringtone interrupted him. Hey, Su kid, we're almost done excavating that monument. Old Lu told me to remind you to make tomorrow's livestream top-notch. If you handle it well, you could land a spot on the Spring Festival Gala. Also, spill the beans on what that monument says. Give me a sneak peek now. Suyu perked up at the mention of this. Talk about perfect timing. I'll definitely give it my all. But I haven't seen the stele yet. We'll check it out together during the livestream. You little rascal, you're slacking off, aren't you? Who knows what else you're up to? And that basin and stick. After chatting for a while, Lu Jie relayed old Lu's instructions about the foot basin and the stick before hanging up. As Suyu watched the relentless flood of IP addresses from both nations on the trending topics, a plan had already formed in his mind. Damn it, you foot basin living it up this time. I'll show you who's the grandson and who's the master. What exactly is a heavenly Khan? One day later. 7:30 p.m. Even before the livestream began, Suyu's channel was already packed with viewers. You guys have no idea how I spent this day. It's killing me. I already guessed it must be Zhang Ji's. Last time, Su God wore Qin dynasty attire. Did they dig something up? Can't wait to see. Forget it, it's about to start anyway. Let's stop arguing and just listen. Before the discussion could continue, a figure clad in black robes suddenly appeared in the previously pitch-black livestream. His face was concealed by a pure white mask. At his waist hung a jade pendant gifted by old Zhu and the first emperor's Luoluo sword. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Suyu's livestream. With that, Suyu bowed slightly toward the front. The grandeur of Qin signifies embracing the vastness of the 4 seas and absorbing the essence of the 6 states. The fierceness of Qin embodies the resolve to defend its borders. Wherever the sun and moon shine, there lies Qin's land. Not long ago, during excavations at the first emperor's tomb, Elder Lu from the China History Research Institute unearthed an inscription. Today, I shall read aloud this letter to the first emperor, a message delayed over 2,000 years. Chapter 50, A Letter Across the Millennium. When Sushin finished speaking, everyone felt a surge of energy coursing through their veins. It was as if Suyu himself stood before them. Holy crap, did Sushin's equipment get upgraded again? It feels way better than before, like by a mile. I feel it too, like Sushin is right here speaking directly to me. This level of video and audio quality can't possibly be achieved with Earth's technology. Does Sushin have some kind of alien technology? I was there when God Su first released a video. Back then, the visuals and audio were mind-blowing, but not this absurdly good. The letter Brother Zhang left, it really made me cry. While everyone was still discussing, Suyu had already begun examining the stone tablet before him. Through the system's translation, all the Qin small seal script had been rendered into plain language before his eyes. The 37th year of the reign. The final words of the first emperor. I, knowing my time is near, leave these words for posterity. This text shall be carved into stone and placed before my tomb. Those destined to find it may read it. This was written by Brother Zhang before his death. Oh no, I'm already tearing up. I wonder what kind of state of mind Brother Zhang was in when he wrote this. At this point, Brother Zhang probably doesn't believe in any elixirs or miraculous cures. My life has been fraught with hardship. Born in the outskirts of Handan, I endured constant conflict between Qin and Zhao as a hostage prince, suffering relentless humiliation. When Lu Buwei forced my father to flee Handan, I nearly lost my life there. Had it not been for my mother's rescue, I would have long since become dry bones in a grave. Later, when my father was named crown prince, I finally gained the chance to return to old Qin. Yet my father reigned for but 3 short months before passing away. I was barely of age when the state affairs were entirely controlled by Chancellor Lu Buwei. I revered him as my second father, but his ambitions reached far beyond that.
He engaged in an illicit affair with my mother, the Empress Dowager, until I reached my 20th year. Even then, showing no remorse, he presented a eunuch named Lao Ai to her. His ambition is vast, his heart more venomous than Lu Bui's. I wish to skin him alive and devour his flesh. Having borne my mother 2 sons within 2 years of entering the palace, is this not a colossal mockery? Even with the Empress Dowager's full support, both he and Lu Bui deserve death. Add to that my own brother, the Lord of Chang'an, who betrayed us midway through the campaign against Zhao, forcing me to raise the slaughtering blade for the first time. Last time Su Shen didn't elaborate this much. Who knew Zhang's life was so grueling? Hard-pressed? It was hellish. Everyone close to him betrayed him, even his own mother turned against him. If we're talking hell, old Zhu's was the true hell, started with a bull, ended with a kingdom. If I were Zhang, I'd have killed Zhao Ji first. What kind of nonsense is that? Teaming up with an outsider to kill her own son? Zhang was betrayed from start to finish. Even his own brother and mother betrayed him. That's a blow beyond measure. To emerge from such betrayal, Zhengge truly was no ordinary man. And to refrain from slaughtering his loyal ministers after unification? That move outshone even old Zhu. But before this emperor, such scheming is mere trifling. With a flick of the wrist, both shall be annihilated. How could such petty vermin ever hope to comprehend the ambitions of this emperor? I shall end this age of chaos. I shall unify the realm. I shall become the supreme being in this world. Some counsel me against relentless warfare, urging that the 6 states should be left to govern their people in peace, that I must not become a butcher. But I have never paid them any mind, nothing but a bunch of sour, musty Confucian scholars. I shall command the entire realm to serve me. The 6 states shall bow their heads in submission. The Qin banner shall fly high. The unified empire shall rest in my hands. Let them understand, this realm is not conquered with mere flattery, nor will anyone spare you for sweet words, they will only demand more. Therefore, I shall make them understand, arms are the nation's ultimate weapon, deciding life and death, determining survival or ruin. Only the sword in one's hand can make those barbarian invaders tremble and retreat. This war I have waged for 10 years, yet it is but 10 years. I have swept across the 6 directions and conquered all 8 quarters. Since the Zhou Heavenly Sun, this realm has known its first true unification. Yet my heart remains unsettled. To the north, the barbarian Xianyang ravaged my lands with fire and plunder. To the south, the remnants of the Baiyu refused to submit to the king's teachings, crowning themselves rulers. Thus, I built the Great Wall to repel the Xianyang, sparing my Qin subjects from the agony of invasion and securing the dragon veins of the 9 provinces. The southern campaign against the Baiyu laid the eternal foundation for the Great Qin. Su Yu's recitation, amplified by the system, carried extraordinary penetrating power. Every Chinese ear that heard it felt a surge of blood rushing to their head. Brother Zhang is awesome. This perfectly echoes old Qian's saying, having no sword in hand is different from having a sword but not using it. Truly, without Brother Zhang, China might still be fragmented like the West. I feel like we could march straight to the grasslands now. Spot on. Try persuading enemies with just your words, and they might slap you in the face. But put a knife to their throat while persuading them, and they'll listen to reason. Meanwhile in Xianyang, Lu Chang stared intently at the massive screen above. This screen had been painstakingly transported from the capital to Xianyang through Lu Jie's connections. Su Yu's voice boomed powerfully from the screen. Lu Chang trembled all over, his blood pressure likely soaring by 8 degrees. Good indeed, the weapon of war. It is the nation's most vital instrument, deciding life and death, determining survival or extinction. His tiger-like eyes welled with tears. Lu Chang, too, had emerged from that harsh era. He understood the profound meaning behind those words. Precisely because of this, he felt an even deeper resonance with those words. Back then, the United States constantly threatened to hold the sword over China's head, promising to deliver a clean surgical strike. Had it not been for the sacrifices of our pioneering scientists, who knows when the Chinese people would have been able to lift their heads, to gaze freely at the sky. In the Gobi Desert, in the vast oceans, in those dilapidated laboratories without even computers. They used scrap paper and abacuses to calculate formulas that the West could only compute with supercomputers. The scraps of paper they left behind could have covered the entire Gobi Desert. Since that dragon's roar, the Chinese people have truly risen to their feet. It is because of them that China now holds its voice in the world. As the first emperor once said, if history does not exist, then we shall create it. We become history. Su, kid, you've got a point. Talk to the higher-ups, we should save him a spot on the Spring Festival Gala. Isn't this better than those worn-out magic skits? Watching that stuff day in and day out, I bet they've forgotten why we started the gala in the first place. Chapter 51, Come to the ancestors with your concerns. Throughout my life, I never realized human strength has its limits. Only now do I understand, though it is far too late. Therefore, after my death, bury my remains beneath the 9 provinces to anchor their destiny. Should anyone dare offend the subjects of our great Qin, even from beyond the grave, I shall strike them down. I am deeply curious how will future generations judge my legacy. I've pondered this long, tyrant? Butcher? Or executioner? These are all titles bestowed upon me by those pedantic scholars. Building the Great Wall, constructing my mausoleum, conquering the Baihui tribes to the south, burying alchemists alive, some of these deeds I scarcely recall myself. Yet I neither wish nor deign to explain. Let posterity judge my merits and faults. Even if I am guilty, my crimes belong to this age, while my achievements endure for eternity. First Emperor, Dragon Ancestor of Huaxia, these titles alone suffice to prove Brother Zhang's achievements. Unifying writing and standardizing chariot tracks, one phrase suffices. Brother Zhang must have felt a bit flustered writing this part. Now the public opinion of you is so favorable. My captivating ancestor radiates such authority, how splendidly he disdains explanation. Every single one of his actions has been twisted by the Confucians. What on earth are those people thinking? Confucian scholars always cloak their criticism of emperors in lofty pretenses, ultimately serving their own interests. Half the story told, yet still unaware of the future's landscape. Will my descendants prosper in all things? Should they face misfortune, let them come to my tomb and voice their grievances. I shall inquire of heaven and earth why my descendants bear such burdens. In the scene, a dark shadow began to slowly materialize behind Su Yu. All eyes widened, fixed intently on the figure before them. After a long moment, the vision gradually sharpened. Before them stood none other than the first emperor, Xianyang. He sat upon the dragon throne, clad in that all-too familiar black robe. Yet compared to their last encounter, Xianyang now appeared utterly transformed. His body had become skeletal, emaciated to the point of being terrifying. Not an ounce of flesh remained on his frame, as if a mere breeze could knock him over. His once plump cheeks were now deeply sunken. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing exhaustion and despondency. A trace of blood, not yet dried, clung to the corners of his mouth. Despite this, Xianyang's posture remained as upright as ever. He held the brush steady in his hand, without the slightest tremor. Holy crap, how did Brother Zhang end up like this? He's still worrying about us good-for-nothing juniors. Tears up. Brother Zhang, just like old Zhu, truly cares about us younger generations. Brother Zhang, we're struggling. We're always getting pushed around. Tears up. Seeing Brother Zhang like this is heartbreaking. I just want to see his domineering aura from when he unified the 6 states. If Brother Zhang knew what happened to the Qing dynasty, he'd be furious. To think that China he unified would end up like this. I understand the challenges of later generations. Each era has its own mission, but ultimately, it's all for the people of this land. My mission is to end this age of chaos. Yet as I've said before, human strength has its limits. But spirit endures. I wish only to tell you, a nation's survival does not depend on the strength of its armies or the quality of its weapons, but on whether its spirit can endure. If a nation crumbles, its lands shattered, yet its spirit endures. If even one soul remembers its glorious past and yearns for its revival, then that nation has not perished. Why could the ancient Qin people sweep across the land and unify the 6 states? Because they never forgot their mission. The valiant Qin warriors fought to the death, never ceasing the struggle. Capital City. Within the first military district. Several white-haired elders stared intently at the screen before them. Their hands clenched so tightly they cracked. Commander 1, I believe our diplomatic stance must change. Though this first emperor is a feudal monarch, some of his words ring true. Endless restraint only emboldens those bastards. They test our limits at every turn. The elder seated at position 2 had just finished sipping his tea before slamming the cup down on the table. Yes, number 2 is right. If we keep this up, they'll only become more and more outrageous. After hearing this, the elder seated at the head of the table finally spoke. It is time. We have endured for far too many years. Any individual or nation coveting the lands of Huaxia must have their ambitions torn to shreds. At that very moment, Xianyang's body convulsed violently on the screen, and a jet of crimson blood spurted from his mouth. The blood splattered onto the desk, a shocking sight. Zhao Gao and the others waiting outside heard the commotion and were about to rush in anxiously to check on the situation. Yet Xianyang raised his hand, halting them. His dragon-like eyes radiated an authority that brooked no argument. Slowly, Xianyang extended an arm, using the sleeve of his dragon robe to gently wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and the desk. Though his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, he stubbornly propped himself up, refusing to abandon the unfinished letter before him. Yet, it was clear to all that Xianyang no longer stood as tall and imposing as before. Instead, his figure appeared slightly hunched. His hand, which had once gripped the brush with the steadiness of a mountain, now trembled slightly, as if he might lose his grip on the brush handle altogether. Whoa, Brother Zhang, please go rest. If you keep writing like this, you'll truly be gone. As a medical student, this is clearly a deathbed recovery. Brother Zhang doesn't have much time left. Brother Zhang, tomorrow I'll enlist to defend our country. Rest assured down there. Sushin feels like he's about to cry. This is unbearable. Reading it alone is bad enough, but why add the visuals? Is this some kind of tear-jerking tactic? While everyone else could wallow in sorrow, so you absolutely could not afford to do so. He could only bury the surging emotions deep within his heart, forcing himself not to show them. Even so, as he continued reading this final testament, tears welled up in his eyes, slowly moistening the corners. His eyes had turned bloodshot, and his voice now trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of choking back tears.
I have spoken too much and feel weary. Since my ascension, I have not rested a single day. I wonder if you can sleep more peacefully down below. My descendants, never forget my words.
I am weary now, and all that needed saying has been said. If you feel wronged, come find your ancestor for a drink. Tell me your stories, I am willing to listen to the tales of my descendants. Farewell, posterity. May your martial fortunes flourish. First Emperor, final words.
Chapter 52, The Public Opinion Storm.
Brother Zhang endured the terror of impending death to write this letter.
He really made me cry.
Brother Zhang is just too gentle.
This is my charming ancestor.
Why did Sushin end the livestream so abruptly this time?
Not even a preview for the next episode. How could he not?
If he waited any longer, tears would have started streaming down his face. This was genuinely tear-jerking. He just started reading it out loud, and they even showed Zhenga writing the letter. After reciting the final line, Suyu immediately ended the livestream. He understood perfectly the significance of Ying Zhang writing this letter. He was the one who brought news of the future to Ying Zhang. Brother Zhang, rest assured.
This future isn't as fragile as you imagine.
We've weathered the toughest days, how could we possibly be defeated by a few clowns on the stage now? Suyu ran his fingers over the jet black steel, as if resolving something within himself. The image of Ying Zhang, still clinging to writing even after shedding tears of blood, had deeply shaken him.
Ding! Congratulations, host.
By stirring national sentiment, you have earned a time travel card, allowing you to bring any historical figure back to the modern era once. The system's voice echoed from the computer. This reward caught Suyu off guard. Time travel was a capability reserved for level 2 systems. Yet here he was, receiving an early opportunity. Before he could ponder its use, Lu Chang's call interrupted his thoughts.
Hey, Su, you did a hell of a job this time.
The higher-ups are practically singing your praises to the heavens. The moment he answered, Lu Chang's jaw-dropping laughter filled the air. Even holding the phone several meters away, so you could hear every word clearly.
Old Lu, you flatter me. I doubt you called just to discuss that, right?
As soon as Suyu finished speaking, silence fell on Lu Chang's end. After a long pause, he finally spoke. The higher-ups have decided to put you on the Spring Festival Gala, but we've run into some resistance.
Lu Chang's tone was clearly irritated, but Suyu couldn't help but wonder, given his temperament, how could he possibly hold back from cursing under such circumstances? Seems some people don't want me to continue. Did I cut off their money stream? Before Suyu could finish, a voice cut him off.
Hey, Su kid,
it's Chen Nan. Remember me?
Old Chen, of course I remember.
I've been thinking about you all this time. Hearing the familiar voice, Suyu understood.
No wonder Lu Chang was being so civil, his superior was right there. Cut the pleasantries. While higher-ups are satisfied with your performance this time, some old fogies think the upheaval you caused was too extreme. Plus, the US and Japan are both applying pressure.
Keep an eye on things these next couple days, your online reputation is polarizing.
Suyu listened to Chen Nan's words, feeling a bit dazed.
How could it be polarized? He had worked so hard to boost national confidence, was it all for nothing?
With that thought, Suyu opened his system panel to check the situation.
National Confidence System Panel. Host, Suyu. Age, 23. Occupation, video blogger. System level, 2. Video count, 3. Live streams, 3. Video views, 1.293 billion. Fame, rising star. Followers, 88,005,789. Balance, 3,721,892 Chinese yuan.
Chinese nation awakening rate, 4.92%, continuously declining.
Chinese history correction rate, 9.5%.
Suyu's pupils narrowed slightly as he zeroed in on the issue.
How could reading a letter cause the national awakening rate to drop?
Meanwhile, Chen Nan, seeing Suyu hadn't replied, assumed he was startled and hurriedly continued.
Don't panic, Su kid. You've got us old-timers backing you up. What's there to fear? Plus, the higher-ups support you too.
Once this period passes, we'll announce your appearance on the Spring Festival Gala.
Chen Nan's words snapped Suyu back to reality. Old Chen, rest assured it's not fear. Can you tell me what happened? Lu Chang and Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle at his response. Damn it, the whole place is practically tearing itself apart over you, and you tell me you don't know? Go check the trending topics yourself.
It's not just trending articles, videos, live streams criticizing you are everywhere.
You've even been directly called out by the State Department over there. So you didn't doubt it for a second.
He immediately opened his browser and started browsing. Before he could even search, his screen was flooded with topics about him.
Shocking.
A self-taught amateur scientist has deceived the entire nation. One lie spreads fast, but experts step in to debunk it.
U.S. State Department states Chinese man falsifies history, fabricates ancient relics. Su God? A product of a cult of personality. The entire nation should boycott him.
A mere child presuming to critique history, this is nothing short of defaming China. Zhu Yu stared at the barrage of sensational headlines, taking a while to piece together what had happened. Initially, critics targeted Zhu Yu's credentials, even producing researchers from the institute to corroborate their claims. They concluded that Zhu Yu was nothing but an unqualified outsider with no official credentials whatsoever. Under such accusations, even Liu Chang's subsequent intervention failed to quell the controversy. Instead, a narrative began to spread suggesting Liu Chang and Zhu Yu were conspiring to deceive the public. The second salvo targeted issues with Zhu Yu's live stream translation that day. They questioned whether Zhu Yu truly understood Qin Shoujuan script, especially since not even the Research Institute staff could decipher it. Amidst this backlash, marketing accounts pounced like sharks smelling blood, seemingly determined to tear Zhu Yu apart. With the United States and Japan fanning the flames, the incident became common knowledge. Seriously, I told you Chinese people are just putting on a show. And what a convincing performance it is. Like I said before, why not just admit the Qing dynasty was the legitimate ruler of China? Are you blind? Didn't you notice the massive excavation of the first emperor's tomb? Or when Zhu Yuanzhang's grave was dug up? Did you all go blind then? Who knows if it's real? That Su guy's special effects are so advanced, who says they couldn't have faked it? Don't the Chinese just love faking things? And that Tang-style robe? Isn't it just copying our kimono? Stop denying it. The international community already recognizes the status of our kimono. Stop digging in your heels. Most comments were condemning Zhu Yu's existence, with only a few still staunchly defending him. But they were quickly drowned out by a flood of comments, failing to make a ripple. Su kid, saw that? Those people are practically wishing you dead. With this scale of backlash, even the state can't easily intervene. But if you have a way to handle it yourself, don't worry about the consequences. Understood, Elder Chen. I need time to consider this matter. Should I take any action, I'll inform you beforehand. Zhu Yu fell silent for a moment, watching the constantly refreshing comments before him. I have ways to deal with these barking dogs. Chapter 53, Seeking Help. Chen Nan listened with growing curiosity. Looks like you've already got a plan, kid. We old men won't hold you back. Just give us a call if you need anything. As long as what you're doing benefits China, the nation will be your strongest backing. After chatting with Chen Nan for a while, Zhu Yu hung up the phone. Do they really think this will work? China's rise is an unstoppable trend. No one can stand in its way. Anyone who tries should be prepared to be crushed to death by the wheels of history. Host, the situation is looking grim. If your awakening level drops into negative territory, the system will permanently vanish. Please take immediate corrective action. How much time do we have left? Host, based on current projections, the Chinese nation in this world will completely lose its awakening opportunity in approximately 1 month. After hearing this, Zhu Yu fell silent, a question forming in his mind. If they possess such capabilities, why didn't they turn China into this mess from the start instead of maintaining stability? Wouldn't their market have been even better if they'd done it this way from the beginning? Why go to such great lengths to maintain stability? After pondering for a long while, Zhu Yu still couldn't make sense of it. Clearly, his intellect alone was insufficient to unravel this mystery. But just because he couldn't figure it out didn't mean others couldn't. So he decided to go recruit people right now. With that thought, Zhu Yu waved his hand behind him. The floor-to-ceiling window instantly transformed into a golden gate. Without another word, Zhu Yu grabbed the jade pendant and stepped right through. Feng Tian. Ming Imperial Palace. Ever since Zhu Yu left, Zhu Yuanzhang's health improved day by day. His eyesight returned, his back no longer ached, and his legs ceased to hurt. He spent every night in the palace hall reviewing memorials until late into the night. The first imperial decree he issued ordered troops to be sent to the Japanese islands. From the emperor down to the livestock, anything that could move was to be killed. Even earthworms would have been split in two if given the chance. Naturally, this order was fiercely opposed by Feng Xiaoru and others. But Zhu Yuanzhang was no mere incompetent like Zhu Yunwen. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Xiaoru, Qi Tai, Huang Zicheng, and others were immediately arrested by the Imperial Guard. They were thrown into death row, and their entire clans were executed. Through this incident, Zhu Yuanzhang purged the imperial court once more, from top to bottom. This became known in history as the fifth great case of the Hangu era, the Wokou case. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was still reviewing memorials, with his grandson Zhu Yunwen by his side. Ultimately, the old emperor still hadn't resolved to directly transfer the throne to Zhu Di. After all, Zhu Yunwen was a man he had personally raised. He resolved to grant him one final chance. Just then, an unusual sound came from the direction of the doorway. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but frown. Didn't I say that anyone who enters while I'm reviewing memorials will die? That blind fool, get out of here. As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang recognized a familiar voice. Your humble servant, Zhu Yu, greets the great Emperor Hangu. I apologize for disturbing you once more. Seeing Zhu Yu hadn't knelt, Zhu Yunwen immediately leapt to his feet, pointing at Zhu Yu and barking. How dare you?
Why do you not kneel before your imperial grandfather and imperial great-grandson? Do you wish to die?
Before Zhu Yunwen could finish his sentence, however, Zhu Yuanzhang delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head.
Who taught you that failure to kneel means death? You have no manners whatsoever. Seeing you just infuriates me.
Get back to the Eastern Palace and reflect on your actions behind closed doors.
Don't come out without my explicit command. With that, Zhu Yunwen trudged back to the Eastern Palace, his face twisted in resentment.
Passing by Su Yu, he shot him a fierce glare before striding off.
Su lad, why the you come back to see this old man? Didn't you say you wouldn't visit anymore?
And just call me Grandpa Zhu, no need to be so stiff.
Treat this place like your own home. What kind of elder keeps up formalities when they're junior visits?
With that, Zhu Yuanzhang pulled Su Yu close and studied him intently. Grandpa Zhu, I've come seeking your guidance on a matter. Su Yu seized the moment to greet him. This matter could only be discussed with old Zhu. Zheng Gu was too old. If he found out about this, he might genuinely be taken aback. Old Zhu was more reliable. Besides, old Zhu knew what he was up to, making it easier to explain.
Damn it, I knew you wouldn't come looking for me for anything good. Spill it, what's going on in the future? I'll help you figure it out.
At this, Su Yu spilled everything like beans from a sack, pouring out the entire situation of the future in one breath. Across the table, old Zhu's expression darkened with every word. By the end, his face was as black as coal, seemingly ready to drip ink.
Zhu Yuanzhang instantly transformed into a desk-clearing master.
In an instant, memorials, water cups, pen holders, and other objects flew through the air, crashing to the floor with a clatter, leaving a mess behind. Only after smashing everything on the imperial desk did his anger begin to subside.
Damn it, those barbarians are asking for trouble. I've been thinking we shouldn't fixate solely on that Japanese island.
Give me that map you mentioned, and by God, I'll have fourth son and the others wipe them all out.
Alright, Grandfather Zhu.
What I wish to ask is why they didn't strike with such ferocity from the start, crushing Chinese culture outright instead of simmering it slowly like before, harvesting bit by bit?
Logically, the former approach would yield far greater wealth.
Zhu Yuanzhang let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, then slowly walked to the map and pointed his finger at the location of Goguryeo.
Su, lad, I shan't answer your question just yet. First, let me tell you a story. Suppose I possessed your abilities today.
Imagine I could constantly tell the people of Goguryeo how splendid our Ming goods are, how flawless our Ming systems are, and how any Ming product could fetch a premium price there.
What do you think would happen in Goguryeo?
Su Yu pondered carefully before responding.
First, their merchants would act.
They'd come to the Great Ming to buy goods, then return home proclaiming these were premium purchases from the Great Ming.
Next, the common folk.
They'd be bombarded daily with messages extolling the virtues of these goods. Naturally, they'd come to believe that owning Ming dynasty items made them superior, unaware that this was the greatest trap of all. Finally, the higher-ups. They'll definitely try to stop that trend from spreading. Su Yu was interrupted before he could finish. Alright, so Goguryeo wants to stop it, but they can't defeat our Great Ming.
What then?
And since their history and culture aren't as strong as ours, they lack the power to stop us. Old Zhu then shifted to another example. Now, if I still represent the Great Ming and directly declare in the name of the Ming court that everything from Goguryeo is inferior, that they poison the people and only the Great Ming is good, what would happen?
Chapter 54, Clearing the Fog.
Su Yu fell deep in thought upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words. After a long pause, he finally replied. If you stated it so bluntly, a massive wave of Goguryeo people would flee to the Ming Empire.
Before Zhu Yuanzhang could respond, Su Yu continued. But the Ming dynasty doesn't need that many people. So the second approach is clearly impractical. The first option is far more useful. The first allows us to continuously absorb high-caliber talent and vast sums of silver, while the second would only bring endless waves of refugees. At this realization, the fog of confusion that had clouded Su Yu's mind suddenly lifted, clearing his thoughts with startling clarity. Suddenly, the puzzles that had long troubled him dissolved effortlessly. He finally grasped the true intentions behind the policies implemented by those domestic forces that acted like parasites, as well as nations like the United States and Japan. This massive cultural invasion was merely a reluctant measure they had to adopt to eliminate aberrations like him. Su Yu was now 100% certain, if he were to suffer defeat in this war, these forces would undoubtedly turn their attention elsewhere without hesitation, vigorously promoting China's outstanding traditional culture. Through this approach, they would elevate the cultural aesthetic standards and acceptance levels of all Chinese people to an entirely new height. At present, he understood the truth of this matter clearly. The higher-ups were equally aware, and even the opposing side grasped it fully. The tricky part, however, was that despite the higher-ups wanting to intervene, they couldn't directly take strong measures due to various reasons. Meanwhile, having meticulously planned and executed their actions, the enemy would not easily abandon their efforts or give up halfway. Thus, only one challenge remained before Su Yu: breaking this seemingly impenetrable deadlock. Clearly, conventional live streams or videos were no longer sufficient. Once public doubts were stirred, they proved difficult to quell. What's the matter, Su? Are you giving up? Zhu Yuanzhang grabbed Zhu Yu, who was still deep in thought, and yanked him to his feet. Damn it, do you think reviving the nation is that simple? Do you think just spouting a few words and shedding a few tears will stir up the masses? You're oversimplifying things, Su. If emperors like us were truly that effective, why did dynasties still collapse? Yes, Zhu Yu had indeed underestimated the task. What you need is a hero, one who carries the nation and people in their very bones. To be honest, old Zhu here can't do that. I still have my own selfish desires. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words opened a new perspective for Zhu Yu. He straightened his posture and bowed deeply toward Zhu Yuanzhang. Thank you. This junior must depart now. I shall return to keep you company once this matter is resolved. Before Zhu Yu could turn away, Zhu Yuanzhang grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. Young man, you're just leaving like that? Coming over to ask a question and then bolting, isn't that a bit rude? Come sit down and have a drink with us. Since you left last time, I haven't had a moment's rest. As soon as he finished speaking, old Zhu waved his large hand, signaling the yellow dog to hurry and bring out the wine and dishes. Before long, a lavish spread of food and drink filled the table before them. Everyone took their seats, and amid the clinking of cups, laughter and cheer filled the air. Yet from the start, old Zhu seemed to dictate the pace of this feast. He kept pouring cup after cup for Zhu Yu, who never refused a single one. The two went back and forth, creating quite a lively scene. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, the moon had climbed high into the branches. Yet old Zhu showed no sign of ending the feast or letting Zhu Yu leave, still urging him to drink with great enthusiasm. Now look at Zhu Yu. He'd been plied with so much liquor by old Zhu that he was completely disoriented and utterly confused. He staggered to his feet, intending to bid old Zhu farewell and head home, but his legs felt like jelly. Had he not clung desperately to the wall, he would have collapsed like a heap of mud. In stark contrast to Zhu Yu, Zhu Yuanzhang beside him remained perfectly composed, his expression unflinching and his heartbeat steady, as if the entire table of fine wine had no effect on him whatsoever. His eyes remained as bright as torches, his face even flushed with a hint of merriment, making him appear more spirited than ever. Yellow dog, go steady him up. Don't let this kid collapse. He looked like he could hold his liquor, but who knew he'd get so wasted after just a few drinks? Just as Huangdo moved to steady Zhu Yu, he was shoved aside. Zhu Yu then dashed straight to Zhu Yuanzhang. Old Zhu, let's keep drinking. When we fall over, it'll definitely be you. Yellow dog had never seen such audacity before and immediately dropped to his knees. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Young Master Su spoke recklessly after drinking too much. I beg your forgiveness. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, wasn't particularly bothered. He merely waved his hand dismissively with a look of disgust. Hurry up and take him to the golden curtain. Don't you dare let him sleep here. Get him out of here. As Huangdo tossed Zhu Yu into the golden curtain, it began to fade away slowly. Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the dragon bed, drinking alone. His dragon eyes stared fixedly at the crescent moon in the sky. The Jebon clan must be nearly extinct by now. So what comes next is that so-called beautiful country. What did that Su lad say about where their ancestors came from? As old Zhu took roll call, Zhu Yu had already appeared by the bedside, sitting quietly on the floor and gazing out the window. He had always defined himself as the savior. He seemed incapable of truly immersing himself in this world, unable to empathize and consider what should be done. He stood from too lofty a vantage point. After that night, the account known as Young Master Su never stirred again. Capital City. Mr. Wang, that kid really won't be able to climb out of this one. It's all over the internet. Even if higher-ups want to intervene, there's nothing they can do. There's absolutely no evidence linking it to us. Yi Cheng slammed his hand on the table as he addressed the man beside him, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, however, remained unperturbed. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he replied calmly. Don't make such a fuss. Wasn't this expected? Even if we can't find him, we can bury him with money. We've already spent over 20 million on him this time, not counting what went to higher-ups. Once this is over, get someone to clean up the mess quickly, then mark up the prices to recoup our losses. Mr. Wang, I've already made arrangements on that front. If that kid hasn't surfaced after National Day, we'll initiate the plan immediately and aim to recoup our investment as soon as possible. Yi Cheng stood up to leave, but just as he stepped out the door, he turned back as if remembering something. Mr. Wang, are we truly unable to locate him? Chapter 55, Public Enemy Number 1. No luck. Whatever method that kid's using, we can't pinpoint his location no matter how we track the IP. Why is boss he being so stingy? We absolutely must find him. Yi Cheng didn't hold back, speaking plainly. That kid nearly got me locked up last time and cost me tens of millions. I won't rest until I settle this score. It's strange, actually. I initially thought he was just another account set up by that old bastard Lu Chang. But when I asked around, no one knew him. That's why he had to pull this whole scheme. Meanwhile, rumors were flying everywhere outside. Even those who initially backed Zhu Yu were now turning against him. I told you all before that so-called Su God is a fraud, a complete sham. You wouldn't listen, still scrambling to whitewash him. Well, now you're on your own. Even if the Qing dynasty was embarrassing, it was real. Why can't we admit we're not as good as other countries? Weren't you guys still chanting Su God just a couple days ago? Why are you all turning on him now? Damn it, who knew we'd be deceived? He's not even a government official, yet he's here rewriting history? Who gave him the nerve? The worst part is the History Research Institute is still whitewashing him. What exactly is there to whitewash? Seriously, someone should investigate this Lu Chang guy. Bet he's in Su Yu's pocket. I've been telling you Chinese folks for ages, learn to face history. Stop fabricating everything to make that foot basin nation seem nobler than us. But even under these circumstances, some still fought for Su Yu. Kaito headquarters. Zhang Han was playing a melodious piano piece on his keyboard. From afar, others could only see the blur of his fingers and hear the keys clacking beneath his hands. You bunch of scum. Not long ago you were praising him higher than anyone else, and now? A bunch of fence-sitters who turn traitor the moment war breaks out. If we were at war now, you'd be the first one shot. When the first emperor's tomb was discovered, who called it fake? Even Xianyang city netizens captured it on camera and it was still fake? Where's your brain? Yet even with his lightning-fast typing, he found himself utterly helpless against the relentless torrent of abuse. Zhang Han was now frantic with anxiety, beads of sweat the size of beans continuously seeping from his forehead. His hands trembled slightly. His eyes were now densely veined with bloodshot red. His family, who had survived unscathed in Zhuan, had fallen here. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Zhang, calm down. Stop shouting. Come to my office. When Zhang Han turned his head, he saw Yan Guochang standing behind him with a stern expression. Zhang Xiaoyu followed close behind. Only after Zhang Han sat down in the office did he speak. Zhang, I know Su Yu's video was well made, but he's now facing widespread backlash online. His reputation has collapsed, and no one from higher up has spoken up for him. What you did was really unwise. If it comes out that you're a Kuaishou employee, imagine the negative fallout that would cause. Mid-sentence, Yan Guochang took a sip of tea before continuing. We're already being merciful by not kicking him while he's down. Do you know how much people are paying to post negative videos about him now? 200,000 yuan. A single video with 10,000 views fetches 200,000. I resisted immense pressure from shareholders to avoid fueling the fire, otherwise, things would be far worse now. Zhang Han stared at the chairman before him, scratching his head in frustration. I know the situation, but how can we turn a blind eye? They saw the artifacts from Qin Shi Huang's tomb and the Ming Shaoling mausoleum unearthed with their own eyes. Why won't they believe it? Believe? Believe what? Why can't these things be forgeries? You must understand that when someone refuses to believe, presenting any amount of evidence is futile. But when someone is willing to believe, they'll accept it even without proof. No sooner had Yan Guochang finished speaking than Zhang Xiaoyu chimed in. Bro, I know this is hard to swallow, but it's the truth. People have posted clarification videos these past few days, but they get flooded with hate comments and forced to take them down. Even if they manage to keep them up, the comments sections are already impossible to read. Hearing both of them say this, Zhang Han's already nearly dead heart grew completely cold. Still, he managed to speak. I understand, Chairman, Sister Zhang. But could you give me that phone number from Dr. Lu last time? Yan Guochang glanced at Zhang Han. Trying to plead with Su Yu? I already called. They told me to wait. Though Yan Guochang doubted it would help, Zhang Han's resolute expression softened him. Fine, fine. If you want it, go ahead and ask. But only once. Don't drag me into this. With that, he sent Lu Jia's phone number directly to Zhang Han. Watching Zhang Han's hasty retreat, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Youngsters are youngsters full of energy. Unlike us old fogies who can't keep up anymore. If I were younger, I might even curse him out worse than he does. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled softly beside him. Mr. Zhang, you're no slouch either. Even when Yi Chang offered such a high price, you didn't budge. I thought you were about to give in. Yan Guochang dismissed the notion with a dismissive wave of his hand. Damn those bastards who don't have assholes. If this weren't a society governed by law, I'd have twisted his head off long ago. I, Yan Guochang, may love money, but I wouldn't touch a penny from traitors like him. While Yan Guochang was still ranting in his office, Zhang Han had already dialed Lu Jie's number. Hello, is this Dr. Lu? Yes, who's this? It's little Zhang from Kuaishou. We met a while back. I'm the one who pushed Su Yu's video to the homepage. What's this about? Didn't your chairman tell you? Hearing Lu Jie's icy tone, Zhang Han's heart sank. This didn't sound like someone willing to help at all, but he still spoke up. I just wanted to ask, Su Yu's video wasn't fake to begin with. Why aren't any of us speaking up? Zhang Han's tone wasn't exactly friendly now, partly out of urgency, partly out of resentment. Yet Lu Jie didn't get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he replied with surprising calmness. Just wait. Maybe it'll resolve itself. Just as Zhang Han was about to ask more questions, Lu Jie abruptly hung up the phone, leaving him completely bewildered. The moment Lu Jie hung up, a voice came from behind him. What food? Just wait a moment. Lu Jie turned around and snapped irritably. It's all because of you. The place is practically going to hell outside, and you're just sitting here relaxing. Chapter 56, National Day Military Parade. What's the rush? Do you think I can solve the problem just by going out now? Su Yu had already appeared on the sofa behind Lu Jie. Across from him, Lu Chang reclined in a lounge chair, sipping tea with unhurried ease. Su kid, forget about little Lu, even I didn't expect you to come find us so brazenly. Indeed, Su Yu had finalized all his plans 3 days prior. Finding Lu Chang and his men was the first step. How else could I show my sincerity if I didn't come find old Lu? Aren't you afraid we'll report this to the higher-ups? You know the pressure on you has intensified. Not to mention, your skills at evading investigation alone are enough to keep them busy for a long time. Su Yu paid no heed to Lu Chang's taunt. I trust old Lu understands my value extends far beyond that. Lu Jie approached at that moment. But I gotta say, kid, you've got some serious guts. That plan of yours, if it hadn't worked, it would have killed old Lu outright. Lu Jie's gaze toward Su Yu now held a complex mix of emotions. Su Yu held the answers to everything Lu Jie had spent his entire life pursuing. But if Su Yu failed, it would drag both himself and his mentor down. Lu Chang paid no heed to Lu Jie's words. Little Lu, I've discussed this with Su Yu. If even this fails, it means our nation is beyond saving. Lu Chang seemed lost in thought, his eyes fixed intently on the window outside. Death itself isn't so terrifying. What's truly terrifying is failing to complete the mission the old company commander entrusted to me before I die. Back then, we blew up the bunkers and took down the watchtowers. I refuse to believe we can't tear down this wall of prejudice this time. Lu Jie knew there was no changing Lu Chang's resolve. He could only sigh helplessly and say, then that's how it must be for now. I'll go prepare the secret room. Everything hinges on tomorrow. After Lu Jie left, the 2 remaining men began chatting. Su, just tell me, who exactly are you introducing tomorrow? Just thinking about the stories you shared has us itching to know more. Ha, it's not that I don't want to tell you, old Lu. I'm just worried your blood pressure might spike again. Brother Lu mentioned you've already gone through a whole bottle of heart medicine just listening to my show. So maybe it's best to take it easy, old man. Lu Chang bristled at this, slamming his fist on the table. Damn it, don't listen to that kid's bull. I'm perfectly healthy. But before Lu Chang could finish, Su Yu cut him off. Alright, just wait a bit. You'll find out who it is tomorrow. Then you can ask me, and I'll tell you everything I know. With that, Su Yu bolted from the room and dashed back to his own quarters. Lu Chang watched Su Yu's retreating figure and chuckled softly. Damn it, did you hear that news, old boss? As he spoke, Lu Chang pulled a phone from his pocket, its screen clearly showing an active call. A familiar voice came through the phone. Let's proceed this way for now. Follow his plan. If things go smoothly tomorrow, that's best. If not, we'll just have to inconvenience him for the time being. Outside, however, the night remained unchanged. Those who had been criticizing Su Yu continued to do so. But most had already retired for the night. Tomorrow marked an important occasion, National Day. The entire nation would be on holiday, with a military parade taking place in the capital. It would be broadcast live across all channels and platforms. Not only would all Chinese citizens be watching, but people from countries around the world would also tune in. With China's rapidly growing international influence, this broadcast holds particular significance. The night passed swiftly. The next day, the moment the live stream connected, a tidal wave of comments flooded the screen. First one. What do you think? Will that guy surnamed Su actually show up this time? No way. After getting roasted like that, if he still shows up, I can only say he's got some serious nerve. You guys change your tune so fast. Just a while ago you were praising him to the skies, now you want to tear him down. If he shows up today, I'll show him what a Zhuan pianist really is. Oh, you lot in China dare hold a military parade? The guy above talking about culture is one thing, but in military matters, you guys are nothing. Go find your daddy to back you up already. Watch your language. What if you offend our foreign friends? Their military isn't weak either. Exactly. And the United States, we still have much to learn from them. Reading the comments flooding the screen, so you couldn't help but laugh out loud. Most citizens still understood the situation. But there's always a few bad apples spoiling the whole barrel. And today, his mission was to ignite the fire smoldering within them. Hey, Su kid, made up your mind? You can still back out now. Once we lock onto the signal, you won't be able to run. Yeah, little Su, if you leave now, we can pretend nothing happened. You can go back to your life. Lu Jie and Lu Chang watched as Su Yu delivered his final warning in the secret chamber. Though the higher-ups were aware now, nothing had actually happened yet. They could turn a blind eye and let it slide. But once Su Yu actually stepped onto the stage, this matter would take on an entirely different nature. Today, Su Yu wasn't dressed in any ancient attire. Instead, he wore a very casual tracksuit. He sat there calmly, studying the live chat comments that appeared during the stream. A teacup in hand, anyone unaware might think he was here on vacation. Rest assured, since I came to find you, I've prepared for the worst-case scenario. If this fails, I'll take full responsibility. With that, Zhu Yu walked to the door, closing and locking the chamber's entrance completely.
This was his stipulation: no one was allowed to be present alone during his livestream. With the system's assistance, he also disabled all surveillance monitoring within the chamber.
The parade commenced promptly following the opening address.
One by one, brand new war machines representing the cutting edge of technology moved methodically according to the predetermined plan. They slowly traversed the broad, level avenue in front of the plaza.
Like colossal steel beasts, they radiated an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, deafening roars echoed through the sky. The latest fighter jets, newly developed, streaked past like lightning.
Their silver-gray fuselages shimmered, moving so swiftly that their forms were nearly impossible to track. On the ground, a formation of imposing tanks advanced steadily. Each tank was equipped with a powerful anti-aircraft defense system, capable of effectively countering threats from the sky. As their tracks rolled, the tank formation moved steadily along the road, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. We really spared no expense this time. Thankfully, no weird creatures to spoil the view.
Chapter 57, back on air. If Zhu Yu shows up today, it'll be a game changer.
Haven't seen him in a while feels weird. If you enjoy watching so much, you can read the novel, it's just as absurd anyway. Why bring up such downers on such a joyous day?
Exactly. Why not just learn directly from foreign countries when it comes to history? As the crowd continued their discussion, the parade drew to a close.
By then, the sun had fully set. As the top leader concluded his speech, everyone assumed the event was over. However, just as everyone was preparing to leave the livestream, countless beams of light, like elfin spirits, suddenly surged forth from every corner of the square. They converged toward the very center at an astonishing speed. These rays, shimmering with light, were painting a grand panorama.
As the rays continuously outlined and extended, an image gradually became clear in the sky above the square.
Holy crap, what is this?
Is it a projection?
So there was a hidden show after all.
Good thing I was walking slowly. Wait, I'll go get everyone back. Is this China's latest tech?
You call this the latest tech?
It just looks kinda realistic. Doesn't this scene and these effects look familiar to you guys?
Yeah, kinda.
Like that Zhu Yu guy?
No way, dude.
He'd actually show up to stir things up today?
If Zhu Yu can show up today, it must be tacitly approved internationally.
Does that mean everything he said before was true?
Bull. I bet he's in cahoots with your government to pull this scam on you. Up on the city walls above the square, some spectators could no longer sit still. They stood up and started heading toward the exit. But the figure seated at the head of the table waved them back. Everyone, no need to rush off. Stay and watch, it won't hurt to see this show through.
I find it quite entertaining. What do you all think? As he spoke, several guards approached, led by Xianyang. Number 1, did you arrange this? Why weren't we notified?
Yeah, why is a program that everyone in China despises even allowed on the National Day stage?
Xianyang, what are you trying to do? Are you rebelling?
Number 1 gazed calmly at the golden screen in the sky, his expression unchanged despite the commotion behind him.
This wasn't my doing, but I find it rather intriguing. Gentlemen, perhaps we should discuss this after watching it.
With that, he ignored the commotion behind him. However, the noise was soon cut short by a forceful intervention.
Everyone, it's been a while. During my absence, I've been reflecting on why you misunderstood me. To address this, I've prepared a brand new live streaming format.
Zhu Yu now sat in the secret room Lu Chang had prepared for him, looking utterly at ease, a far cry from the solemnity of previous episodes. He wore only a simple, pure white mask.
Damn, this guy actually dares to show his face?
He's got no fear of death. The people hating him now could drown him with their spit alone.
This fraudster is actually showing up? Let's tear him apart.
He's entertaining the masses and distorting history. Though most were still attacking Zhu Yu, his die-hard fans rallied behind him like they'd found their anchor.
Zhu God is back. Let's crush them, brothers.
I see it now, that Sima guy started it all.
He posted the video last time too.
The two factions erupted into a chaotic shouting match right there in the livestream chat.
Unaware of the commotion, Zhu Yu simply waved his hand to the right.
An identical golden screen appeared before everyone's eyes. This time, the footage didn't show Zhu Yu. Instead, it depicted a group of about 6 people navigating a dense forest. The dim lighting made the visuals unclear.
What the hell? Did the scammer switch careers? Now he's a horror adventure streamer? Bull. Are you blind or something? It's written on their uniforms. China History Research Institute. Are they going to rob a tomb? This is called archaeology. What do you know? Let's see how you wallflowers criticize this. So what if they're digging up a fake tomb? Like anyone else couldn't pull that off.
This time, I won't be introducing you to an emperor or a ruler, but to a national hero whose integrity has endured for 1,000 years, whose spirit flows through the veins of the Chinese people. As Zhu Yu spoke, the third image gradually materialized in the air. Suddenly, shadowy figures materialized like ghostly apparitions in that place.
Upon closer inspection, they were a group of heavily armored cavalry. Their jet-black armor encased them from head to toe, leaving not a single gap. Even their faces were concealed by cold, impassive masks, revealing only pairs of piercing eyes. Not only that, but the powerful war horses beneath them were also clad in thick chainmail. From afar, these horsemen and their steeds resembled moving, humanoid tanks. Accompanied by the deep thud of hooves, these heavily armored horsemen charged relentlessly through the air. They wielded razor-sharp spears or battle axes, whipping through the air with a piercing whistle. Forget whether he's lying or not, the special effects and sound design are top tier. I swear these guys are charging straight at me. Not just me, I swear my floorboards are shaking. Wake up, man. That's just your floor creaking, nothing to do with the sound effects. It's all fake anyway, what's the point of watching? Look, the Chinese government is about to pull another scam. I'm staying here today to expose their conspiracy. Exactly. If this heavy cavalry really existed, even more powerful than the Scourge of God, how could there be zero historical records? But the footage didn't vanish amid the heated debate. The second image appeared, and several researchers stopped abruptly at a certain location. The structure sat in a desolate landscape. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable, even slightly insignificant. At first glance, it resembled an ancient temple, but closer inspection revealed its truly limited scale. Perhaps it had once been bustling with incense and crowds, but now, neglected and unmaintained for so long, it was engulfed by thick, overgrown weeds. At the entrance of this structure, two sturdy pillars once stood tall, intended to be the crucial elements supporting the entire facade. Yet the passage of time had gradually stripped them of their former glory. Not only were their surfaces covered in mottled marks, but they were also tightly wrapped and entangled by a large amount of ivy. After considerable effort, their true forms, hidden beneath layers of green foliage, were revealed to the world. Carved upon these pillars was a pair of couplets. Though the passage of time had blurred the characters, one could still sense the vigorous and powerful strokes of the original carver. As the crowd began to gather, the researchers at the front murmured the verses aloud. Behold the majestic scene that inspires the people's spirit, rejoice today as the shrine reopens anew, the ancient cypress, millennia old, lifts its gaze, reclaim the land and rivers to fulfill our grand ambition, see this day when the divine land rises up, embarking on a new journey spanning 10,000 miles. Chapter 58, The Temple of the Marquis of Yu. Excellent. What a line, see this day when the divine land rises, embarking on a new journey of 10,000 miles. Lu Chang, sitting at home, slapped his thigh in admiration. Yet moments later, he sighed deeply. Originally, he, Lu Chang, was supposed to lead the expedition. However, when he had previously consulted Su Yu, he received a non-committal answer, and since he was needed to maintain order during the National Day celebrations, he had assigned Lu Jie to lead the team instead. Now, witnessing such a masterpiece emerge, he could only watch from behind a screen. How could he not sigh in lamentation? That Su kid's up to no good. Whatever they unearthed this time must be some extraordinary figure. Meanwhile, in the capital, number one beamed as he gazed at the newly revealed couplet. He turned to his secretary beside him. Go copy it down and hang it in my study. As the couplet was recited word by word in a soft voice, Lu Jie pushed open the decaying door without hesitation. The door hinges creaked loudly, as if they might collapse at any moment. As the door swung open, the sight that met his eyes was one of utter decay. The once intact blue stone tiles lay shattered and broken, some reduced to fragments scattered across the ground. Not far from the entrance, a winding, quiet path stretched into the depths of the courtyard. Overgrown with weeds, the path was nearly obscured from view. Even so, faint traces of frequent footsteps could still be discerned. Looking at the threshold by the entrance, the numerous clear footprints indicated that this place must have been a beloved destination for pilgrims in the past. Why it had fallen into such a state was unknown. Though situated in a remote mountain temple, Lu Jie felt not a trace of gloom. A cool breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing sensation. Damn, this really seems like an ancient site. Not something built nowadays. You can tell this couldn't possibly be built with such skill nowadays. It's definitely an ancient site. It looks dilapidated, but I feel strangely familiar with it, like I've sensed this somewhere before. I know what you mean. When I visited the Martyrs Memorial last time, I felt the same way, not a trace of gloom, just a refreshing clarity. The moment this scene appeared, it sent shockwaves through the livestream. Even to the untrained eye, this temple is clearly an ancient relic, let alone the livestream audience filled with industry professionals nationwide. The rumors of forgery were cut off at the knees, though some still whispered doubts. But everyone's gaze was drawn elsewhere. Watch as Lu Jie and his group slowly made their way along the winding path, soon arriving before a side hall. Not far ahead of this side hall, 5 human-shaped stone statues stood prominently. All of them were presented to the crowd in a kneeling posture. Their hands were tightly bound behind their backs, heads bowed slightly downward, as if deeply repentant for some past transgression. Upon closer inspection, one could discern varying degrees of damage on each statue, with some areas displaying noticeable cracks and chips. Moreover, the stone surfaces bore stubborn stains that resisted removal. Despite the passage of time, these marks remained distinctly visible. Behind them, another statue drew particular attention.
This statue wore heavy, sturdy general's armor and gripped a sharp, blue-hued sword over 3 feet long. It seemed poised to strike down the 5 kneeling statues below in one fell swoop. Behind him, 4 crimson characters stood out starkly. Loyalty to the nation. Above him stood the name of this side hall. Temple of General Shi Quan, the righteous and valiant. Holy crap, what crime did they commit to deserve kneeling here in humiliation even after death? This is terrifying. Who knows how long they've been here? Judging by the marks on them, they've probably been cursed and pelted with objects for centuries. That stone statue in the back looks so fierce, like it's about to really swing down. See that loyal to the nation inscription? Makes me think the ones kneeling in front are all traitors. Now I get what Su Shen was talking about. This episode is gonna be explosive. Meanwhile, atop the capital's city walls, Chen Nan observed the 5 kneeling stone statues with keen interest. Commander, I think this approach is spot on. When dealing with traitors, we shouldn't bother with nonsense like human rights. Making an example of 1 to warn 100 is the way to go. We could learn a thing or two from this. As Chen Nan spoke these words, the expressions of those present visibly shifted. Meanwhile, Lu Jia in the footage didn't mince words. After meticulously photographing a series of details in the side hall, he led his men directly into the main hall. The instant they entered the main hall, everyone felt a surge of bloodlust rising within them. This wasn't merely a personal sensation, it was a reaction shared by everyone viewing the footage. 2 sturdy lacquered wooden pillars stood firmly braced against the roof beams. Above them, a pair of magnificently crafted couplets proclaimed. The bloody battle at Zhuxian town struck fear into the enemy's heart, the wind and waves pavilion's eternal sorrow echoes through the ages. As one's gaze slowly rose, a massive gold-plated plaque hung above the main hall. Upon it were inscribed 4 simple yet powerful characters: restore our mountains and rivers. The characters were written with vigorous strokes, flowing like dancing dragons and phoenixes, radiating boundless heroism and bitter resentment. Lowering one's gaze, a stone statue of a general clad in blue robes sits solemnly below. The statue was so lifelike it seemed poised to leap from its pedestal at any moment, rushing to the battlefield to defend the nation. His gaze is unyieldingly resolute, piercing the heart like 2 sharp swords. His left hand rests lightly on his knee, while his right hand grips the sword hilt tightly. His entire being radiates an unparalleled heroic spirit, as if poised to pierce the heavens and shake the earth. This is way too cool. What kind of craftsmanship is this, ensuring it hasn't faded at all over the years? I think this is just a Chinese scam. What ancient relic? It's clearly modern craftsmanship. Don't listen to the nonsense above. I'm a professional. This is lacquer tree craftsmanship, which can guarantee no fading for 1,000 years. Besides, every part of this temple has aged, and its history definitely predates the Qing dynasty. Now I can trust Su Shen again. The guy above is just a fence-sitter. Tell me where you live now, and I'll come rip you out. As the discussion raged on, Su Yu, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke up. China's history is profound and enduring. It encompasses not only the mighty conquest that unified the 6 kingdoms, nor merely the peerless achievement of rebuilding the Chinese civilization. But if I were to name a few stories that remain etched in my memory, the deeds of Yu Fei, the martial Duke of Yu, will forever be remembered by the world. As Su Yu narrated, the scene began to shift. Chapter 59, The Humiliation of Ginkang. Yu Fei, courtesy name Pingju, style name Yu Wumu, was an outstanding military commander and national hero of the Southern Song dynasty. Damn, mentioning the titled national hero changes everything. This time it's not the emperor, which feels kinda boring. Remember who the main character was last time? Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. I feel like we're really being led down the rabbit hole this time. Appearing in a 3rd-tier scene during National Day? Who says it's fake? Just wait and see, it'll definitely be exposed as fake later. Not you again. Haven't you stirred up enough trouble with this account? Every time I look, it's always you guys jumping in. This was the late Northern Song dynasty, the 7th year of Xuanhe. The Jin army advanced southward in 2 columns, east and west, to attack the Song dynasty. On screen, the Jin soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, encircling the vast capital city of Bianjing in the blink of an eye, sealing it off completely. Not a soul could escape. Each soldier wielded sharp weapons and wore heavy armor. Gazing at the towering, fortified walls ahead, their eyes glinted with greed and desire, like a pack of starving wolves facing a feast. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, chaos reigns supreme. The once solemn and majestic palaces and towers now lay in ruins, with crumbling walls and shattered structures everywhere. Emperor Qinzong personally went to the Jin camp to negotiate peace and was detained by the Jin. Along with the 2 emperors, over 3,000 members of the imperial Zhao clan, imperial consorts, noble officials, and court ministers were taken north to the Jin. The public and private wealth of Dongjing was completely drained. The Jinkang incident led to the fall of the Northern Song dynasty. Emperor Taizong of Jin issued an edict deposing emperors Huizong and Qinzong, demoting them to commoners. He forcibly stripped the 2 emperors of their dragon robes. Li Ruoshui, who accompanied them, clutched Emperor Qinzong's body and denounced the Jin as a pack of dogs. Wanyan Zonghan initially attempted to persuade Li Ruoshui to surrender. After several days of futile efforts, he casually ordered his men to dispose of him.
Li Ruoshui cursed incessantly until Zhonghan's men slit his throat.
The Jin sacked Kaifeng, plundering vast riches, 54 million bolts of silk, 15 million bolts of fine brocade, 3 million ingots of gold, 8 million ingots of silver, and countless treasures beyond count. After capturing the two emperors, they were escorted north under the supervision of Zhongwang. One group, including Emperor Huaizong, Empress Shang, princes, imperial grandsons, imperial sons-in-law, princesses, and concubines. Another group, escorted by Zhonghan, included Emperor Qinzong, Empress Xu, the crown prince, imperial relatives, and figures like Sun Fu, Zheng Shai, and Qin Hui. They traveled northward via Zhengzhou, accompanied by thousands of musicians and artisans from the Imperial Music Bureau, along with literary texts, maps, sacred artifacts, and over 100,000 commoners. History records this as the Jingkong Incident. In the scene, batches of people were driven northward by the Jin like pigs and dogs, moving slowly along the road. Their figures appeared so small and helpless. Most faces bore a heavy layer of bewilderment and terror. Eyes wide, they stared down the unknown road ahead, hearts heavy with dread and fear for their fate. Yet among the crowd, a small number bore expressions of defiance and rage. During this long and arduous march, the men suffered particularly brutal and inhumane abuse at the hands of the Jin soldiers. The Jin soldiers took pleasure in torturing and slaughtering them, savagely tormenting and maiming these innocent lives. With each swing of their blades, the soldiers let out savage laughter, as if this cruelty brought them pleasure. The fate of the numerous concubines and princesses was even more tragic. They were first raped by the Jin soldiers, and after their last breath had left them, they were callously thrown into large cauldrons to be boiled. They became food in the mouths of the Jin soldiers. These bloody and terrifying scenes were too gruesome to behold. The entire scene resembled a living hell. I feel like throwing up. This is utterly disgusting. They always talk about eating human flesh, but this time I actually saw it. The Song dynasty was just too weak. You can't exactly call them weak. The Ming dynasty was also overrun by foreign tribes in its final years. Bull. That was clearly Wu Sangui opening the gates. You obviously didn't pay attention in class. If Wu hadn't opened Shanhai Pass, the Ming dynasty would have rotted in the pot, not been picked clean by Huang Taiji and his crew. This is pure bull. I can already picture the Qing army storming the pass back then. Just finished eating, and now I've thrown it all back up. Damn it, another foreign invasion. Lu Chang had already risen to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, veins throbbing furiously on his forehead. But his gaze wasn't fixed on the captured emperors Huaizong and Qinzong. Watching innocent civilians beaten to death, boiled alive, and killed. A sharp pain gripped his chest. Meanwhile, the expression on the face of the individual on the city tower was equally grim as they stared intently at the scene unfolding on the screen. Su Yu's narration continued. Yet the Song dynasty did not end with this catastrophe. Not long after, Zhao Go, who had come to Fengtian to capture the king, re-established the Song dynasty in the south. Yu Fei's greatest wish in life was to reclaim the north and bring back the two emperors. On the very day before he was to leave home, his mother summoned him. The image showed Yu Fei's mother, now aged and dignified, seated on her bed. She gazed at her son kneeling before her with a look of tender affection. She studied him intently, as if trying to etch his features into her memory by the dim light of the oil lamp. Pengju, our nation faces grave peril. What are your plans? My abilities alone are limited, and I have no great ambitions, mother. I wish to go to the front lines to fight the enemy and serve my country with utmost loyalty. Hearing Yu Fei's words, his mother showed no surprise. Instead, she took an iron needle from beside her. Very well. With such resolve in my son, how could a mother not support him? Come, let me tattoo these words upon you as a reminder never to forget. Without hesitation, Yu Fei opened his hemp robe. Thank you, mother, for tattooing these words. With that, his mother carefully applied the dye, stitch by stitch, into Yu Fei's flesh. Despite the excruciating pain, Yu Fei did not even blink. Yet it proved that this tattoo remained not only on Yu Fei's body. It forged his very spirit. Goodness gracious, even getting a tattoo now hurts for ages. Imagine how agonizing it must have been, stitch by stitch. What an iron-willed man, devoted to his country, such a simple yet profound aspiration. I feel like I could go back to battle right now. All I need is a devoted to the nation tattoo. I'm heading to my mom's place to get it done. Hope the guy above is okay later. May he truly live up to this on the battlefield. Didn't you see that temple earlier? Doesn't that prove everything? My son, as you join the army, I don't know when we'll meet again. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been hard to balance. I'll wait here for your return. As the tattooing concluded, Yu Fei's mother could no longer hold back her tears and began to sob softly. Yu Fei, standing before her, was also fighting back tears. Mother, I will restore our ancient lands and welcome back the two emperors. Then I will return to take you home. Chapter 60, Full River Red. Yu Fei never imagined this farewell to his family would become their final parting. He resolutely left his hometown to embark on a military career. From the moment he stepped into the barracks, Yu Fei displayed fearless courage and exceptional military talent. Whenever battle raged, he would charge to the front lines without hesitation, leading his men by example and fighting fiercely against the enemy. His legendary Yu family spear, feared throughout the land, was wielded with such mastery that its mere mention struck terror into enemies. With his masterful spear technique, he could easily decapitate enemy commanders from 100 paces away, and his glorious military exploits spread throughout the entire Song army. Thus, Yu Fei's name quickly spread throughout the army, becoming a hero revered by all. With each successive victory, Yu Fei earned more military honors and rose steadily through the ranks. Ultimately, he was appointed to the rank of Wuda Grand Doctor and concurrently served as governor of Yingzhou. In the years that followed, Yu Fei led his troops in campaigns across the land, his footprints spanning the vast expanse from the Yangtze River north to the south. During this period, he not only gathered the scattered remnants of the Song army defeated by the Jin forces but also successfully recruited numerous conscripted soldiers forcibly enlisted by the Jin army. Inspired by Yu Fei's leadership, these men rallied to his cause, collectively forming a formidable force, the Yu family army. The Yu family army was renowned for its strict discipline and rigorous training. Whether in daily drills or during campaigns, every soldier strictly followed military orders and obeyed commands. Compared to other anti-Jin forces, the Yu family army demonstrated superior combat prowess, achieving numerous glorious victories on the battlefield that struck fear into the hearts of the Jin troops. Thus emerged a force that instilled profound dread in the Jin army. Yu Fei's lifelong ambition was to launch a northern expedition to reclaim the Central Plains and restore the lost territories. However, before embarking on this campaign, he had to eliminate the bandit forces in the rear and secure a stable rear base. To this end, Yu spent several years subduing bandit leaders such as Li Chang, Zhang Yong, and Chao Cheng, and quelling rebellions in Jizhou and Shenzhou. Emperor Gaozong of Song promoted Yu Fei to commander of the Divine Martial Rear Army and bestowed upon him an imperial banner inscribed with the words Yu Fei, the loyal and valiant, in the emperor's own handwriting. The Divine Martial Rear Army was the official designation of Yu's army. At this time, the Yu family army unprecedentedly proclaimed the slogan, "Freeze to death rather than dismantle houses, starve to death rather than plunder." In the scene, smoke filled the air as the Yu family army, like a torrent of steel, had just concluded fierce combat with the Jin forces outside the city. Marching in perfect, powerful step, they entered the city in orderly, deliberate formation. At this moment, the citizens poured out of their homes, their faces radiant with joy and anticipation. In the past, when other armies entered the city, the people were often terrified and fled in panic. Yet this time, facing Yu Fei's army, the situation was entirely different. Without hesitation, they stepped forward to greet the soldiers, their eyes brimming with respect and gratitude. They brought out their meager grain reserves from their homes, even carefully preserved seeds, and pressed them into the soldiers' hands. Though these provisions represented the hope of survival for each household, the people offered them without reservation, solely to express their profound support for Yu's army. Not a single soldier reached out to take even the smallest offering from the people. Instead, they sprang into action, volunteering to help the villagers repair the homes damaged by the war. Some hoisted heavy timber, others wielded tools to patch walls, each worked with tireless energy, seemingly oblivious to the life and death struggle they had just endured. As night fell and stars dotted the sky, the weathered little town gradually quieted down. The soldiers of Yu Fei's army did not seek the comfort of beds in the villagers' homes. Instead, they made do with what was at hand, sleeping on the ground along the streets. Huddled close together, their armor glinted faintly in the moonlight. Throughout the night, they remained utterly silent, never once disturbing the locals. They truly lived up to their reputation of not taking a single thread from the people along their path. Damn, this is what a true people's army looks like, a battle-hardened force. This is truly groundbreaking. My records of the Qing army describe them as brutal. No wonder they win battles. Honestly, I'm tearing up. Don't they get cold sleeping outside at night? Having successfully resolved the intricate and thorny challenges in the rear, Yu Fei could finally free his hands to devote himself fully to the northern expedition. He launched his first northern expedition campaign. On the battlefield, Yu Fei led his forces like a whirlwind, sweeping through and capturing 6 prefectures of Xianyang Prefecture, Yingzhou, Suizhou, Tangzhou, Dengzhou, and Xianyang Military Command. Ultimately, he succeeded in reclaiming the lost territories. For this glorious victory, the imperial court bestowed great honors upon Yu Fei, granting him the high rank of military governor of Qingyuan and appointing him as the commissioner of Jingzhou, Shangzhou, and Tanzhou and Hubei circuit. Yet Yu Fei was only 31 years old that year. At that moment, Yu Fei stood silently atop the towering city walls, his gaze solemn as he gazed toward the setting sun sinking in the west. The fading light fell upon him, illuminating his face, now bearing the faint traces of hardship. Though time had not yet etched deep lines upon his face, his temples had quietly begun to show streaks of gray. The prolonged campaigns had left Yu Fei utterly exhausted, yet his posture remained as straight as a pine tree, like an indestructible mountain. Fury makes my hair stand on end. Leaning on the railing, the pouring rain ceases. Raising my eyes, I haul to the heavens, my heart aflame with passion. 30 years of glory now dust and ashes, 8,000 miles of journey through clouds and moonlight. Do not idle away your youth, lest your hair turn white in vain, leaving only bitter regret. The shame of Jingkong remains unavenged, the hatred of subjects, when will it cease? I'll drive my chariot to crush the pass of Helan Mountain.
My fierce ambition craves the flesh of barbarian foes, my laughter thirsts for the blood of Xianyang.
I'll reclaim our ancient lands and present them to the heavenly throne. As Yu Fei recited these verses, the crowd watching the live stream erupted.
Holy crap, what immense ambition! My blood is boiling uncontrollably.
Not just that this poem excites me even more than those Tang poems I heard the other day. Forgive my ignorance, but one line of brilliance speaks volumes.
Yu Fei is killing me with emotion, but will he actually succeed? The temple didn't mention that before.
They built a temple for him, so he must have succeeded.
Later generations revered him as a hero, which is why they returned to pay homage. Not necessarily. Did you forget the 5 people kneeling in the temple? I can't shake this uneasy feeling. At that very moment, Lu Chang, sitting at home, was struck as if by a thunderbolt.
He sprang violently from his seat. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared with fury. Damn it! I regret it so much I could die. How could such a priceless treasure not be displayed in a museum for all to admire? It should be a classic that everyone must read and memorize. Meanwhile, the figure atop the city wall had long since shed his earlier demeanor. His eyes were fixed intently on the heroic figure soaring above the sky. His hands, once limp, had clenched into fists at some point, the joints cracking sharply from the force. Every word of this poem radiates loyalty, righteousness, and a pure heart truly moving. Its grandeur is overwhelming, such a pure and sincere patriotic sentiment. Chapter 61, 12 Golden Medals. By this time, Yu Fei had already gained a formidable reputation among the Jin people. The slogan, "It's easier to shake mountains than to shake the Yu family army," spread far and wide. Yet just as everyone was still praising Yu Fei, Su Yu's voice took a sudden turn. At that very moment, Yu Fei sat upright in his command tent at Zuxian town, surrounded by his generals. They were deliberating how to reclaim the ancient capital Kaifeng in one decisive blow. Recalling the recent victory at Yanqing, Yu Fei had led his troops in a valiant assault, shattering the Jin army's fearsome iron-floating pagoda and skirmish cavalry with fearless courage. The battlefield echoed with deafening cries and rivers of blood flowed. The Jin forces led by Wanyan Wuzhu were routed, abandoning their armor and weapons in utter disarray. He himself was terrified out of his wits. Now, the once mighty Jin army could only retreat like turtles into the walls of Kaifeng, barricading their gates and daring not to venture out to meet the enemy. In stark contrast, the Song army's morale soared like a rainbow, every soldier itching for battle, eager to breach the enemy walls and reclaim lost territory. Thus, the outcome of this war seemed all but decided, with the dawn of victory already in sight. Wonderful! This time we will surely reclaim Kaifeng. Zhang Xian appeared exceptionally excited in the scene. How many years had they waited for this day? At last, they could avenge their humiliation. Restore the glory of the Han people. Indeed, Marshal. I implore you to order an urgent advance. I believe we can stand upon Kaifeng's city walls before the beginning of next month. But Yu Fei paid no heed to Wang Gui and Zhang Xian. He stood motionless before the map, lost in thought. Only after a long while did he speak. This was our closest brush with victory yet. But the Emperor's intentions remain inscrutable. The latest intelligence suggests he intends to withdraw our forces. Withdraw? We've fought this far, why retreat? If it weren't for that treacherous Chancellor Qin Hui constantly pushing for peace talks, we'd have breached their defenses long ago. Zhang Xian spoke with palpable agitation, the veins on his forehead bulging. And it's not just peace talks, they're demanding territorial concessions and reparations too. Zhuxian town is merely 40-odd li from Kaifeng. With the entire army's morale at its peak, this is the critical moment to finish the job in one decisive battle to seize the opportunity and reclaim our ancient capital. If we withdraw now, allowing the Jin forces to regroup, who knows when we'll ever reach the gates of Kaifeng again. Zhuxian town is only about 40 li from Kaifeng. With the entire army's morale soaring right now, this is the critical moment to finish the job in one decisive battle. We should seize the momentum to reclaim our ancient capital. If we withdraw now, allowing the Jin army to regroup, who knows when we'll be able to march on Kaifeng again. As he listened to their back and forth, Yu Fei's face darkened. Holy crap, what kind of situation is this? They're already at the enemy's doorstep, yet they want to give them money and land to buy peace? Their strategy is even more brain-dead than Sishi's. Yeah, at least they know to fight first and pay later if they lose. But winning the battle only to apologize and pay reparations? I'm speechless. What the hell is wrong with the imperial court's logic? Forget Yu Fei, I'm getting so worked up my blood's boiling. Just as the group was still heatedly debating the current situation. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing voice cut through the air without warning from outside the tent. Marshal Yu, the Emperor's golden edict has arrived. The once boisterous tent fell instantly silent. Immediately after, a corpulent eunuch with a head as large as a bucket strolled in from the doorway with slow, arrogant steps. His narrowed eyes scanned the men gathered inside. When his gaze fell upon the rugged-looking men before him, his face betrayed utter contempt. The eunuch held his head high, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of utter arrogance. As if he himself were the emperor of the southern Song dynasty.
Why aren't you kneeling to receive the imperial decree?
He bellowed in his high-pitched voice, his tone brimming with arrogance and tyranny. Hearing this, Yu Fei's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He raised a hand to stop Zhang Xian, who was about to retort. Then, leading the others, they knelt in perfect unison on one knee. Your servant Yu Fei receives the edict. Yu Fei's voice was deep and resonant. Witnessing this scene, the eunuch first snorted disdainfully before slowly opening his mouth to speak. His Majesty commands Marshal Yu to withdraw his troops immediately and return. The court is now preparing for peace negotiations.
Peace talks? The Guan family actually intends to negotiate?
Upon hearing these words, Yu Fei and his men simultaneously snapped their heads up, their eyes blazing. They fixed their gaze directly upon the eunuch before them. Their eyes blazed like flames, filled with fury and utter disbelief. If looks could kill, the eunuch would have been torn to shreds by now. Those piercing, murderous stares seemed poised to devour the eunuch alive. The pressure nearly caused him to collapse to the ground. Yet, clutching the golden token symbolizing imperial authority in his hand, the eunuch gritted his teeth. Steeling himself, he forced his tottering frame upright and bellowed at the top of his lungs.
Marshal Yu, do you intend to defy the imperial decree? Before Yu Fei could respond, suddenly,
another eunuch rushed into the tent, holding a gleaming gold plaque in his hand. Unexpectedly, this scene repeated itself over and over. Within this single day, golden plaques poured into the tent like rain. The sheer number reached 12. Each gold plaque shone with dazzling brilliance. And the orders conveyed by all these gold plaques were identical: withdraw the troops. This simple yet resolute command struck Yu Fei's heart like a heavy hammer. Now, the setting sun cast a blood-red glow, staining half the sky. Yu Fei slowly raised his head, gazing at the sun about to sink below the horizon. 10 years of hard work, destroyed in an instant. All the counties we captured, lost in a single day. The nation and its lands, impossible to revive. The world, beyond restoration. Right now, I just want to go and slash that damn emperor to pieces. Wait, this is exactly how it feels when your teammates surrender right before victory. Su Shan kinda sounds like he's talking about himself. All your Chinese emperors are the same, can't even keep a general like this in line. If General Yu Fei showed up in our country, we'd give him the best treatment ever. Shut up, you guys. What kind of heroes could a tiny country like yours possibly have? With rulers like this, and treacherous ministers like that, when will this kingdom ever be restored? Chapter 62, Groundless Accusations. After Yu Fei and his generals returned triumphantly to the capital, they had barely begun to rest. They fell victim to the scheming of Emperor Gaozong and Qin Hui's faction. They forcibly imprisoned Yu Fei and his men in the imperial prison. Upon entering the heavenly prison, Yu Fei immediately became the focus of the jailers' special attention. These jailers, acting on Qin Hui's orders, subjected Yu Fei to relentless, round-the-clock torture. Whipping with leather straps, branding with hot irons, torture with wooden clamps. Every conceivable form of brutal punishment was inflicted upon him. Yet despite this, Yu Fei clenched his teeth and never uttered a single word. No matter how inhumanely he was tormented, Yu Fei never lowered his head even an inch. His eyes stared fearlessly at the jailers before him. 1 month later, in the damp, gloomy dungeon, Qin Hui stood clad in a green robe, its wide sleeves swaying gently. As if afraid of being tainted by the foul air within the cell. He covered his mouth and nose tightly with his sleeves. His face twisted with contempt as he slowly stepped into the cell where Yu Fei was held. Marshal Yu, it's time to wake up. Qin Hui called out in a mocking tone. At this moment, Yu Fei's body was utterly exhausted. His prison uniform, once relatively neat, was now completely soaked in blood, turning a dark, mottled red. Large patches of skin lay exposed, a sight that was truly horrifying. Grim lash marks were deeply etched into his flesh. Though old wounds had scabbed over, fresh lacerations piled upon them, flesh torn and exposed, too gruesome to behold. Blackened, charred marks from branding irons scattered across his body, emitting a pungent, acrid odor. Yet despite enduring such brutal torture, Yu Fei's eyes remained clear and resolute. When he heard Qin Hui's voice, he slowly raised his head. He fixed his gaze firmly on the man before him. What brings you here? Yu Fei stood rigidly upright, his expression impassive, as if the events unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Yet his gaze remained utterly unflinching, as if these wounds were mere illusions. Oh my, Marshal Yu. I've come all this way to share some truly wonderful news with you. Qin Hui approached with a broad, insincere smile plastered across his face. The Jin people and the Emperor have reached a truce agreement. From now on, the realm will know peace, and the common folk can finally live in tranquility. At these words, Yu Fei's eyes, previously as still as water, instantly turned bloodshot, as if consumed by raging flames of fury. He fixed Qin Hui with a piercing stare, his gaze as sharp as two swords. It seemed as though he could pierce straight through the man's chest and devour him alive. The Emperor is deluded. Yu Fei's voice thundered with uncontrollable fury. Had I been granted more time, I would have led our army straight to Huanglong, reclaimed our lost territories, and restored our ancient capital. The Jin have always harbored wolfish ambitions. How could they genuinely seek peace? This is merely a delaying tactic.
Once we lower our guard, it will surely return in full force. The consequences then would be unimaginable.
As Yu Fei lamented with heart-wrenching anguish, his heart brimmed with grief, indignation, and helplessness. At that moment, Qin Hui, unusually, dropped his usual fawning smile, replacing it with a solemn expression. Straightening his posture, he faced Yu Fei directly and spoke slowly.
His Majesty is foolish? No, no, no.
Marshal Yu, in my opinion, the truly foolish one here is you. Having spoken, Qin Hui paid no heed to the sudden shock that flashed across Yu Fei's face, continuing his monologue unabated.
Consider carefully what you are doing. Returning to the old capital to welcome back the two emperors? Have you never considered where this would leave His Majesty? If you truly succeed in this grand endeavor, where would His Majesty go then?
Qin Hui's words cut like a bitter wind, piercing straight to Yu Fei's heart. Perhaps in your eyes, your actions are all righteous deeds. Yet to the numerous officials within the court and to the emperor himself, your conduct is nothing short of an unforgivable crime. At this point, Qin Hui narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a barely perceptible glint of cunning. Faced with Qin Hui's sharp accusations, Yu Fei felt 1,000 words welling up inside him, desperate to refute them. Yet for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Qin Hui's detestable face. His lips parted slightly, yet no coherent syllable emerged. Marshal Yu, truthfully, I have always held deep respect for you in my heart. But the situation now leaves us no choice. The Jin people's demands are merely a small sum of money and your life. If we meet their terms, not only will His Majesty be reassured, but we, his subjects, can also rest easy. Therefore, I'm afraid we must inconvenience you this time. Qin Hui sighed faintly, as if all this were done out of sheer necessity.
He sounds so reasonable. Why do I suddenly feel like he's right? Bull. He's clearly trying to frame Yu Fei. Ancient people just didn't have strong anti-framing mechanisms.
Yeah, his words seem logical at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, they're all flawed. On one side lies the loss of territory, on the other a life of compromise and survival.
Sweetie. We all know which choice to make. Zhao Go just wants to see who's emperor when the second emperor returns. Why would he kill him off mid-journey?
Amidst the heated discussion, Yu Fei, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up.
But if we proceed this way, aren't you at all concerned the Jin will keep attacking us over and over? Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Qin Hui couldn't help but snort derisively.
Oh, my dear General Yu, you needn't trouble yourself with such matters.
Even if the Jin truly invade again, what's the worst that could happen? We'd merely pay some tribute, cede a few territories, what harm could come of it?
With that, he waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away Yu Fei's concerns. Hearing this, Yu Fei's heart burned with rage. His eyes widened as he stared straight at Qin Hui, his voice thick with rage. You dare utter such words. At that moment, Yu Fei saw clearly the true face and sinister intentions of this treacherous minister before him. Yu Fei fixed his gaze on Qin Hui, veins bulging on his forehead. As if coiled dragons were about to burst free from their bonds. His chest heaved violently, his breathing growing ragged, his rage was utterly uncontrollable. After a long moment, Yu Fei forced down his rage and demanded once more.
On what grounds, then, do you seek to kill me?
Know this, though you have not achieved earth-shaking feats, I can say I have served with unwavering loyalty and dutiful dedication, never committing a single wrong. To execute me so casually, as if human life were mere straw, do you not fear this will unsettle the people and shake the resolve of our troops? Yet, faced with Yu Fei's righteous and stern questioning, Qin Hui reacted as if he'd heard the most absurd joke in the world. He burst into a loud, booming laughter, rocking back and forth until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. When the laughter finally subsided, he spoke slowly. Marshal Yu, you truly overestimate yourself. Recall when the founding emperor dissolved the military command over wine, did that stir any unrest? As for the reason to execute you, the phrase "no need for evidence" suffices. Chapter 63, A Hair's Breadth from Disaster.
Mo Su Yu?
Now I finally understand why that bastard insisted on kneeling on the ground even in death. Those 3 words alone will ensure his infamy for all eternity. To kill Marshal Yu with such a flimsy excuse for personal gain, utterly despicable. Hope the Research Institute shares the Wumu Temple's address afterward. I absolutely must go spit on his grave. This has my blood pressure skyrocketing. Qin Hui's words ignited a firestorm of outrage. Now, both supporters and detractors of Su Yu have united against him. Such baseless accusations against a loyal and meritorious general were unheard of. Meanwhile, Lu Chang's face was flushed crimson. He was popping quick-acting heart medicine while watching the show. He tried several times to speak, but no sound came out. In the damp, gloomy prison cell, Yu Fei had been sitting with his head bowed, lost in deep thought. When the words finally registered, he froze for a moment, as if momentarily unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. Yet, after only a moment, he seemed to understand everything. He shook his head slightly. Then a self-mocking smile spread across his face. Ha 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 ha. So that's it. So that's how it is. Yu Fei laughed loudly, his voice laced with gritted teeth.
But even if you dies here today, you treacherous scoundrels won't escape your fate. Heaven's justice is clear. Good and evil will ultimately receive their due reward. Before his words had fully faded, Yufei abruptly rose to his feet. Paying no heed to the heavy chains binding him, he strode resolutely toward the cell door. Each step was painfully laborious, yet carried an air of defiant resolve. What are you dawdling for? Do you expect this commander to wait here for you? Reaching the doorway, Yufei halted, turning to cast a cold glance at the guards trailing behind him before barking the order. From a distance, Xianyang watched every movement of Yufei. Though his face wore a deliberately feigned expression of regret, the slight upturn of his lips ruthlessly betrayed his true thoughts. He hastily waved to the guards beside him, feigning urgency as he shouted. Are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear Marshal Yu urging us on? Hurry up and keep pace. If Marshal Yu suffers the slightest inconvenience or discomfort along the way, you'd better watch your necks. With that, Xianyang dared not linger further, fearful that Yufei might detect his true intentions. He spun around and hurriedly left the cell, striding swiftly toward the imperial palace. Judging by his hurried demeanor, he was likely rushing to report Yufei's situation to Emperor Gaozong. Meanwhile, Yufei, escorted by several trembling jailers, slowly making his way toward the pavilion of wind and waves. It was the very moment of the spring festival celebrations. The famed city of Bianjing was immersed in a sea of joy and harmony. With the recent lifting of curfew restrictions, the entire city remained brightly lit and bustling with activity even after nightfall. Amidst the bustling city streets, children ran and played joyfully, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. From the taverns, the crisp clinking of wineglasses raised by the powerful and privileged could be heard as they toasted one another. Amidst waves of laughter and merriment, the scene was truly lively. Yet standing beside the wind and wave pavilion, Yufei presented a stark contrast. The surroundings were cold and desolate, with only the occasional chirping of birds piercing the deathly silence. This scene only served to accentuate the desolation and sorrow of the place. His prison robe, long since stained crimson with blood, hung limply on his frame. Exposed to the biting cold of the night wind, the blood had congealed into clots, clinging tightly to the fabric. Marshal Yu, the hour has come. It's time to go. A trembling jailer approached Yufei from behind, his voice slightly quivering. Yufei seemed not to hear, not even turning his head, merely letting out a cold snort through his nostrils. Oomph. Slowly, he raised both hands and carefully smoothed his hair, which had long since become a tangled mess. Then, he turned slowly, fixing the jailer before him with a steady gaze. His eyes revealed an indescribable mix of authority and bitter sorrow. After a brief pause, Yufei slowly knelt on one knee, bowing deeply toward the direction of the imperial court. Straightening his spine, he declared in a loud and resolute voice. Your Majesty, I earnestly hope you will bear in mind the heartfelt words I presented earlier. Though I depart this world today, I still sincerely hope your Majesty will not be deceived any longer by Qin Hui and his band of treacherous ministers, and will soon restore your wise and enlightened judgment. With that, Yufei slowly closed his eyes. His face did not reveal the profound sorrow and despair others had anticipated. At that moment, his deepest thoughts were solely for the future of the Song dynasty and for his elderly mother, whom he had not seen since leaving home to join the army. All these years, he had fought on the battlefield, serving his country with utmost loyalty, yet had no time to tend to his elderly mother at home. Was she still in good health? Was her life peaceful and content? At this thought, Yufei could not help but sigh silently within his heart. Mother, as you once taught me, since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to fulfill simultaneously. Your son has been unfilial. In this lifetime, I fear I will be unable to serve you at your side. Only in the next life can I repay your nurturing kindness. How could Yufei possess such profound patriotism even under these circumstances? I would have rebelled long ago. This is precisely why you people can't leave any mark in the history books. This is blind loyalty. Faced with this situation, the crowd couldn't help but feel frustrated. From a modern perspective, it's hard to comprehend such loyalty and righteousness. Yet the executioner gave them no time for lamentation or regret. He raised the great blade, already drenched crimson with blood, his face expressionless. The sharp blade glinted with a chilling, bone-freezing light in the cold air. It was now firmly aimed at Yufei's neck. The executioner drew a deep breath, then abruptly spat a mouthful of fiery liquor onto the blade. The liquid splashed onto the blade, instantly vaporizing into a mist that spread through the air. Farewell, Marshal Yu. Should you have any grievances, don't come looking for me, go find the Chancellor. As the executioner's great blade descended slowly, every heart in the room seemed to leap into their throats. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything around them fell into an eerie silence. Even the snowflakes drifting down from the sky seemed to pause mid-air. Yufei, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and glanced around with a peculiar look. Chapter 64, The Wind and Waves Pavilion. Just as Yufei was filled with confusion, a sudden voice drifted softly from behind him. Marshal Yu, I am a junior from a time over 700 years hence. I humbly ask for your understanding. Yufei whipped his head around at the sound. There stood a young man dressed in strange, exotic attire, standing quietly.
With just one glance, Yufei found himself believing the word 7 or 8 parts out of 10. Setting aside how utterly bizarre and peculiar the attire appeared to Yufei, simply the fact that this person possessed such extraordinary abilities. With a wave of his hand, he could halt the flow of time. Such a feat, unless originating from a future world. It must be a fallen immortal descended to the mortal realm. Behind the figure, a mysterious passageway shimmered with golden light. It continued to flicker and pulsate even now. Faced with this scene, Yufei could not help but believe. And this uninvited guest was none other than Su Yu. Why didn't God Su come sooner? Then Marshal Yu wouldn't have to endure such torture. Arriving now could have saved Yufei's life. Otherwise, I'll come through the internet cable and grab you. Overthinking it. Even if that's how it played out, it's just history to us. How could he possibly have saved him? Exactly. If it were possible, the Temple of Wumu wouldn't exist. After completing the formalities, Su Yu hurried forward, reaching out to help Yufei to his feet. However, the moment he drew near Yufei, he was startled to find the man instinctively take a small step backward. Su Yu instinctively looked up. His gaze instantly met Yufei's eyes, filled with tender affection. Yufei spoke softly. "Child, I am covered in grime and dust now. Do not let it soil your clean, neat clothes." Bathed in the cool water like moonlight, Su Yu could now see clearly. Yufei should have been in the prime of his life, barely over 40. Yet at this moment, his face bore the deep lines of hardship and time, looking utterly weathered. Holy crap! This scene brought tears to my eyes again. Even in this situation, he's still worried about dirtying Su Yu's clothes. He really makes me cry. His eyes remind me of my grandpa. I miss him so much. Just moments ago, Yufei was charging across the battlefield, his gaze sharp and fierce. How utterly ironic he looks now. Yeah, betrayed by the very nation he loved so deeply. His lifelong dream remained unfulfilled until his death. You can imagine how agonizing that must have been. "It's okay, Marshal Yu. This outfit isn't worth much," Su Yu said with genuine sincerity, then reached out without hesitation to support Yufei. Without waiting for consent, he gently guided him toward the wind and wave pavilion. Once Yufei stood steady, his gaze swept past everything before him, fixing directly on the distant direction of Bianjing City. At that moment, dazzling fireworks burst across the sky, their brilliant light illuminating Yufei's resolute yet weathered face. Time seemed to freeze. A full quarter of an hour passed as Yufei remained silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Finally, he sighed deeply and slowly turned his head toward Su Yu. His voice carried a hint of hesitation yet brimmed with anticipation as he spoke. "Young man, before you ask me a question, I too have one to pose to you." Hearing this, Su Yu hastily replied. "Marshal Yu, you're too polite. If you don't mind, just call me Su Kid. Whatever I know, I'll tell you everything without holding back." For some reason, faced with Yufei's humble and courteous demeanor, Su Yu felt a bit uneasy. Yufei furrowed his brow slightly, hesitated for a moment, then continued. "You would like to ask, how will the great Song dynasty and the imperial court ultimately unfold?" His words trailed off abruptly. The words that followed seemed to be forcibly choked back in his throat by some invisible force. After a long moment, he added. "In my present predicament, this is the only lingering doubt in my heart. I humbly request your enlightenment." Oh my god, he actually asked it out loud, and it's this question. If he'd asked about his mother, I could have accepted it. But to be stabbed in the back and still ask about state affairs. Is this what they call a loyal minister in ancient times? I really feel like I'm being blindly loyal here. Under these circumstances, not having breakfast is already me giving you face. After hearing Yufei's words, Su Yu suddenly understood. He gazed intently ahead as Yufei gently raised his right arm. In an instant, a dazzling golden light screen abruptly materialized before the two of them. Even knowing Su Yu possessed extraordinary abilities, the scene left Yufei utterly stunned. The golden screen was blurry at first, but as time passed, it gradually sharpened. Through the gradually sharpening veil, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded before their eyes. After your death, the Song dynasty seemed to lose its backbone, utterly forsaking the courage and resolve to stand against the Jin. The scene depicted Qin Hui and his coterie of treacherous ministers within the Jin camp's grand tent. The shameful spectacle of them signing that humiliating treaty, bowing and scraping. They surrendered vast territories and paid endless tributes, all for a fleeting peace. Those scholars and officials who once strutted about the Song court with haughty arrogance, as if their noses were in the air. Now, in the presence of the Jin, they resembled docile lambs, their faces plastered with fawning smiles. Their mouths spewed endless flattery, utterly devoid of any sense of shame. And so it was that the Song dynasty, from that moment onward, had its backbone completely broken by the Jins. Court ministers no longer cared for the safety of the nation and its people, focusing solely on plundering the wealth of the common folk to line their own pockets. Worse still, some dared to deceive the emperor, clouding his judgment, leading to ever-deepening corruption in the court and the nation teetering on the brink of collapse. When Yufei witnessed this heartbreaking scene before his eyes, his resolute eyes were already brimming with tears. Yet what surged within him now was not merely sorrow and anguish. There was also a growing, intense hatred for traitors like Qin Hui. Had it not been for the constant scheming and deception of Qin Hui and his ilk within the court, by his own strength, perhaps he would have already led his armies to reclaim the ancient capital,
restoring the lost lands to the great Song dynasty.
How despicable! Yu Fei truly wishes to tear you treacherous scoundrels limb from limb, devouring your flesh and blood to quench this burning hatred.
Must the great Song dynasty ultimately succumb to its doomed fate? Chapter 65, Stormy Skies.
Yu Fei before him glared with eyes wide, teeth clenched so hard his jaws bulged with fury. He looked as if he might shatter every tooth in his mouth. He listened intently to the voice coming from behind the golden curtain. Each word struck his heart like a heavy hammer blow. Just then, the wound that had begun to heal and scab over suddenly felt as though it had been struck by a tremendous force. They burst open violently. Blood gushed forth like a burst dam, drop after drop falling ceaselessly onto the cold floor. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, the shaking growing more violent by the moment. Standing nearby, Zhu Yu was startled by the sight and hurried forward. He extended both hands to steady the tottering figure of Yu Fei. He carefully guided him to sit down nearby.
Master Yu, please don't get so worked up. These events belong to the future, they have nothing to do with you. Zhu Yu murmured soothingly. Hearing this, Yu Fei's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He took a deep breath. He struggled to calm the turbulent emotions surging within him. As Yu Fei slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his face, flushed crimson with fury, gradually regained its normal color. Yet his eyes still flashed with unquenchable fury. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth and declared, I understand this principle well enough. But to think that the backbone of our nation, painstakingly built by you, could be so easily trampled into dust behind my back, it's simply unbearable. Zhu Yu nodded slightly, fully understanding.
The backbone of the nation, painstakingly built, had been crushed so effortlessly.
How could one not be enraged?
Yu Fei stared silently at the golden curtain before him. After a long moment, he finally opened his mouth, his voice low and tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Young man, Yu Fei said, a question weighs on my heart. How do you people of the future truly view Yu Fei? Zhu Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at these words. But he quickly composed himself and spoke. Lord Yu, throughout your life, you sacrificed your own family to defend the nation. Your loyalty to the country was unwavering, your dedication absolute, and you fought until your final breath. You are truly a national hero. Yet, his tone shifted as Zhu Yu's gaze drifted unconsciously toward the golden curtain. He continued. I'm not me, I don't have anything else to say to you Yi. Somehow I feel like Su God is about to start spouting nonsense. Even though I know it's acting, he feels more real than the real thing. Imagine how disappointed Yu Fei would be if he knew what we were saying about him. Amidst the chatter, Zhu Yu spoke up. But some also believe you lack political acumen, are overly blindly loyal, and unworthy of the title of hero. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. His laughter echoed through the quiet space, yet it sounded bitter and resigned. Blind loyalty? Ha! Perhaps that's true. Could their views really be identical to those of scoundrels like Qin Hui? Yu Fei shook his head as he spoke, his smile growing increasingly sorrowful. Oh my God, Lord Yu is about to break down. Don't listen to Su Shen's nonsense. We never said that. Exactly. Yu Fei is a national hero who wouldn't understand him? But the banner he fought under and his actions were genuinely puzzling. How else could he have met such a tragic end? Unless that emperor was a traitor to the Jin. He then gently patted the moss-covered stone bench beside him. Then he raised his hand, using the sleeve of his robe once dusty from campaigns, now slightly worn. He carefully wiped the dust from the stone bench. After finishing these tasks, Yu Fei turned to look at Zhu Yu, smiling as he beckoned. Come, young man, take a seat here. Tell me, why do people speak of you like this? Because you spent your entire life fighting for the nation, yet in the end, the emperor did not understand you, the civil officials in court did not understand you, and even many military commanders feared your achievements. Especially after the passing of the old General Zhongzhe, you stood alone, bearing all the misunderstanding. When you lost, you bore the pain and hardship alone. But if you had won? All that awaited you would have been endless suspicion and doubt. Zhu Yu gazed intently at Yu Fei as he spoke slowly. Later generations always point fingers from the sidelines, smugly convinced that if they were in your position, they would have long since raised the banner of rebellion against the court. Precisely because of this, such people regard your so-called loyalty as nothing but foolishness. Zhu Yu continued, his tone tinged with resignation. Yet Yu Fei remained silent throughout Zhu Yu's narrative, listening intently. His expression was focused and solemn, as if deeply contemplating every word Zhu Yu spoke. Only after Zhu Yu finished did Yu Fei give a slight nod before responding. They see only the surface. Have they ever considered the consequences? If even the Yu family army under my command were to rebel, what suffering would befall the countless innocent common folk across the land? When war erupts, it is always the defenseless civilians who endure the worst torment. At this point, Yu Fei raised his voice, his words resonating like the deep, resonant tones of a great bell, piercing the air with their force. Then, he raised his calloused hands and gently placed them on Zhu Yu's arm, continuing with solemn earnestness. The success of one general is built upon the bones of 10,000. This is no empty saying. Behind every war lies the sacrifice of countless lives and shattered families. As a commander entrusted with the sacred duty of defending our homeland, how could I lightly ignite the flames of war and plunge our people into even deeper calamity? With that, Yu Fei gave Su Yu's arm a firm squeeze before turning and striding toward the exit of the Wind and Wave Pavilion. Su Yu followed closely behind, showing no fear. After all, the man striding ahead of him was none other than the Duke of Yu. As they emerged from the Wind and Wave Pavilion, snowflakes drifted gently through the sky, light and pure as goose feathers. Yu Fei halted, tilting his head back to gaze at the swirling snow. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "Young man, look at this place. It is the great song of today, filled with rain and snow. The snow outside is like the rebellious Jin army. They seek to trample all Han people underfoot. They are the true devils. Therefore, we must fight." With that, Yu Fei pulled Su Yu back to face the Wind and Wave Pavilion. This represents the imperial court. From afar, it seems to shield against wind and snow, but in truth, it's already riddled with holes. It's fragile and unstable, ready to collapse at any moment. And I, Yu, shall be like an umbrella, shielding against the external storm. Yet within this drafty pavilion, other snowflakes will still drift in. If I were to direct this umbrella toward the most suffering and distressed people within the court at this moment, who do you think they would be? Su Yu answered without much deliberation. When a dynasty rises, the people suffer. When it falls, the people suffer. Yu Fei, unusually, broke into a smile, seemingly quite satisfied with Su Yu's answer. Whether we succeed or fail, it's the common people who suffer. The enemy always reaps the benefits. This is the treacherous scheme of the Jin people. Chapter 66, Qin Hui, the hawkish faction? They're trying to make us turn on each other. Their goal is crystal clear: either pressure Qin Hui and his ilk relentlessly to force the Yu family army into rebellion, or see Yu Fei meet his end. Mid-sentence, he abruptly paused, his gaze growing vacant as if his thoughts had drifted back to a distant past. After a brief silence, Yu Fei slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the snowflakes drifting down from the sky. They landed on his shoulders and face. Yet Yu Fei seemed utterly oblivious, standing there in stillness as the snow piled up freely. The current emperor may indeed be incompetent and tyrannical, but what crime have the common people committed? I recall when I left my hometown, I promised my mother with my own lips that I would remain utterly loyal to the court above and live without shame before the people below. This vow is etched into my heart like a brand, never forgotten for a single moment. As he spoke, Yu Fei's eyes gradually reddened, tears welling up at the corners. Looking back on his life, he could truly say he had no regrets. He had lived up to the trust and heavy responsibility placed upon him by the court, he had lived up to the earnest hopes of the common people, and he had lived up to his comrades in arms who had shared life and death with him. Yet the one thing that weighed heavily on his conscience was his elderly mother, waiting anxiously for his return in their distant hometown. That kind mother, who had endured hardships to raise him and hoped he would serve the court, now sat alone in that remote mountain village, waiting for him. Yet he could not return as promised. Yu Fei blinked hard, forcing back the surging emotions within. Taking a deep breath, he continued. The Yu family army I command wields only spears to repel foreign foes, never lances to strike against our own brothers. His voice was as firm as iron, every word radiating an unyielding resolve and spirit. Therefore, it is not that I, Yu, am blindly loyal. If one must put it that way, then my loyalty belongs to the common people of the great Song dynasty, to all the people under heaven. Hearing these words, I was instantly moved to tears. How wrong we were to misunderstand General Yu. Indeed, what a vast and noble spirit. To remain loyal to all the people under heaven, we truly deserve to be condemned. A national hero who truly deserves the title, we are unworthy to criticize him. The people suffer in times of prosperity, and they suffer in times of decline. How profoundly true. At that moment, they suddenly understood. The path before the temple of Martial Yu, trampled flat and smooth, was formed by countless people stepping foot upon it with reverence and sorrow. Perhaps only those who lived through that era and endured that catastrophe could truly grasp the magnitude of Yu Fei's greatness. Recalling those days, when the Jin army's iron hooves ravaged the land, shattering mountains and rivers, leaving the people in misery. At this critical juncture of survival or extinction, Yu Fei stepped forward, standing alone before his people. With his own flesh and blood, he blocked the enemy's fierce attacks and brutal slaughter. Yet this loyal general, whose sole concern was the safety of his people, ultimately met a tragic end outside Fengbo Pavilion, sacrificed to treacherous ministers and a misguided emperor. What a tragic and heroic end! Sadly, later generations initially misunderstood the very definition of loyalty. From the emperor's perspective, Yu Fei's actions might be seen as foolish loyalty. Yet in the hearts of the common people, he was undoubtedly a great hero who deserved every honor, protecting them like a celestial being descended from the heavens. It is a pity that such a towering hero, a pillar of integrity, was gradually distorted into a so-called foolishly loyal figure through the deliberate slander of those with ulterior motives. Gazing upon the gaunt, emaciated figure of Yu Fei before him, Su Yu felt an indescribable pang of pity welling up in his heart. This once feared Martial Yu, who had spent his life battling on the battlefield, enduring countless hardships, and sacrificing so much for his country and people. Yu Fei slowly turned his head, his gaze settling on Su Yu beside him, whose expression was solemn. His previously tense features gradually relaxed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. There's no need for this, young one. All these actions were undertaken willingly by this humble one. I hold no one else responsible. Yu Fei's voice was calm and resolute, like a deep pool untroubled by waves. Hearing this, Su Yu felt a stir within his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he still asked. Master Yu, there is one matter I do not understand. I humbly request your enlightenment. Yu Fei gave a slight nod, signaling him to speak freely. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu asked. During your northern campaigns, Lord Yu, why did you insist on fighting under the banner of welcoming back the two sovereigns? Without such a slogan, perhaps Emperor Gaozong would not have harbored such intense murderous intent toward you. After all, with his shrewdness, how could he not recognize your vital importance to the Song dynasty's realm and state? The words had barely left his lips when the smile on Yu Fei's face froze, replaced by a trace of bitterness and resignation. He shook his head gently and sighed deeply. Alas, it seems that even in later generations, no one can truly comprehend the heart of you. The so-called welcoming back the two emperors is by no means merely an empty slogan, it is the unwavering conviction within my own heart. Recalling the Jingkang incident, when the two emperors, Huaizong and Qinzong, were abducted by the Jin, it was an unspeakable disgrace for our Song dynasty, like a pillar of shame deeply embedded in the nation's backbone. As a loyal subject of the Song, bearing the responsibility to defend our land and protect our people, how could I stand idly by? Unless this root of shame is uprooted, how can I ever face the people of the realm? How could we restore the might of our great Song dynasty? At this point, Yu paused briefly, a flash of sorrow and indignation crossing his eyes, before continuing in a solemn tone. The world claims you as politically obtuse, ignorant of the ways of power and intrigue. Yet they see only one side of the truth. At that time, the nation teetered on the brink of collapse. Without rallying the people under the banner of welcoming back the two emperors to lift morale and unite hearts, how could we have stirred the nation's resolve to fight as one? How could we have led our soldiers to battle, shedding blood to reclaim our lost lands? The situation? Su Yu was also somewhat baffled by Yu Fei's words, but he said nothing and waited patiently. The situation at the time was that the emperor had ascended the throne only recently. From the imperial court to the military ranks, morale was unstable. Had I not raised this banner to ignite the army's hatred, the subsequent major victories likely would not have been possible. It wasn't that I didn't know what saying such things would lead to, but the circumstances forced me to speak them. Upon hearing this, Su Yu suddenly felt as if a fog had lifted. Indeed, a man like Yu Fei, it would be wrong to assume he truly didn't understand the weight of those words. Let me tell you something else you likely don't know. Without giving Su Yu time to ponder, Yu Fei continued. Truth be told, before the humiliation of Jingkang, Qin Hui was someone I held in considerable respect. What did I just hear? Yu Fei once respected Qin Hui? How could that be possible? Qin Hui's actions, how could they possibly earn Yu Fei's admiration? Could there be some hidden circumstances we're unaware of? Yu Fei's words instantly set the comments section ablaze. They never imagined Yu Fei could have held Qin Hui in such high regard. You may not know this, but Qin Hui had always been a staunch advocate for continuing the war. Chapter 67, Qin Hui, Chief Censor. Qin Hui a warhawk? The way he acted before Emperor Gaozong and the Jin envoys, where was the slightest trace of a warhawk? Yeah, his mocking words in the imperial prison made him look like nothing but a weak, treacherous minister. The odds of Qin Hui being a warhawk are slimmer than me being Qin Shi Huang. Enough bickering. Let's hear what Lord Yu has to say. When Yu Fei spoke these words, even the top official present looked puzzled. Qin Hui truly is an intriguing figure. If the situation unfolded as Yu Fei described, then something unknown must have transpired afterward. This reminds me of that certain comrade from earlier times. His expression remained as calm as still water as he spoke these words in a detached tone, his right hand tapping the armrest of his chair rhythmically. Behind him, a group of elderly men, all well past 60, bowed their heads, seemingly afraid to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Lu Chang had already settled past his initial excitement. He was now fully focused, pen and paper in hand, meticulously recording the relevant information. Yu Fei, meanwhile, watched Su Yu's astonished expression with keen interest and laughed. Doesn't all this seem utterly unbelievable? This man, who appears so treacherous, spent the first half of his life fighting valiantly against the Jin invaders. At this point, Yu Fei paused briefly before adding. Back in the days before the humiliation of Jingkang, the imperial court was actually not much different from today. It too was sharply divided into two distinct factions. The conflict between the hawks and the doves had been long-standing. Among the renowned pillars of the hawkish faction was none other than Qin Hui, a man later reviled by history. You claim to have methods, young man? Let me see them. Su Yu smiled faintly and nodded lightly. He rose slowly, and with a sweep of his arms, a dazzling golden curtain once again appeared before the assembly. In the imperial court, Emperor Huaizong of Song sat solemnly upon the dragon throne, symbol of supreme power. Yet his face was etched with profound worry, a sorrow seemingly impossible to dispel. At this moment, the Jin army's southward advance was as fierce as a tiger, and the nation was on the brink of collapse. What plunged Emperor Huaizong into despair was the apparent loss of the Song dynasty's will to resist the invaders. Worse still, the ministers within the court were increasingly inclined toward peace negotiations.
Is this the Song dynasty before the humiliation of Ginkang?
The court feels utterly stagnant.
Yes, it feels like stagnant water. Not a single minister believes victory is possible. How could they possibly win in this state? Unless Yu Fei had already been appointed Grand Marshal by then. Even Yu Fei couldn't turn defeat into victory under these circumstances. Didn't you see? Those soldiers outside have already given up. Under these circumstances, we have no choice but to start over from scratch. There's not a shred of hope in sight. Hey, look over there, isn't that Qin Hui? Just then, a furious shout erupted. Are all the ministers in this imperial court so utterly worthless? Are we to grovel and beg for mercy from the Jin invaders? Though not loud, the voice struck each heart like a heavy hammer, deafening in its intensity. The once clamorous court fell instantly silent, all eyes turning toward the source of the roar. A young man clad in a blue robe stepped forward from the ranks of the court officials. His posture was upright, his features resolute, and his eyes flashed with unwavering determination. Facing the lofty Emperor Gaozong, he showed no fear. He bowed respectfully, then spoke with righteous indignation. Your Majesty, this humble servant, Qin Hui, chief censor, has urgent matters to report. Zhao Ji, seated upon the dragon throne, lifted his gaze slightly. His eyes rested upon Qin Hui, who knelt below, before he spoke slowly. Rise, my loyal minister. No need for formalities. Speak quickly. With the emperor's permission, Qin Hui rose to his feet, stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful salute, and then spoke with grave solemnity. Your Majesty, concerning this campaign, this humble servant believes we absolutely must not seek peace. We must confront them resolutely and strike them with devastating force. These barbarian hordes dare to covet our central plains. Their wolfish ambitions are utterly outrageous. Should we yield now, it would only embolden their arrogance. Next time, they will act with even greater impunity and escalate their aggression. Therefore, only by delivering a crushing blow to teach them a lesson once and for all, showing them the might of the great Song dynasty, can we ensure the eternal stability of our realm and the peaceful lives of our people. Your humble servant, Qin Hui, is willing to personally lead the charge onto the battlefield and fight the enemy to the bitter end. As soon as Qin Hui finished his impassioned speech, the court erupted in a chorus of agreement. Several hawkish ministers stepped forward in unison, their voices ringing out. Your Majesty, Lord Qin speaks with profound wisdom. We too pledge to follow Lord Qin in repelling the foreign invaders and vow to defend our homeland to the last. Wait, is this really Qin Hui? Why do I keep getting the illusion that I'm watching Yu Fei? Who knew it was true? Qin Hui genuinely was a staunch hawk before this. How could someone who spoke such words later become a treacherous villain? I can't shake the feeling there's more to the story. Something's off more than off. Is this even the same Qin Hui we know? Yet the moment those words fell, the peace faction erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. They all turned their criticism toward Qin Hui and the other peace advocates, attacking them fiercely. The sheer intensity of their outcry suggested that if Emperor Huaizong Zhao Ji heeded the War Hawks Council, the Great Song would be plunged into utter ruin, ceasing to exist as a nation. At that very moment, Yu Fei stood in the imperial court, quietly observing the scene before him. An indescribable sense of familiarity welled up within him. How long ago had he himself stood in such a position? Regardless of whether his insights were right or wrong, whenever they touched upon others' interests, there would always be those who leapt forward without hesitation to hurl accusations and vehemently oppose him. This scenario was all too familiar to Yu Fei. Look at Qin Hui back then, he seems no different from me now. The only distinction is that I held my ground, while Qin Hui did not. After the humiliation of Jinkang, from His Majesty down to the ministers of the court, all were herded back like cattle by the Jin invaders. The entire Song dynasty lost all its dignity. After that incident, Qin Hui was released, but he became a changed man. He began desperately seeking peace with the Jin, crushing all pro-war factions. He had been utterly broken by fear. The 68th poem, the end of the Song dynasty. As Yu Fei's heavy, resigned sigh slowly dissipated into the air. The once glittering golden curtain seemed to lose its support, abruptly ceasing its display in that instant. All fell silent, save for the howling wind whistling through the air. To think back to those days had Emperor Huaizong not wavered and hesitated at the critical moment, unable to make decisive choices. Perhaps the humiliation of the Jinkang incident, which brought shame upon countless Song subjects, would never have occurred. It was his indecisiveness that plunged the entire Song dynasty into an abyss from which there was no return. Forever nailed to the pillar of infamy in history, it became an indelible wound in the collective memory of later generations. Later, when Qin Hui was released by the Jin and returned, he seemed like a different person, his character completely transformed. He began pursuing peace at any cost, almost madly, completely disregarding national dignity and the lives of his people. Thus, the curtain rose on the southern Song dynasty amidst a storm of turmoil. At that moment, Yu Fei lifted his head, gazing at the twinkling stars on the horizon.
His brows furrowed deeply, as if 1,000 sorrows and 10,000 doubts weighed upon his heart. He murmured to himself.
Younger generation, could it be that the great song truly holds no hope at all?
Before his words faded, puffs of white mist rose swiftly from his lips.
Yet in an instant, it dissolved silently amidst the swirling snowflakes blanketing the sky.
Su Yu, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, swiftly removed his own coat and hurried to Yu Fei's side.
Despite Yu Fei's fierce resistance, Su Yu forcibly draped the coat over him and declared,
"Sir Yu, please don't refuse.
It's just a small token of my humble regard."
Seeing this, Yu Fei knew he couldn't refuse Su Yu's kindness and could only nod lightly in acceptance. He reached out, running his fingers over the garment that appeared thin yet felt remarkably warm, sensing the care woven into its fabric. Moved, he asked. "Young man," Yu asked, "in the world you come from, does everyone wear such exquisite, splendid garments as you do?
And do they all have ample food to eat every day?"
In response to General Yu, "It is indeed as you say to I in the daily lives of people in the future, whether it be the coldest winter or the hottest summer, everyone can wear clothing sufficient to ward off the cold or beat the heat. As for food, there is an abundance of variety and ample supply. This is the most basic guarantee for us. Not only that, but even the former Jin people have, in the future, integrated into the Chinese land, becoming an indispensable part of the 56 ethnic groups of the Chinese nation." Yet, to everyone's surprise, after hearing Su Yu's words, Yu Fei showed not the slightest trace of anger. Instead, a dazzling gleam suddenly burst forth from his eyes. He couldn't help but applaud repeatedly.
"Ha ha ha ha! Excellent! Truly excellent! If this can truly be achieved, then endless wars will cease to rage across the land, and the common people will finally be able to live peaceful lives of contentment and prosperity. Good! Very good indeed!"
As he spoke, a look of profound satisfaction spread across his stern face.
"I'm crying my eyes out. Even now, Lord, you still thinks only of the people, not a hint of resentment. This is what it truly means to serve the nation and its people. Grandpa Yu, we're doing just fine now, you can rest easy. Su Shen has truly proven himself. Anyone who says this isn't a great show will have to deal with me. This program is perfectly suited for National Day."
The live chat flooded with comments like a tidal wave, igniting a frenzy over Su Shen's return.
Yet these viewers likely didn't know
that during that horrific online bullying incident, some among them had been participants. In a spacious, well-lit office at Kuaishou headquarters, Yan Guochang, Lu Jia, and Zhang Xiaoyu sat huddled around a computer, intently watching the livestream. As the scrolling comments filled the screen, Lu Jia could no longer contain his anger and broke the silence. "Look at these IDs. Let's be honest, these guys were among the most vicious attackers back then.
Now they're suddenly playing the good guys? It's disgusting. In my opinion, we should expose them all publicly."
Lu Jia shouted furiously, pointing at the screen.
In contrast, Yan Guochang appeared much more composed.
He calmly lifted his teacup, took a small sip, and then spoke slowly.
"What's there to get angry about?
The kid's got some talent after all. I've been wondering how he'd ever get out of this mess, and look, he actually convinced the higher-ups to let him perform during the National Day celebrations. You've got to hand it to him, he's pretty impressive." At this point, Yan Guochang paused briefly before stretching his arms wide and letting out a long, satisfied yawn. Then, while stretching his stiff body, he continued. "Ah, finally a chance to relax and get some proper rest. This constant grind has nearly worn my old bones to dust. I'm heading home for a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, Xiaolu, remember to coordinate with Su Yu to ensure he can resume his regular broadcasts smoothly."
With that, Yan Guochang rose without hesitation.
Without a backward glance, he strode straight out of the office.
"Lu, calm down.
In today's online climate, even if you're caught with the tiniest flaw, those keyboard warriors will swarm you like sharks smelling blood. They couldn't care less if you're innocent, they just need an outlet to vent their frustrations. Regardless of how these people live their real lives, right now they can stand on their so-called moral high ground, pointing fingers and hurling accusations at you, launching one so-called righteous trial after another."
Zhang Xiaoyu patted Lu Jia's shoulder gently as she offered earnest words of comfort.
After pausing briefly, she nodded at Lu Jia with a smile before turning her attention back to the live stream playing on the screen. The atmosphere on screen now felt heavy and oppressive. Just as Su Yu hesitated, wondering whether to speak up and break the silence, Yu Fei, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up first.
"Young man, might you tell Yu Fei the fate of the great song? Thus, I might finally lay to rest a lingering concern." Chapter 69, Genghis Khan.
Gazing at Yu Fei, Su Yu felt an indescribable pang of sorrow well up within him. He could not bear to witness the anxious, troubled gaze in the eyes of this hero who had devoted his life to his country and its people. Yet, when their gazes locked, Yu Fei's unwavering, resolute stare, all words of dissuasion choked in Su Yu's throat. In the end, Su Yu chose to yield. He slowly raised both arms and gently waved his hands. At that moment, a scroll shot swiftly from his sleeve. Trace a graceful arc through the air, the scroll gradually unfurled. As it unfolded, a rich ink fragrance wafted through the air. All eyes turned upward to behold a scroll painted with ink as black as night unfurling across the heavens. The scene depicted in the scroll was vividly lifelike, as if transporting people back to that momentous historical moment, the Battle of Yashan. In the scene, Song dynasty warships fought valiantly upon the surging waves, soldiers brandishing their weapons as deafening battle cries filled the air. The sea wind howled, whipping up white crests of foam that could not conceal the bloodshed and carnage of the battlefield. General Yu witnessed the final backbone of the great song, the Battle of Yashan. Su Yu's voice echoed in the wind, heavy with endless emotion and sorrow. The Battle of Yashan? Did the Song dynasty even have a backbone after Lord Yu's death? Wasn't it said they lacked any fighting spirit? This must be the Song dynasty's final battle. Look at those soldiers above, each radiates a spirit of readiness to die. I still don't believe the Song dynasty had any backbone. Look how they drove Lord Yu to his death. If they still lack fighting spirit when the nation is about to fall, they're truly beyond saving. Didn't you hear Su Donpa? The Song dynasty's last backbone. What does the emperor's cowardice have to do with us ministers? As the crowd debated, the figures in the scroll began to stir. Su Yu, seeing Yu Fei looking somewhat bewildered, began to explain. In the late Song era, a figure emerged in the north who made the world tremble, Temujin of Mongolia. Under his rule and conquests, Mongolia swiftly unified the steppes, first annihilating the Xia and Liao dynasties, and even destroying the Jin dynasty where Yu, General Yu, stood. After this, Temujin was honored with the title Genghis Khan, meaning Son of Heaven. He then launched campaigns into Europe, earning the moniker Scourge of God. There was no room left for resistance. His conquests even surpassed those of successive dynasties in the Central Plains. Having resolved the troubles at his doorstep, the Mongols finally turned their spearhead toward the great Song dynasty, clinging to life by a thread. Yu Fei furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the formidable Mongol heavy cavalry above, clad in black armor and radiating an intimidating presence. They surged forward like a black torrent, their heavy, urgent hoofbeats reverberating through the heavens, as if the earth itself trembled beneath them. Even Yu Fei felt a jolt of unease in his heart. He thought back to the Song dynasty, now in its twilight years, its national strength gradually waning. Compared to the well-equipped, highly trained Mongolian iron cavalry before him, the emaciated and untrained soldiers in the Song army were utterly defenseless. Facing the enemy's fierce charge and relentless assault, the Song soldiers appeared utterly helpless and powerless, like a flock of defenseless chicks. After only a few rounds of fierce combat, the Song army suffered heavy casualties. The once numerous soldiers were now reduced to a mere fraction of their original numbers. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, a scene too horrific to behold. Seriously, are the casualties this high? Seeing them charge makes me want to turn tail and run. Don't be naive. If they really charged, you wouldn't even be able to run away. Cavalry has always been the perfect counter to infantry. The Song didn't exactly lose unfairly. They'd be a tough opponent for anyone. These Mongols have even conquered Europe. Gazing at the scene before them, utter shock filled every heart. Young man, could it be that the Song dynasty fell at their hands? This Temujin is truly a prodigy. To forge such armor, once these heavily armored cavalry charge into infantry formations, it would undoubtedly unleash devastating destruction. Yet, for some reason, I never saw the iron floating towers arrive to counter them. Su Yu spoke slowly, a hint of awkwardness on his face. Lord Yu, after your passing, the Yu family army was utterly disbanded. Nearly every soldier suffered persecution to varying degrees. Because of this, the iron floating tower tactic was lost to the world. After listening quietly to these words, Yu Fei's face showed little discernible change in expression. He merely tilted his head back slightly, his gaze solemn and profound as he stared into the distant horizon, remaining silent for a long while. After a long while, he sighed softly and murmured to himself. I see. So it was I who brought about their downfall. Then, was it this Temujin who ultimately unified the Central Plains? Yes, though Temujin himself did not live to see it. It was his grandson, Kublai Khan, who established the Yuan dynasty. But later, a formidable figure rose from the ranks of beggars to overthrow the Yuan and re-establish a Han Chinese dynasty. Yu Fei was instantly captivated by Su Yu's words. That such a figure existed in later generations, rising from beggar to emperor. The difficulty of such a feat is nothing short of climbing to the heavens. If in another world, merely for restoring the glory of the Han, this you would drink heartily with him. Guys, do you think Su Shen is talking about old Zhu? Who else could it be? You've all witnessed old Zhu's life. The only one who rose from beggar to emperor was undoubtedly old Zhu. Exactly. To judge Zhu Yuanzhang's legacy, one must look beyond his tyranny and paranoia after ascending the throne. His rebirth of the Chinese nation alone earns him the title of a once-in-a-thousand-years emperor. The opportunity will come, Lord Yu. After that, the Yuan dynasty's iron cavalry surged like a raging tide, effortlessly shattering the southern Song's already crumbling, fragile defenses with overwhelming force. At this critical juncture, the Song dynasty resembled a fragile boat tossed in a raging storm. Amidst this peril, Emperor Duzong of Song passed away due to illness, leaving his 5-year-old son, Emperor Gongzong Zhaoshi, to inherit the throne. The court dispatched envoys repeatedly to seek peace with the Yuan court, but all efforts failed. Ultimately, in desperation, numerous ministers in the imperial court surrendered to the Yuan court alongside the young emperor Zhao.
What? Surrender? Young man, you must be joking with this you. Did you not just say this was the last backbone of the Song dynasty? How could you so easily bend the knee and surrender?
Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Yu Fei felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His eyes widened, and his face contorted with fury as he demanded an explanation.
To abandon peace negotiations and choose surrender instead, such treachery filled him with unbearable anguish. Yet, facing Yu Fei's raging fury, Su Yu remained as calm as still water, utterly unruffled.
He merely turned his gaze silently toward the sky above. Lord Yu, please calm yourself. The true backbone of the Great Song has yet to make its appearance. They are the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, common people, and court ministers who made the ultimate sacrifice in the Battle of Yashan, along with the last emperor of the Great Song. It was they who composed a heroic and stirring anthem with their blood and lives, defending the final dignity and integrity of the Great Song.
Chapter 70, The Yashan Imperial Retreat.
No sooner had Su Yu finished speaking than the scenes within the mysterious scroll shifted once more. One by one, the imperial ministers collapsed lifelessly beneath the Yuan invaders' sharp blades. Blood spattered everywhere, staining every inch of the imperial court red.
Meanwhile, ordinary citizens were not spared either.
Under the Yuan forces' brutal rampage, they were slaughtered mercilessly like ants.
Scene after scene of unimaginable horror unfolded, relentlessly shattering the mental defenses of Yu Fei and the audience witnessing this live broadcast.
To the Mongols, these Han Chinese within the capital were no different from swine or dogs. For these invaders, everything they encountered after breaching the city walls became spoils to be plundered and violated at will. Men became brutal playthings for the Mongols' slaughter and amusement, their lives rendered utterly worthless in an instant. Women became the pitiful tools for these beasts to vent their lust, enduring endless humiliation and torment. The entire capital had transformed into a living hell, suffused with the stench of despair, terror, and death. This horrific tableau resembled a hellish painting from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine and causing the hair to stand on end. Every detail revealed the ugliness of human nature and the brutality of war, too gruesome to look at, yet impossible to avert one's gaze.
I feel sick. This is barbaric. I'm launching a blitzkrieg on Mongolia tonight. How utterly innocent these common folk are, why slaughter them so indiscriminately? Now I understand why General Yu hated the Jin so intensely. Those who are not of our kind have hearts that are surely different. While the crowd remained immersed in fury, the situation on Yu Fei's side was equally grim. His piercing eyes, as if about to spit fire, fixed intently on the scroll above, never wavering for a moment. His hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles dug deep into his palms, blood trickling steadily from his fingers onto the floor. Those around him had yet to recover from the tense atmosphere, their eyes still fixed intently on Yu Fei. Suddenly, Su Yu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Subsequently, Consort Yang, under the strict protection of her brother, imperial uncle Yang Liangjie, fled in haste with her son, the second prince of our Song dynasty. After a harrowing journey, they finally reunited with court ministers in Jinhua. These ministers included Lu Xiufu, Zhang Shiji, Chen Yizhong, and Wen Tianxiang. Immediately thereafter, the group decided to enthrone Zhao Shi as supreme commander of the imperial army, while Zhao Bing was appointed deputy commander. However, Bian, the commander of the Yuan forces, refused to relent. He pursued the two princes relentlessly with his army, determined to capture them all. Left with no choice, the two princes continued their flight, ultimately escaping to Fuzhou. At this point, Su Yu couldn't help but sigh deeply before continuing his narrative. Before long, Zhao Shi, who had just turned 7, formally ascended the throne as emperor, becoming the new ruler of our Great Song dynasty, Emperor Duanzong of Song. He established the era named Jingyan. Simultaneously, he honored his birth mother, Empress Dowager Yang, consort of Emperor Duzong, as Empress Dowager Yang, and elevated his younger brother Zhao Bing to the title of Prince of Wei. Furthermore, Zhang Shiji was appointed Grand General to command the armies against the Yuan forces. Lu Xiufu served as Deputy Secretary of the Imperial Secretariat to assist in handling military and state affairs. Chen Yizhong assumed the position of Chancellor to oversee court administration, while Wen Tianxiang was enfeoffed as Minister of the Left and Duke of Xing, tasked with organizing the resistance against the Yuan. Yu Fei's taut nerves gradually relaxed as Su Yu explained in detail and with patience. Yet his furrowed brow remained unbroken. He pondered silently. Could such a fragile, storm-tossed court truly withstand the Yuan's fierce cavalry, sweeping in like a violent storm? At that very moment, Yu Fei yearned to instantly traverse time and space, to personally journey to that era. Armed with his burning passion and exceptional talents, he would forge anew a mighty Song dynasty. After Zhao Shi ascended the throne, the Yuan dynasty accelerated its campaign to annihilate the Song. In the second year of Emperor Duanzong's Jingyan reign, the situation grew increasingly dire as Fuzhou tragically fell to enemy hands. Faced with such peril, the small southern Song court led by Emperor Duanzong hastily fled to Quanzhou. At that time, Zhang Shiji, who was in charge of military command, requested ships from the local maritime trade office, which oversaw overseas trade, and from the Arab merchant Pu Shogung to continue their escape.
Unexpectedly, Pu Shogung, who had long harbored treacherous intentions, flatly refused their request without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhang Shiji, with no other options, made a decisive move. He ordered the forcible seizure of ships and then led everyone on a perilous voyage out to sea. Thus, the southern Song exile court was forced to abandon its original plan and instead sought refuge in Guangdong. Just as Emperor Duanzong and his entourage prepared to flee to Liezhou, a sudden and violent typhoon struck.
In an instant, towering waves surged violently.
The imperial vessel rocked violently in the raging storm and ultimately capsized and sank. Emperor Duanzong himself nearly drowned. Though he narrowly escaped death, the shock left him gravely ill. At this critical juncture of life and death, Left Chancellor Chen Yizhong proposed a bold plan to escort Emperor Duanzong of Song to Kampa for temporary refuge. Chen Yizhong then departed ahead of schedule to Kampa to make the necessary arrangements. Unexpectedly, despite repeated summons from the two emperors, he consistently ignored them.
Ultimately, this once powerful left chancellor chose to flee to distant Siam, where he died in exile.
After his death, his younger brother, the 7-year-old Prince of Wei, Zhao Bing, ascended the throne under the era named Xianyang. Following Zhao Bing's accession, Left Chancellor Lu Xiufu and Grand Tutor Zhang Shiji escorted him to Yashan, establishing a stronghold there to continue the resistance against the Yuan. In the scene, Lu Xiufu knelt solemnly before the seemingly makeshift imperial court. His voice was firm and resolute. "Your Majesty, Empress, we have nowhere left to retreat. I implore your Majesty to issue the decree at once. This humble servant and all the court ministers are prepared to fight to the death. Should those barbaric foreign invaders dare to harm your Majesty, they must first trample over our corpses." No sooner had he spoken than when Tianxiang and the others strode forward, kneeling without hesitation. They cried out in unison, "Your Majesty, Empress, issue the decree at once." At that moment, the young Emperor Zhao Bing was only 7 years old, yet his small frame held a resilience and spirit beyond his years. Slowly, step by step, he descended from the imperial throne, the very symbol of supreme power. Facing the assembled ministers, his childish voice rang out. "Though I ascended the throne in the nation's hour of peril, in my eyes, the great song of today is finally complete and whole." Empress Yang, standing above him, showed no sign of weakness. Her gaze swept sharply across the assembly as she declared with passionate fervor, "Since those traitorous rebels are determined to usurp the vast lands of our Song dynasty, this empress will make them pay a bitter price. Here at Yashan, we shall ensure they forever remember that the people of the Song are not to be trifled with."
Chapter 71, The Battle of Yashan.
Just as the handful of people inside the tent were urgently discussing countermeasures, a deafening clamor suddenly erupted outside.
It seemed as though the entire earth trembled at this sudden commotion.
Before long, a panicked soldier burst into the tent like a whirlwind, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists as he reported,
"Your Majesty, disaster strikes. The Yuan forces are advancing. You must make a swift decision and take command."
Hearing this, Empress Yang, seated regally at the head of the tent, sprang to her feet. Her beautiful yet resolute eyes fixed intently on the entrance, as if trying to pierce through the thick tent curtains to discern the situation outside.
Taking a deep breath, she declared in a clear voice, "Very well, my loyal ministers. Since the Yuan have chosen to attack, let us show them the indomitable spirit and unyielding resolve of the Great Song." Before her words had fully faded, she reached out to take the young Emperor Zhao Bing by the hand and slowly made her way toward the tent's entrance. As Empress Yang and Zhao Bing passed by Lu Xiufu and the others, the men swiftly followed in single file. The moment she stepped outside the tent, Empress Yang scanned the dense, orderly ranks of soldiers before her. Raising her voice, she proclaimed, "Brave warriors of the Great Song, my sons, I am the Empress Dowager of this empire. Today, I stand here to fight alongside you." The moment Empress Dowager Yang's voice rang out, the countless soldiers standing solemnly outside the tent, as if hearing a charge horn, simultaneously dropped to their knees and shouted in unison, "We pay homage to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. We pay homage to His Majesty the Emperor. We are willing to brave fire and water for the Great Song, and die 10,000 deaths without regret." Their voices thundered like rolling clouds, piercing the heavens. Empress Dowager Yang raised her hand slightly, signaling the soldiers to rise. She then continued her impassioned speech. "Since the founding of our Great Song dynasty, over 300 springs and autumns have passed. During this time, we have witnessed the supreme glory of Emperor Taizu establishing an era of prosperity, yet we have also endured the excruciating humiliation of the Jingkong incident. And now, in this very day, the Mongols dare to covet the last inch of land where we Han people survive. I ask you all, can we possibly tolerate such an outrage?" At this point, Empress Dowager Yang's eyebrows shot upward in fury, her face contorted with rage. "Today, this palace vows that not a single Yuan dog shall return alive. Soldiers, march forth with confidence. I shall personally beat the drums of battle from the rear lines to rally your spirits. His Majesty watches over you from behind. Should we succeed today, every soul present shall be rewarded with 1,000 pieces of gold and the title of Marquis of 10,000 households." With that, Empress Dowager Yang, her face streaked with tears, gently placed the still childlike Zhao Bing into Lu Xiufu's arms. Her once beautiful eyes were now bloodshot, tears welling in their sockets.
Yet this resilient Empress Dowager clenched her lips tightly, fighting desperately to keep the tears from falling. Then, with a slight tremor, she brushed her sleeve lightly across her face. Resolutely turning away, she strode forward with firm, straight steps toward the military drum not far ahead. Reaching the drum, Empress Dowager Yang took a deep breath, seized the drumsticks, and began striking the drum with fierce, unhesitating force. The deep, powerful drumbeats, seemingly carrying boundless grief and resolve, echoed relentlessly through the layers of the crowd. This thunderous drumbeat became an invisible force, violently striking the hearts of the soldiers fighting fiercely at the front lines. Brothers! Those Yuan dogs, those bastards have brutally slaughtered our wives, children, and elders. Now they dare to destroy the vast lands of our Song dynasty. Damn it all, I'll give my life today if it takes it to fight them to the bitter end. A furious roar erupted, piercing the heavens. Immediately, several more shouts followed, survive today, and every one of us brothers will become noble heroes. Killing one enemy isn't a loss if we can take down a couple more, we'll be making a killing. Let's fight them to the death. In an instant, cries filled with fury and heroic fervor rose in waves, echoing relentlessly from the ranks of the army. At first, these voices were scattered and isolated, but they soon gathered like sparks, igniting the indomitable spirit of the entire Song army with the force of a raging wildfire. Yu Fei gazed silently at the vivid scene unfolding on the scroll in his hands, his eyes unconsciously welling up with tears. Wasn't the scene unfolding before him precisely the vision he had longed for in his heart? Within the painting, the sovereign and his subjects stood united as one, their resolve as firm as a fortress, jointly repelling the relentless, tidal wave-like onslaught of the invading barbarians. Resolve and courage shone on every face as they fought fearlessly, heedless of life or death. All to protect the beloved land behind them and the common people who lived upon it. Yu Fei's mind raced with thoughts. How wonderful it would be if time could be reversed, allowing him to return to that moment. Alas, it was all too late now. All the glory and splendor had become fleeting as smoke. And just moments ago, Su Yu had declared this would be the final battle for the Song dynasty. At this thought, Yu Fei's right hand clenched unconsciously, his fingernails digging deep into his palm without him feeling the pain. For he knew deep down that this final battle was where the true spirit of the Song dynasty lay. This Song dynasty truly is something even its Empress Dowager possesses more backbone than its previous emperors. As Su Yu put it, this is likely the battle that will end the nation. The final outcome will probably be defeat. The Song dynasty should have lost this way long ago. If they truly cling to life in such a pitiful state, then death would be preferable. Who would choose death over life? At that moment, the live chat flooded with comments like a surging tide. The discussion grew louder and louder, the atmosphere becoming intensely heated and tense. On the live feed, the Song army had swiftly completed their assembly. Each soldier stood tall and spirited, their eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve despite visible fatigue. These Song soldiers had fled all the way here, many without fully replenished equipment. Some carried only crude spears and shields as weapons. Yet the enemy they faced was the Yuan iron cavalry, heavily armed, well-trained, and brimming with fighting spirit. The Yuan soldiers, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp scimitars and spears, rode their warhorses with a fierce whinny, resembling a pack of ferocious beasts about to pounce on their prey. Despite the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, astonishingly, not a single soldier in the Song army showed the slightest hint of fear or retreat. Every warrior stood tall, eyes fixed intently on the advancing Mongol army, their fierce gazes seeming to devour the enemy whole. They gripped their weapons tightly, radiating an aura of readiness to die for their cause. Brothers in arms, make those Yuan dogs pay. Charge! Chapter 72, Journey with the Sovereign. Amidst the deafening, sky-piercing battle cries, the Song soldiers leaped like tigers descending a mountain, landing on sturdy vessels one after another. Each wielded sharp blades, their eyes blazing with fury as they charged relentlessly toward the Yuan forces. Amidst the thunderous drums beating on both sides, the vast waters surrounding Yashan instantly transformed into a terrifying battlefield. The thunderous clashes of warships colliding echoed like rolling thunder across the sky. The piercing screams of men slaughtered on both sides rose and fell in waves, echoing ceaselessly across the skies above the Yashan waters. Rivers of crimson blood flowed like a burst dam, staining the once azure sea red. Countless fragments and debris from shattered warships bobbed on the waves, blanketing the entire sea surface. The sight was a desolate, heart-wrenching mess. Empress Yang stood atop the lofty war drum platform. Her once beautiful eyes were now bloodshot, brimming with tears. Yet her gaze remained fixed, unwavering, on the fierce battlefield below. Her hands gripped the heavy drumsticks tightly, striking the massive war drum with force, blow after blow. As if seeking to rally the morale of her own soldiers through this act. Even though her delicate palms had long since been raw from the rough drumsticks due to the prolonged, intense pounding. Blood seeped from her fingers and dripped down, yet she remained utterly oblivious. Time ticked by, and the slaughter dragged on for an entire day. As night fell and the sun sank below the horizon, the sea was littered with countless mangled, bloated, and pallid corpses. These once vibrant lives had become cold, lifeless shells, floating silently in the blood-stained sea. A closer look revealed that not a single one of the 100,000 Song soldiers had survived this brutal battle. Empress Yang, who had remained steadfast on the battle drum platform, witnessed this heartrending and tragic scene, her heart filled with profound sorrow.
An uncontrollable surge of rage and despair welled up within her.
Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, her body swaying precariously as she nearly tumbled from the battle drum platform. But she forced herself to endure the pain, straightened her back, and looked up at the sky with a sorrowful sigh.
Heaven! Could it truly be that the heavens seek to destroy our Song dynasty?
After uttering these words, she abruptly drew the sword hanging at her waist and without hesitation placed the blade against her own pale neck. Gripping the sharp blade tightly, she summoned every ounce of strength within her. With unwavering resolve, she drew the blade across her throat. In an instant, blood spattered like a crimson lotus blossoming in midair. Shockingly, she showed not a single flicker of struggle. She simply fell backward. Her body crashed heavily onto the cold, hard drum platform, producing a dull thud. With that sound, the entire world seemed to fall silent, no trace of her voice or breath remaining. Meanwhile, not far behind the military tent, Lu Xiufu stood covered in blood, his hair disheveled, yet the long sword in his hand never ceased its relentless swing. Each swing sent a spray of blood flying, splattering onto the surrounding ground. In his arms, the young Emperor Zhao Bing was held tightly.
His small face was deathly pale, eyes tightly shut, unable to bear witness to the bloody, brutal scene unfolding before him.
Lu Xiufu fought desperately against the advancing Mongol forces while slowly retreating. Gradually, they were driven to the edge of a cliff, with no retreat left.
Behind them lay a bottomless precipice, its depths plunging into an endless expanse of surging sea below. Waves crashed against the rocks, their roar echoing relentlessly.
Seeing this, the Yuan soldiers halted their pursuit. They encircled Lu Xiufu and Zhao Bing, forming a tight, impenetrable ring. Yet even in this desperate predicament, Lu Xiufu did not relinquish the long sword in his hand, now drenched in blood. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently as sweat and blood mingled, streaming down his cheeks. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the surrounding enemies, showing no sign of weakness. Before long, a burly man clad in heavy armor slowly emerged from the Yuan army's ranks. This man was burly, with broad shoulders and a thick waist, his face covered in fleshy folds, giving him a formidable appearance. Yet when he spoke, his halting Mandarin sounded almost comical. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. "My most revered Lord Lu Xiufu, the great Song has now fallen. You and this young emperor are cornered, with no escape. Our great Yuan dynasty offers sincere terms. If you, Lord Lu, choose to surrender and pledge allegiance, high office and generous rewards await your selection. But, you must first hand over this young emperor beside you to us." Zhao Bing turned deathly pale at these words, his entire body trembling violently.
He clutched Lu Xiufu's robe as if it were his last lifeline, simultaneously trying desperately to hide behind Lu Xiufu's back. His tiny frame nearly vanished entirely into Lu Xiufu's shadow. These words held undeniable allure for everyone present. After all, at this very moment, the Song dynasty lay in ruins, its lands shattered. Apart from Lu Xiufu, the loyal guardian standing beside the young emperor, and the powerless child emperor himself, there was truly nothing left. Upon hearing the words, Lu Xiufu's lips curved slightly upward, and he couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on the man before him, his voice cold with derision. "Humph. Your words are more melodious than a song. But if I were to truly agree to your demand, do you really think you would spare me?" Seeing this, the opposing commander's previously unwavering stance seemed to waver slightly, the ground beneath his feet appearing to shift ever so slightly. He hastily retorted. "Of course it is absolutely true. Our great Han dynasty has always valued keeping our word. In your Central Plains terms, it is a promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold, a word as heavy as 9 tripods." Yet before his words had fully faded, Lu Xiufu suddenly glared with eyes wide with fury, pointing at him and cursing viciously. "Ha! You Yuan dogs! How could we Han people ever stoop to consorting with savages like you? If I were to agree to your terms today, Lu Xiufu would bear eternal infamy, becoming a name reviled for millennia. Even in death, I would never bow my head to you." Before his words had fully faded, Lu Xiufu gave his opponent no chance to respond. Resolutely crouching down, he spoke to the young Emperor Zhao Bing with gentle yet unwavering resolve. "Your Majesty, the great Song has fallen. Its reign is no more. Allow your humble servant to accompany you on this final journey of life. The tragedy of the Jingkong humiliation must never be repeated." With that, Lu Xiufu embraced Zhao Bing without hesitation and leapt off the cliff. Their figures vanished instantly into the depths of the vast ocean. Chapter 73, Rebuilding the Temple. Yu Fei stood frozen, his gaze fixed straight ahead. He had witnessed Lu Xiufu clutching the young Emperor Zhao Bing tightly, resolutely plunging into the bottomless abyss. Below, the surging waves roared like raging beasts, instantly swallowing Lu Xiufu and Zhao Bing whole. Not even a ripple disturbed the surface, as if they had never existed at all. "No!" Yu Fei suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice piercing the heavens and echoing through the valley. As if awakening from a nightmare, he ignored the excruciating pain from the horrific wounds covering his body. Like a madman, he thrust his hands toward the sky, as if trying to grasp the rapidly falling figures of Lu Xiufu and Zhao Bing. Yet all was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the two figures grew ever more distant, until they vanished completely into the vast sea of clouds. Zhu Yu, witnessing this tragic scene beside him, felt an equally profound sorrow. Before traveling to this era, when he had read this historical account, he too had been filled with grief and indignation. He couldn't shake the feeling for a long time. On one hand, he deeply regretted Lu Xiufu's heroic sacrifice. On the other, this act had indeed restored the last shred of dignity to the crumbling Song dynasty. Zhu Yu slowly approached Yu Fei, gently placing a hand on his shoulder as he offered quiet words of comfort. General Yu, this is now a century-old past. Please try to find peace and move forward, do not grieve excessively. Yet Yu Fei seemed utterly deaf to Zhu Yu's words, standing motionless in place. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, his entire being seemingly devoid of spirit. Time ticked by, second after second, as Yu Fei stood there in a daze, lost in thought for an unknown duration. Finally, he drew a deep, heavy sigh, as if slowly awakening from a nightmare. My youth has made a fool of me. I've contemplated many ways the great Song might fall, but never imagined it would be like this. Yu Fei sat there in the snow, gazing at the sky where the sky curtain had already dissipated. Lord, you must be suffering terribly. It's all Su Shen's fault for showing him this scene. Why blame Su Shen? Would the Song dynasty have survived if he hadn't revealed this? It's not Su Shen's fault either, but it was truly horrific. 100,000 Song soldiers perished without a single survivor, the empress committed suicide, and the last minister leapt into the sea clutching the young emperor. Who could bear witness to that? This actually granted the Song dynasty a measure of dignity. Given their previous conduct, without this final battle, their historical reputation might have been even worse than the Qing dynasties. Just as the commenters were debating fiercely, number 1 on the city gate tower also stood up. He saluted the sky screen. This was not admiration for antiquity, but reverence for the fallen heroes. They were kindred spirits, lifelong fighters for the people's welfare and peace. Number 1 turned to Old Chen and declared, "Record this video properly. Not only today, but it must be broadcast continuously on television. Furthermore, compile the stories of Yu Fei and Lu Xiufu into a book to be included in school textbooks. Our children must grow up reading their tales." Meanwhile, not only was number 1 watching, but on the other side of the space-time continuum, someone else was also staring intently at this live broadcast. The voice commanded, "Song Zhong, go arrange it immediately. Rebuild a shrine for Wu Mu and Lu Xiufu so the people may come to pay their respects." With this done, I believe we've settled the topic for this year's palace examination. This man was none other than the Ming Taizu, Zhu Yuanzhang, residing in his bedchamber. Standing beside him at that moment were Zhu Di and Song Zhong, the commander of the Imperial Guard. It turned out that after Zhu Yu's last visit to Zhu Yuanzhang, he had specially left behind a compact and exquisite celestial screen. With this treasure at his disposal, Zhu Yuanzhang could freely view all the videos and live streams Zhu Yu released. It was precisely because of this that today's conversation held such profound meaning. Father, I recall feeling profound sorrow and indignation when I first read this tale as a child. Now that I've heard of this matter, I wish to step forward and handle it properly. What are your thoughts, Father? Zhu Di gazed earnestly at Zhu Yuanzhang as he spoke. At that moment, Zhu Di spoke before Song Zhong could utter a word. Ever since Zhu Yu's last visit, Zhu Yuanzhang had reached a profound realization deep within his heart, one born of careful deliberation. He knew deep down that Zhu Di was the most deserving candidate for crown prince. Thus, shortly after Zhu Yu departed, Zhu Di arrived at Yingtian Prefecture in response to the imperial summons. However, upon his arrival, he inexplicably received a beating. Despite this, he was subsequently granted the title and became the new crown prince. During this period, Zhu Di remained steadfastly by Zhu Yuanzhang's side, humbly seeking guidance and diligently learning how to handle complex governmental affairs. It was precisely through his daily interactions with Zhu Yuanzhang that Zhu Di gradually came to understand the full context of the entire affair. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunwen, once the esteemed crown prince, faced a dramatic reversal of fortune. Not only was he stripped of his title as crown prince, but he was also imprisoned and confined to the Xianyang region. Without an imperial edict permitting it, he was absolutely forbidden to leave even a single step. "Then this matter is entrusted to you," Zhu Yuanzhang said in a steady tone. He then gently lifted the teacup from the table, tilted his head back slightly, and took a delicate sip of the fragrant brew. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze, seated beside him, fell upon Zhu Yu on the screen. His eyes brimmed with admiration. "That Zhu lad has truly excelled in handling this matter. Last time, I merely gave him a slight hint, yet he managed to handle it so skillfully and appropriately." Instead of approaching it directly from the emperor's perspective, he chose to start the narrative from Yu Fei's standpoint. This approach indeed makes it easier for everyone to empathize and connect with the story. Hearing his father's unreserved praise for Zhu Yu, Zhu Di couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Father, there's one thing I don't quite understand. If Master Zhu possesses such extraordinary abilities, why would he be swayed by the words of commoners?" Facing his son's question, Zhu Yuanzhang did not rush to answer. Instead, he slowly turned his head. His gaze drifted toward the window. After a moment of silence, he withdrew his gaze and looked back at Zhu Di, asking in a measured tone, Fourth son, in your opinion, is the power of the people's words truly insignificant?
Upon hearing this, Zhu Di hastily clasped his hands in response.
Not at all, your majesty. I merely feel that. But before he could finish, Zhu Yuanzhang waved him off. Even if you stand high above all, possessing divine power, as long as you remain bound by the constraints of the mortal world, you will inevitably be affected by such matters. The idle gossip of the common folk can sometimes be a deadly sword. Chapter 74, To Be an Old Man by Westlake. After speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang gazed silently at the two figures in the sky. Zhu Di stood to one side with Song Zhong, both looking like frightened children. If only Yu Fei could come to aid us now. Before the wind and wave pavilion, Yu Fei had also calmed down. He clasped his fists toward Su Yu and said, Young man, thank you. You have no regrets now. Please restore this space. I can depart in peace. At this moment, Yu Fei had resolved all matters, his heart finally free of burdens. Though the outcome wasn't entirely perfect, it had finally untangled the knot in Yu Fei's heart. Master Yu, please don't be so hasty. After witnessing so many distressing events, allow this junior to show you something more uplifting. With that, Su Yu led Yu Fei to the nearby wind wave pavilion and gently guided him to sit down. He raised his hand and swept it toward the sky. Golden ripples traced across the celestial canvas from Su Yu's fingertips, and the thick clouds hovering over Linen City were torn apart by rays of light. Yu Fei's pupils reflected countless points of light coalescing into a colossal red banner. A resonant Xianyang dialect echoed from the gates of the imperial palace. The people of Huaxia have risen. In the holographic projection of October 1, 1949, the roaring cheers of 300,000 people nearly shook the wind and wave pavilion to its foundations. A scene Yu Fei had never witnessed in his 20 years of military campaigns unfolded before his eyes, a ragged old farmer kneeling to kiss the yellow earth. A bespectacled student tossed a copy of New Youth into the sky, while a child in a red scarf saluted the flag atop his father's shoulders. This is... Marshal Yu's sword tassel trembled violently. The bloodline of Huaxia you have guarded has finally been reborn from the flames. Su Yu raised his voice above the deafening cannon salutes. Look at that man in gray military uniform. He led our peasant brothers through 25,000 li. That gentleman with round glasses awakened 400 million compatriots with his pen. And those men in work clothes, they just pushed the victory of the Huaihai campaign out on wheelbarrows. The comment stream suddenly erupted with frantic activity. Tears welling up. Without the spiritual legacy of our forebears, how could we have this era of prosperity today? Please, Su God, let Marshal Yu see our current military. Su Yu smiled knowingly as the sky screen shifted to the northern frontier battlefield of 1950. The volunteer army march suddenly echoed across the frozen plains. Along the chosen reservoir at -40 degrees Celsius, an entire company of soldiers froze into ice sculptures while still poised for charge. Behind them lay the freshly captured stars and stripes. How dare the barbarians invade our sacred lands? Yu Fei abruptly rose to his feet, only to see a young soldier in a dogskin cap in the image shouting, "Defending peace in our motherland means defending our homeland." He rolled toward the tank formation clutching an explosive charge. Amidst the swirling ice crystals, the route map of the 38th Army's penetration into Soso perfectly mirrored the formation of Yu Fei's army during their great victory at Yancheng. Excellent. This is the true spirit of the Chinese people. Zhu Yuanzhang shattered the armrest of his dragon throne in the parallel timeline, while Zhu Di stared at the fiery bursts of Katyusha rockets across the sky, murmuring to himself. With such divine weapons, how could the northern Khanate's court not fall? Su Yu tapped the void lightly, transforming the sky into a temporal corridor. Spring 1978, breezes swept through Shenzhen's fishing villages as bulldozers roared across paddy fields. 1997, the Bohemia flag rose over Victoria Harbor as a white-haired veteran trembled, touching the handover countdown clock. In 2008, the Olympic flame pierced the night sky above the bird's nest, while banners reading "Adversity strengthens the nation" fluttered atop the ruins of Wenchuan. Such a sea of lights. Yu Fei gazed upon Shanghai's Lujiazui skyscrapers, their glass facades reflecting neon lights 100 times more dazzling than the Lantern Festival in Linen. Food delivery riders zipped past 24-hour convenience stores on electric scooters, while the red silk fans of square dancing grandmothers danced in harmony with the jade-adorned ribbons of Hanfu-clad girls. Suddenly, a bullet train streaked past the lens like a silver dragon, setting the comment stream ablaze. Marshal Yu, look! This is our modern-day steed. Beijing-Shanghai high-speed rail at 350 km/h, truly leaving White Emperor City amidst colorful clouds. Su Yu seamlessly overlays a comparison, an 800 li express horse galloping along a southern Song Dynasty postal road, neck and neck with the Fuxing bullet train. As the electronic display read Zhengzhou East Beijing West, 2-hour journey, the Yin Mountains abruptly rose on the sky screen, the mushroom cloud from the 1964 atomic bomb test staining the horizon crimson. Chen Shuesen's handwritten formula manuscripts intertwined with Dunhuang flying Apsara's murals, finally freezing on a Dongfeng 41 missile vehicle rolling through the Zura military parade ground. Could this be? Before Yu Fei could finish his sentence, Su Yu switched to footage of the Liaoning aircraft carrier. The J-15 carrier-based fighter jet roared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. The most breathtaking moment came with the Tiangong space station footage. As an astronaut exited the capsule, the deep blue Earth slowly rotated behind him. Wang Ximing's 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains transformed into a satellite remote sensing map, revealing every detail of China's 9.6 million square kilometers. So China can reach the stars. Yu Fei tilted his head back and drained his cup. This toast is to Marshal Yu. We have not disappointed you. Suddenly, millions of netizens simultaneously sent a wave of loyalty to the nation comments, filling the entire sky with the blood-red characters, "Return our mountains and rivers." Zhu Yu abruptly warped through time, materializing the manuscript of Full River Red at the Chinese poetry contest venue. As Professor Ming explained the line, "My ambition is to feast on the flesh of the barbarian foe," an African exchange student competing in the contest delivered the next verse with perfect pronunciation, erupting thunderous applause from the audience. At Yufei Temple by West Lake, young pioneers were polishing the kneeling statue of Qin Hui. The tour guide pointed to the plaque above the door and explained. These 4 characters, red heart shines like the sun and moon, inscribed personally by Marshal Yi. Suddenly, a group of Taiwanese tourists bowed collectively. A white-haired elder choked up, "We learned Grandfather Yu's story at Sun Moon Lake." The most moving moment occurred in a university history lecture hall. The professor pointed to a slide displaying a passage from the history of Song. Scholars now universally acknowledge that Yu Fei pioneered the Unite the Hebei region strategy, laying the foundation for future theories of protracted warfare. Young students raised their hands like a forest, vying to analyze the coordinated infantry cavalry tactics of the Battle of Yancheng. Zhu Yu concluded with extended shots of everyday life. In a Chengdu tea house, an elderly man scrolled through short videos of the legend of Yu Fei. In Wuhan's Hobu Alley, lanterns bearing the words "Loyalty to the Nation" hung overhead. At the revolving restaurant atop the Canton Tower, molecular cuisine shaped like dongpa pork was served. As the camera swept over Guizhou's Sky Eye radio telescope, a scientist suddenly raised his tablet. "Marshal Yu, this is Izhou, the city you once defended. It's now receiving electromagnetic waves from 13.7 billion light-years away. Is this a glimpse of the future, Sushin? Why do my eyes feel so sore? This is the true legacy of our Chinese heritage. May our future truly become like this. It's time to rebuild temples for these forgotten ancestors." At that moment, Zhu Yu opened a golden portal beside him with a flick of his wrist. An old man clad in imperial dragon robes emerged from the passageway. "Ha, Su kid, looks like you haven't forgotten us after all. Isn't that old Zhu? How did he get here? Isn't this supposed to be Yu Fei's special event? Is this actor really stealing the spotlight like this? Ever since old Zhu showed up, the whole vibe has been off. Marshal Yu, wanna tag along? We'll take you to fight the Tartars. Pick any battlefield you want, let's restore the glorious might of China." Zhu Yu grinned at Zhu Yuanzhang as he turned to introduce him to the bewildered Yu Fei. "This is Zhu Yuanzhang, founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, who came from the Han Wu era. It was he who, starting as a beggar, defeated the Yuan dynasty and re-established the legitimate rule of China." Hearing Zhu Yu's introduction, Yu Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. What a joke! Rising from beggar to emperor? That was more thrilling than any storybook tale. He immediately bowed deeply in respect, but his response caught everyone off guard. "Your Majesty's kindness is appreciated." Yu Fei adjusted his tattered prison robes, then turned and bowed deeply to Zhu Yuanzhang. To witness the enduring legacy of China's bloodline spanning 1,000 years, Pengzhu has no regrets. Yet. He gazed at the children playing in the sky and suddenly smiled. "If there is a next life, I wish to be an old man teaching children spear techniques by the shores of West Lake." Chapter 75, Echoes of the Afterlife. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Zhu Yu exchanged a glance with Zhu Yuanzhang, and the two shared a knowing smile. Zhu Yu smiled and said to Zhu Yuanzhang, "Your Majesty, I told you so." There was no persuading Lord Yu. Given his character, if he truly decided to leave, he would certainly choose to remain in the Song dynasty rather than follow you back to your Hangu dynasty. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang paused slightly before responding with a helpless laugh and a playful scolding. "Oomph. You insolent brat, you know no bounds. Fine, I admit defeat. But listen, Marshal Yu, should you ever change your mind in the future, the gates of our Hangu dynasty shall always stand open for you. We welcome your presence anytime." With that, Zhu Yuanzhang lingered not a moment longer. He turned and strode purposefully toward the golden curtain. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished within the curtains, leaving no trace behind. Yu Fei stood silently, gazing in the direction Zhu Yuanzhang had departed. After a long moment, he bowed deeply, performing a formal salute with utmost reverence toward that direction, and declared in a loud voice, "Pengzhu deeply appreciates your Majesty's profound kindness and recognition." At that moment, Zhu Yu spoke softly from the side. "Lord Yu, the hour is upon us. I must take my leave." Hearing this, a trace of unmistakable melancholy flashed across Yu Fei's face, but he quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile. "Very well, young man, depart swiftly. The wind is chilly here, take care not to catch a cold. To witness all this with my own eyes today leaves no regrets in my heart. Knowing that the people of future generations will live such peaceful and happy lives is enough for me." Yu Fei's eyes brimmed with affection as he looked at Su Yu, as if he were observing a member of his own family. No, Lord Yu. Wouldn't it be better to follow old Zhu? Yeah, someone as loyal and patriotic as him would never face the same fate under old Zhu as he did under Zhao Go. If Lord Yu dies again, I won't even want to watch. Are you all out of your minds? This is all computer-generated illusion. Does this Su Yu really think he can bring Yu Fei back? If he really had that power, he'd have been arrested for research ages ago. Hey, upstairs. Who cares if I enjoy it? With that, Yu Fei strode resolutely toward the pavilion of wind and waves. That place where he should have met his end, the final chapter of his life. Standing before the pavilion, Yu Fei slowly turned and addressed the young man behind him. Young man, depart quickly. Let time flow anew. Yu has come to fulfill his destiny. With that, he bent his knees once more, preparing to kneel as he had during his execution. But at that moment, a strong hand reached out from behind, steadying his body just as he was about to kneel. Master Yu, please do not do this. My intention was never to depart alone. If you are willing, I hope you might accompany me to the future, to witness the prosperity and splendor of China today. Su Yu pleaded earnestly. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of light instantly danced in Yu Fei's eyes, like a spark of hope igniting in the darkness. But that light vanished as quickly as it had appeared, fading back into darkness. Young man, I appreciate your kindness. Yet I still wish to remain here, to gaze upon the vast landscapes of the Great Song Empire one last time. Yu Fei's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing Yu Fei's stubbornness, Su Yu couldn't help but wear an expression of helplessness. He understood the national hero's integrity and profound devotion to his country, yet faced with the inevitable tragic fate, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of urgency. General Yu. You know your fate. Staying here means certain death. Must you wait until your head rolls before you go to see the Song dynasty's landscape, now utterly transformed beyond recognition? Su Yu cried out in anguish. Seeing Yu Fei remain unmoved, Su Yu knew further words would not sway this hero. He resolved not to waste time, instead extending his hands and slowly sliding them through the air. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly filled the air. General Yu, please let Su the Divine return. You're a superstar now. Our nation has included your renowned Full River Red in the textbooks. From now on, every child must study it diligently. The voice seemed to pierce through time and space, abruptly appearing in the air. Yu Fei, who had kept his head bowed, abruptly lifted it, his face filled with astonishment as he gazed upward toward the source of the voice. Immediately after, several more shouts followed in quick succession. Grandpa Yu, Ernio has been waiting here for you all along. Ernio wants you to teach me how to use a spear. Marshal Yu, please return with us. The world of later generations is boundless. It can certainly accommodate a great man like you. These voices rose and fell in waves, continuously drifting down from the sky. They were the bullet comments sent by the enthusiastic audience. At this moment, the viewers witnessing it all could no longer contain their excitement and fervor. They began rapidly typing their thoughts into the live chat window. In an instant, the entire screen was filled with a dense sea of text, overflowing with expressions of admiration, anticipation, and welcome for Yu Fei, leaving one dazzled. General Yu, when you arrive, you absolutely must try my homemade pancakes. They're delicious. And my rice noodles. When Lord Yu arrives, I'll cook them for you. Don't hit me when the marshal arrives. I'm the gene person you mentioned. Sushin is so cool. Who knew there'd be a segment like this? Lord Yu, can you see this? Lord Yu, please say something. Hearing the voice echoing from the heavens, Yu Fei, usually stern and unsmiling, couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. He even let out a hearty laugh. Young man, what exactly are these things? Yu Fei asked curiously. Su Yu, standing beside him, replied. These are all voices from people of later generations. Wouldn't you like to hear what they have to say, Lord Yu? After hearing Sushin's explanation, Yu Fei couldn't help but lift his head once more, his gaze fixed upon the expansive sky. This time, his gaze no longer held the same confusion as before, but instead brimmed with tenderness and warmth. Very well, children. Grandfather Yu blesses you all here. Remember to eat your meals on time so your bodies can grow strong and sturdy. Exercise diligently every day to maintain healthy physiques, and most importantly, when you grow up, strive to make your own contributions to our nation. At that moment, Yu Fei resembled a kind grandfather offering gentle, heartfelt advice to his beloved grandchildren. Who could have imagined that in the final moments before life's end, Yu Fei would experience such long-lost warmth and care? For a man who had weathered countless battles and storms, this feeling was profoundly precious and rare. Very well. I promise you, I will return with you all. Yu Fei declared with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. Chapter 76, a shock that would last 10,000 years. Su Yu gazed at Yu Fei, who had finally nodded in agreement, a smile on his face. A hint of unmistakable delight flashed across his features. He swiftly stepped forward, extending both hands to carefully help Yu Fei rise from the ground. Lord Yu, since you've agreed to this matter, it's time for us to set out. Su Yu murmured softly, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. Yu Fei slowly raised his head, gazing up at the silent night sky. At that moment, the snowflakes had long ceased falling, yet they seemed frozen in time, suspended motionless in the air. Yu Fei gazed at the flawlessly white snowflakes, a wave of emotion welling up within him. He let out a deep sigh. Very well, very well. You shall accompany you on this journey. As soon as the words left his lips, the two shared a knowing smile before striding side by side toward the golden glowing curtain Zhu Yu had opened. The instant they stepped through, their entire beings seemed to merge into a sea of light. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, leaving only the golden curtain behind them, gradually fading into obscurity. Simultaneously, the enormous image suspended above the square began to blur and fade. Finally, it dissipated like a wisp of smoke into the sky. Number 1, who had been sitting quietly observing the entire scene, rose to his feet. He gently brushed away the faint dust clinging to his clothes, turned to Old Chen beside him, and spoke in a measured tone. Old Chen, this performance has finally drawn to a close. I must say, the show was truly breathtaking. Go notify the Kuaishou team to continue their follow-up coverage. And as for those who hold public office yet still scheme to gobble up the dog food handed out by foreigners, you'd better deal with them properly. With that, Number 1 strode purposefully toward the city gates without looking back, his resolute footsteps carrying him swiftly out of sight. Meanwhile, the situation on the comment stream was even more explosive. Sushin, don't go. I haven't had enough yet. I'll get justice for you over that last incident. Exactly. After this two-way livestream, let's see who dares call Sushin a fraud or accuse him of fabricating history. I've always said Sushin is the real deal, but no one believed me. Now look, even those who were bashing him just days ago are defending him here. Seeing Sushin triumphant, you're suddenly groveling for mercy? Don't make me track you down through your internet connection. I want to see what Yu Yi looks like in the modern world. Can we get a special episode? Probably not. The next episode should be about Lier. We didn't even stream after the last video finished. It was precisely the Lier episode that led to Sushin getting cyberbullied. Zhu Yu calmly ignored the tidal wave of comments flooding the screen. He gently guided Yu Fei to the special chair reserved for live streaming. Then he said softly, Lord Yu, you must be exhausted from your journey. Please rest here for a moment. I'll personally escort you home shortly. Yu Fei sat down, surveying his surroundings. Feeling the unparalleled comfort of the environment and the pleasant temperature, a wave of emotion welled up within him. He sighed deeply and said to Zhu Yu, young man, just look at this chair you're sitting on now. It's far more comfortable than the beds most common folk slept on back in my time. As the two chatted amiably, they remained utterly unaware that Lu Chang outside the door was pacing like a caged animal, itching to burst in and see what was happening. It turned out Lu Chang had personally witnessed Zhu Yu entering this basement alone. Moreover, he had meticulously inspected the basement multiple times beforehand, confirming there wasn't a single trace of modern equipment inside. This meant Zhu Yu was likely carrying some kind of high-tech product or mysterious technology that they knew absolutely nothing about. Just as Lu Chang was frantically pondering these questions, a creak sounded as the basement door slowly opened. Zhu Yu emerged from within, a smile on his face. Following closely behind him was a tall, imposing figure. Lu Chang stared in disbelief. It was none other than Yu Fei, the man who had just appeared in the livestream. For a moment, he was stunned speechless, unable to believe his eyes. Yu Fei? Marshal Yu? Lu Chang's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. He stood frozen for a full moment before finally managing to squeeze out the words through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Yu Fei, standing at the doorway, froze instantly upon locking eyes with the white-haired old man before him. Time seemed to freeze as the two stared at each other motionless, neither uttering another word. Zhu Yu, watching the scene unfold, desperately fought the urge to burst out laughing, fearing his laughter might shatter the eerie silence. He clenched his jaw, his face flushing crimson as he fought to suppress it. Finally, Yu Fei was the first to regain his composure. He bowed respectfully and asked politely. It is indeed I, Yu. May I ask who you are? However, Lu Chang was still reeling in shock, utterly unable to respond to Yu Fei's question. Seeing this, Zhu Yu could no longer hold back. He burst into laughter, chuckling as he said, Old Lu, stop staring. This is the genuine article Marshal Yu Fei himself. I just brought him back from the Wind and Waves Pavilion. Lu Chang's body jerked violently at these words, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His right hand instinctively clutched his chest as a sharp pain shot through his heart, his breathing growing increasingly ragged. Whoa, Old Lu, what's gotten into you? I only said a few words to you, don't go pulling a fast one on me now. Seeing this, Zhu Yu quickly dropped his smile and leaned in with concern. At that moment, Lu Chang had no mind for Zhu Yu's teasing. He fumbled frantically in his pocket, pulling out a bottle of heart medicine. His hands trembled as he poured out several pills, shoving them into his mouth and swallowing them down. It took a long while before his breathing gradually steadied and his complexion improved slightly. Once he caught his breath, Lu Chang shot Zhu Yu a fierce glare and snapped irritably. Hanging out with you is killing me. You're telling me you actually traveled back to the Song dynasty just now? That's absolutely unbelievable. With that, he hurried over to Yu Fei, circling him and scrutinizing him from head to toe as if he'd discovered a priceless treasure. My apologies, Marshal Yu. This old man has no other talents in life, but I've always been utterly obsessed with history. To have the honor of meeting a figure like you today, I couldn't help but lose my composure. Please forgive me. Lu Chang apologized profusely to Yu Fei as he spoke. Seeing Lu Chang like this, Su couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly pulled the old man away. Oh, old Lu, don't be like this. Lord, you just arrived, how could you study him like that? If you're truly interested, I'll take you over next time. At Su Yu's words, Lu Chang's eyes lit up instantly. Is that a promise? Chapter 77, The Knot in the Heart. Absolutely, absolutely. Once the video of Emperor Taizong finishes, I'll definitely take you there. But before that, you need to figure out what kind of emperor or minister you're looking for. That way, I can help you make a careful selection. Su Yu promised Lu Chang. Hearing this, Lu Chang's face instantly lit up with uncontrollable excitement. He eagerly responded. That's absolutely wonderful. Su, if you truly take me there as you say, it'll finally settle this old man's lifelong obsession. Before he could finish speaking, he rubbed his hands together excitedly, then dashed into the study like an eager child. Before closing the door, he turned back to remind Su Yu once more. Go handle your business first. I'll call you as soon as I've made my choice. Remember, once you've wrapped up this program matter, you must come over immediately. With that, he slammed the study door shut. Immediately afterward, a clatter of papers and rummaging echoed from within, but soon all was quiet once more. Apart from the occasional rustle of pages, not a sound could be heard. Standing where he was, Su Yu stared at the closed study door, shook his head helplessly, and muttered to himself with a wry smile. That old man, even in his advanced years, his fiery temper hasn't mellowed one bit. Meanwhile, Yu Fei, who had been standing silently beside him, appeared remarkably calm and resigned. He nodded thoughtfully and murmured softly. In my opinion, this old gentleman must have served in the military in his youth. Look at those large hands, especially the thick calluses covering his palms. That's not a trait ordinary people possess. Thus, the two men sat in the spacious, well-lit parlor, exchanging occasional words and falling into brief silences, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Gazing at Yu Fei before him, still clad in that tattered, grime-stained prison uniform, a pang of sorrow welled up in his heart. She hurriedly urged Yu Fei to wash up, while she quickly rummaged through his belongings and found a fresh, clean set of clothes. Once Yu Fei had finished, Su Yu handed him the carefully prepared new clothes. After changing into them, Yu Fei looked completely transformed. Now, his upright posture paired with the crisp Zhongshan suit gave him a unique aura. At first glance, he resembled a retired, gentle old teacher. Su Yu glanced at his wristwatch. The hour hand had already moved toward evening. He turned to Yu Fei and spoke softly. Sir Yu, it's getting late. Let's head home now. Once we're back at my place, you can rest and recover for a few days. If there's anything you wish to do or need assistance with, just let me know. With that, the two walked out of the room together. After the previous incident, to avoid unnecessary trouble finding them again, Su Yu had gone all out and purchased a luxurious villa in the bustling capital city. After all, with his current wealth, as long as he stayed clear of illegal activities, he could probably squander it all in a lifetime and still not exhaust it. Stepping outside, they waited briefly by the roadside before hailing a taxi. Yu Fei calmly got into the car and sat down, his expression appearing remarkably serene and natural. This composure was largely thanks to Su Yu, who had prepared him beforehand by giving him a thorough introduction to the various novelties of modern society. Thus, faced with these unfamiliar modes of transportation and the strange surroundings, Yu Fei remained remarkably composed, showing not a trace of panic or confusion. However, during the ride, Su Yu casually noticed the driver frequently glancing at the rearview mirror. The furtive manner piqued his curiosity. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Su Yu asked, "Driver, is there something strange on our faces? Why are you constantly staring at the rearview mirror?" At Su Yu's question, the driver paused slightly before flashing an awkward smile. Scratching his head sheepishly, he hastily explained. "Oh dear, my apologies, young man. To be honest, I've been glued to Su Shen's livestream. That scene was absolutely thrilling and exhilarating. Unfortunately, I still had work to finish today and couldn't keep watching, so I had to come out and work overtime. Then, I suddenly spotted this gentleman and thought he looked remarkably like Yu Fei from Su Shen's livestream. My curiosity got the better of me, and I couldn't help but take a few extra glances." Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the driver's explanation. He shook his head gently and said with a smile to the driver, "Sir, you've got the wrong person. My friend just happens to look a bit like the actor playing Yu Fei, but they're not the same person." Unexpectedly, Su Yu's words seemed to open the driver's floodgates. The driver excitedly picked up the thread. "Oh, I see. But seriously, you all watched that livestream, right? Su God's livestream was pure genius. If it were possible, I genuinely wish for Lord Yu to travel through time to our modern era and experience all the wonderful things he never got to enjoy back then." As the driver rambled on, Yu Fei sat quietly beside him, his brow slightly furrowed, a pensive look on his face. His deep, piercing eyes flickered with a complex light, as if he were contemplating some profound question deep within his soul. "Master, I don't quite understand. Why do you all place such hope in Yu Fei coming to the modern era? He is merely a figure from the annals of history, long destined to fade into the dust of time. Even if he did arrive in our modern world, what possible contribution could he make to our nation?
Yu Fei spoke slowly, his tone calm.
Su Yu, standing nearby, saw Yu Fei finally break his silence and speak up. He made no move to interrupt. He knew this matter had always been a deep-seated concern for Yu Fei. For Yu Fei, he had always believed his historical mission was to protect the Song dynasty. That was his era and his battlefield. Yet now, suddenly thrust into this utterly unfamiliar modern society, everything was unknown. This left him feeling utterly lost and bewildered, momentarily losing his sense of direction, completely unsure of what he should do next. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, the driver, who had been speaking animatedly moments before, instantly wore a look of displeasure. He paused briefly before retorting with some agitation. Sir, no offense, but General Yu is a hero of the Chinese nation, a spiritual totem. You can't measure him by value or utility. And even if he weren't a hero, he's still our ancestor. What's wrong with inviting our ancestor to the modern world for a meal and some fun? The driver's words kept coming, like a rapid-fire machine gun. Yu Fei listened and gradually broke into laughter, as if something delightful had occurred to him. Ha ha ha. I'm sure if Yu Fei heard your words, he'd be delighted to visit the modern era. Chapter 78, Life is Looking Up. Thus, Yu Fei and the driver chatted all the way, covering topics from the far corners of the earth to the stars and galaxies. The journey wasn't long, roughly 40 minutes before they arrived at Su Yu's suburban villa. After settling Yu Fei into a room, Su Yu sat down at his computer to check the long-neglected system interface. National Confidence System Panel. Host, Su Yu. Age, 23. Occupation, video blogger. System level, 2. Video count, 3. Live streams, 4. Video views, 2.093 billion. Fame, highly renowned. Followers, 103,255,789. Balance, 13,721,892 Chinese yuan. Chinese nation awakening level, 5% trending stable. Chinese history correction rate, 10%. Su Yu stared impassively at the system interface before him, his gaze utterly still. At this moment, the once alluring figures of wealth and follower counts now seemed as fleeting as smoke to him, having lost nearly all meaning. For now, he possessed everything imaginable. Material abundance could no longer bring him greater satisfaction. Yet, only the last two metrics continued to tug at his heartstrings. He recalled the last harrowing incident with the paid commenters, which had caused his awakening level to stagnate repeatedly, even regressing at times. Fortunately, after Uncle Yu's brilliant livestream, he finally broke through this difficult bottleneck. Yet he understood clearly that if future videos or livestreams did not feature the Emperor, then the degree of historical correction would likely remain far from the desired level. Just as Su Yu was deep in thought, a crisp, pleasant system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your follower count has successfully surpassed the 100 million milestone. As a special reward, we present you with the Spacetime Summon. Hearing this news, Su Yu instantly perked up, his eyes darting to the detailed description of the new feature. Spatial temporal summoning. This function allows the host to summon the ancestors or descendants of the current emperor within the emperor's plane during live streams, provided a bloodline connection exists. Reading this, Su Yu raised an eyebrow, a bold and intriguing idea forming in his mind. And this idea demanded immediate action. With that thought, Su Yu opened his private livestream on Kuaishou. Only invited guests could enter the stream. Su Yu then activated the golden curtain and slipped inside. Inside the Xianyang palace of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang had just finished arranging all matters following the livestream. Dragging his slightly weary body, he slipped into his warm bed early. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow over the gently rising and falling figure on the bed. Between sleep and wakefulness, Zhu Yuanzhang faintly heard someone whispering softly by his ear. At first, he paid it no mind, dismissing it as an auditory hallucination within his dream. Yet the voice grew clearer, persistently reaching his ears. Finally, Zhu Yuanzhang snapped awake, his eyes flying open in an instant. Without hesitation, he reached for the imperial sword hanging beside the bed. Eyes blazing with fury, he thrust it viciously toward the figure beside him. In that instant, the sword flashed with a fierce, piercing light. Hey, old Zhu! What the hell are you doing? With a startled cry, Su Yu narrowly dodged the oncoming blade. The sharp blade sliced past his chin, sending a chill through him. Startled, Su Yu stumbled backward several steps, nearly falling to the ground. Though invincible in his livestreams, Su Yu couldn't suppress his body's instinctive fear and evasion against such a sudden attack. Just moments earlier, he had arrived here, landing precisely in the Qianqing palace where Zhu Yuanzhang resided. At that time, however, Zhu Yuanzhang had been fast asleep, leading to the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. Upon recognizing the figure before him as Zhu Yuanzhang, Su Yu's panic subsided slightly. But before he could utter an explanation, Zhu Yuanzhang erupted in a torrent of curses. Su, you little brat! Are you possessed by a ghost or something? If you're coming, at least send word ahead. You just barge right into my bedchamber and start yelling. Don't you know you could scare someone to death? After the tirade, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed slightly calmer.
He tossed the emperor's sword to the ground and slowly rose to his feet. He smoothed out his slightly disheveled robes while glaring at Suyu with a hint of displeasure.
Oh, come on, don't be mad.
I couldn't exactly control where I ended up crossing over. I worked my ass off to get as close to you as possible. Suyu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly as he laughed it off.
Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened.
He snorted coldly before speaking.
Cut the crap. Spit it out already. I've got a mountain of work waiting for me first thing tomorrow morning. Unlike you, who spends all day loafing around, fishing 3 days and drying nets too. Seeing this, Suyu realized Zhu Yuanzhang was genuinely annoyed. He quickly offered a sheepish smile and said, Hee, old Zhu, don't get so worked up. I've got some great news for you. I've recently acquired a brand new ability that can send your descendants back in time to your dynasty.
Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been looking impatient moments ago, instantly perked up. His eyes widened like saucers, and he sprang up from the bed. Too excited to even straighten his clothes, he bellowed toward the doorway.
Yellow dog, hurry. Fetch that whip of mine from the Imperial Ancestral Temple. And while you're at it, go fetch fourth brother too. Today's finally the day I've been waiting for. After giving his orders, Zhu Yuanzhang strode over to Suyu in 2-step at a time haste, his face aglow with excitement as he continued. Su, you youngster? Since you're so capable, get that good-for-nothing Zhu Yuanzhang over here right now. Oomph. I haven't had a chance to flex my muscles in ages. He'll be perfect for letting off some steam. Suyu gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang's animated expression and couldn't help but let out a faint, helpless chuckle, though he remained silent.
Just then, ancient and mysterious patterns began to slowly emerge on Suyu's previously ordinary hands. These patterns resembled ancient totems, emitting a faint yet captivating glow. As the patterns manifested, a colossal scene abruptly unfolded before them. It seemed to come from another world. Suyu quietly stepped aside. Old Zhu, quickly reach your hand into this curtain and try to pull the person inside out. Remember, you must focus your mind entirely on the one being captured.
Suyu urgently shouted to Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated not a moment.
He immediately extended his right hand and plunged it without hesitation into the vast curtain.
Seconds ticked by. At first, nothing unusual happened. But soon, a flicker of joy appeared on Zhu Yuanzhang's face. He seemed to have sensed something.
His thick, powerful arms bulged with veins as he strained with all his might. Suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, a young man clad in imperial robes was yanked forcefully from the mysterious curtain. The force was so great that the youth slammed into the ground like a cannonball, thudding heavily.
Chapter 79, Fourth Brother, where do you think you're running off to? Quick, someone. An assassin. Where is the Grand Chamberlain? Hurry and summon the Imperial Guards.
The moment Zhu Yuanzhang hit the ground, he began screaming in panic. His shrill, piercing cries instantly echoed throughout the entire palace, even startling the Imperial Guards patrolling outside the palace walls.
Hearing the commotion, they surged into the hall like a tidal wave. But before they could even steady themselves, Zhu Yuanzhang's furious roar sent them tumbling back out.
Zhu Yuanzhang slowly and deliberately crouched down, drawing near to Zhu Yuanzhang. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the prince as he spoke in a chilling tone. Do you know who I am? Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang snap out of his daze, slowly lifting his head.
He began nervously scanning his surroundings while scrutinizing Zhu Yuanzhang's appearance.
He was a towering figure, imposing and dignified, with an air of authority radiating from his brow. Yet, the unmistakable aura of a peasant clung to him, impossible to conceal.
Who are you? This is clearly not my imperial bedchamber. Who dares to be so audacious as to use sorcery to bring me here? Release me at once and let me return to the palace. Otherwise.
Oomph. Zhu Yuanzhang roared with feigned fury, attempting to intimidate his opponent with his imperial authority. Before he could finish his sentence, a searing pain suddenly struck his face. Without a word, Zhu Yuanzhang raised his palm, as large as a palm fan, and delivered a resounding slap across Zhu Yuanzhang's face. The blow was so forceful it left Zhu Yuanzhang reeling, his cheek instantly swelling like a steamed bun. Stunned by the sudden blow, Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively clutched his swollen cheek. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared fiercely at the audacious madman who dared lay a hand on the Son of Heaven.
You dare strike the Emperor? I am the reigning sovereign, the supreme ruler. For committing such an act of treason, I shall execute your entire clan, exterminate your entire family.
Zhu Yuanzhang trembled with rage, gnashing his teeth as he continued his threats. But at that very moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, his words abruptly halted. He froze in place, utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter another syllable. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity toward this peasant before him. This familiarity was not merely slight, but intensely strong, as if he had seen this man every year. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall exactly where he had seen him before.
As he racked his brain, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhu Yuanzhang's splendid dragon robe and that uniquely distinctive face.
In that instant, a startling and audacious thought surged through his mind.
Your Majesty, is it you? The founding emperor.
Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened, his face frozen in disbelief as he trembled with the question. Facing Zhu Yuanzhang's inquiry, Zhu Yuanzhang's face twisted into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with disdain and mockery.
So what if it is me? What difference does it make if it isn't?
Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly and laboriously pulled himself up from the ground, gently brushing away the dirt and grime clinging to his clothes. Then, straightening his back, he declared with righteous indignation. Your Majesty, I do not understand why you have come seeking me. Since ascending the throne in my youth, I have governed diligently and devotedly. Today, the realm is at peace, the great Ming flourishes, and the people live in contentment, free from want. I truly cannot comprehend why you would treat me thus. Zhu Yuanzhang's righteous and stern words stunned Zhu Yuanzhang, leaving him momentarily speechless. He turned his puzzled gaze toward Zhu Yu standing nearby. How many years has your reign lasted? Zhu Yuanzhang tilted his head slightly, glancing at the somewhat inexperienced-looking youth beside him before slowly answering. I have now reigned for 11 years under the Zhengtong era.
Hearing this, Zhu Yu stepped forward and explained to Zhu Yuanzhang. Old Zhu, that's correct. The Battle of Tunmu Pass hasn't happened yet, but Wang Jin already holds immense power. After listening quietly to these words, Zhu Yuanzhang showed little emotion on his face. Only a faint, barely perceptible flash of anger flickered in his deep, piercing eyes. Without another word, he flashed forward and stood before Zhu Yuanzhang. Before anyone could react, a dull thud echoed as Zhu Yuanzhang delivered a vicious kick to Zhu Yuanzhang's chest. The force of the kick was immense. Caught completely off guard, Zhu Yuanzhang flew backward like a rag doll. He tumbled twice in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the crowd stared in shock. Zhu Yuanzhang lay pale-faced, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. His once immaculate and luxurious dragon robe was now torn and disheveled. The sudden, brutal impact had left him involuntarily drooling. Clutching his stomach tightly with both hands, he curled into a ball, writhing in agony and emitting wails of pain. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang showed no sign of stopping.
His footsteps never faltered, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhu Yuanzhang. He leapt upward with a sudden burst of force, his entire body flipping through the air before crashing down upon Zhu Yuanzhang with the crushing weight of a mountain. Poor Zhu Yuanzhang had no time to dodge and was instantly pinned down by Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang unleashed a barrage of blows, his fist striking like a storm, raining down relentlessly on Zhu Yuanzhang's head. Each punch carried thunderous force, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang dizzy and seeing stars. Damn it! Zhu Yuanzhang roared through gritted teeth as he beat Zhu Yuanzhang with unbridled fury. For indulging those treacherous eunuchs. For your arrogant folly in leading the imperial army personally. For becoming that damned Oirat student. For shamelessly plotting restoration. For madly slaughtering loyal officials like Yu Qian. Today I'll teach you a lesson, you incompetent fool. With each furious roar from Zhu Yuanzhang, his fists grew fiercer and more vicious. Zhu Yuanzhang could only struggle helplessly beneath him, utterly powerless to fight back. Just then, Zhu Di hurriedly arrived at the scene. The moment he opened the door, he witnessed this spectacle. His feet involuntarily took a step back. But this slight movement caught Zhu Yuanzhang's attention. Slowly, he rose from the half-dead body of Zhu Yuanzhang. He addressed the direction of the doorway. Fourth brother, where do you think you're running off to? Come here. Chapter 80, the fourth prince is yours. Before Zhu Di could recover from his shock, a powerful force swept over him. Like a small chicken, he was effortlessly lifted into the room by Zhu Yuanzhang. Before he could react, Zhu Yuanzhang unleashed a storm of merciless punches and kicks. Fists flashed, feet whipped through the air, and the room echoed with dull thuds and muffled groans of pain. Only when both men were beaten to a pulp, their faces swollen and bodies covered in bruises, did Zhu Yuanzhang finally stop, panting heavily. Damn it! That felt damn good today. Zhu Yuanzhang cursed between gasps. Fourth brother, this bastard is Zhu Yuanzhang, the very one who destroyed your entire elite 4 great camps. He even caused the death of loyal generals like Yu Qian. And he's your own great-grandson. As for how to deal with him, that's none of my business. With that, Zhu Yuanzhang casually smoothed his disheveled robes and strode purposefully toward the exit. Su Yu, following closely behind Zhu Yuanzhang, watched the old man's furious retreating figure. He cautiously plastered on a smile, muttering soothing words incessantly. Meanwhile, Zhu Di, left behind, stared fixedly at Zhu Yuanzhang, who lay collapsed on the ground like a heap of mud, barely clinging to life, his eyes bloodshot. These past days, he had suffered greatly at Zhu Yuanzhang's hands, all because of the man before him. Now, old grudges and fresh resentments surged within him. Today was the perfect opportunity to settle all accounts at once. Zhu Di gritted his teeth, his face contorted in fury as he advanced step by step toward Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon reaching him, he sat down without mercy, squatting heavily upon Zhu Yuanzhang's body. Then, he began to swing his fists, raining down blows like a torrent of rain. Each punch was met with a piercing scream. Not far away, Su Yu heard the blood-curdling screams like a pig being slaughtered behind him. He couldn't help but shrink his neck, muttering to himself, "This Zhu Di sure knows how to lay into someone." At the same time, he turned his head toward the direction Zhu Yuanzhang had departed, asking with a hint of concern, "Old Zhu,
Are you really going to abandon Zhu Qixin here like this? You must know it's not even the 14th year of the Zhengtong era yet. Zhu Yuanzhang replied casually. Does he think he can cause an uproar if he doesn't go to the Great Ming? Does that mean Zhu Qiyu can't ascend the throne? In my opinion, even if you put a random dog on that seat, it'd probably do a better job than him. The vast empire his grandfather, father, and even great-grandfather painstakingly built, even if he does nothing his entire life and just sits on its laurels, it'd still be enough for the Great Ming to squander freely for ages. After speaking these words, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the deep and boundless night sky. Somehow, his figure seemed to stoop slightly in that moment. At that moment, Suyu murmured softly from the side. That's certainly true. In his entire life, the only thing he did that had any real value and didn't cause much harm was abolishing the practice of sacrificing concubines with the emperor in death. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been striding forward, abruptly halted. He turned to face Suyu and spoke slowly. In that case, let's just handle this matter for him first. After all, this burial ritual was a barbaric custom inherited from the Yuan dynasty. I never truly desired to practice it myself. It was simply that my beloved departed too soon and too abruptly. I couldn't bear the thought of her leaving this world utterly alone, so I wished for someone to continue serving and keeping her company. Suyu patted old Zhu on the shoulder. Old man, how's your grand plan coming along? Look at you, still as sturdy as ever. At these words, Zhu Yuanzhang's earlier listlessness vanished instantly, and he perked up with renewed vigor. Ha! You little rascal, if I'm in such fine shape today, it's all thanks to you. If not for you, I'd have kicked the bucket long ago. You know what? Gungbingwen's navy has already reached the Japanese islands. Those so-called 3-inch dwarfs are no match for us. By my reckoning, in 2 or 3 months, they'll all be slaves to our great Ming dynasty. These words reached Suyu's ears, instantly filling him with excitement. Recalling the countless atrocities committed by the Foot Basin nation in his previous world, he gritted his teeth in fury, eager to join Gungbingwen on the campaign immediately. He yearned to march to the Japanese islands and fight the enemy with all his might. To him, the enemy's numbers held no fear. His only concern was that his blade might not be sharp enough, or his swing swift enough. Old Zhu, if you truly achieve a resounding victory this time and subjugate the Japanese islands completely, your standing in the annals of history will rise to unprecedented heights. You'll truly be remembered for generations to come. Yet, faced with such praise, Zhu Yuanzhang responded only with a faint smile. Live forever in fame? I've never cared for such things. If I truly desired empty glory, how could I have stained my hands with so much blood, especially that of my founding heroes? Zhu Yuanzhang murmured to himself, a flash of resolve and coldness crossing his eyes. He knew full well that his actions would unleash a storm of controversy, yet the hatred in his heart drove him relentlessly down this path. How the world judged him, what was right or wrong, Zhu Yuanzhang cared not a whit. He sought only to avenge the wrongs done to the descendants of the Han dynasty, even if it meant bearing the infamy of a tyrant for all eternity. Branded by the masses as a merciless ruler who slaughtered without blinking, he would not hesitate. What Suyu did not know, however, was that Zhu Yuanzhang's decision to launch a military campaign against Hua had met with fierce opposition from the entire civil official faction. Opposition echoed throughout the court, with numerous officials even risking their lives to plead against the campaign. During the morning court session, countless officials had already thrown themselves against pillars to demonstrate their resolve. These officials all believed that the great Ming dynasty, as the heavenly kingdom, should practice benevolence toward foreign lands rather than resorting to military force to bully weak barbarian nations. Not only should no military campaign be launched, but Japan should instead be bestowed with gifts as a demonstration of imperial favor. Faced with such fierce opposition from the civil officials, Zhu Yuanzhang flew into a rage, nearly fainting from fury. He never imagined his decision would encounter such formidable resistance. In his fury, Zhu Yuanzhang could only once again wield his executioner's blade, ordering the beheading and public display of batch after batch of officials who steadfastly opposed the military campaign, while confiscating their family assets. Blood flowed like a river at Kaishiko execution ground, where executioners' blades nearly bent from the relentless chopping. After this bloody suppression, the civil officials' protests were finally temporarily quelled. Rest assured, old Zhu, once we truly conquer the Japanese islands, you'll find every court official supports it. Zhu Yuanzhang asked, somewhat surprised. Why would that be? Because the Japanese islands hold the world's largest silver mine, enough to sustain the Great Ming for hundreds of years. Chapter 81, Taizong vs. Taizong. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhu Yuanzhang abruptly halted in his tracks, frozen in place. He turned his body with extreme slowness. His eyes locked onto Suyu. What the hell? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened, his face etched with utter disbelief. What did you just say? That godforsaken place, not even as big as our backsides. actually has silver mines that could sustain our great Ming for hundreds of years?
His voice rose an octave without him realizing it.
That's right, old Zhu.
There's a kingdom called Shijian in that region. Within their borders lies the Shijian Silver Mountain.
The mountainside is covered in silver, gleaming brightly exposed. It's literally a mountain of silver. And as far as we know,
Japan's silver reserves rank among the world's largest, Su Yu hurriedly explained.
By the time Su Yu finished speaking, everyone noticed old Zhu's complexion suddenly flush crimson, as if he'd downed a bowl of fiery liquor. He stared fixedly at Su Yu, not blinking once,
muttering to himself, though no one could make out his words.
After a long moment, Zhu Yuanzhang finally snapped back to reality and spoke. Su, you damn kid, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? These past few days, those bloody bureaucrats nearly drove me to my grave. With that, he raised his hand and delivered a hard slap to the back of Su Yu's head. The blow was swift and hard.
Su Yu had no time to dodge and took it squarely.
Instantly, his head buzzed,
stars danced before his eyes, and the pain made him grimace, tears nearly spilling from his eyes.
Old Zhu, you really pack a punch. Your body's tougher than any youngster's. A slap like that, who else at your age could muster the strength to deliver it?
Su Yu rubbed the back of his head, complaining with a pained expression.
Zhu Yuanzhang, however, didn't seem to mind. He laughed heartily. Stop your wisecracks. If I didn't have this strength, how could I rule the realm? Humph. And so, the two bantered back and forth, the atmosphere lightening considerably, until Zhu Di emerged from the house. Behind him, another man was being dragged along, limp as a lifeless dead dog.
Zhu Di's cheeks and forehead were still badly swollen, undoubtedly the masterpiece left behind by Zhu Yuanzhang.
Behind him,
Zhu Qijian's condition was utterly unbearable to behold, his misery reaching its peak.
His eyes, once bright and spirited,
were now so swollen that the pupils were barely visible,
resembling two overripe peaches forcibly embedded in his face. Not only that,
his entire face was severely distorted,
resembling an over-fermented steamed bun.
All his features were tightly compressed together,
indistinguishable from one another. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't even be bothered to glance at Zhu Qijian properly. With utter disgust, he casually asked, "Is this creature still alive?"
His tone betrayed a hint of impatience and contempt.
"Father, he is not dead yet. I deliberately held back when I struck him, but judging by his current state, death cannot be far off." Indeed,
Zhu Di's earlier beating had been brutal.
By all logic, even if Zhu Qijian somehow survived, he would be in no condition to enjoy it.
Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly upon hearing this,
acknowledging the report. Then, coldly, he issued his command. "Since he's not dead,
summon the imperial physicians immediately to tend to his wounds.
Once treated,
send him straight to Beiping. Make him kneel at the spot where Yu Qian died and keep him kneeling there until he dies."
With that,
Zhu Yuanzhang swept his arm in a dismissive gesture, signaling Song Zhong beside him to drag Zhu Qijian away.
Song Zhong obeyed immediately, swiftly approaching Zhu Di. He grabbed Zhu Qijian, who lay limp on the ground like a sack of rotten mud,
and dragged him without mercy toward the door.
Before Su Yu could utter a word, Zhu Di spoke first. "Mr.
Su, I wonder if the protagonist of your next livestream will be Emperor Taizong of Tang."
Li Shimen? Su Yu nodded non-committally. "Yes, there was an incident recently. It's been delayed until now, but it should happen within the next couple of days."
At this mention,
Zhu Di's drowsiness vanished instantly.
He hurriedly moved closer to Su Yu.
"Mr. Su, could you bring me along when it happens?
I saw you can take people through time now. Yu Fei came back with you,
didn't he?" Before Zhu Di could finish, Zhu Yuanzhang smacked him on the head. "Damn it, fourth brother, have you gone idle lately? With all these memorials to review, you still have time to go out?
All these years we've worked diligently,
and we've never gotten to escape for even a couple days." Rubbing the back of his head, Zhu Di hurriedly explained to Zhu Yuanzhang.
"Oh, father, please don't misunderstand. I truly have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to pay my respects and witness the grandeur of Emperor Taizong from years past.
After all, you see, your humble son aspires to become a figure like Emperor Taizong.
So I thought I'd go see just how far we still are from matching the achievements of this great Tang emperor."
After hearing Zhu Di's explanation,
Zhu Yuanzhang scrutinized him from head to toe.
Then, a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth,
tinged with disdain.
"Humph, you dare compare yourself to Emperor Taizong?
You'd be wise to spend a few more years honing your skills first, as long as you don't grow as incompetent,
tyrannical, arrogant, and dissolute as that Xianyang be, I'll count myself blessed." Standing nearby, Su Yu quickly interjected with a smile. "Old Zhu, you shouldn't underestimate him like that.
This future Yangla emperor's achievements won't be any less than yours.
Sure, he's still the fourth Prince Shu of the Ming dynasty you speak of now, but given time, once he truly ascends the throne, he absolutely won't be any worse than you. At the very least, he's the only emperor in Chinese history capable of conquering the wolf's den. Hearing Su Yu's praise, Zhu Di instantly felt his confidence soar, his back straightening noticeably. But just then, Zhu Yuanzhang delivered a flying kick straight to Zhu Di's backside, cursing under his breath as he did so. "You little brat. Your tail's practically in the sky. Damn it. Su just said that was the Yunla emperor. What the hell does that have to do with you? The fourth son of the Zhu family? And you, Su, with all your nonsense, aren't you just making this little punk even more arrogant?" Su Yu said to Zhu Yuanzhang, who looked somewhat resentful. "Old Zhu, I actually planned to do a crossover this time. The original protagonists were Zhu Di of the Yunla era and Emperor Taizong Li Shimen. But now I think having the present-day Zhu Di join me on a trip might better ignite his competitive spirit. What do you think? Final chapter, History Awakens. What do you think? Fourth brother?" Old Zhu shot Zhu Di a teasing sideways glance. At these words, Zhu Di's body jerked violently. As if struck by old Zhu's words, his eyes widened, lips trembling slightly. After a long moment, he stammered out, "Father, can we truly go meet the Taizong?" At this moment, Zhu Di's heart was in turmoil. Ever since Zhu Yuanzhang had named him crown prince, he had regarded Emperor Taizong Li Shimen as his idol and the pinnacle of his aspirations. Now, the chance to see this great emperor with his own eyes had presented itself. How could he not be utterly thrilled? Su Yu, observing Zhu Di's agitated state, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He smiled at Zhu Di. "Of course you can come. Just wait for my message. When the next live stream happens, I'll invite you along." After exchanging brief farewells with old Zhu and Zhu Di, Su Yu turned and vanished in an instant, as if he had never been there at all. The moment Su Yu arrived in the modern world, the system interface popped up immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing an exceptionally influential livestream. The system will continue to provide greater and better rewards for subsequent livestreams. Due to the host's outstanding performance during this broadcast, Yu Fei was deeply impressed by the system. Therefore, the system has decided to unlock all functional interfaces for the host. This means the host will be able to utilize the system's resources and capabilities more comprehensively, creating greater possibilities and surprises for future livestreams. Su Yu stared at the system's notification, a surge of excitement and anticipation welling up inside him. He had assumed this livestream had concluded, yet the system unexpectedly bestowed such generous rewards. Not only that, the system also mentioned that the overall national confidence of Huaxia had increased by 50% because of this livestream. However, the system's notification didn't stop there. It went on to inform Su Yu that completing one final livestream would elevate the nation's confidence to a full 100%. This goal filled Su Yu with both excitement and nervousness. He knew it would be an extremely challenging task, yet it was also a rare opportunity to make an even greater contribution to his country and nation. At this thought, Su Yu's eyebrows lifted slightly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, telling himself he couldn't afford the slightest slack. He must prepare for the final livestream with all his might. After all, this mattered not only for his personal honor and achievements, but also for the confidence and future of the entire Chinese nation. Thus, Su Yu immediately sprang into action. He meticulously studied every functional interface the system offered, exploring their various possibilities and applications. Simultaneously, he reviewed his previous livestream experiences, identifying areas for further refinement and enhancement. In the days that followed, Su Yu threw himself wholeheartedly into the preparations. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. The highly anticipated livestream finally commenced precisely at the scheduled time. The two Grand Emperors shone like brilliant stars, engaging in a fierce showdown during the broadcast. Their words clashed like swords and spears, each utterance charged with tension, pushing the atmosphere of the entire livestream to a fever pitch. The broadcast proved explosively successful. Audiences were utterly captivated by the fierce clash between the two grandmasters, completely immersed in the spectacle. And Su Yu? He was practically a bystander, unable to get a word in edgewise under the overwhelming presence of Li Shiming. Yet this did nothing to diminish the livestream's success. If anything, it made the show even more compelling. The moment the broadcast ended, the nationality section on the screen instantly filled to 100%. This signaled that the broadcast had successfully awakened everyone's memories and sense of belonging to Chinese history. Simultaneously, the system automatically unbound itself from Su Yu, as if its mission had been fulfilled. In that instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before the audience as if by magic. The system abruptly transformed into a colossal dragon, radiant and golden from head to tail. Like a bolt of lightning, the dragon shot into the heavens with lightning speed, piercing the sky. It soared and danced through the skies of China, resembling a brilliant golden cloud that lingered for ages. Its scales shimmered with dazzling light,
each one seeming to carry the weight of China's ancient history, its flowing beard swayed in the wind, like the unbroken threads of Chinese culture stretching through the ages. This golden dragon seemed a symbol of China's history, its appearance evoking countless legendary tales and heroic deeds from this ancient land. A profound reverence for this land surged within them like a tidal wave, filling them with immense pride at being descendants of China. With the system's departure, China's history returned to the minds of all on this day, as memories long buried by time surged forth like a tidal wave. The forgotten splendor and glory were etched anew in their hearts. The long slumbering dragon of China finally awoke in this moment, displaying its unparalleled majesty and power. This spectacle left every nation in awe and reverence. They witnessed China's rise and felt the profound strength of this ancient civilization. From that day forward, China re-established its standing on the world stage, becoming a presence no nation dared to underestimate. As for Su Yu, he was undoubtedly the biggest winner of this live broadcast. Before departing, the system generously bestowed upon him a cash reward of 100 million. With this fortune in hand, Su Yu resolved to treat himself to a grand tour of his motherland's magnificent landscapes, immersing himself in the breathtaking beauty of this land. After all, he deserved it. As for Yu Fei, he truly became the old man teaching children archery by the West Lake, just as he had always dreamed.